doesn't release figures. The president stated that up to 100 soldiers may now die every day in the east of the country. As Ukraine marks 3 months since the start of the Russian invasion, residents in the capital of Kiev commemorated those whose lives have been lost since the start of the conflict. A lawn in the square in the capital has been strewn with small Ukrainian flags, put out in tribute to those who have lost their lives since the fight broke out in February.
The question this time very clearly, no answers from him. Our keys continue to be with his men. We faced intimidation here. What we have to see is what action will really be taken here in this case. We've been trying to get in touch with you and ask you several questions on the land deals that you had along with Priyanka Vadra and Robert Vadra. Why are you trying to avoid the camera, sir? Hanging of the rapist has been confirmed. Court has said all the evidence had already been seen at the trial court, at the high court and the top court of the country. They're not going to go into it again. Once again trying to get in a word with Mr. Vijay Mallya. Persistently been asking you only one question. Mallya, why did you escape in 2015? Do you not think the decorum of the court?
Gyanvapi Complex's videography survey report to be given to both Hindu and Muslim sites today. A fresh plea has been filed in the Supreme Court seeking intervention in the Gyanvapi mosque dispute. Violence breaks out in Amlapuram town over the proposed renaming of Konasima district as B.R. Ambedkar Konasima district. Former Punjab Health Minister Vijay Singla sent to police custody until May 27 following corruption allegations against him. Pak student terror convict Yasin Malik, charged under the UAPA, is likely to be sentenced today.
In a latest development from Punjab, the Health Minister of Punjab, who was sacked over corruption charges, was sent to police custody till May 27. Dr. Vijay Singla was accused of demanding 1% commission from officials in tender allotments and procurements of goods.
मैं सारे अफसरां नूं राजनीतिक लोकां नूं ਜਾਂ ਰਸੂਖਦਾਰ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਵੀ ਹੈਗੇ ਨੇ ਚਾਹੇ ਸਾਡੇ ਆਪਣੇ ਨੇ ਚਾਹੇ ਬੇਗਾਨੇ ਨੇ ਮੈਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਇਹ ਦੱਸਣਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦਾ ਕਿ ਮੈਂ 1 ਰੁਪਏ ਦਾ ਵੀ ਭ੍ਰਿਸ਼ਟਾਚਾਰ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਬਰਦਾਸ਼ਤ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਰੂੰਗਾ ਉਹ ਆਪਣੇ ਆਪ ਹੀ ਠੀਕ ਹੋ ਜਾਣ ਨਹੀਂ ਤਾਂ ਸਖਤ ਕਾਰਵਾਈ ਲਈ ਤਿਆਰ ਰਹਿਣ
Former Health Minister of Punjab was produced before Mohali court where he was sent to the police custody for 3 days. Slamming and accusing AAP of crocodile tears, Haryana Chief Minister said that Aam Aadmi Party was a party of freebies.
इस प्रकार की ये पार्टी है कुछ इनके बारे में कहा नहीं जा सकता इनके कई एमएलए को तो जेल हो चुकी है कहीं ये करप्शन के रूप में हटा रहे हैं तो इस प्रकार से जिस पार्टी का कोई बैकग्राउंड नहीं है और उस नाते से एक मुफ्त की चीज़ें बांट करके मैं इसको कहता हूँ सिट डाउन पॉलिसी उनकी हमारी स्टैंड अप पॉलिसी है ये लोगों को कहते हैं मुफ्त देंगे ये देंगे फ्री बीस के कारण से एक नारा दे करके इन्होंने पंजाब में सरकार तो बना ली है.
But AAP Supremo and Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal congratulated CM Bhagwant Mann over this decision.
किसी को इस भ्रष्टाचार का पता नहीं था, ना मीडिया को पता था, ना विपक्ष को पता था, किसी को नहीं पता था. मान साहब चाहते तो मंत्री से सेटिंग करके अपने लिए एक हिस्सा मांग सकते थे. अब तक तो ऐसे ही होता था. मान साहब चाहते मामले को दबा सकते थे, उन्होंने ऐसा नहीं किया. उन्होंने खुद ब खुद अपने मंत्री के खिलाफ एक्शन लिया. भगवंत, हमें आपके ऊपर गर्व है, पूरे पंजाब को आपके ऊपर गर्व है.
It should be noted that this isn't the first time that an AAP minister has been sacked in similar directive within months of the formation of the government. Earlier, when Kejriwal came to power in 2015, he had fired his food supplies minister Asim Ahmed Khan over corruption charge. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
An NIA court is all set to hear arguments on the quantum of sentence and pronounce the sentence for Pakistani stooge Yasin Malik. This comes after Yasin Malik pleaded guilty to charges under the IPC and the UAPA and was convicted on the 19th of May. Yasin Malik has been convicted on charges of funding terror activities in the valley, being in touch with the ISI and organizing massive protests after the death of Burhan Wani in 2016. The verdict comes as a relief for those like Nirmal Khanna, the wife of late squadron leader Rakesh Khanna, who was one of the 4 IAF officers martyred at Rawalpora in January of 1990.
तहे दिल से इंडियन जुडिशरी की शुक्रगुजार हूँ और पूरे भारत को इसकी मुबारकबाद देती हूँ। यासीन मलिक को भी मुबारकबाद देती हूँ कि उसको ये मौका मिला है ज़िंदगी में कि अपना जो कहते हैं ना अमल का निबेड़ा होगा, जो हम काम करते हैं उसी का। कर्मा थ्योरी इज़ वेरी स्ट्रॉन्ग। यासीन मलिक ने सोचा था इतने गुनाह करके मैं बच गया हूँ, और 32 साल उसने जीवन भी जी लिया, और क्या करना है। आज इतनी इतने गुनाह करने के बाद इतना जीवन बीत गया अगर, तो उसको तो मैं कहती हूँ बड़ी मुबारक है।
But the sponsors of Yasin Malik from across the border began a sympathy campaign. The current foreign minister of Pakistan, Bilawal Bhutto, called the charges against Malik as fabricated, demanding his release. Pakistani Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif called on the world to take note of Yasin Malik, who was a prisoner of politics. Meanwhile, in India, National Conference leader and ex-JNK Chief Minister Omar Abdullah was doling out advice to the convict. Yasin Malik's conviction comes in the background of a spate of Kashmiri Pandit killings. The sentence is set to ensure a semblance of justice for these Kashmiri Pandits.
Jammu and Kashmir policeman Saifullah Qadri was shot dead and his 7-year-old daughter was injured by terrorists in Sora area of Srinagar. A fringe terror group took responsibility of the attack.
Targeted a cop of Jammu Kashmir police just outside his residence. He was accompanied by his 7-year-old daughter whom he was taking to the tuition center, but on way he was attacked by pistol-borne terrorists. As per the sources that he received, that 8 bullets, and he succumbed to the injuries there on spot, and also the daughter received bullet injuries on wrist. She is being treated at JVC Bemena, although TRF has.
The innocent, who is still fighting for life, had clung to her father when the terrorist opened fire at point-blank range.
टेररिस्ट ने मानवता के सारे हद को पार कर दिया। उस छोटी सी बच्ची जो 9 साल की थी उसको नहीं छोड़ा, उस पर भी फायर किया, वो भी जख्मी हो बेचारी, अभी हॉस्पिटल में है, स्टेबल है, ठीक है। और मैं अपने पुलिस के सारे जवानों से को आश्वासन देता हूँ जो भी टेररिस्ट इन्वॉल्व है उसको बहुत जल्दी न्यूट्रलाइज कर देंगे।
The Jammu and Kashmir police paid homage to Qadri. Qadri is the second policeman from Srinagar and third from the valley killed by terrorists in over a fortnight.
Sources do say that the cop was advised not to visit his home. They were suspecting this kind of attack, but cop did not pay heed that was coming, particularly the inputs that were coming to the Jammu and Kashmir police as far as the terror attack is concerned. He visited his home, and just outside his home, some 300 meters away from the residence, he was targeted. His daughter was targeted, who's just 7-year-old girl. With Vijay Firdoswani and Zina Zishan Fazil for Republic in Srinagar.
Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sharma visited the areas affected by the recent floods and landslides in Assam's Dima Hasao. The minister held a meeting with the officials assessing the damage in the area. The Aam Aadmi Party's chief ministerial candidate for the recently concluded assembly elections in Uttarakhand, retired Colonel Ajay Kotial, joined the Bharatiya Janata Party in the presence of CM Pushkar Singh Dhami in Dehradun. Hours after Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann sacked Punjab Minister Vijay Singla over corruption allegation, Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal said, Aam Aadmi Party is the only party in the country where there is no place for corruption and corrupt people. During an investigation carried out by the Enforcement Directorate regarding charges of money laundering against Dawood Ibrahim, it was revealed that Chota Shakil was in Karachi. The individual, whose family is being questioned, along with raids across properties, is also known to be a long-time associate of Dawood Ibrahim. The Socialist Unity Centre of India staged a protest against the teacher recruitment scam in West Bengal. The protest took place against discrepancies against the state's government teacher recruitment in Siliguri. Puducherry's Lieutenant Governor visited an integrated farm at the Central Jail in Puducherry. Training for integrated farming, among other methods of farming, is being provided to the prisoners by the Sri Aurobindo Ashram in Puducherry. The Enforcement Directorate carried out a raid against a businessman named Vishal Chaudhary at Jharkhand Ranchi. The businessman has been considered a close aide of Pooja Singhal, Jharkhand's former mining secretary, who was arrested earlier under the Prevention of Money Laundering Act. Two brothers named Sikha Khan from a village in Bhatinda and Sadiq Khan from Pakistan's Faisalabad met at the Attari Wagah border. The brothers had been separated during the partition and met each other the event for the first time. The Aam Aadmi Party held a Badlav March in Himachal Pradesh's Hamirpur. The march promoted the Aam Aadmi Party as a new alternative in the state. Speakers at the World Economic Forum discussed India's economic strategy as it goes through its 75th year of independence, named India at 75. Strategic Outlook. This segment had India's issues discussed by speakers such as Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal and Petroleum Minister Hardeep Singh Puri.
Massive protest erupted in Konaseema in Andhra Pradesh, where we see that there were a huge number of protesters who pelted stones, and also police officials have been injured in this protest which has taken place in Konaseema. Well, now the locals have been demanding that the district should not be renamed from Konaseema to Ambedkar Konaseema. And
20 మంది పోలీసుల్ని దారుణంగా రాళ్లతో కొట్టి గాయపరిచారు. అక్కడ ఒక ప్రైవేట్ స్కూల్ బస్సుని కూడా తగలబెట్టడం జరిగింది. అంటే శాంతి భద్రతలకు విఘాతం కలిగించాలని ఈ విధంగా కొంతమంది వారి వెనుకొండి నడిపిస్తున్నట్టుగా అక్కడ చర్యలు చూస్తుంటే అనిపిస్తుంది. ఖచ్చితంగా ఈ రోజున మరి పోలీసుల మీద జరిగిన దాడిని ఖండిస్తున్నాను. ప్రజలు వారి ప్రజల యొక్క కోరికను మేరకే ఈ రోజున ముందుగా కోనసీమ జిల్లాగా పెట్టిన
There are about 20 police personnel who have been injured in this. However, they will take up a proper investigation, and also the accused will be soon identified and proper action will be taken. But a massive protest over renaming the district from Konaseema to Ambedkar Konaseema, which has been a massive protest where we see that locals have been demanding not to rename the district.
Jammu and Kashmir Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha visited the house of Rahul Bhatt, who was brutally killed by terrorists inside a government office in Budgam district of central Kashmir. LG Manoj Sinha met his wife, his mother and his father and assured that they will be compensated. चीज़ें जो है उपराज्यपाल ने आपसे साझा की, क्या बताएं?
उन्होंने आश्वासन दिया कि हम करेंगे, आपका ये नौकरी का ये ग्रेड चेंज करेंगे और साथ में ये बेटी को भी कंपलसेट करेंगे और उसकी मतलब स्कूल हम खुद देख लेंगे, वो नहीं। और बोला कि हम जांच कर रहे हैं उसके खिलाफ। मैंने तो पहले बोला था कि पहले मेरे पति को इंसाफ मिलना चाहिए।
ये जांच की मांग की थी?
हाँ वो की थी, बोलते हैं हमारी जाँच चल रही है तो हमें मिले हैं कुछ प्रूफ, तो देखते हैं अब क्या निकलेगा नतीजा। भी उन्होंने बताया नहीं कहाँ तक पूछिए कार्रवाई।
The Lieutenant Governor's visit comes a day after he met the protesting Kashmiri Pandits in the valley and assured them to look into their grievances.
The LG has also called the family that the investigation is underway and major clues have been found and that will be shared in appropriate time. LG has also assured that wife of Rahul Bhatt that her job order will be modified and the government of Jammu and Kashmir will bear all the expenses of daughter of Rahul Bhatt during her education.
Rahul Bhatt's father said that the Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha empathized with them and expressed heartfelt grief. He also assured that the investigation is underway and at its final stage.
Pertinent to mention that he was shot at by two Pakistani terrorists in a government office in Budgam district of central Kashmir earlier this month. With Gaurav Sahni, Gursimran Singh for Republic Media Network.
औरंगजेब की वजह से पेट्रोल की कीमत में इजाफा हो गया, अकबर की वजह से कीमतें बढ़ गईं और शाहजहां की वजह से नौजवान बेरोजगार। प्रधानमंत्री जिम्मेदारी नहीं है इसकी, मुगल जिम्मेदार।
Prime Minister speaks at the Bloomberg Business Forum. He of course will try to highlight India's 5 trillion economy dream and essential supplies and adequate supplies, and that is the biggest that we have from the APMCR. Raj Thackeray is not backing down and supporters of Raj Thackeray
14 children and one teacher were killed in a shooting at Texas Elementary School Tuesday, and the 18-year-old gunman was dead. The Texas governor said that a gunman opened fire at the elementary school about 85 miles west of San Antonio.
The shooter was Salvador Romas, an 18-year-old male who resided in Uvalde. It's believed that he abandoned his vehicle and entered into the Robb Elementary School in Uvalde with a handgun, and he may have also had a rifle, but that is not yet confirmed according to my most recent report. He shot and killed horrifically, incomprehensibly, 14 students and killed a teacher. Mr. Romas, the shooter, he himself is deceased.
The gunman was a resident of the community and entered the school with a handgun and possibly a rifle and opened fire. The governor said the shooter was likely killed by responding officers, but that the events were still being investigated. This was the deadliest school shooting since the shooting that took place in Sandy Hook Elementary School in the year 2012. Agency Report, Republic TV.
Germany rejected suggestions that it is renegating on a promise to provide Poland with tanks to make up for those that Warsaw delivered to Ukraine. Speaking after a meeting with her Polish counterpart in Berlin, Foreign Minister Annalena Baerbock said that the issue had been discussed in order to resolve the misunderstandings.
klar ist, das sehen wir an allen Ecken und Enden, sonst hätten wir dieses Instrument des Ringtausches uns ja nicht gemeinsam überlegt, dass wir gerade schweres Material nicht per Knopfdruck oder per Fingerschnips liefern können, gerade auch nicht aus deutschen Beständen, sondern dass wir mit Blick auf das Material, was dann auch beim Ringtausch entsprechend nachgeliefert wird, schauen müssen, dass es zur Verfügung steht, dass es repariert wird oder entsprechend neu bestellt wird.
Poland had given Ukraine more than 200 Soviet-designed T-72 tanks, and it had been counting on NATO, the US and Germany to fill that void. The so-called circular swaps established between the NATO countries provided for the Eastern European countries to hand over Soviet-designed weaponry to Ukraine in exchange for modern replacements. Addressing several key issues of the global affairs, Baerbock also spoke about Beijing's treatment of the Uyghur minority.
Ich glaube, jeder, der diese Bilder sieht, dem läuft es eiskalt den Rücken herunter, weil diese Bilder sind verstörend und erschreckend. Und sie untermauern das, was ja seit längerem bereits im Raum gestanden hat, dass in Xinjiang schwerste Menschenrechtsverletzungen begangen werden. Daher habe ich das heute im Videocall mit meinem chinesischen Kollegen auch entsprechend angesprochen.
The German foreign minister concluded by Germany agreed several circular swaps with allied countries such as Slovenia and the Czech Republic, who in turn are sending older Soviet-era tanks to Ukraine. Agency Report, Republic TV.
According to the UN Health Agency, the monkeypox outbreak that has been reported in 16 countries and several regions of the world can still be contained.
So what we know from this virus and these modes of transmission, this outbreak can still be contained, and it is the objective of the World Health Organization and member states to contain this outbreak and to stop it. The risk for the general public, therefore, appears to be low because we know that the main modes of transmission have been as described in the past.
The WHO data collated up till now showed more than 250 confirmed cases of monkeypox.
As of the 22nd of May, we've had officially reported through our member states, WHO member states, over 250 cases of confirmed and suspected cases of monkeypox from 16 countries and several WHO regions.
A top advisor to the World Health Organization said that the leading theory is that monkeypox was likely spread after sexual activity at 2 recent raves in Europe. Scientists say that it will be difficult to disentangle whether the spread is being driven by sexual activities or merely close contact. Monkeypox is a virus that originates in wild animals like rodents, primates, and occasionally jumps to people.
Most of the animals that are susceptible to monkeypox are in fact rodents. Gambian giant pouch rats, dormice, prairie dogs. Those are the types of animals from which there may be spillover, a zoonotic spillover from animals into people who may be going into the forest or who may be coming into contact with the virus through a zoonotic route.
Monkeypox belongs to the same virus family as smallpox. It also requires very close contact to spread, so it is not likely to prompt big waves of disease like COVID-19, which can be transmitted through air by people with no symptoms. Most human cases have been in Central and West Africa, and outbreaks have been relatively limited.
Countries that are reporting monkeypox now are countries that do not normally have outbreaks of monkeypox. There are several countries in which this disease is endemic. Central African Republic, Democratic Republic of the Congo, Nigeria, and Cameroon are reporting cases at the moment, and there are other countries that have reported cases in the past.
The illness was first identified by scientists in 1958 when there were 2 outbreaks of a pox-like disease in research monkeys, thus the name monkeypox. Agency Report, Republic TV.
The US measures lifted this month, in addition to relaxing limits on transfers, called for resuming the process of visas for Cubans in Havana, as well as also family reunification program to let some people on the island join relatives in the US. The measures that President Biden have taken show a non-negligible impact in the country, but slowly things are improving for Cubans. A top advisor to the South Korean president said that North Korea did not respond to Seoul's proposal to send COVID-19 vaccines to the country. Speaking on the sidelines of the World Economic Forum in Davos, the South Korean representative said that South Korea had also offered other medicines to its neighbor, but added that Seoul was still waiting for an answer on the proposal. WHO Director General Tedros was reappointed to a second 5-year term by the United Nations Health Agency's member countries. No other candidate challenged Tedros for the post amid the ongoing difficulties of responding to the devastating coronavirus pandemic. US Energy Secretary Jennifer Granholm is in Louisiana to announce another 40 million barrels of petrol to be released from the petroleum reserve. The reserve was created after the 1970s Arab oil embargo to give the United States a supply that could be used in an emergency. Palestinian foreign minister met with Turkish foreign minister in the West Bank city of Ramallah. The Palestinian foreign minister described the meeting as a conversation between friends and brothers. Turkey and Israel were once close allies, but relations grew strained under Turkish president, who is an outspoken critic of Israel's policy towards the Palestinians.
Three months after Russia's invasion of Ukraine began, Kharkiv's subway system has resumed.
Победа одна нашего города, так сказать, руководство тоже так, что организовало. Ну, просто на тех станциях еще там люди живут, наверное, на последних, а тут уже все убрали, чисто, все. Люди вот довольны все, наверное, потому что можно попасть в любой конец города.
The Ukrainian city was relentlessly shelled by Russian forces as they tried to capture it, forcing residents to shelter in metro stations across Kharkiv. Russian forces were pushed back following a Ukrainian counter-offensive.
Я очень рада, что метро открылось. Просто классно. Потому что метро это безопасно, метро это быстро. И чтобы доехать в центр, в университет, я вообще супер. Я мечтала бегом добраться. Пешком с Алексеевки не доберешься окружной. Поэтому я очень довольна.
Some overground public transport services had already resumed in Kharkiv, that happens to be Ukraine's second largest city. The metro could potentially offer relief to people struggling with the lack of fuel and the high cost of petrol.
Всю войну ждали, наконец-то дождались.
Most of the metro stations are scheduled to reopen by next week. Agency report for Republic TV.
Russian Air Force conducted a joint recon mission with its Chinese counterparts over the Asia-Pacific. The exercise happened to be carried out at the same time the Quad Summit was held in Japan. The move was seen by Japan as a possible provocation by Russia and China. Footage of the exercise was shared by Russian Ministry of Defense. The ministry mentioned how two classes of bombers in its air force patrolled over the East China Sea and the Sea of Japan. The Russian bombers were airborne for 13 hours and were reportedly escorted by Sukhoi 30SM fighter jets. The exercise was trailed by South Korean jets and Japanese jets tracing the patrol at certain points of the mission. Agency report, Republic TV. The Russian Defense Ministry released footage of what it said was the work of Russian engineering units demining the coast of the Sea of Azov near the port of Mariupol. The video showed soldiers finding and detonating unexploded ordnance. All detected shells and mines are detonated on the spot using overhead charges. In the course of work, the Uran 6 robotic demining systems are widely used to destroy mines. Over the past 24 hours, Russian armed forces hit a number of Ukraine military facilities, including one large warehouse of 155mm shells for American M77 howitzers in Razdolivka. The Russian Defense Ministry also released a footage of what it was said was the combat work of 152mm howitzers of the Western Military District. 3 months have passed since Russia began its invasion of Ukraine, and with no end in sight, those fighting continue to pay a heavy price. It is unclear how many Ukrainians have died in the combat, as the nation doesn't release figures. The president stated that up to 100 soldiers may now die every day in the east of the country. As Ukraine marks 3 months since the start of the Russian invasion, residents in the capital of Kiev commemorated those whose lives have been lost since the start of the conflict. A lawn in the square in the capital has been strewn with small Ukrainian flags, put out in tribute to those who have lost their lives since the fight broke out in February.
मोटे मोटे पत्थर फेंके गए। कल देर शाम किस तरह से हिंसा हुई है दिल्ली में। काला दिवस की कॉल को कश्मीर के लोग इसे सिरे से खारिज करते हैं, रिजेक्ट करते हैं। दिल्ली को न जलने देंगे और न ही सुलगने देंगे। एक एक तस्वीर दिल्ली से। किसान नेताओं किसान आंदोलन को यहाँ पर खत्म करेंगे, ये बड़ा सवाल है। The ongoing debate on the shivling found in Gyanvapi, the Supreme Court has stayed all matters in the lower court here in Varanasi.
औरंगजेब की वजह से पेट्रोल की कीमत में इजाफा हो गया, अकबर की वजह से कीमतें बढ़ गईं और शाहजहां की वजह से नौजवान।
Top headlines at 7 a.m. Gyanvapi complex videography and photography of the survey report will be given to both Hindu and Muslim side today. A fresh plea has been filed in the Supreme Court seeking intervention in the Gyanvapi mosque dispute. Violence broke out in Amalapuram town over the proposed renaming of the Konaseema district as B.R. Ambedkar Konaseema district. Ex-Punjab Minister Vijay Singla has been sent to police custody until 27th of May following corruption allegations against him. Pak stooge and terror convict Yassin Malik, charged under the UAPA, is likely to be sentenced today. Good morning, viewers. Thanks for tuning in. I'm Samiksha Srivastava. You're watching 7 a.m. this morning. Starting with a top story this morning coming from the US. A gunman entered an elementary school in Texas and killed 14 people and 14 children and 1 teacher. Now, as per the governor, the investigation is still underway while the gunman has been shot dead by responding officers. US President, meanwhile, Joe Biden has stated that this is high time to act strictly against such attacks. So, a shooting incident again coming to light from the US, this one coming in from Texas, where 15 people were killed in a school shooting incident. And now President Biden has responded saying such incidents will be, strict action will be taken against such incidents. Let's listen into what President Joe Biden had to say.
Good evening, fellow Americans. I'd hoped when I became president I would not have to do this again. Another massacre, Uvalde, Texas, an elementary school. Beautiful, innocent, second, third, fourth graders. And how many scores of little children who witness what happened see their friends die as if they're on a battlefield, for God's sake. They'll live with it the rest of their lives. There's a lot we don't know yet. There's a lot we do know. The parents who will never see their child again, never have them jump in bed and cuddle with them. Parents will never be the same. To lose a child is like having a piece of your soul ripped away. There's a hollowness in your chest. You feel like you're being sucked into it and never going to be able to get out. Suffocating. And it's never quite the same. It's a feeling shared by the siblings and the grandparents and the family members and the community that's left behind. Scripture says, Jill and I have talked about this in different contexts, another context. The Lord is near to the brokenhearted and saves the crushed in spirit. So many crushed spirits. So tonight, I ask the nation to pray for them. Give the parents and siblings the strength in the darkness they feel right now. As a nation, we have to ask, when in God's name are we going to stand up to the gun lobby? When in God's name we do what we all know in our gut needs to be done?
Moving on then, in latest development, ex-Punjab Minister Vijay Singla has been sent to police custody until 27th of May. The AAP leader was arrested by the anti-corruption branch of Punjab on Tuesday following corruption allegations against him and was also sacked by Chief Minister Mann from the cabinet.
In a latest development from Punjab, the Health Minister of Punjab, who was sacked over corruption charges, was sent to police custody till May 27. Dr. Vijay Singla was accused of demanding 1% commission from officials in tender allotments and procurements of goods.
मैं सारे अफसरां नूं राजनीतिक लोकां नूं ਜਾਂ ਰਸੂਖਦਾਰ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਵੀ ਹੈਗੇ ਨੇ ਚਾਹੇ ਸਾਡੇ ਆਪਣੇ ਨੇ ਚਾਹੇ ਬੇਗਾਨੇ ਨੇ ਮੈਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਇਹ ਦੱਸਣਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦਾ ਕਿ ਮੈਂ 1 ਰੁਪਏ ਦਾ ਵੀ ਭ੍ਰਿਸ਼ਟਾਚਾਰ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਬਰਦਾਸ਼ਤ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਰੂੰਗਾ ਉਹ ਆਪਣੇ ਆਪ ਹੀ ਠੀਕ ਹੋ ਜਾਣ ਨਹੀਂ ਤਾਂ ਸਖਤ ਕਾਰਵਾਈ ਲਈ ਤਿਆਰ ਰਹਿਣ
Former Health Minister of Punjab was produced before Mohali court where he was sent to the police custody for 3 days. Slamming and accusing AAP of crocodile tears, Haryana Chief Minister said that Aam Aadmi Party was a party of freebies.
इस प्रकार की ये पार्टी है, कुछ इनके बारे में कहा नहीं जा सकता। इनके कई एमएलए को तो जेल हो चुकी है, कहीं ये करप्शन के रूप में हटा रहे हैं। तो इस प्रकार से जिस पार्टी का कोई बैकग्राउंड नहीं है और उस नाते से एक मुफ्त की चीज़ें बांट करके मैं इसको कहता हूँ सिट डाउन पॉलिसी उनकी, हमारी स्टैंड अप पॉलिसी है। ये लोगों को कहते हैं मुफ्त देंगे, ये देंगे, ये देंगे, फ्री बीस के कारण से एक नारा देकर के इन्होंने पंजाब में सरकार तो बना ली है।
But AAP Supremo and Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal congratulated CM Bhagwant Mann over this decision.
किसी को इस भ्रष्टाचार का पता नहीं था, ना मीडिया को पता था, ना विपक्ष को पता था, किसी को नहीं पता था। मान साहब चाहते तो मंत्री से सेटिंग करके अपने लिए एक हिस्सा मांग सकते थे। अब तक तो ऐसे ही होता था। मान साहब चाहते मामले को दबा सकते थे, उन्होंने ऐसा नहीं किया। उन्होंने खुद ब खुद अपने मंत्री के खिलाफ एक्शन लिया। भगवंत, हमें आपके ऊपर गर्व है, पूरे पंजाब को आपके ऊपर गर्व है।
It should be noted that this isn't the first time that an AAP minister has been sacked in similar directive within months of the formation of the government. Earlier, when Kejriwal came to power in 2015, he had fired his food supplies minister Asim Ahmed Khan over corruption charge. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Now, terror convict Yasin Malik is likely to be sentenced today. Malik will face a sentencing hearing after he pleaded guilty to charges which he was charged for under the UAPA.
An NIA court is all set to hear arguments on the quantum of sentence and pronounce the sentence for Pakistani stooge Yasin Malik. This comes after Yasin Malik pleaded guilty to charges under the IPC and the UAPA and was convicted on the 19th of May. Yasin Malik has been convicted on charges of funding terror activities in the valley, being in touch with the ISI and organizing massive protests after the death of Burhan Wani in 2016. The verdict comes as a relief for those like Nirmal Khanna, the wife of late squadron leader Rakesh Khanna, who was one of the 4 IAF officers martyred at Rawalpora in January of 1990.
तहे दिल से इंडियन जुडिशरी की शुक्रगुजार हूँ और पूरे भारत को इसकी मुबारकबाद देती हूँ। यासीन मलिक को भी मुबारकबाद देती हूँ कि उसको ये मौका मिला है ज़िंदगी में कि अपना जो कहते हैं ना अमल का निबेड़ा होगा, जो हम काम करते हैं उसी का। कर्मा थ्योरी इज़ वेरी स्ट्रॉन्ग। यासीन मलिक ने सोचा था इतने गुनाह करके मैं बच गया हूँ, और साहब 32 साल उसने जीवन भी जी लिया, और क्या करना है। आज इतनी इतने गुनाह करने के बाद इतना जीवन बीत गया अगर, तो उसको तो मैं कहती हूँ बड़ी मुबारक है।
But the sponsors of Yasin Malik from across the border began a sympathy campaign. The current Foreign Minister of Pakistan, Bilawal Bhutto, called the charges against Malik as fabricated, demanding his release. Pakistani Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif called on the world to take note of Yasin Malik, who was a prisoner of politics. Meanwhile, in India, National Conference leader and ex-JNK Chief Minister Omar Abdullah was doling out advice to the convict. Yasin Malik's conviction comes in the background of a spate of Kashmiri Pandit killings. The sentence is set to ensure a semblance of justice for these Kashmiri Pandits.
Now, a Jammu and Kashmir policeman died on Tuesday when terrorists opened fire in Srinagar's Sora area. The cop sustained bullet injuries while his 7-year-old daughter got injured as well in this attack.
Jammu and Kashmir policeman Saifullah Qadri was shot dead and his 7-year-old daughter was injured by terrorists in Sora area of Srinagar. A fringe terror group took responsibility of the attack.
Targeted a cop of Jammu Kashmir police just outside his residence. He was accompanied by his 7-year-old daughter whom he was taking to the tuition center, but on way he was attacked by pistol-borne terrorists. As per the sources that he received that 8 bullets and he succumbed to the injuries there on spot, and also the daughter received bullet injuries on wrist. She is being treated at JVC Bemena, although TRF has...
The innocent, who is still fighting for life, had clung to her father when the terrorist opened fire at point-blank range.
टेररिस्ट ने मानवता के सारे हद को पार कर दिया। उस छोटी सी बच्ची जो 9 साल की थी उसको नहीं छोड़ा, उस पर भी फायर किया, वो भी जख्मी हो बेचारी, अभी हॉस्पिटल में है, स्टेबल है, ठीक है। और मैं अपने पुलिस के सारे जवानों से को आश्वासन देता हूँ जो भी टेररिस्ट इन्वॉल्व है उसको बहुत जल्दी न्यूट्रलाइज कर देंगे।
The Jammu and Kashmir police paid homage to Qadri. Qadri is the second policeman from Srinagar and third from the valley killed by terrorists in over a fortnight.
Sources do say that the cop was advised not to visit his home. They were suspecting this kind of attack, but cop did not pay heed that was coming, particularly the inputs that were coming to the Jammu and Kashmir police as far as the terror attack is concerned. He visited his home, and just outside his home, some 300 meters away from the residence, he was targeted. His daughter was targeted, who's just 7-year-old girl. With Vijay Firdoswani, I'm Zina Zishan Fazil for Republic in Srinagar.
Now, after Karti Chinagate came to light last week following the raids by the CBI, now the former UP-era minister's son, Karti Chidambaram, is all set to be questioned by the CBI.
Congress MP Karti Chidambaram has been summoned to CBI office at 11 a.m. to join the probe into allegations of facilitating visas of over 250 Chinese nationals through the back door during UPA era when his father P. Chidambaram was the Home Minister. This comes after Karti Chidambaram withdrew his plea seeking anticipatory bail plea filed in Delhi High Court on 20th May 2022. On 18th May, a CBI team arrested Karti's close aide and CAS Bhaskar Raman, who was sent to CBI custody. The visa bribery scam first came to light on 17 May 2022 when the CBI conducted simultaneous searches on the premises of Congress MP Karti P. Chidambaram and his close associates in connection. Amidst the ongoing investigation, Karti Chidambaram has issued a statement denying the allegations and alleging political vendetta. The crux of CBI FIR against Karti Chidambaram, his aide CAS Bhaskar Raman and Vikas Makharia, the then Associate Vice President of Thermal Power Plant Talwandi Sabo Power, Bell Tools Limited, is that bribes were paid and kickbacks were received for clearing visas for Chinese nationals during UPA government.
Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Amid rumours of a rift between Bihar Chief Minister Nitish Kumar and his alliance partner BJP, another wave of speculations is now making rounds in the political circle that the Bihar Chief Minister is planning to part ways with the BJP on the issue of caste census in the state. Republic TV spoke to JDU President Rajiv Ranjan Singh on the issue of growing proximity between Tejasvi and Nitish Kumar.
Chief Minister Nitish Kumar and opposition leader Tejasvi Yadav are on the same page favouring the implementation of caste-based census in Bihar. BJP still seems to be unsure.
जातीय जनगणना को लेकर जेडीयू और बीजेपी के बीच में ऊहापोह की स्थिति बनी हुई है और तेजस्वी यादव नीतीश कुमार के करीब आते दिख रहे हैं। हमारे साथ मौजूद हैं जेडीयू के राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष राजीव रंजन सिंह जी। जनगणना क्यों जरूरी?
जातीय जनगणना इसलिए जरूरी है कि आज की तारीख में जितना दावा किया जाता है उन सभी दावों को अगर जोड़ दिया जाए तो हिंदुस्तान की आबादी होनी चाहिए 400 करोड़। तो एक बार जानना तो चाहिए कि आखिर हिंदुस्तान की आबादी कितनी है और हिंदुस्तान की आबादी में किस किस समाज के लोग की क्या आबादी है, क्योंकि इसके पहले जो जातीय जनगणना हुआ वो 1931 में हुआ।
JDU leader Nitish Kumar, whose ally BJP has of late grown ambivalent over the issue, expressed confidence that all parties in the state will back the proposed move before clearance is given by the cabinet. The all-party meeting on the caste-based census in Bihar has been rescheduled for June 1st. The BJP's recent indifference has followed the Narendra Modi government's refusal to conduct the caste census nationally. Let us see if Nitish Kumar is able to gain consensus in the all-party meet. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
News in brief. Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma visited the areas affected by the recent floods and landslides in Assam's Dima Hasao. The minister held a meet with the officials assessing the damage in the area. The Aam Aadmi Party's chief ministerial candidate for the recently concluded assembly election in Uttarakhand, retired Colonel Ajay Kothiyal, joined the BJP in the presence of Chief Minister Pushkar Singh Dhami in Dehradun. Colonel Kothiyal had resigned from the Arvind Kejriwal-led party last week. Hours after Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann sacked Punjab Minister Vijay Singla over the corruption allegations, Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal said Aam Aadmi Party is the only party in the country where there is no place for corruption and corrupt people. During an investigation carried out by the Enforcement Directorate regarding charges of money laundering against Dawood Ibrahim, it was revealed that Chota Shakil was in Karachi. The individual whose family is being questioned along with raids across properties is known to be a long-time associate of Dawood Ibrahim. The Socialist Unity Centre of India staged a protest against the teacher recruitment teacher recruitment scam in West Bengal. The protest took place against discrepancies against the state government's teacher recruitments in Siliguri. Puducherry Lieutenant Governor visited an integrated farm at the Central Jail in Puducherry. Training for integrated farming, among other methods of farming, is being provided to the prisoners by the Sri Aurobindo Ashram in Puducherry. The Enforcement Directorate carried out raids against a businessman named Vishal Chaudhary at Jharkhand's Ranchi. The businessman is being considered a closed aide of Pooja Singhal, Jharkhand's former mining secretary, who was arrested earlier under the Prevention of Money Laundering Act. Two brothers named Sikka Khan from a village in Bhatinda and Sadiq Khan from Pakistan's Faisalabad met at the Atari-Wagah border. The brothers had been separated during partition and met each other after the event for the first time. The Aam Aadmi Party held a Badlav March in Himachal Pradesh's Hamirpur. The march promoted the Aam Aadmi Party as a new alternative in the state. Speakers at the World Economic Forum in Davos discussed India's economic strategy as it goes through its 75th year of independence. Named India at 75 Strategic Outlook, the segment had India's issues discussed by speakers such as Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal and Petroleum Minister Hardeep Singh Puri. A very short break. Don't go anywhere. Lots lined up for you on the other side of this very short break. A fresh plea filed in the Supreme Court seeking intervention in the Gyanvapi mosque dispute. And violence broke out in Amalapuram town over the proposed renaming of Konaseema district as B.R. Ambedkar Konaseema district.
As an amazing step for students, the University Grants Commission has allowed students to pursue 2 degrees at the same time. Amity University is the first one to implement this, and now all Amity students can avail 2 degrees together. To find out more, visit amity.edu/2 degrees.
Big raids that are being carried out by the Central Bureau of Investigation. RJD levels allegations of revenge politics. This mosque graveyard in Bucha bears testimony to the brutal acts of the Russian troops. Republic TV did a week-long investigation into the operations of the Khalistani movement here in Britain. Blatant violations that were carried out just a day before the fire. Did they really not feel the importance to inform the BMC? Republic Media Network's SIT decided to expose the dirty nexus between politics and a murky Ponzi scheme.
मोटे मोटे पत्थर फेंके गए। कल देर शाम किस तरह से हिंसा हुई है दिल्ली में। काला दिवस की कॉल को कश्मीर के लोग इसे सिरे से खारिज करते हैं, रिजेक्ट करते हैं। दिल्ली को न जलने देंगे और न ही सुलगने देंगे। एक एक तस्वीर दिल्ली से। किसान नेताओं किसान आंदोलन को यहाँ पर खत्म करेंगे, ये बड़ा सवाल है। The ongoing debate on the shivling found in Gyanvapi, the Supreme Court has stayed all matters in the lower court here in Varanasi.
Many congratulations to you for the great feat. Firstly, if I can ask you, tell us about the congratulatory messages you've been receiving.
Firstly, thank you so much. Yes, after winning this medal, I'm feeling really happy, and many people are coming forward and congratulating me. So it feels good. Especially, I got message from our Honorable Prime Minister of India, Narendra Modi ji. And even my favorite hero Salman Khan also congratulated me. So it feels good to see such messages coming and they are congratulating me.
How many hours did you practice? For all those who are watching, it's an inspiration for so many of them.
I train every day, morning 2 hours and evening 2 hours. So yeah, like morning we work on fitness and evening we work on technical and tactical work in the ring with my partners.
Yes. And if I can ask you, how much of an inspiration did you draw from Recon, and also would you also want a biopic to be made on you, the kind of journey you've had, the struggles you've been through to achieve this feat?
Yeah, like she has always been my inspiration. I always look up to her, and like whenever I see her, she inspires me to do and continue working hard for my dream to be winning medal for my country. And I never thought about it about my biopic, because as I said in my recent interviews also, that I didn't achieve that much in my life. This is just a start, and yeah, I'm happy that I won World Championship gold medal. But still, as I said, my ultimate goal is Olympic medal. So when I will win Olympic medal, once the Olympic medal will be in my hand, then only I'll think about it.
Nikhat, also tell us, what are your plans from here on? What is the next thing that you're looking at?
Currently I'm looking at Commonwealth Games. Now I'll be start preparing for Commonwealth. So yeah, so that's right now my focus will be on that only.
Talk to us the kind of challenges and kind of hurdles that need to be overcome to get more such awards back home.
Yeah, it wasn't easy for me, because my journey has been like a roller coaster to me, all the ups and downs. But still, I never gave up on myself. I always took that in a positive way, and I kept working hard. And I know one day I will achieve my dream of winning medal for my country at World Championship and Olympics.
Well, absolutely. Nikhat, so thank you so much for speaking to us, and all the best to you for your future endeavors. Well, viewers, that's all we had for you in this edition of our broadcast. Don't go anywhere. World This Morning coming up on the other side. The death toll from the shooting at a Texas elementary school rises to 21. More details on the other side. And Tedros re-elected as WHO chief for second 5-year term.
Reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what
is knowledge. I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
As an amazing step for students, the University Grants Commission has allowed students to pursue 2 degrees at the same time. Amity University is the first one to implement this, and now all Amity students can avail 2 degrees together. To find out more, visit amity.edu/2 degrees.
Barricades come in, we are just going to move few more steps. Delhi police officials coming here, more and more officials arriving on the spot. This is not only about a blast happening in the national capital.
नरेंद्र मोदी खुद पहुंचे, भारत के प्रधानमंत्री स्टेज पे डोनाल्ड ट्रंप को नीचे लाने के लिए। जो बॉनहोमी है ये दोनों के बीच में दिख रही है। हम इस समय अंदर गलियों की तरफ अब हम जा रहे हैं। CISF की कंपनी के साथ दिल्ली पुलिस के वरिष्ठ अधिकारी यहाँ पर लोगों को समझा रहे हैं। Just showing you the cavalcade of the UP Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath on the tarmac of the Amosi Airport live. आप देख रहे हैं Rapid Action Force has taken a complete command of the situation. More forces are being moved in. Delhi police officials are present here. We are live. Big raids that are being carried out by the Central Bureau of Investigation. RJD levels allegations of revenge politics. This mass graveyard in Bucha bears testimony to the brutal acts of the Russian troops. Republic TV did a week-long investigation into the operations of the Khalistani movement here in Britain. Blatant violations that were carried out just a day before the fire. Did they really not feel the importance to inform the BMC? Republic Media Network's SIT decided to expose the dirty nexus between politics and a murky Ponzi scheme.
Death toll from shooting at Texas elementary school rises to 18 children and 3 adults. US President Joe Biden calls for new restrictions on firearms after gunman opens fire at Texas elementary school. Tedros Ghebreyesus re-elected as WHO chief for second 5-year term. Hungary's Prime Minister declares legal state of danger in response to Russia's war in Ukraine. In Albania, at least 10 officers and 2 civilians injured in clashes with Dutch and Italian soccer fans a day ahead of the Europa Conference League final. Welcome to this edition of The World This Morning. And our top story, a gunman entered an elementary school in Texas, killing 18 children and 3 adults. As per the governor, the investigation is underway, while the gunman has been shot dead by responding officers. US President Joe Biden has condemned the shooting.
Good evening, fellow Americans. I'd hoped when I became president, I would not have to do this again. Another massacre, Uvalde, Texas, an elementary school. Beautiful, innocent, second, third, fourth graders. And how many scores of little children who witness what happened see their friends die as if they're on a battlefield, for God's sake. They'll live with it the rest of their lives. There's a lot we don't know yet. There's a lot we do know. The parents who will never see their child again, never have them jump in bed and cuddle with them. Parents who will never be the same. To lose a child is like having a piece of your soul ripped away. There's a hollowness in your chest. You feel like you're being sucked into it and never going to be able to get out. Suffocating. And it's never quite the same. It's a feeling shared by the siblings and the grandparents and the family members and the community that's left behind. Scripture says, Jill and I have talked about this in different contexts, in other contexts. The Lord is near to the brokenhearted and saves the crushed in spirit. So many crushed spirits. So tonight, I ask the nation to pray for them, give the parents and siblings the strength in the darkness they feel right now. As a nation, we have to ask, when in God's name are we going to stand up to the gun lobby? When in God's name we do what we all know in our gut needs to be done?
21 in the Texas shooting, leaving families distraught. And as latest reports come in of 21 having lost their lives.
"14 children and 1 teacher were killed in a shooting at Texas elementary school Tuesday, and the 18-year-old gunman was dead. The Texas governor said that a gunman opened fire at the elementary school about 85 miles west of San Antonio.
The shooter was Salvador Romas, an 18-year-old male who resided in Uvalde. It's believed that he abandoned his vehicle and entered into the Robb Elementary School in Uvalde with a handgun, and he may have also had a rifle, but that is not yet confirmed according to my most recent report. He shot and killed horrifically, incomprehensibly, 14 students and killed a teacher. Mr. Romas, the shooter, he himself is deceased.
The gunman was a resident of the community and entered the school with a handgun and possibly a rifle and opened fire. The governor said the shooter was likely killed by responding officers, but that the events were still being investigated. This was the deadliest school shooting since the shooting that took place in Sandy Hook Elementary School in the year 2012. Agency report, Republic TV.
And these are live visuals of the incident in which we're talking about the worst shootout in a decade. A gunman entering an elementary school in Texas, killing children and adults in a random shooting. As per latest reports, 21 people have lost their lives as per the governor. Investigations are underway while the gunman has been shot dead by responding officers. The US president has condemned the shooting and called for stricter gun laws. And among the dead are children, elementary school children, as well as teachers.
These are live visuals from outside the Texas school where the incident took place. The gunman himself has been killed by security forces. And these are live visuals of the elementary school where the deadly shootout took place. A gunman opening fire on the children inside the elementary school. And the US President expressing grief over the incident. And death toll has risen to 21 as per latest reports, leaving families distraught and mourning the loss of little children of grades 4 and 3. As the US President said, the US President himself expressing his grief. And these are live visuals from outside the Texas elementary school where a lone gunman opened fire on everyone inside.
Good evening, fellow Americans. I had hoped when I became president I would not have to do this again. Another massacre, Uvalde, Texas, an elementary school. Beautiful, innocent, second, third, fourth graders. And how many scores of little children who witness what happened see their friends die as if they're on a battlefield, for God's sake. They'll live with it the rest of their lives. There's a lot we don't know yet. There's a lot we do know. The parents who will never see their child again, never have them jump in bed and cuddle with them. Parents will never be the same. To lose a child is like having a piece of your soul ripped away. There's a hollowness in your chest. You feel like you're being sucked into it and never going to be able to get out. Suffocating. It's never quite the same. It's a feeling shared by the siblings and the grandparents and the family members and the community that's left behind. Scripture says, Jill and I have talked about this in different contexts, in other contexts. The Lord is near to the brokenhearted and saves the crushed in spirit. So many crushed spirits. So tonight, I ask the nation to pray for them. Give the parents and siblings the strength in the darkness they feel right now. As a nation, we have to ask, when in God's name are we going to stand up to the gun lobby? When in God's name we do what we all know in our gut needs to be done?
The UN Health Agency says that the monkeypox outbreak that has been reported in 16 countries and several regions of the world can still be contained, and the overall risk of transmission is low. Take a look at this detailed report to know more.
According to the UN Health Agency, the monkeypox outbreak that has been reported in 16 countries and several regions of the world can still be contained.
So what we know from this virus and these modes of transmission, this outbreak can still be contained, and it is the objective of the World Health Organization and member states to contain this outbreak and to stop it. The risk for the general public, therefore, appears to be low because we know that the main modes of transmission have been as described in the past.
The WHO data collated up till now showed more than 250 confirmed cases of monkeypox.
As of the 22nd of May, we've had officially reported through our member states, WHO member states, over 250 cases of confirmed and suspected cases of monkeypox from 16 countries and several WHO regions.
A top advisor to the World Health Organization said that the leading theory is that monkeypox was likely spread after sexual activity at 2 recent raves in Europe. Scientists say that it will be difficult to disentangle whether the spread is being driven by sexual activities or merely close contact. Monkeypox is a virus that originates in wild animals like rodents, primates, and occasionally jumps to people.
Most of the animals that are susceptible to monkeypox are in fact rodents. Gambian giant pouch rats, dormice, prairie dogs. Those are the types of animals from which there may be spillover, a zoonotic spillover from animals into people who may be going into the forest or who may be coming into contact with the virus through a zoonotic route.
Monkeypox belongs to the same virus family as smallpox. It also requires very close contact to spread, so it is not likely to prompt big waves of disease like COVID-19, which can be transmitted through air by people with no symptoms. Most human cases have been in Central and West Africa, and outbreaks have been relatively limited.
Countries that are reporting monkeypox now are countries that do not normally have outbreaks of monkeypox. There are several countries in which this disease is endemic. Central African Republic, Democratic Republic of the Congo, Nigeria, and Cameroon are reporting cases at the moment, and there are other countries that have reported cases in the past.
The illness was first identified by scientists in 1958 when there were 2 outbreaks of a pox-like disease in research monkeys, thus the name monkeypox. Agency report, Republic TV.
The Taliban has announced a deal with a company from the UAE to manage 3 airports in the country. The airports in question also include the one at the country's capital in Kabul.
The Taliban announced a deal with an Emirati company allowing them to manage 3 airports in Afghanistan.
بعد لډیره وخت څخه چې کومه د اناوردي او د قرارداد په هکله د څه خبره روانه وه الحمدلله نن انتهایی دغه ته رسېدلي سره یعنې توافق شوی دی.
The United Arab Emirates, however, did not immediately acknowledge the deal. The Abu Dhabi-based firm GAAC Solutions has been given the rights to manage airports in Herat, Kabul and Kandahar. The decision was announced at a news conference in Kabul in which they signed the deal with an individual they identified as a managing director for GAAC. Also on hand was Mullah Abdul Ghani Baradar, the Taliban-appointed deputy prime minister, who described the arrangement as renewing an airport ground handling agreement with the UAE. During the signing ceremony, Afghanistan's new prime minister said that the Taliban wanted good relations with all countries and called on investors to come and invest in Afghanistan. He insisted the Taliban government would provide facilities and security for them. Agency report for Republic TV.
A 10-storied commercial building that was still under construction collapsed in the southwestern Iranian city of Abadan.
A 10-story commercial building that was still under construction collapsed in the southwestern Iranian city of Abadan. So far, 10 casualties have been reported. There were fears the casualty toll could be much higher, as more than 80 people were still believed trapped under the rubble after the Metropole building toppled. The report gave no reason for the collapse, which happened during a sandstorm.
تمام این ماشینایی که دور اطراف بود داخل فری 11 که رفت نداشت بود شد شیشه ماشینم بود شد.
Rescue workers from neighboring cities rushed to Abadan to help. An investigation is underway. Iran's President Ibrahim Raisi offered his condolences and asked local authorities to get to the bottom of the case. Agency report, Republic TV.
The Russian Defense Ministry released footage of what is said is the work of Russian engineering units demining the coast of the Sea of Azov near the port of Mariupol. The video shows soldiers finding and detonating unexploded ordnance. All detected shells and mines are detonated on the spot using overhead charges. In the course of the work, the Uran-6 robotic demining systems are widely used to destroy mines. Over the past 24 hours, Russian armed forces have hit a number of Ukrainian military facilities, including one large warehouse of 155mm shells for American M777 howitzers in Razdolivka. The Russian Defense Ministry also released footage of what it said was the combat work of the 152mm howitzers, MSTA-B of the Western Military District. 3 months have passed since Russia began its invasion of Ukraine. With no end in sight, those fighting continue to pay a high price. It is unclear how many Ukrainians have died in combat, as the nation does not release figures. The president stated that up to 100 soldiers may now die every day in the east of the country. As Ukraine marks 3 months since the start of the Russian invasion, residents in the capital of Kyiv commemorated those who have been lost since the start of the conflict. A lawn in a square in the capital has been strewn with small Ukrainian flags, put out in tribute to those who have lost their lives since the fighting broke out in February. Many Russians are reeling from the financial blows and isolation of the war on Ukraine. Moscow's vast shopping malls have turned into eerie expanses of shuttered storefronts once occupied by Western retailers. And coming up next, Hungary PM declares a legal state of danger in response to Russia's war in Ukraine. Also, stage set for May 29th Champions League final clash between Real Madrid and Liverpool.
China there, flown its jets at the Quad venue. The defense minister of Japan said that the move by Russia and China was likely a provocation.
The Chinese getting jittery. They have called Quad the Asian NATO, indulging in this provocative act. Are the Chinese really taking on the Americans? Behind me is the Eisenhower building next to the White House, where the meeting took place between Prime Minister Modi and Vice President Kamala Harris. ये खालिस्तान प्रोटेस्ट जो है, गुलाम नबी फाई यहाँ पे मौजूद है और हमने इनको एक्सपोज कर दिया है. Situation under control in Jahangirpur area. Prompt police action really averted a situation which could have gone out of hand. This is the biggest stadium in the world. For President Trump, this is going to be the biggest political event.
barricades come in, we are just going to move few more steps. Delhi police officials coming here, more and more officials arriving on the spot. This is not only about a blast happening in the national capital.
नरेंद्र मोदी खुद पहुंचे, भारत के प्रधानमंत्री स्टेज पे डोनाल्ड ट्रंप को नीचे लाने के लिए। जो बॉनहोमी है ये दोनों के बीच में दिख रही है। हम इस समय अंदर गलियों की तरफ अब हम जा रहे हैं। CISF की कंपनी के साथ दिल्ली पुलिस के वरिष्ठ अधिकारी यहाँ पर लोगों को समझा रहे हैं। Just showing you the cavalcade of the UP Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath on the tarmac of the Amosi Airport live. आप देख रहे हैं Rapid Action Force has taken a complete command of the situation. More forces are being moved in. Delhi police officials are present here. We are live.
In other news on World This Morning, Russia's Air Force carried out a joint recon operation with China over the East China Sea and the Sea of Japan. The exercise was held at the same time that the Quad Summit was being held in Japan, sparking fears of a provocation by China and Russia.
Russian Air Force conducted a joint recon mission with its Chinese counterparts over the Asia-Pacific. The exercise happened to be carried out at the same time the Quad Summit was held in Japan. The move was seen by Japan as a possible provocation by Russia and China. Footage of the exercise was shared by Russian Ministry of Defense. The ministry mentioned how two classes of bombers in its air force patrolled over the East China Sea and the Sea of Japan. The Russian bombers were airborne for 13 hours and were reportedly escorted by Sukhoi 30SM fighter jets. The exercise was trailed by South Korean jets and Japanese jets tracing the patrol at certain points of the mission. Agency report, Republic TV.
In football, Real Madrid continues preparations for Saturday's Champions League final against Liverpool with a training session at their headquarters in Valdebebas.
Real Madrid continued preparations for upcoming Champions League final against Liverpool with a training session at their headquarters in Valdebebas. Ancelotti's side, who had faced English clubs in the previous two rounds of the competition, produced dramatic comebacks to a knockout both defending champions Chelsea and Manchester City in extra time.
Creo que Liverpool en este tramo en este periodo ha hecho muy bien en la Champions, ha ganado una Champions, ha llegado a la final contra Real Madrid, juega una otra final, lo está haciendo muy bien. No estamos ilusionados de jugar una final contra Liverpool porque creo que va a ser una final entretenida, igualada.
Real Madrid and Liverpool last met in the quarterfinals of the last season's Champions League, with the Spanish club winning with a good margin.
Nada, la ilusión es grande, la motivación es grande, jugamos el partido más importante del fútbol mundial, vamos a darlo todo. También tenemos que decir que este equipo, este club llega a la quinta final en 8 años, hoy el día de la...
The game at the Stadium of the France in Paris will be the team's 17th appearance in the final of European club in the football's Premier League competition. As the club has high hopes of adding to the record of 13 titles, will the famed club be able to clinch the title? It remains to be seen. Agency report, Republic TV.
Well, that's all we have for you in World This Morning. But coming up next on Morning Express, Yasin Malik to be sentenced today. The terror convict and Pakistani stooge is charged under the UAPA.
the question, this time very clearly, no answers from him. Our keys continue to be with his men. We faced intimidation here. What we have to see is what action will really be taken here in this case. We've been trying to get in touch with you and ask you several questions on the land deals that you had along with Priyanka Vadra and Robert Vadra. Why are you trying to avoid the camera, sir? Hanging of the rapist has been confirmed. Court has said all the evidence had already been seen at the trial court, at the high court and the top court of the country. They're not going to go into it again. Once again trying to get in a word with Mr. Vijay Mallya. Persistently been asking you only one question. Mallya, why did you escape in 2015? Do you not think the decorum of the court and the dignity needed to be maintained with the kind of language you use? Republic TV gets you the first words from Khabar Qureshi.
China there, flown its jets at the Quad venue. The defense minister of Japan said that the move by Russia and China was likely a provocation.
The Chinese getting jittery. They have called Quad the Asian NATO. Indulging in this provocative act, are the Chinese really taking on the Americans? Behind me is the Eisenhower building next to the White House, where the meeting took place between Prime Minister Modi and Vice President Kamala Harris. ये खालिस्तान प्रोटेस्ट जो है, गुलाम नबी फाई यहाँ पे मौजूद है और हमने इनको एक्सपोज कर दिया है. Situation under control in Jahangirpur area. Prompt police action really averted a situation which could have gone out of hand. This is the biggest stadium in the world.
Top headlines at 8 a.m. The death toll from the shooting at a Texas elementary school rises to 21, including 18 children and 3 adults. Gyanvapi complex videography and photography of the survey will be given to both Hindu and Muslim side today. A fresh plea filed in the Supreme Court seeking intervention in the Gyanvapi mosque dispute. Violence broke out in Amalapuram town over the proposed renaming of the Konaseema district as B.R. Ambedkar Konaseema district. Ex-Punjab Minister Vijay Singla has been sent to police custody until 27th of May following corruption allegations against him. Park stooge and terror convict Yasin Malik charged under the UAPA likely to be sentenced today. Good morning, viewers. Thanks for tuning in. You're watching the Morning Express and I'm Samiksha Srivastava. Starting with our top story, the shocking incident coming to light from the US. A gunman entered an elementary school in Texas and killed 18 children and 3 adults. As per the governor, the investigation is still underway while the gunman has been shot dead by the responding officers.
"14 children and 1 teacher were killed in a shooting at Texas elementary school Tuesday, and the 18-year-old gunman was dead." The Texas governor said that a gunman opened fire at the elementary school about 85 miles west of San Antonio.
The shooter was Salvador Romas, an 18-year-old male who resided in Uvalde. It's believed that he abandoned his vehicle and entered into the Robb Elementary School in Uvalde with a handgun, and he may have also had a rifle, but that is not yet confirmed according to my most recent report. He shot and killed horrifically, incomprehensibly, 14 students and killed a teacher. Mr. Romas, the shooter, he himself is deceased.
The gunman was a resident of the community and entered the school with a handgun and possibly a rifle and opened fire. The governor said the shooter was likely killed by responding officers, but that the events were still being investigated. This was the deadliest school shooting since the shooting that took place in Sandy Hook Elementary School in the year 2012. Agency Report, Republic TV.
Nobody's telling me anything. Nobody's telling me anything. And one of the parents were saying that there's kids possibly held at the funeral home, and that's what brought me over here to find out what's going on. And
good evening, fellow Americans. I'd hoped when I became president I would not have to do this again. Another massacre, Uvalde, Texas, an elementary school. Beautiful, innocent, second, third, fourth graders. And how many scores of little children who witnessed what happened see their friends die as if they're on a battlefield, for God's sake. They'll live with it the rest of their lives. There's a lot we don't know yet. There's a lot we do know. The parents who will never see their child again, never have them jump in bed and cuddle with them. Parents who will never be the same. To lose a child is like having a piece of your soul ripped away. There's a hollowness in your chest. You feel like you're being sucked into it and never going to be able to get out. Suffocating. And it's never quite the same. It's a feeling shared by the siblings and the grandparents and the family members and the community that's left behind. Scripture says, Jill and I have talked about this in different contexts, another context. The Lord is near to the brokenhearted and saves the crushed in spirit. So many crushed spirits. So tonight, I ask the nation to pray for them. Give the parents and siblings the strength in the darkness they feel right now. As a nation, we have to ask, when in God's name are we going to stand up to the gun lobby? When in God's name we do what we all know in our gut needs to be done?
Now, it is the deadliest school shooting in Texas history that led families distraught. Women could be seen sobbing near the scene of the Texas school shooting. Take a look. And in the visuals, you can see how the deadliest, it is in fact the deadliest school shooting in Texas history that has left the families distraught. Women can be, as you can see on those on your screens, the women can be seen wailing and sobbing after the shocking incident which led 21 people dead. And even the NBA paid tribute to the victims of the shootout. The Dallas Mavericks and the Golden State Warriors paid tribute to the victims of a shooting at an elementary school in Texas. The teams held a moment of silence as well before Game 4 of the Western Conference Finals.
We mourn with their families and friends and the entire community after this unspeakable tragedy. Thank you.
And these are the live shots that are coming in of the incident, the shocking mass shooting incident that happened in Texas. The latest what we are told is that the death toll has risen to 23. Remember, it's the worst school shootout incident to have happened since 2012. And as you can see on your screens, it's 23 people in the latest we are told are dead as a result of the mass shooting that happened in this Texas school. Remember another such incident that happened in 2012, a massacre in Newtown that led 19 students and 2 adults dead. And this is another one that is coming to light now from the Texas, where the shocking incident shootout led 23 people dead. And President Biden also expressed condolences and also said that the government that must stand up against the gun lobby. That's the word that's coming in by President Joe Biden. In fact, just a short while back, Kamala Harris, the Vice President of the US, also expressed condolences and called for tough action against this. As US President called for restrictions and for people to stand up against the gun lobby, the shooting incident, remember, comes days before the National Rifle Association annual convention that was set to begin in Houston, but will, according to reports, the school shooting is just latest act of gun violence in Texas, and other incidents in the last 5 years have not prompted any sort of restriction on who can access guns in the Republican-controlled state.
What are we doing? Just days after a shooter walked into a grocery store to gun down African American patrons, we have another Sandy Hook on our hands. What are we doing? There have been more mass shootings than days in the year. Our kids are living in fear every single time they set foot in a classroom because they think they're going to be next. What are we doing? Why do you spend all this time running for the United States Senate? Why do you go through all the hassle of getting this job, of putting yourself in a position of authority, if your answer is that as this slaughter increases, as our kids run for their lives, we do nothing? What are we doing? Why are you here? If not to solve a problem as existential as this. This isn't inevitable. These kids weren't unlucky. This only happens in this country and nowhere else. Nowhere else do little kids go to school thinking that they might be shot that day. Nowhere else do parents have to talk to their kids, as I have had to do, about why they got locked into a bathroom and told to be quiet for 5 minutes just in case a bad man entered that building. Nowhere else does that happen except here in the United States of America, and it is a choice. It is our choice to let it continue. What are we doing? In Sandy Hook Elementary School, after those kids came back into those classrooms, they had to adopt a practice in which there would be a safe word that the kids would say if they started to get thoughts in their brain about what they saw that day.
As of now, we're still working on this active investigation. Once we're able to provide information to the families, we will do so. First and foremost, obviously, our priorities is to get information to our families and give them some information. So please bear with us in regards to that. Secondly, once we do get some information that we can release to the public, we will be doing that. So please know, once we do get some information, we will share that with you and call another press conference. Let me assure you, the intruder is deceased, and we are not actively looking for another individual or any other suspects in this case. We definitely ask you all to keep the families that are involved in your prayers.
And as you can see in those visuals, the death toll, of course, the latest what you're told, has now risen to 23. Remember, an 18-year-old gunman opened fire on Tuesday at a Texas elementary school, and the death toll, as a result of which, has now risen to 23. The gunman, meanwhile, the 18-year-old gunman, was shot dead. It is the deadliest shooting at the U.S. grade school since the shocking attack at Sandy Hook Elementary in Newton, Connecticut, almost a decade ago. And as you can see in those visuals also, are now reports saying that the suspect killed grandmother before shooting at the children in this particular school. So now reports emerging that the suspect killed his grandmother before shooting at the children at this elementary school. So now the latest what we are told is that the death toll has risen to 23. 18 children and 3 adults are also the ones to have died in this shocking massacre that happened. The gunman entered the elementary school with a handgun and possibly a rifle. And officials, meanwhile, have not revealed a motive for the shooting, but the shooter has been identified as Salvador Ramos and said that he was a resident of the community that's about 85 miles, which is 135 kilometers west of San Antonio. So, shocking news coming in that the shooter killed grandmother before killing those in the elementary school. While the investigation is underway, US President Joe Biden also condemned the shocking incident and called for a tough action. Kamala Harris also expressed her condolences. Of course, condolences pouring in from all parts of the country. But this is a very shocking incident because remember, this is the deadliest incident to have happened since the 2012 massacre in Newtown that killed 19 students and 2 adults. Similar incident that happened in 2012 as well, which killed 19 students and 2 adults. Remember, another such mass shooting incident happened on May 14th as well in Buffalo, New York, where the gunman killed 10 people, and now this incident coming to light from Texas. So shocking updates coming in by the minute of this Texas shooting, where we are now told that the shooter killed his grandmother before the school, and the shooter was wearing a body armor, we are told, and that he used an AR-15 rifle in this particular attack. And we'll try and get more information as to the investigation so far in this particular incident. But remember, President Biden has also ordered flags at that will fly at half-mast after this Texas shooting. In fact, on that note, let's listen into what the US Vice President Kamala Harris had to say just a short while back.
Please sit, everyone. Thank you. Thank you. What an incredible room. And Judy Chu, thank you for that introduction and for your leadership on so many levels. Tonight's a rough night. We planned for a great celebration, but I'm sure most of you have heard the tragic news about what has happened in Texas. So I had prepared comments about tonight, which I will speak, but I just first want to begin by saying a few words about the tragedy that occurred today in Uvalde, Texas. As many of you know, the reports are that it was a mass shooting at an elementary school. And the preliminary reports are that 14 children have been killed. And the details are still coming in, and of course the President and I are monitoring the situation closely. So while we don't know all the details yet, we do know that there are parents who have lost children, families that have lost children, and their loved ones, of course, and many others who may have been injured.
So Kamala Harris there also calling for stern action. This horrific mass shooting at Texas elementary school, remember, has killed 23 people so far, and which also includes the gunman. It has sparked a massive outrage as well and calls for gun control in the US as well. So now chorus growing for stronger existing gun laws in the US, and US President Joe Biden also condemning this shocking and horrific incident that has come to light from the US, because this is not the first incident to have happened in the US. Many such incidents of shootings have happened in recent past. In fact, over the years, we've seen how many shooters have gone on a rampage and has killed several people. And now this particular incident, which is being said to be the worst in decades, US President also condemning the Texas firing and saying that stern action will be taken. But as of now, the shocking updates that are coming in say that the shooter was wearing a body armor and that he killed his grandmother before this shocking incident, before the shootout at this elementary school. So 23 people are dead so far. It is the deadliest school shooting attack since the 2012 incident to have happened. And the latest being, of course, the 18-year-old gunman, of course, who was killed, and President Biden calling for tough action. And as we heard Kamala Harris there also saying that strict and stringent action would be taken. But while we speak of the stern action and the need to for stricter gun laws in US, we have been seeing the visuals of the crying, the wailing people who have lost their near and dear ones in the shocking incident that happened in the US. So chorus now growing for stricter existing gun laws in the US. And some of the more details that are now coming to light indicate that the shooter killed his grandmother as well, and that, of course, the 18-year-old shooter was also dead in this particular incident. We are yet to get more updates on that, but it is a deadly shooting incident to have happened in Texas, in which 23 people are dead so far. And the Texas authorities, meanwhile, have also initiated a probe and investigation into this particular incident. These are the live visuals, as you can see on your screens, live coming from Texas. And the family of those who lost their lives, they are wailing and crying, sobbing over the death of their near and dear ones. So a very, very horrific incident coming to light. President Biden condemning the incident, but also being said that it is high time to stand up against the gun lobby, the existing gun laws in the state of US, which probably has led to many such incidents, because now what the chorus is growing for is stricter gun laws in the US. So a very, very horrific incident coming to light, the worst incident to have happened in decades, a massacre, the Texas shooting massacre that has led 23 people dead, and Biden ordering flags at half-mast. 18-year-old, the prime suspect, was also dead in this particular shootout incident that happened in the elementary school of Texas. And as we heard Kamala Harris there as well, condemning the whole incident and saying that we must take a stand after Texas shooting. Kamala Harris saying that it was a terrible incident and saying that strict action would be taken, and also expressing condolences to the families of all those who lost their near and dear ones. Well, we'll continue our coverage on the other side as well, but time to slip into a very short break for now.
As an amazing step for students, the University Grants Commission has allowed students to pursue 2 degrees at the same time. Amity University is the first one to implement this, and now all Amity students can avail 2 degrees together. To find out more, visit amity.edu/2 degrees.
औरंगजेब की वजह से पेट्रोल की कीमत में इजाफा हो गया, अकबर की वजह से कीमतें बढ़ गईं और शाहजहां की वजह से नौजवान बेरोजगार। प्रधानमंत्री जिम्मेदारी नहीं है इसकी, मुगल जिम्मेदार।
Prime Minister speaks at the Bloomberg Business Forum. He, of course, will try to highlight India's 5 trillion economy dream and essential supplies and adequate supplies. And that is the biggest that we have from the APMCR. Raj Thackeray is not backing down, and supporters of Raj Thackeray have used the loudspeaker to send a message. They're trying to stop us from reporting. Today has picked up Arnab Goswami from his house, dragged him out, assaulted him physically. This is the Abhignya Tower in Parel, Mumbai, where the fire was reported, and their entire effort has been to somehow burst down the flames.
answered the question this time very clearly. No answers from him. Keys continue to be with his men.
And the visuals we are showing to you right now is of the 18-year-old Salvador Ramos, identified by the law enforcement sources, who opened fire in this elementary school. And the visuals are there. The second visual shows you of the rifle he carried along with him. In fact, the latest what we are told as per reports is that the shooter, the visual of which is on your screens right now, he posted photos of his guns on Instagram. And shortly before, or just before the shooting, he also texted a girl. He vaguely knew, hinting that he was planning an attack. So it was a planned attack, and the gunman, as you can see the visuals on your screens as well, of the 18-year-old who texted a girl just before he carried out this attack, identified as Ramos. He tagged this girl in a photo of his guns. And that's a mass being held for those who died in this horrific attack. A special mass that is being conducted for those who died in this terrible attack, which led to 23 deaths. These are the live visuals that are coming in from Texas, US, a special prayer service that is being held for the grieving families. Remember, 23 lives have been lost in this shocking shooting incident that has been reported from US, Texas. And some more details that are now emerging is that the shooter, the 18-year-old, identified as Ramos, he texted a girl just before he carried out this attack, this shooting. He texted her on a social media network and posted some visual pictures of his guns as well, to which the girl replied that she was very skeptical and that it's just scary, and said that I barely know you and you tagged me in a picture with some guns. So a girl who the gunman barely knew, he texted that girl with a poster and sent her the pictures of his guns as well, saying that I got little secret, I want to tell you, be grateful I tagged you. To which the girl replied, no, it's just scary, and said that I barely know you and you tagged me in a picture with some guns, which also goes on to point the kind of psychosis that this man was going through when he, before he carried out this particular shocking incident. So the latest, as you can see on your screens, the special prayer service that is being conducted for all the lives that have been lost in this terrible incident reported from Texas. The 18-year-old who's been identified as Salvador Ramos has also died.
Is following up this news because we need to tell our stories, and in people listening to them is a hope that we can have different kind of way of looking at life, that each life is precious, that everyone is a piece of art, and that if there are people, brothers and sisters, people who need help, we need to help them so that they will not destroy life, human life. Also is the opportunity to put people at the front, the person first, not things, houses, travelings, and pets that they are creation from God too, and all that. But first, people. If that is not at the center of our lives, we will undermine the beautiful work of God in creating us to His image. And we're going through this now. And families are really, I mean, they were not able to say much. They were saying, pray. Could you pray? Could you pray, please? Pray for us. Pray for my child. That's it.
And that's when you went to visit them at the hospital?
Yes, at the hospital and also at the Civic Center. That's the only thing that they are in shock. But it is because it's hard to believe that a little one, and we have some tonight here, as a reminder that how they will cause harm. But It's hard to figure out. It is. But what we are doing in prayer, and many other groups and many other groups of people of goodwill are supporting one another at this time with the hope that our strength will carry somebody through in some way. I don't know how, and there are many ways, and we can be very creative, but we need to carry each other forward. And we leaders, and I include myself, if this is an examination of conscience, what have not we done to build up humanity? No towers, no buildings, not spectacular things, no Disneylands. We need to build up people's lives, families, marriages, relationships, humanity.
Take me through tonight's service. How does that change or been different for you?
Well, to know that many people, we put together this a couple of hours before the celebration of the Mass, but people are expressing in prayer with tears. One person who went to meet me at the altar said, I transported the children from the school to the hospital. You can imagine the impressions that she has. She didn't share them with me tonight. But we need to give opportunities to people. This is one of many. This will be multiplied. We're going to have counselors here and food and people they need, the families. They need finances. They need something about housing. We're going to help in any way possible. But the point is, are we willing to stand and place people first?
Would you say that's the main message in tonight's service?
Oh, I think so. Because God wants to shine in us. God wants to live through us. And we are blocking that beauty, that goodness, that truth. Like what happened, the tragical situation, but I live in San Antonio, but.
So, prayer service that is being held for all those who died in this shocking Texas shooting incident. Remember, 23 people have died so far. The death toll has risen to 23. President Biden also saying that strict action will be taken. We'll get you all the updates on the other side. Stay tuned. Headlines at 8:30. The death toll from the shooting at Texas elementary school rises to 23, including 18 children and 3 adults. Gyanvapi complex videography and photography of the survey report to be given to both Hindu and Muslim side today. Fresh plea filed in the Supreme Court seeking intervention in the Gyanvapi mosque dispute. Violence broke out in Amlapuram town over the proposed renaming of the Konaseema district as B.R. Ambedkar Konaseema district. Ex-Punjab Minister Vijay Singla has sent to police custody until 27th of May following corruption allegations against him. Pakistan's stooge and terror convict Yasin Malik, charged under the UAPA, is likely to be sentenced today. And our focus remains the shocking shooting incident that happened in Texas. The shocking incident, it's the worst school shootout to have happened in a decade. Remember, 23 people were killed in this Texas mass shooting. The visuals on your screens as well of the crying, sobbing, the mourning family of all those deceased in this shocking shooting incident that has happened. A press service that was also held just a short while back for those who lost their lives in this shocking incident. And the gunman has been identified as an 18-year-old, identified as Salvador Ramos. He has been identified by the law enforcement sources as Rob. Remember, we are also told is that he posted photos of his guns just before he carried out this attack. The live visuals we are also getting to you right now of the family that is mourning after they lost their near and dear ones in this particular terrible attack. The visual there on your screens of the shooter who carried out this attack at the elementary school in Texas, and the photos of his guns as well, which he used to carry out this attack. So the latest what we are told is that he also killed his grandmother before carrying out this shocking attack in this elementary school. We will get you live coverage from Texas. As of now, the latest what we are told is that the shooter, he posted on social media the pictures of his guns and even texted a girl, an acquaintance, just before he carried out the attack. He sent a message to a particular girl and told her that he has sent her pictures of his guns and hinted that he was planning to carry out an attack, to which the girl said that it is scary and that she barely knew the shooter, and also asked why he had sent her the pictures of these guns. So the visuals on your screens of the guns that were used in the shooting, and there you have the family that is wailing and sobbing over the death of their near and dear ones.
I'm not going to talk about basketball. Nothing's happened with our team in the last 6 hours. We're going to start the same way tonight. Any basketball questions don't matter. Since we left shoot-around, 14 children were killed 400 miles from here, and a teacher. And in the last 10 days, we've had elderly black people killed in a supermarket in Buffalo. We've had Asian churchgoers killed in Southern California, and now we have children murdered at school. When are we going to do something? I'm tired. I'm so tired of getting up here and offering condolences to the devastated families that are out there. I'm so tired of I'm tired of the moments of silence. Enough.
And we also have guests joining us on the broadcast. We have Utsav Chakrabarti, the Executive Director at Hindu Pact, joining us live from Washington, D.C. We also have Arun Ayagari, US-based journalist, who's joining us live from New Jersey. Sir, if I can come to Utsav Chakrabarti, to you first. Your first thoughts on this very shocking incident to have happened, because this is not the first time that such an incident to have happened in the US. Is it now time for stricter gun laws in the US?
Absolutely. It's time to really look at gun laws that includes assault rifles and why they're available to civilians so easily. It is also time to look at mental health issues of youth in America. So this is a larger societal problem that we have to address, and we have to address this very quickly, because the direction that we are heading towards is not right, and it's causing a lot of suffering around the country.
Well, absolutely. And if I can come to you, Arun Ayagiri, sir, what do you have to say? Because, as Utsav was also pointing out, we need to look at mental health issues also. Because this person, this shooter, he also he killed his grandmother before carrying out the attack, and even he posted on social media pictures of his guns, which also is something we need to look at.
So, honestly, this is absolutely horrendous and horrific. This shouldn't have happened in the first place. Of all the countries, America is supposed to be one of the most advanced nations on the planet. This is not a country which is going through a civil upheaval or anything like that. This is the most advanced country, and more importantly, this is not the first time this is happening, right? We've seen Sandy Hook Elementary School shooting in Connecticut just a decade before in 2012. Again, there was another in an elementary school in Uvalde, which is today Texas, and then there was another one in Florida 4 years ago. Then another Santa Fe high school. So unfortunately, this is proving to be a trend which is happening time and time over and over again. I'm a pilot and a lieutenant in the U.S. Air Force Auxiliary myself, so I go through a lot of training. We have a lot of background checks. So I can say, like the other gentleman rightly pointed, there has to be checks on the mental health of the person. There has to be extensive background checks. There have to be routine checks. I'm a pilot. We get a license, we're not done for the rest of our life. We keep giving a test every 3 months, every 6 months. So similarly, there should be rigorous background checks, which you have to renew every certain, recurringly, every certain months. And also security has to be beefed up around schools. It's not just about kids. Any human, be it adults or elderly population or men, women, does not matter. These events should not happen, let alone school children. My kids go to school here. I have 2 kids. They both go to school. One goes to elementary, one goes to middle school. I cannot express the grief in words. The government has to do something. We just came through. We just went through another similar horrific incident just a week ago, 10 days ago in Buffalo, New York, which is very close to where I live. This happened again in Texas. What's to say that this will not repeat in all the other 48 states in the United States? There's no guarantee that this is not going to happen again. The government has to very strictly enforce background checks. They just can. I understand the Second Amendment rights. They need to be addressed and they need to be respected, but that's not to say that anybody can buy any rifle or any handguns and just go around shooting like a moron in all the schools. That's not how it's supposed to happen. The mental health needs to be checked on a regular basis. It's just, I can't express in words. It's just horrific. This should not have happened to the kids. Well,
absolutely. Right. Let me take the same point to Utsav as well. As Arun was pointing out, US is a superpower. We talk about US developing, how it is at the top. But then when we talk about such incidents, it should be US that should be leading from the front. And as Utsav was also pointing out, no child is really safe now, because now the families are now, they are very worried that such an incident has happened in Texas. Same could happen any other day in any other city as well.
Yes, and the thing is that it is, we all like to say that US being the world's most advanced country in terms of economy and so many other things geopolitically, but this is a real issue.
Utsav, I'm sorry, I have to interrupt you there. I'll just come back to you. We have Obama as well, who's just tweeted, and the tweet on your screens as well of Obama, who has just tweeted. The tweet says that, in fact, the tweet says across the country, parents are putting their children at bed, reading stories, singing lullabies, and in the back of their minds, they are worried about what might happen tomorrow after they drop their kids off at school and take them to a grocery store or any other public space. So there you have former president also responding to this shocking incident, condemning the incident. If I can get your thoughts again, Utsav, you wanted to make a point there. Please continue.
Yes, I want to say that, despite America being an advanced country and being one of the leading powers in the world, it still needs to be said that we have an issue, and it's a systemic issue within our society that we have to deal with. This is not normal. And at some point, we have to address the elephant in the room. I also want to say that amongst those killed is an Indian American teacher as well, as I have received information. So it's really a sad day, not just for the Indian American community, for the entire country. And we really have to address the issue of gun laws. We have to address the issue of mental health. And there are systemic issues that we have to deal with as a country.
Well, absolutely. Please stay with us. Let's once again listen in to what President Biden had to say just a short while back.
Good evening, fellow Americans. I had hoped when I became president I would not have to do this again. Another massacre, Uvalde, Texas. An elementary school. Beautiful, innocent, second, third, fourth graders. And how many scores of little children who witness what happened see their friends die as if they're on a battlefield, for God's sake. They'll live with it the rest of their lives. There's a lot we don't know yet. There's a lot we do know. The parents who will never see their child again, never have them jump in bed and cuddle with them. Parents who will never be the same. To lose a child is like having a piece of your soul ripped away. There's a hollowness in your chest. You feel like you're being sucked into it and never going to be able to get out. Suffocating. And it's never quite the same. It's a feeling shared by the siblings and the grandparents and the family members and the community that's left behind. Scripture says, Jill and I have talked about this in different contexts, in other contexts. The Lord is near to the brokenhearted and saves the crushed in spirit. So many crushed spirits. So tonight, I ask the nation to pray for them, give the parents and siblings the strength in the darkness they feel right now. As a nation, we have to ask, when in God's name are we going to stand up to the gun lobby? When in God's name we do what we all know in our gut needs to be done?
It is a good thing that the world is following up this news, because we need to tell our stories. And in people listening to them, is a hope that we can have different kind of way of looking at life. That each life is precious, that every one is a piece of art, and that if there are people, brothers and sisters, people who need help, we need to help them so that they will not destroy life, human life. Also is the opportunity to put people at the front. The person first, not things, houses, travelings, and pets that they are creation from God too, and all that. But first, people, people, people. If that is not at the center of our lives, we will undermine the beautiful work of God in creating us to His image. And we're going through this now. And families are really, I mean, they were not able to say much. They were saying, pray. Could you pray? Could you pray, please? Pray for us. Pray for my child. Pray.
Very short break. On the other side, we'll get you details on the Gyanvapi case. Fresh plea now in Supreme Court. And violent protests break out in Konasima after it was renamed.
Big raids that are being carried out by the Central Bureau of Investigation. RJD levels allegations of revenge politics. This mass graveyard in Bucha bears testimony to the brutal acts of the Russian troops. Republic TV did a week-long investigation into the operations of the Khalistani movement here in Britain. Blatant violations that were carried out just a day before the fire. Did they really not feel the importance to inform the BMC? Republic Media Network's SIT decided to expose the dirty nexus between politics and a murky Ponzi scheme.
मोटे मोटे पत्थर फेंके गए। कल देर शाम किस तरह से हिंसा हुई है दिल्ली में। काला दिवस की कॉल को कश्मीर के लोग इसे सिरे से खारिज करते हैं, रिजेक्ट करते हैं। दिल्ली को न जलने देंगे और न ही सुलगने देंगे। एक एक तस्वीर दिल्ली से। किसान नेताओं किसान आंदोलन को यहाँ पर खत्म करेंगे, ये बड़ा सवाल है। The ongoing debate on the shivling found in Gyanvapi, the Supreme Court has stayed all matters in the lower court here in Varanasi.
औरंगजेब की वजह से पेट्रोल की कीमत में इजाफा हो गया, अकबर की वजह से कीमतें बढ़ गईं और शाहजहां की वजह से नौजवान बेरोजगार। प्रधानमंत्री जिम्मेदारी नहीं है इसकी, मुगल जिम्मेदार।
Prime Minister speaks at the Bloomberg Business Forum. He of course will try to highlight India's 5 trillion economy dream and essential supplies and adequate supplies, and that is the biggest that we
Now, as President Biden called for action and for people to stand up against the gun lobby, the shooting incident comes days before the National Rifle Association annual convention that was set to begin in Houston. But according to reports now, the shooting is just the latest act of gun violence in Texas and other incidents in the last 5 years that have not only prompted any sort of restriction on one who can access guns in the Republican-controlled state, but the chorus has only been growing for stricter gun laws.
What are we doing? What are we doing? Just days after a shooter walked into a grocery store to gun down African-American patrons, we have another Sandy Hook on our hands. What are we doing? There have been more mass shootings than days in the year. Our kids are living in fear every single time they set foot in a classroom because they think they're going to be next. What are we doing? Why do you spend all this time running for the United States Senate? Why do you go through all the hassle of getting this job, of putting yourself in a position of authority, if your answer is that as this slaughter increases, as our kids run for their lives, we do nothing? What are we doing? Why are you here? If not to solve a problem as existential as this. This isn't inevitable. These kids weren't unlucky. This only happens in this country and nowhere else. Nowhere else do little kids go to school thinking that they might be shot that day. Nowhere else do parents have to talk to their kids, as I have had to do, about why they got locked into a bathroom and told to be quiet for 5 minutes just in case a bad man entered that building. Nowhere else does that happen except here in the United States of America, and it is a choice.
A very short break. On the other side, our live coverage will continue from Texas after death toll rises to 23 in mass shooting incident that has been reported.
Barricades come in, we are just going to move few more steps. Delhi police officials coming here, more and more officials arriving on the spot. This is not only about a blast happening in the national capital.
नरेंद्र मोदी खुद पहुंचे, भारत के प्रधानमंत्री स्टेज पे डोनाल्ड ट्रंप को नीचे लाने के लिए। जो बॉनहोमी है ये दोनों के बीच में दिख रही है। हम इस समय अंदर गलियों की तरफ अब हम जा रहे हैं। सीआईएसएफ की कंपनी के साथ दिल्ली पुलिस के वरिष्ठ अधिकारी यहाँ पर लोगों को समझा रहे हैं। Just showing you the cavalcade of the UP Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath on the tarmac of the Amosi Airport live. आप देख रहे हैं Rapid Action Force has taken a complete command of the situation. More forces are being moved in. Delhi police officials are present here. We are live.
Big raids that are being carried out by the Central Bureau of Investigation. RJD levels allegations of revenge politics. This mass graveyard in Bucha bears testimony to the brutal acts of the Russian troop. Republic TV did a week-long investigation into the operations of the Khalistani movement here in Britain. Blatant violations that were carried out just a day before the fire. Did they really not feel the importance to inform the BMC? Republic Media Network's SIT decided to expose the dirty nexus between politics and a murky Ponzi scheme.
मोटे मोटे पत्थर फेंके गए। कल देर शाम किस तरह से हिंसा हुई है दिल्ली में। काला दिवस की कॉल को कश्मीर के लोग इसे सिरे से खारिज करते हैं, रिजेक्ट करते हैं। दिल्ली को न जलने देंगे और न ही सुलगने देंगे। एक एक तस्वीर दिल्ली से किसान नेताओं किसान आंदोलन को यहाँ पर खत्म करेंगे, ये बड़ा सवाल है। The ongoing debate on the shivling found in Gyanvapi, the Supreme Court has stated.
And we continue to get you all the latest as far as this mass shooting that happened in Texas. Now we have former President Obama also reacting to this particular incident, saying that across the country, parents are putting their children to bed, reading stories, singing lullabies, and in the back of their minds, they are worried about what might happen tomorrow after they drop their kids off at school or take them to a grocery store or any other public place. So remember the shocking incident, the shooting incident that happened in Texas has killed 23 people. The shooter was also killed in this incident. And the latest we are told is that aerial footage has now surfaced which shows investigators searching a truck near the school, but no word if the truck belonged to the suspect. This is, remember, the deadliest school shooting incident to have happened in Texas history. A very short break. On the other side, we'll get you live coverage from Texas. The death toll now rises to 23.
मोटे मोटे पत्थर फेंके गए। कल देर शाम किस तरह से हिंसा हुई है दिल्ली में।
काला दिवस की कॉल को कश्मीर के लोग इसे सिरे से खारिज करते हैं, रिजेक्ट करते हैं।
दिल्ली को न जलने देंगे और न ही सुलगने देंगे। एक एक तस्वीर दिल्ली से। किसान नेताओं किसान आंदोलन को यहाँ पर खत्म करेंगे, ये बड़ा सवाल है। The ongoing debate on the shivling found in Gyanvapi, the Supreme Court has stayed all matters in the lower court here in Varanasi.
औरंगजेब की वजह से पेट्रोल की कीमत में इजाफा हो गया, अकबर की वजह से कीमतें बढ़ गईं और शाहजहां की वजह से नौजवान बेरोजगार। प्रधानमंत्री जिम्मेदारी नहीं है इसकी, मुगल जिम्मेदार।
Prime Minister speaks at the Bloomberg Business Forum. He of course will try to highlight India's 5 trillion economy dream and essential supplies and adequate supplies, and that is the biggest that we have from the APMCR. Raj Thackeray is not backing down, and supporters of Raj Thackeray have used the loudspeaker to send a message. They're trying to stop us from reporting. Today has picked up Arnab Goswami from his house, dragged him out, assaulted him physically. This is the Abhignya Tower in Parel, Mumbai, where the fire was reported, and their entire effort has been to somehow burst down the flame.
This time very clearly, no answers from him. Our keys continue to be with his men. We faced intimidation here. What we have to see is what action will really be taken here in this case. We've been trying to...
The death toll from the shooting at a Texas elementary school rises to 23, including 18 children and 3 adults. Now, US President Joe Biden states this is high time to take action. Gyanvapi complex's videography and photography of the survey report will be given to both Hindu and Muslim sides today. Fresh plea filed in the Supreme Court seeking intervention in the Gyanvapi mosque dispute. Violence in Amalapuram town over proposed renaming of Konasima district as B.R. Ambedkar Konasima district. Ex-Punjab Minister Vijay Singla sent to police custody until the 27th of May following corruption allegations against him. Pakistani stooge and terror convict Yasin Malik charged under the UAPA likely to be sentenced today. And the top story at this hour, the death toll from the shooting at a Texas elementary school has risen to 23. which includes 18 children and 3 adults.
Large-scale violence was reported from the Amalapuram town in Andhra Pradesh over the proposed renaming of the Konaseema district.
మంది పోలీసుల్ని దారుణంగా రాళ్లతో కొట్టి గాయపరిచారు. అక్కడ ఒక ప్రైవేట్ స్కూల్ బస్సుని కూడా తగలబెట్టడం జరిగింది. అంటే శాంతి భద్రతలకు విఘాతం కలిగించాలని ఈ విధంగా కొంతమంది వారి వెనకుండి నడిపిస్తున్నట్టుగా అక్కడ చర్యలు చూస్తుంటే అనిపిస్తుంది. ఖచ్చితంగా ఈ రోజున మరి పోలీసుల మీద జరిగిన దాడిని
according to reports, is when a group that was against the renaming of the Konaseema district went to the collector's office to submit a memorandum, and there are reports that suggest that they were not allowed. That's when the violence broke out between both sides. Now, essentially, the anger was against the renaming of the Konaseema district, and some of the pictures that came in showing that even the police was not spared. According to reports, over 20 police personnel were injured in the violence. Some of the videos that came in also show stone pelting during the violence. Reports suggest that there were mobs, nearly 1,500 people strong mobs that targeted the houses of the ruling YSRCP.
The government has actually failed in the entire situation here. You can see the Home Minister coming out and saying that it's the work of the opposition. How shameful it is. You have been inefficient. You are not able to tackle the situation. You have in fact played a game there. It's very evident. And in fact here also we should say it's absolute apathy and absolute failure of the government, absolute failure of the police authorities, wherein they have literally failed to manage the situation.
Sitting minister was also targeted. The house of one of the YSRCP MLAs was torched, and the situation continues to remain tense. The police claim that the situation is tense but more or less under control. The chief minister himself is not in the country, but different ministers speaking for the Andhra Pradesh government saying that situation is more or less under control while asking for people to remain calm. Republic continues to track the story all of Wednesday from Andhra Pradesh. Stay tuned.
In Tamil Nadu's Chennai, BJP's minority wing leader was hacked to death by 3 miscreants. A report.
There are some very serious questions being raised about the law and order situation in Chennai. In the last 1 week alone, there are at least 3 or 4 incidents of attacks, people being hacked to death. Now, the most shocking aspect is some of these attacks, or at least 3 or 4 of them, have been caught on camera on CCTV. Now, on Tuesday, a BJP worker and a senior BJP worker has been hacked to death in Chennai. There is a big controversy, and all of Wednesday we will continue to track the story. In case you're watching this right now, a BJP leader by the name of Balachandar from Chennai, who is also the central district chairman of the BJP SC/ST faction, he believes, or rather he believed that he had a threat to his life, and he was also given a personal security guard by the state government, and he was hacked to death on Tuesday while he was on a visit in Chennai. And just when his security guard had stepped out to have tea, this leader called Balachandar was hacked by 3 or 4 people who came on a bike. He was hacked and they fled. Now, there are several videos that have come out of Chennai in the last few weeks that raise questions, very serious questions on the state of law and order, and all eyes today, Wednesday, will be on the response of the state government of Tamil Nadu to the law and order situation.
And amid the ongoing row over the Gyanvapi survey, a similar controversy is exploding in Mangalore. That's Mangaluru, after a temple-like structure was found during the demolition of a mosque in Malali. The Vishwa Hindu Parishad is planning to undertake an Ashtam Mangala Prashne on the 25th of May.
Amid the Gyanvapi mosque row, Section 144 has been imposed by the Mangaluru police around the Asayid Abdullahil Madani Mosque Tuesday. This comes after the Hindu side activist planned to perform religious rituals near the mosque after claiming that it was built on a temple. The controversy was stirred when a temple structure was found during the renovation of the mosque at Malali.
हमको मालूम नहीं है वो मंदिर में क्या था, कौन सा भगवान को पूजा कर रहा था, कौन सा दैवी शक्ति उधर था, वो हमको अभी तक मालूम नहीं हुआ है. इसलिए वो पता चलने के लिए एक हमारा इधर का केरला और हमारा कर्नाटक में कोस्टल भाग में एक हम तांबूला प्रश्न, अष्टमंगल प्रश्न, इसके आधार से हम वो वैदिक कार्यक्रम, धार्मिक कार्यक्रम हम चलता रहता है इधर. उसमें पता चलेगा पुराने साल में, नहीं तो उस टाइम में मस्जिद का पहले कौन सा भगवान को उधर पूजा कर रहा था.
The row seemed to have settled as Hindu activists did not raise the issue after the court ordered to stop the work. The Ashtamangala Prashne ritual will be performed by the VHP in order to find a solution to whether there was a temple present on the premises and was later encroached to construct a mosque. The Bharatiya Janata Party has demanded that a proper investigation should be done by the Archaeological Survey of India. Meanwhile, the third additional civil judge and JMFC court have issued a stay on the renovation work at the mosque and security has been beefed up.
Our Karnataka is a global state. We all are living and there is no issues which have to be reckoned up. They are unnecessary because of the election. They are taking all these of issues in the coastal area and in the entire state.
Bureau Report, Republic TV.
And Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sharma visited the areas affected by the recent floods and landslides in Assam's Dima Hasao. The minister held a meet with the officials assessing the damage in the area. Aam Aadmi Party's concluded assembly election in Uttarakhand. Retired Colonel Ajay Kothiyal joined the Bharatiya Janata Party in the presence of Chief Minister Pushkar Singh Dhami in Dehradun. Kothiyal had resigned from the Arvind Kejriwal-led party last week. Hours after Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann sacked Punjab Minister Vijay Singla over corruption allegations, Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal says Aam Aadmi Party, AAP, is the only party in the country where there is no place for corruption and corrupt people. During an investigation carried out by the Enforcement Directorate regarding charges of money laundering against Dawood Ibrahim, it was revealed that Chota Shakil is in Karachi. The individual whose family is being questioned, along with raids across properties, is known to be a long-time associate of Dawood Ibrahim. Socialist Unity Centre of India stages protest against teacher recruitment scam in West Bengal. Protest takes place against discrepancies against the state government's teacher recruitments in Siliguri. Puducherry Lieutenant Governor visits integrated farm at Central Jail in Puducherry. Training for the integrated farm, among other methods of farming, is being provided to the prisoners by the Sri Aurobindo Ashram in Puducherry. Enforcement Directorate carries out raid against businessman Vishal Chaudhary at Jharkhand's Ranchi. The businessman is being considered a close aide of Pooja Singhal, Jharkhand's former mining secretary, who was arrested earlier under Prevention of Money Laundering Act. Two brothers, Sikka Khan from a village in Bhatinda and Sadiq Khan from Pakistan's Faisalabad, met at the Attari-Wagah border. They were separated during the partition and were meeting each other for the first time. Aam Aadmi Party holds a Badlav March in Himachal Pradesh's Hamirpur. March promoted the Aam Aadmi Party as a new alternative in the state. Speakers of the World Economic Forum discuss India's economic strategy as it goes through its 75th year of independence. Named India at 75 Strategic Outlook segment had India's issues discussed by speakers such as Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal and Petroleum Minister Hardeep Singh Puri. And terror convict Yasin Malik is likely to be sentenced today. Malik will face a sentence hearing after he pleaded guilty to charges which he was charged under the UAPA, which is the Unlawful Activities Prevention Act.
An NIA court is all set to hear arguments on the quantum of sentence and pronounce the sentence for Pakistani stooge Yasin Malik. This comes after Yasin Malik pleaded guilty to charges under the IPC and the UAPA and was convicted on the 19th of May. Yasin Malik has been convicted on charges of funding terror activities in the valley, being in touch with the ISI and organizing massive protests after the death of Burhan Wani in 2016. The verdict comes as a relief for those like Nirmal Khanna, the wife of late squadron leader Rakesh Khanna, who was one of the 4 IAF officers martyred at Rawalpora in January of 1990.
तहे दिल से इंडियन जुडिशरी की शुक्रगुजार हूँ और पूरे भारत को इसकी मुबारकबाद देती हूँ। यासीन मलिक को भी मुबारकबाद देती हूँ कि उसको ये मौका मिला है ज़िंदगी में कि अपना जो कहते हैं ना अमल का निबेड़ा होगा, जो हम काम करते हैं उसी का। कर्मा थ्योरी इज़ वेरी स्ट्रॉन्ग। यासीन मलिक ने सोचा था इतने गुनाह करके मैं बच गया हूँ और 32 साल उसने जीवन भी जी लिया, और क्या करना है। आज इतनी इतने गुनाह करने के बाद इतना जीवन बीत गया अगर, तो उसको तो मैं कहती हूँ बड़ी मुबारक है।
But the sponsors of Yasin Malik from across the border began a sympathy campaign. The current Foreign Minister of Pakistan, Bilawal Bhutto, called the charges against Malik as fabricated, demanding his release. Pakistani Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif called on the world to take note of Yasin Malik, who was a prisoner of politics. Meanwhile, in India, National Conference leader and ex-JNK Chief Minister Omar Abdullah was doling out advice to the convict. Yasin Malik's conviction comes in the background of a spate of Kashmiri Pandit killings. The sentence is set to ensure a semblance of justice for these Kashmiri Pandits.
मोटे मोटे पत्थर फेंके गए। कल देर शाम किस तरह से हिंसा हुई है दिल्ली में। काला दिवस की कॉल को कश्मीर के लोग इसे सिरे से खारिज करते हैं, रिजेक्ट करते हैं। दिल्ली को न जलने देंगे और न ही सुलगने देंगे। एक एक तस्वीर दिल्ली से। किसान नेताओं किसान आंदोलन को यहाँ पर खत्म करेंगे, ये बड़ा सवाल है। The ongoing debate on the shivling found in Gyanvapi, the Supreme Court has stayed all matters in the lower court here in Varanasi.
And well, let's listen in as in the case of the BJP leader Balchandran hacked to death. Let's listen to some reactions.
The Communist Party, we have heard it umpteen times that the Communist Party is not for killings, for any political discourses. Ideas are most important. The only important factor is ideas and ideas alone. No physical tussle, no killings can answer any political questions. So we are not for political killings. BJP has no right, morally or politically, to accuse anybody on matters of killing. Because as a matter of fact, it was BJP always spreading the idea of killings on political grounds.
சென்னை வந்து தமிழகத்தின் தலைநகரமா அல்லது கொலை நகரமா என்று தெரியவில்லை. தினசரி பத்திரிகையில் பாத்தீங்கன்னா எங்கேயாவது யாரையாவது கொலை பண்றாங்க. இன்னைக்கு இருந்த தம்பி பாலச்சந்தர் ஒரு இளைஞர், இப்பதான் சின்ன குழந்தை இருக்கு, அவங்க சகோதரி, அவங்க எல்லாருமே இங்க வந்து நீங்க கண்ணீர் விட்டதை பாக்குறீங்க. இந்த மாதிரி அழுகுறல் தமிழகம் பூரா கேட்டுட்டே இருக்கு. ஏன்னா தினசரி எங்கேயாவது 2 சம்பவங்கள் 4 சம்பவங்கள் இன்னைக்கு ஒரு பக்கம் ஒதுக்கிடுறாங்க. காலை பத்திரிகையில பாத்தீங்கன்னா ஒரு பக்கம் எங்க யாரை வெட்டினாங்க, எப்படி கொலை பண்ணாங்க. அப்ப இதுதான் திராவிட மாடல் அரசனுடைய ஓராண்டு சாதனையா நம்ம நினைக்க வேண்டியது இருக்கு. சம்பந்தப்பட்ட நபர் அவர் யாரை அவர் கொலை செய்தார்கள் என்பது நன்றாகவே அங்க இருக்கிறவர்களுக்கு தெரியுது. காவல்துறைக்கும் ஏற்கனவே தெரியுது. அந்த சஞ்சய், பிரதீப் 2 பேருமே 3 நாட்களுக்கு முன்னாடி 20ஆம் தேதி தான்.
With respect to the crime that had taken place yesterday, we will need a complete investigation to take place.
ஜெயில இருக்காங்க. அப்படிப்பட்டவங்க வெளியே வர்றதுக்கு முன்னாடி இவங்க கம்ப்ளைண்ட் கொடுக்கறாங்க. இப்படி எல்லாம் மிரட்டுறாங்க, ஜெயிலுக்கு உள்ள இருந்து மிரட்டுறாங்க அப்படின்னு கம்ப்ளைண்ட் கொடுக்கும்போது உடனடியாக ஒரு நடவடிக்கை எடுத்திருந்தா இந்த சம்பவம் நடக்காமல் இருப்பதற்கு ஒரு வாய்ப்பு இருந்திருக்கும் என்பது நிச்சயமான உண்மை. அதான் எங்க மாநில தலைவர்கள் இப்ப ஆணையத்தை பேசினாங்க. நீங்க கடுமையான வந்து நடவடிக்கை, எங்களுடைய போராட்டம் இருக்க போகிறது, நீங்க உடனடியாக நடவடிக்கை எடுக்கணும்.
Actions be taken, especially and be overlook into the local rooms in and around the area and check into all possible angles on with respect to this case.
காவல்துறை அதை விசாரித்து நடவடிக்கை எடுத்திருந்தால் இந்த சம்பவம் நடந்திருக்கும். ஏற்கனவே இது போன்ற தவறுகளை
had the police officials taken immediate action, then this wouldn't have taken place.
கொடுத்து கூட இன்றைக்கு அவர் பலியாகி இருக்கிறார்.
Despite him having given a complaint in the police station, there hadn't been any action taken.
இந்த வேடிக்கை நம்ம என்ன போய் இந்த கொடுமையை நம்ம சொல்ல முடியும்?
It is an irony that who had given a complaint that there is a threat to his life, he has not been given protection. Balakrishan was someone who had been a loyal cadre of the BJP.
பல பகுதிகளாக சென்று அவரை தேடிக் கொண்டிருக்கிறார்.
Joining us for more details is Apurva on the phone line to tell us about this case, and even as a war of words has emerged over it. BJP Central District Chairman of the SC/ST wing, President Balachandran, was hacked to death by 3 unidentified assailants in Chintradipet, a locality in Tamil Nadu's Chennai, on Tuesday. Apurva, what more details have emerged? Do the police have any leads in the case? Have any of the suspects been identified?
Well, what we are learning initially is that an inquiry is ongoing right now at the Chintradipet police station. In fact, we are also learning that all possible angles are being looked into with respect to the incident that had taken place yesterday night. In fact, we are told the family will also be expected to arrive here shortly as well. The senior officials over here are conducting inquiries and investigation and looking into all possible angles with respect to the story as well. In fact, the BJP chief K. Annamalai here in Tamil Nadu has also condemned this incident. And yet again, remember, just the day before yesterday, yet another BJP cadre in Kanyakumari had been attacked in a similar manner, but there allegedly by PSA officials. So we are to learn what more can we get from this case. But as of now, the investigation is ongoing.
Meanwhile, well, it's not an isolated case. An outrage has emerged over outrage now breaking out over the death of the BJP leader. He was hacked to death. It's truly a very gruesome killing, but we are hearing a political war of words over it.
Well, definitely. One second. We in fact have we have the sister of Balakrishnan here with us. In fact, and we're just going ahead and asking her what has taken place. இந்த சம்பவம் நடந்துருக்கு. அதுக்கப்புறம் நீங்களும் காட்டிட்டு வந்துருக்கீங்க. என்ன போலீஸ் சொல்றாங்க? என்ன தப்பு பண்ணாலும் வெற்றவங்களை பிடிக்கவே என் தம்பி தூங்கணும் அதை போஸ்ட்மார்ட்டம் பண்ணி வாங்கிக்க மாட்டாங்க. நாங்க வாங்க மாட்டோம்னு சொல்றோம். அவங்க அரெஸ்ட் பண்ணாதான் நாங்க வாங்குவோம். அது வரைக்கும் நாங்க வாங்க மாட்டோம். என் தம்பி ஆத்ம சாந்தி அடையாது. அவங்க தந்தைக்காக இப்ப அவர் ஏற்கனவே வந்து எனக்கு உயிர் வந்து ஒரு டேஞ்சரா இருந்துச்சு அப்படின்னு சொல்லிட்டு தான் அவர் பேசியிருக்காரு. அதுக்கும் வந்து ப்ரொடெக்ஷன் வேணும்னு அவர் கேட்டிருக்காரு. ஒரு வாரம் முன்னாடி தம்பி வந்து துணி கடை வச்சிருக்காங்க. தம்பி பெரிய அவன் கடையில போயிட்டு என்ன பண்ணிருக்காங்க, மாமூல் கேட்டிருக்காங்க. அவன் அப்பதான் ஜெயில இருந்து வந்திருக்காங்க. வேற பிரச்சனைக்கு போயிட்டு
Well, Apurva, when we talk about political murders, is this the first this year? Because Chennai, it's rare for political murders of this kind.
Yeah, there is a case of murder, and when one of the functionaries of BJP has been murdered because of previous enmity by some suspects. So in this case, the eyewitnesses have spoken about the incident, and we have formed special teams to see that these accused are arrested, as well as the maintenance of public order is maintained. In specifically, I have come here now to have an inspection and to see if there was any lapse of any sort. If it be there, then we will be taking action against the concerned as well.
So, well, we are talking about Balachandran's murder, the Chennai SC Wing president who was murdered yesterday. And he was the Central District Chairman of the SCST wing of the BJP, and he was hacked to death by 3 unidentified assailants in Chintadripet, a locality in Tamil Nadu's Chennai. And according to sources, the BJP member was killed while the security guard went for a tea break. And now a political war of words breaking out over the killing of Balachandran. Parties blaming each other for his death. Meanwhile, we are trying to get in touch with our reporter, and our reporter tells us that, well, this is the first such killing, political killing in Tamil Nadu this year. Political killings of this kind are rare in Tamil Nadu. And the CPIM on its part is blaming the BJP. While the BJP is expressing outrage, the police as of now have no such leads. They are following various angles in the investigation which is underway. Balachandran was the president of the SCST wing of the Bharatiya Janata Party in Chennai. And as we were telling you, the Tamil Nadu BJP cadre who was killed, his killing he was hacked to death, and police are investigating the matter. 3 unidentified people are said to be responsible.
The Prime Minister speaks at the Bloomberg Business Forum. He, of course, will try to highlight India's 5 trillion economy dream and essential supplies and adequate supplies. And that is the biggest that we have from the APMCR. Raj Thackeray is not backing down, and supporters of Raj Thackeray have used the loudspeaker to send a message. They're trying to stop us from reporting. Today has picked up Arnab Goswami from his house, dragged him out, assaulted him physically. This is the Avigna Tower in Parel, Mumbai, where the fire was reported, and their entire effort has been to somehow burst down the flames.
A Jammu and Kashmir policeman lost his life on Tuesday when terrorists opened fire in Srinagar's Sura area. The cop had sustained bullet injuries, while his 7-year-old daughter too was injured in the attack.
Jammu and Kashmir policeman Saifullah Qadri was shot dead and his 7-year-old daughter was injured by terrorists in Sora area of Srinagar. A fringe terror group took responsibility of the attack.
Targeted a cop of Jammu Kashmir police just outside his residence. He was accompanied by his 7-year-old daughter whom he was taking to the tuition center, but on way he was attacked by pistol-borne terrorists. As per the sources that he received, that 8 bullets, and he succumbed to the injuries there on spot, and also the daughter received bullet injuries on wrist. She is being treated at JVC Bemena, although TRF has...
The innocent, who is still fighting for life, had clung to her father when the terrorist opened fire at point-blank range.
टेररिस्ट ने मानवता के सारे हद को पार कर दिया. उस छोटी सी बच्ची जो 9 साल की थी उसको नहीं छोड़ा, उस पर भी फायर किया. वो भी जख्मी हो बेचारी, अभी हॉस्पिटल में है, स्टेबल है, ठीक है. और मैं अपने पुलिस के सारे जवानों से को आश्वासन देता हूँ, जो भी टेररिस्ट इन्वॉल्व है उसको बहुत जल्दी न्यूट्रलाइज कर देंगे.
The Jammu and Kashmir police paid homage to Qadri. Qadri is the second policeman from Srinagar and third from the valley killed by terrorists in over a fortnight.
Sources do say that the cop was advised not to visit his home. They were suspecting this kind of attack, but cop did not pay heed that was coming, particularly the inputs that were coming to the Jammu and Kashmir police as far as the terror attack is concerned. He visited his home, and just outside his home, some 300 meters away from the residence, he was targeted. His daughter was targeted, who's just 7-year-old girl. With Vijay Firdoswani, I'm Zina Zishan Fazil for Republic in Srinagar.
And amid the ongoing row over the Gyanvapi survey, a similar controversy exploded in Mangaluru after a temple-like structure was found during the demolition of a mosque in Malali. The Vishwa Hindu Parishad is planning to undertake an Ashtamangala Prashne today. Republic is reporting live from Mangaluru. After the Gyanvapi row now in Mangaluru, well, we had heard that prohibitory orders had been imposed and tight security there in place, as the Vishwa Hindu Parishad had announced earlier that they would be holding prayers at the site where a temple-like structure has been found. The temple structure was found on the 21st of April. Sagar Raj to tell us more. Sagar Raj, we believe that tight security has been put in place. What more can you tell us? We can see visuals of people gathered. Are they gathered for the prayers that were announced by the VHP?
Yeah, this particular Tambula Prashne started early in the morning in Sri Ram Anjaneya temple in Mangaluru, and this is a ritual which will be followed by the Swamijis over here, and we are joined with local MLA Mr. Bharat Shetty. Thank you so much for talking to Republic TV, sir. Sir, what is the procedure that has been followed in this Tambula Prashne?
See, actually I'm not the competent authority about the procedures actually, but it's a big process. Most of the time what happens is when the issue regarding a temple comes, during a reformation of a temple, building a temple, what they do is they do something called as Ashtamangala Prashne. It's a big process, Ashtamangala Prashne. It needs to be done on the spot or somewhere near that. The astrologer will know. It's not a ritual kind of a thing, it's a part of astrology. There's a system for that. Tambula Prashne is done for finding out through astrology whether some kind of a godly forces or a power is there or not in that area. Once the Tambula Prashne comes positive, then they go ahead with the Ashtamangala Prashne. Ashtamangala Prashne is very...
How far legally this will work for you? Because the district commissioner says that this is not going to have any kind of prominence because a court will see the other factors of this particular issue.
First you have to understand one thing. It's not for me. I'm an MLA here. I've come here because any temple we do, any in this local area, any temple or any construction or demolition or whatever, Jirnodhara we call it, reconstruction, Tambula Prashna is a process and the local leaders are invited. We come for that. This Tambula Prashna or Ashtamangala Prashna is not kept by me or our party or by the government. It is done by the local people. It is up to them. It's a process. It's a part of the Hindu astrological system. They have astrology and they have done it.
Sir, talking about that particular mosque, Madina Juma Masjid, whether any relevant documents are there for VHP or any local leaders to fight legally?
See, according to me, I'm not. There has been historical references of Tipu and his father Hyder Ali visiting this area. There are few temples where the mark of the Tipu sword is still maintained in the temple to be a reminder. To be a reminder where Tipu has hit the temple ka roof. It's a low-lying roof in near our border only, and they have visited this area. There is a theory that he has destroyed few temples and all. We are not very sure about that, but historical references are there. And one Portuguese writer in his book also, he has given a lot of historical reference to this area. And that direction giving thing, what do you call it, astrolabe, before compass came, before they were using compass, using that he has given directions of what is what, where is where.
What is the next plan of action, sir, after this particular project?
As a MLA, my demand is only for a survey. That's it. Nothing else. Nothing more, nothing less. I just want to know the truth as an MLA. That's it. But as for the legal fight is there, it is taken up by Vishwa Hindu Parishad, not me. It is Vishwa Hindu Parishad, not me. As for the puja is going on, it is by the locals. I've been invited, I've come here, that's all. If you ask me, I will say a survey should be done. We'll know the truth. Let a competent authority give a report, what is what.
Okay. Here it is, there should be a survey which should be done by the competent authorities, which will reveal the truth, and probably after that, they will take the next plan of action. And this is the entire story, entire narration of this particular puja which is happening here in Balali village. Remember, this particular finding came to light after that particular masjid started the renovation work, where they have found out a few Hindu kind of structure inside the temple, something like Kalyani, something like a pillar, and other things which resembles Hindu culture and Hindu procedures. So now they are trying to figure out whether this Tambula Prashne will help their findings, where this ritual will be performed using betel leaves. Followed by that, there will be Ashtamangala Puja, which will happen for 7 days after Tambula Prashne.
From Mangaluru. Sagai, if I can ask you one more question. We understand that security has been heightened around the Mangaluru mosque. What is the situation like around the mosque right now?
See, 144 section has been imposed around mosque and near temple, and there are also heavy security deployment in and around mosque. Remember, no media has been allowed close to 500 to 800 meters near that mosque ever since this particular incident has come to light, and it has been completely barricaded by the police, and there are heavy security deployment in across, say, around 2 to 3 kilometers radius in Madali village.
And also you were talking about, the kind of temple ruins we've seen in the Mangaluru mosque. Help us understand the kind of ruins, the temple structures that have been found that only going to prove that probably there was a temple there.
See, once the renovations started in this particular masjid, which is called Madani Juma Masjid in Malali, they figured out a structure, a pole, which resembles Hindu temples. And immediately, people who have clicked that picture went wildfire across the city. Remember, Mangaluru is one of the sensitive areas in Karnataka, which is in the coastal region of Karnataka, which is a neighboring state of Udupi, where the hijab row started. And it is always infamous for one or the other communal violence which was been reported from past many years. And that is the reason this particular issue seemed to be quite sensitive, and people are taking very close to their heart. And especially after Gyanvapi incident has come to light, now people believe that there might be several mosques which might have been constructed on top of the temple. And even in this place, they believe there is a Kalyani, there is a temple kind of structure, and other architecture which resembles Hindu temple. And that is the reason now they claim that there should be a systematic survey which should be done by competent authorities who can come out with the truth of this particular masjid.
All right. And Sagai, just another question that I have for you. If you could give us more details of the VHP that has planned a puja today. At what time is this puja going to start? And what are other preparations that are also going on with respect to this puja that will take place by the VHP?
It has already started. It started around 9 a.m. and this is called Tambula Prashne. Tambula means betel leaves, where Prashne means the question. So what they do is, it is a ritual which will be followed, where people will be giving betel leaves to the tantric who has come here, who will perform the puja, and there will be several questions which will be asked by a tantric to the people whoever is giving that tambula, that is betel leaves. Following that, they believe that while doing this particular puja, there might be some kind of indication which might reflect in this particular puja, which will reveal the truth, whether there was any kind of Hindu deva or devata which was present in that particular area. And if the vindication comes positive for them, and they will go ahead with the next ritual, that is Ashtamangala Puja, which will go on for 7 days. So this is a one-day puja which will probably get over by 3 p.m. or 4 p.m. And following that, they will take a decision whether they should go ahead with the second puja, that is Ashtamangala Puja. So there's a long procedure which will follow, and we need to wait and watch what will be the outcome of this particular ritual.
Well, Sagai, thanks for the moment. We'll keep coming back to you as we track more updates on that story. So Sagai there reporting live from Mangaluru. And a shocking incident coming to light from Tamil Nadu after the BJP Central District Chairman of the SC/ST wing, President Balachandran, was hacked to death by 3 unidentified assailants in Chintradripet, which is a locality in Tamil Nadu's Chennai. The BJP leader's family is now demanding justice, and Republic is reporting live from Chennai. We have Apurva reporting live from that very location where this shocking incident happened. Apurva, first up, if you could give us details of this shocking incident, because we understand that the BJP leader was hacked to death in broad daylight.
Well, definitely this incident had taken place late last night, where a BJP cadre there who was part of the SC/ST team here in Chintadripet, he was in fact hacked to death. What we are learning is that we are learning that almost 3 people had come here on a bike and had attacked him. This despite him having given police protection. And what we are learning is that initially that the police there had gone for a tea right next to him. This cadre whose name Balakrishnan, and he was attacked during that short frame of time. That is what we are learning. In fact, the family had just come here to Chintadripet police station, where they had tried and spoken with the police officials there. This even as the inquiry is ongoing right now. We are yet to ascertain more details regarding this investigation, but what the family alleges is that there had already been some kind of animosity there between the local gundas who had come to their shop. They had a family shop here, which is a clothes shop, where they had come to collect their mamul, or the fees that they procure from each and every shop, and that is what they had come to, and which they had also allegedly threatened Balakrishnan and his brother, is what the family alleges, and following which the family also states that they had also come here to file a complaint as well. This had happened last week, the family alleges, and within this week this incident had taken place. In fact, the family also states they will not be receiving back the body of Balakrishnan unless there is further action that is being taken and that the police are able to catch the perpetrators is what the family alleges. In fact, the family also has named 3 people who they believe is behind the reason for the killing of Balakrishnan as well. The family there who has also given 3 names of police that are conducting their investigation on their own here at Chintadripet station. They are looking into all possible angles. They're looking at CCTV footage, if any. They are also looking into what was the time at which the accident had taken place. All of these angles that are being looked into by the police as well. We are also learning that this investigation has been ongoing, and with the family now alleging that they will not be taking back the body of Balakrishnan. Remember, this is not the first incident that is taking place here. Over the last couple of days as well, we have seen several similar kind of crimes that are taking place here across Tamil Nadu, and in Chennai itself we have seen 2 similar crimes that had taken place just a couple of days back as well. Balakrishnan there, who was a BJP cadre and of the SCST wing, and he is now being survived by his child and wife.
All right. Apurva, thank you for getting us all those details. We'll keep coming back to you as you track more details on that story. And time for a very short break. Viewers, don't go anywhere. Lots lined up for you on the other side of this very short break. Death toll from this shocking shooting incident at Texas Elementary School rises to 23, including 18 children and 3 adults.
As an amazing step for students, the University Grants Commission has allowed students to pursue 2 degrees at the same time. Amity University is the first one to implement this, and now all Amity students can avail 2 degrees together. To find out more, visit amity.edu/2degrees.
China there, flown its jets at the Quad venue. The Defense Minister of Japan said that the move by Russia and China was likely a provocation.
The Chinese getting jittery. They have called Quad the Asian NATO. Indulging in this provocative act, are the Chinese really taking on the Americans? Behind me is the Eisenhower building next to the White House, where the meeting took place between Prime Minister Modi and Vice President Kamala Harris. ये खालिस्तान प्रोटेस्ट जो है, गुलाम नबी फाई यहाँ पे मौजूद है और हमने इनको एक्सपोज कर दिया है. Situation under control in Jahangirpur area. Prompt police action really averted a situation which could have gone out of hand. This is the biggest stadium in the world. For President Trump, this is going to be the biggest political event.
Barricades come in, we are just going to move few more steps. Delhi police officials coming here, more and more officers.
Now, another story, big story then. The Varanasi court has kept the Gyanvapi matter for 26th of May while stating that the videographic evidence is to be provided to both the sides. Here's a report.
After back-to-back hearings on Monday and Tuesday, the Varanasi District Court has decided which plea will be heard first.
अभी हम लोग शुरुआत है जीत जी 26 तारीख को हम लोग की सुनवाई है हो सकता है प्रतिदिन चले कोर्ट.
अच्छा, आप भी कोर्ट में थी, महिला याचिकाकर्ता श्रृंगार गौरी को लेकर आप लोग, क्या बातचीत हुई वहां पर जब जज साहब कोर्ट ऑर्डर पढ़ रहे थे? किस तरह से वाद प्रतिवाद अंदर हो रहा?
अब उन्होंने कहा 26 से सारी सुनवाई होगी, अब लगातार होगी. अब
श्रृंगार गौरी के मसले पे क्या बातचीत हुई?
बस वही की सुनवाई अब होगी, जो भी होगा. अभी तो वकील जी जाने हमारे.
The court has stated that the videographic evidence is to be provided to both sides ahead of the 26th May hearing.
कोर्ट ने कहा है कि उस पे हम अपना डिटेल्ड ऑर्डर पास करेंगे और वीडियोग्राफी और फोटोग्राफी की कॉपी जो पक्षकार है उनको प्रोवाइड की
जी, आपने कल भी कहा था कि इस पर बातचीत होनी चाहिए, ये देखना चाहिए कोर्ट को वीडियोग्राफी कैसे हुई है।
हाँ बिल्कुल, अभी हमें कॉपी प्रोवाइड की जाएगी और 1 हफ्ते का समय दिया है दोनों पक्षों को कमीशन की रिपोर्ट पे ऑब्जेक्शन फाइल करने के लिए, और जब वो मिल जाएगा तो हम अपना ऑब्जेक्शन फाइल करेंगे, उसके बाद उस पर भी सुनवाई होगी।
Multiple undated videos have already been circulated over the past few weeks, like this undated video that shows a shivling-like structure at the Vazukhana.
26 तारीख से सुनवाई होगी, खास तौर से जो वीडियोग्राफी हुई है जो वीडियो और फोटोग्राफी हुई है उसका हम लोग कहे आप लोग इसका शुल्क दीजिए और ले सकते हैं, और बिल्कुल शनिवार रविवार को छुट्टी नहीं रहेगी, उसकी सुनवाई होगी, क्योंकि माननीय सुप्रीम कोर्ट की दिशा के अनुसार अब जल्दी से जल्दी ये करना है।
And this video that shows the Nandi behind the grills facing the Vazukhana, which is the alleged shivling spot. While some are eagerly awaiting the videography, it remains to be seen if all sides will accept the findings in the video.
Bureau Report, Republic TV.
A very short break. On the other side, we'll get you the latest. It's a big Gyanvapi breaking coming up on the other side.
Reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what is knowledge. I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
As an amazing step for students, the University Grants Commission has allowed students to pursue 2 degrees at the same time. Amity University is the first one to implement this, and now all Amity students can avail 2 degrees together. To find out more, visit amity.edu/2 degrees.
He heard the question this time very clearly, no answers from him. Our keys continue to be with his men. We faced intimidation here. What we have to see is what action will really be taken here in this case. We've been trying to get in touch with you and ask you several questions on the land deals that you had along with Priyanka Vadra and Robert Vadra. Why are you trying to avoid the camera, sir? Hanging of the rapist has been confirmed. Court has said all the evidence had already been seen at the trial court, at the high court and the top court of the country. They're not going to go into it again. Once again trying to get in a word with Mr. Vijay Mallya. Persistently been asking you only one question. Mallya, why did you escape in 2015? Do you not think the decorum of the court and the dignity needed to be maintained with the kind of language you use? Republic TV gets you the first words from Khabar Qureshi.
Chinagate came to light last week following raids by the CBI. Now the former UPA era minister's son Karti Chidambaram is all set to be quizzed by the CBI.
Congress MP Karti Chidambaram has been summoned to CBI office at 11 a.m. to join the probe into allegations of facilitating visas of over 250 Chinese nationals through the back door during UPA era when his father P. Chidambaram was the Home Minister. This comes after Karti Chidambaram withdrew his plea seeking anticipatory bail plea filed in Delhi High Court on 20th May 2022. On 18th May, a CBI team arrested Karti's close aide and CAS Bhaskar Raman, who was sent to CBI custody. The visa bribery scam first came to light on 17 May 2022 when the CBI conducted Simultaneous searches on the premises of Congress MP Karti P. Chidambaram and his close associates in connection. Amidst the ongoing investigation, Karti Chidambaram has issued a statement denying the allegations and alleging political vendetta. The crux of CBI FIR against Karti Chidambaram, his aide CAS Bhaskar Raman and Vikas Makharia, the then Associate Vice President of Thermal Power Plant Talwandi Sabo Power, Bell Tools Limited, is that bribes were paid and kickbacks were received for clearing visas for Chinese nationals during UPA government. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Moving on now, the UN Health Agency has said that monkeypox outbreak has been reported in 16 countries and several regions of the world can still be contained, and that the overall risk of transmission is still low. Take a look at this detailed report on monkeypox.
According to the UN Health Agency, the monkeypox outbreak that has been reported in 16 countries and several regions of the world can still be contained.
So what we know from this virus and these modes of transmission, this outbreak can still be contained. And it is the objective of the World Health Organization and member states to contain this outbreak and to stop it. The risk for the general public, therefore, appears to be low because we know that the main modes of transmission have been as described in the past.
The WHO data collated up till now showed more than 250 confirmed cases of monkeypox.
As of the 22nd of May, we've had officially reported through our member states, WHO member states, over 250 cases of confirmed and suspected cases of monkeypox from 16 countries and several WHO regions.
A top advisor to the World Health Organization said that the leading theory is that monkeypox was likely spread after sexual activity at 2 recent raves in Europe. Scientists say that it will be difficult to disentangle whether the spread is being driven by sexual activities or merely close contact. Monkeypox is a virus that originates in wild animals like rodents, primates, and occasionally jumps to people.
Most of the animals that are susceptible to monkeypox are in fact rodents. Gambian giant pouch rats, dormice, prairie dogs. Those are the types of animals from which there may be spillover, a zoonotic spillover from animals into people who may be going into the forest or who may be coming into contact with the virus through a zoonotic route.
Monkeypox belongs to the same virus family as smallpox. It also requires very close contact to spread, so it is not likely to prompt big waves of disease like COVID-19, which can be transmitted through air by people with no symptoms. Most human cases have been in Central and West Africa, and outbreaks have been relatively limited.
Countries that are reporting monkeypox now are countries that do not normally have outbreaks of monkeypox. There are several countries in which this disease is endemic. Central African Republic, Democratic Republic of the Congo, Nigeria, and Cameroon are reporting cases at the moment, and there are other countries that have reported cases in the past.
The illness was first identified by scientists in 1958 when there were 2 outbreaks of a pox-like disease in research monkeys, thus the name monkeypox. Agency report, Republic TV.
A very short break. On the other side, we'll get you the latest as Yasin Malik to be sentenced today. Live visuals coming in of farmers trapped in well after a portion of wall collapsed in Hisar, Haryana.
औरंगजेब की वजह से पेट्रोल की कीमत में इजाफा हो गया, अकबर की वजह से कीमतें बढ़ गईं और शाहजहां की वजह से नौजवान बेरोजगार। प्रधानमंत्री जिम्मेदारी नहीं है इसकी, मुगल जिम्मेदार।
The Prime Minister speaks at the Bloomberg Business Forum. He, of course, will try to highlight India's 5 trillion economy dream and essential supplies and adequate supplies. And that is the biggest that we have from the APMCR. Raj Thackeray is not backing down, and supporters of Raj Thackeray have used the loudspeaker to send a message. They're trying to stop us from reporting. Today has picked up Arnab Goswami from his house, dragged him out, assaulted him physically. This is the Abhignya Tower in Parel, Mumbai, where the fire was reported, and their entire effort has been to somehow cross down the flame.
Wrap of all that's making news from across the globe. The US measures that were lifted this month, in addition to relaxing limits on transfers, calling for resumption of the processing of visas for Cubans in Havana, as well as a family reunification program to let some people on the island join relatives in the US. The measures that President Biden have taken show a non-negligible impact in the country, but slowly things are improving for Cubans. A top advisor to South Korean president said that the North Koreans did not respond to Seoul's proposal to send COVID-19 vaccines to the country. Speaking on the sidelines of the World Economic Forum in Davos, Nav Kyo-wong said that South Korea had also offered other medicines to its neighbor, but added that Seoul was still waiting for an answer on the proposal. WHO Director General Tedros was reappointed to a second 5-year term by the UN Health Agency's member countries. No other candidate challenged Tedros for the post amid the ongoing difficulties of responding to the devastating COVID pandemic. Palestinian Foreign Minister Riyad al-Malki met with Turkish Foreign Minister in the West Bank city of Ramallah. The Palestinian Foreign Minister described the meeting as a conversation between friends and brothers. Turkey and Israel were once close allies, but relations grew strained under Turkish President Erdogan, who is an outspoken critic of Israel's policies towards the Palestinians. BJP leader hacked to death in Chennai. Will get you live coverage on the other side.
इतने मोटे मोटे पत्थर फेंके गए। कल देर शाम किस तरह से हिंसा हुई है दिल्ली में। काला दिवस की कॉल को कश्मीर के लोग इसे सिरे से खारिज करते हैं, रिजेक्ट करते हैं। दिल्ली को न जलने देंगे और न ही सुलगने देंगे। एक एक तस्वीर दिल्ली से। किसान नेताओं किसान आंदोलन को यहाँ पर खत्म करेंगे, ये बड़ा सवाल है। The ongoing debate on the shivling found in Gyanvapi, the Supreme Court has stayed all matters in the lower court here in Varanasi.
औरंगजेब की वजह से पेट्रोल की कीमत में इजाफा हो गया, अकबर की वजह से कीमतें बढ़ गईं और शाहजहां की वजह से नौजवान बेरोजगार। प्रधानमंत्री जिम्मेदारी नहीं है इसकी, मुगल जिम्मेदार।
Prime Minister speaks at the Bloomberg Business Forum. He, of course, will try to highlight India's 5 trillion economy dream and essential supplies and adequate supplies. And that is the biggest that we have from the APMCR. Raj Thackeray is not backing down, and supporters of Raj Thackeray have used the loudspeaker to send a message. They're trying to stop us from reporting. Today has picked up Arnab Goswami from his house, dragged him out, assaulted him physically. This is the Abhignya Tower in Parel, Mumbai where the fire was reported, and their entire effort has been to somehow burst down the flame.
The death toll from the shooting at a Texas elementary school has risen to 23, including 18 children and 3 adults. Now, US President Joe Biden has stated that this is high time that action is taken. BJP leader hacked to death, family demands justice. Gyanvapi complex's videography and photography of survey report to be given to both Hindu and Muslim sides today. Fresh plea filed in Supreme Court seeking intervention in Gyanvapi mosque dispute. Violence in Amalapuram town over proposed renaming of Konasima district as B.R. Ambedkar Konasima district. Ex-Punjab Minister Vijay Singla sent to police custody until 27th of May following corruption allegations. Pakistani stooge and terror convict Yasin Malik charged under UAPA likely to be sentenced today. After the BJP Central District Chairman of the SC/ST Wing, President Balachandran, was hacked to death by 3 unidentified assailants in Chintadithurpet, a locality in Tamil Nadu's Chennai, the BJP leader's family is now demanding justice. Republic spoke exclusively to members of the family. And as we were telling you, Balachandran was hacked to death yesterday. Although he was provided personal security, his security guard had gone for a tea break, which was when he was attacked and killed. Meanwhile, a war of words has emerged. The family of Balachandran demands justice.
சம்பவம் நடந்திருக்கு. அதுக்கப்புறம் நீங்களும் காலையில் இப்போ வந்திருக்கீங்க. என்ன போலீஸ் சொல்கிறாங்க? என்ன
போலீஸ் இன்னும் அந்த தப்பு பண்ணவங்களை வெட்டினவங்களை யாரையும் பிடிக்கவே இல்லை சார். இன்னும் போலீஸு என் தம்பி இப்போ இன்னும் அதை போஸ்ட்மார்ட்டம் பண்ணி வாங்கிக்கோங்கன்றாங்க. நாங்கள் வாங்க மாட்டோம்னு சொல்கிறோம். அவனை அரெஸ்ட் பண்ணால் தான் நாங்கள் வாங்குவோம். அது வரைக்கும் நாங்கள் வாங்க மாட்டோம். என் தம்பி இது ஆத்ம சாந்தி அடையாது. அவங்கள தண்டிக்காத வாங்கணும்னா
அவர் ஏற்கனவே வந்து எனக்கு உயிர் வந்து ஒரு டேஞ்சரா இருந்துச்சு அப்படின்னு சொல்லிட்டு தான் அவர் பேசியிருக்காரு. அதுக்கும் வந்து ப்ரொடெக்ஷன் வேணும்னு அவர் கேட்டிருக்காரு.
ஆமாங்க மேடம். ஒரு வாரம் முன்னாடி தம்பி
my brother's body until the investigation is completed and the perpetrators are caught.
அப்பதான் ஜெயில இருந்து வந்திருக்கான். வேற பிரச்சனைக்கு போயிட்டு பிரதீப்ன்றவன் ஜெயில இருந்து வந்த உடனேமே
Just last week, one of the goons had in fact gone to our relatives' clothes shop there and asked for extortion of money and threatened them.
வரும்போது கோர்ட்ல இருந்து ஒரு போனை வாங்கி பண்றாங்க. சரி என்ன இப்படி பண்றாங்களே சொல்லிட்டு ஸ்டேஷன்ல சொன்ன வந்தோம். சரிப்பா நாங்க அவங்கள பிடிச்சிக்கிறோம் அப்படின்னாங்க. ஒரு இதுவே எடுக்கல. அப்புறம் அவன் மறுநாளே வந்து வழியில பார்த்து இன்னொரு தம்பியை வந்து
following these goons having threatened at the clothes shop, we had also got scared, and last week we had come here to file a complaint with the police here.
FIR copy madam, FIR போட்டாச்சு. தம்பி மொபைல்ல இருக்க அந்த மொபைல் மிஸ்ஸிங். இப்பதான் இப்ப நம்பர் சொல்லிட்டு வந்து பிரேசர்.
The complaint that we have given all of that is in the phone of
the phone of Balakrishnan. The phone is missing. The cash that he had in his pocket on his person, that is roughly around over 50,000 rupees. That cash is also missing. We don't have any of the copy in hand. We believe because it was Balachandar who went along with our family to file a complaint, they had attacked him.
எல்லாமே ஆதரவு அவங்க குடும்பத்துல ஃபேமிலி வந்து அசோக் ஆனந்த் அர்ஜுனன் பிரேமா சாந்தி
3 people that we know of, Pradeep, Sanjay and another person had come to the shop and intimidated our family. In fact, these goons, their family has also been supportive of their notorious activities.
So outrage over the killing of BJP leader Balachandran. Apurva, well, we are listening into those reactions coming in from the family demanding justice. Cops meanwhile say that they have formed a special team to investigate the case. What can you tell us?
Well, the investigation is currently ongoing. An inquiry has been put up. Not only that, we are also learning that the team led by senior official here is conducting an inquiry. We are here at the Chintadripet police station here, which is just minutes away from where the crime had taken place last night. What we are learning is that Balakrishnan, who has already been given a police security there, he and his PSO had arrived here at Chintadripet, and while his PSO had gone just for a tea break just next to him, that this accident had taken place. Not only that, we are also learning that member of 3 had arrived on two-wheelers and had lashed at him with knives. That is what we are learning as well. All of this that had taken place within minutes, and Balakrishnan there, who had succumbed to his injuries, he is now survived by his wife and child. Not only that, the BJP Tamil Nadu is already asking for stringent action that needs to be taken place. In fact, the family out here of Balakrishnan, we had just spoken to the sister as well, and she had also demanded that action be taken against those perpetrators. In fact, they had also gone on to name 2 or 3 of the perpetrators they believe must be behind the killing of Balakrishnan. In fact, they say that they will not also take back the body of Balakrishnan post the post-mortem conducted until these perpetrators are caught. That is what we are learning as far as the family side states. Not only that, remember the police out here, the Chintadripet police station officials out here are also conducting a serious inquiry into this crime that had taken place here last night. We are also seeing that several other angles, including that of CCTV footage in and around passerbys as well as onlookers are being questioned as well as to what had happened, how the crime had happened as well. The PSO there, who is also being questioned. A lot of this, even as the inquiry is ongoing.
Right, so details still sketchy, and all eyes on that, on what the police have to say next. Apurva, many thanks for joining us. And moving on now, more breaking news. A fresh plea has been filed in the Supreme Court seeking intervention in the Gyanvapi mosque dispute. The plea contends that Muslims cannot assert any right in respect of any piece of land claiming to be a mosque unless it has been constructed on legally owned and occupied virgin land. So a fresh plea filed in the Supreme Court seeking a remedy for this point that has been put forward by the Hindu side, even as the Gyanvapi mosque dispute continues. And Ananya, well, a fresh plea filed and a major point put forward by the Hindu side here. Ananya.
Well, yes, the Hindu side has filed a new petition into the Supreme Court. And remember that the fresh petition that has been filed by Swami Jitendranath is not connected though to the Gyanvapi issue, but though definitely has an implication. However, a few days back, intervention application was also filed before the Supreme Court with regards to, in fact, the Gyanvapi issue, wherein a Delhi-based lawyer had approached the court seeking an intervention into the whole Gyanvapi case. The petition was filed through Advocate Ashwini Kumar Upadhyay, and it clearly stated that Kashi is the land of Lord Shiv, and hence the Muslims should leave this place actually. And in fact, the whole Places of Worship Act does not give a bar to in fact redetermine a religious character of a place. And a lot is happening not only in the topmost court of the country but also in the Varanasi court. We remember what orders were passed yesterday by the Varanasi court, wherein it clearly stated that it would be hearing the Order 7 Rule 11 application, that is the maintainability of the suit filed by the Hindu side. The petition, the Order 7 Rule 11 application has been filed by the Muslim side, clearly saying that the suit that has been filed by the Hindu side is not maintainable, and the court from tomorrow, that is May 26, would be hearing this case, and it would be very, very crucial to note as to what happens next, because the maintainability of the suit, if the maintainability of the suit is not allowed, then the whole exercise of conducting these advocate commissioner surveys would go futile. But a lot happening, in fact, in the courts this time, because not only Varanasi but also the Supreme Court would be hearing the case on July 21. It has already passed an interim order securing the Shivling site where the Shivling was recovered, and in fact also giving a right to the Muslims to pray in the mosque, and in fact also asking the Uttar Pradesh government to make arrangements for offering of wazu, because remember that wazu was stopped after the area was secured, and in fact people were not allowed to enter the area where the Shivling was found. So a lot happening inside the courtroom, a lot of arguments and heated argument taking place. So we'll have to wait and watch as to what happens next in the case studio.
Right, a lot happening inside the courtroom. Ananya, well, many thanks for joining us there. We now go across to Piyush, from whom we'd like to know about the significance of the fresh videographic evidence that has emerged as far as the mosque premises are concerned, the original temple premises are concerned.
Well, if we talk about the videography and photography evidences, what we are now learning is that today itself the court, Varanasi court, from where right now I'm reporting, is going to hand over all the evidences to the Hindu side. You would also remember that during the last hearing, the Hindu petitioners had sought the videography and photography evidences. Those were taken during the course of survey which was being done not only by Ajay Mishra's commission report but also by Vishal Singh's commission. So today it's going to be very important day. We are still waiting for these evidences to be handed over. Yesterday the court had given nod to hand over all the evidences to the Hindu petitioners and had set a deadline of 7 days. What we are now given to understand is that today itself the Hindu petitioners are going to get these videography and photography evidences. On the other side, the Muslim petitioners and lawyers have been objecting to the entire survey report, to the entire act of doing survey, doing photography, taking videos, and that is why they had also moved to court demanding that the status of Gyanvapi should not be changed as it comes under 1991 Worship Act. So multiple things were there yesterday. Now the court, after listening to both the arguments, had set the date of 26th of May, where it is going to hear the maintainability into the entire cases. If the case can further be heard, that is what the court is going to decide on 26th of May after hearing both the sides. Today, if we talk about today is also a very important day. At around 2 p.m. in the same court, in Varanasi court, a fresh plea has been filed by Vishwa Vedic Sanatan Sangh, in which the president of the organization, Jitendra Singh Bisain, has requested the court to announce him, to declare him as the exclusive owner. In fact, this plea has been filed on the behalf of Lord Adi Vishweshwara, which means that the petition is demanding that Lord Adi Vishweshwara should be declared as the sole owner of Gyanvapi complex, and after that, they would be allowed to offer prayers. In fact, another plea which has been filed, another request which has been put in that particular plea is that the structure, the entire Gyanvapi structure should be brought down.
Well, Piyush, we have to move on to another breaking story right now amid, activists amid the ongoing row over the Gyanvapi survey. A similar controversy is exploding in Mangaluru after a temple-like structure was found during the demolition of a mosque in Malali. The Vishwa Hindu Parishad is undertaking an Ashtamangala Prashne prayer today. Republic is reporting live from Mangaluru. And our correspondent there, earlier when we were speaking with you, Ashwin, you told us about how, despite strict prohibitory orders, people have gathered there.
एक बढ़िया जीत मिला है. अभी 800 साल का पुराना वो मस्जिद के पीछे कौन सा वो स्ट्रक्चर तोड़ा था, वो स्ट्रक्चर के पीछे को मंदिर का स्ट्रक्चर था. वो मंदिर का स्ट्रक्चर में अभी धार्मिक और आध्यात्मिक चिंतन से हम कौन सा अभी वो प्रश्न रखा, तांबुल प्रश्न रखा था. वो तांबुल प्रश्न में स्पष्ट रूप से उत्तर आया है. उधर एक सानिध्य है करके स्पष्ट रूप का सानिध्य सर. अभी तो वो चल रहा है, अभी शिव का मंदिर हो गया, कोई जैन का मंदिर हो गया. अभी तो दूसरा प्रश्न चल रहा है. अभी तो सानिध्य है. उस सानिध्य को अभी हम आगे रखने के लिए उधर के भजन और संकीर्तन करना है, उसको शक्ति ज्यादा करना है करके अभी तो पंडित जी ने बोला है.
अभी वहाँ पे कल्याणी भी था सर, उसको क्या किया हो?
Well, and breaking news coming in now, Yasin Malik, in which case, his sentencing is likely today. We'll be getting you live visuals there of Yasin Malik being taken to court. And NI court is likely to pronounce. And NI court is likely to pronounce judgment, his quantum of sentence today. Earlier he had pleaded guilty. Our reporter there on the ground as Yasin Malik's van in which he's being brought to the court arrives at the court premises. Yasin Malik to be sentenced today. Ananya, breaking news there. Yasin Malik arrives at the court, quantum of sentence likely today.
उससे लेके जाएगा. Remember that Yasin Malik has now been brought to the court. In fact, yes, I can hear you. Yasin Malik will be produced today before Delhi's Patiala House Court. In fact, and remember, and you can see that these are the security, and this is the security, heavy security under which Yasin Malik has been brought to court. He would be then now taken out and be taken to Special NIA Judge Praveen Singh's court, in fact, and we'll have to wait and watch for his visuals though. But what is very, very crucial to note is that today the arguments would be there on the quantum of sentence. Remember that Yasin Malik had last time pleaded guilty in the whole JNK terror funding case, and remember that whenever a person pleads guilty in this whole case, there is maximum punishment that he is liable for. He can be given out for maximum punishment, and as you can see, that heavy security deployment outside the whole Patiala House Court. This is the gate number 1 of the Patiala House Court, wherein these jail vans have been brought in. Remember that he's a high security prisoner, and hence paramilitary forces are also deployed into this whole area in order to avoid any kind of untoward incident. Because remember, the status of Yasin Malik in Kashmir is of very, very importance. He has been there, and in fact has serious charges levied on him. The court in fact had last time convicted him of various offences under the Terrorists Act and the Unlawful Activities Prevention Act, and you can see these visuals. These are the jail vans that are bringing Yasin Malik, because remember that he's always brought in. In fact, a lot of security arrangement is made before Yasin Malik is produced, because he is a high security prisoner, and in fact he would today be produced before a special NIA judge Praveen Singh, who would be hearing the arguments on the quantum of sentence, and then he would be deciding on what would be the sentencing of Mr. Yasin Malik. So we'll have to wait and watch, because whenever a person pleads guilty, he's liable for maximum punishment, and you can see that heavy security deployment outside the Patiala House Court taking place, and any minute Yasin Malik can be brought to the court. So we'll have to wait and watch as to what pans out in the court. But for now, heavy security displacements here. You can see, in fact, ACP level officers also on spot looking after the security arrangement. I'll ask my camera person and Jashpal to show you around this area where where this whole gate is, the gate number 1 of the Patiala House Court, from where most probably he would be taken to the court. You can see senior officials of the Delhi police also present in this spot, apart from the paramilitary forces, and any minute Yasin Malik can be brought to court. In fact, heavy security deployment you can see outside the Patiala House Court. So we'll have to wait and watch as to what pans out in the court, because remember that he has pleaded guilty and is liable for maximum punishment in this whole case. Studios.
Well, Ananya, when we talk about his last hearing, we believe that he withdrew his lawyer because, having accepted all the charges and pleaded guilty to all the charges, there was really nothing to be said. Meanwhile, give us a live update of the events as they are unfolding there in the court premises. Ananya.
Yes, you can see that the jail van is being taken inside the court. You can clearly see that the security officials are asking the media to get aside, because remember, he's a high security prisoner, and we'll have to understand that he is one of the key terror suspects in when we talk of Jammu and Kashmir. Though a big separatist leader, a very, very influential leader. You can see the jail van going in. You can see how the jail van is going in. He'll be directly taken to the lockup, and from there he would be taken to the court. In fact, you can see how the jail officials would be bringing him. He's been taken to the lockup first, and would then be taken inside the court. From the lockup, any minute he can be taken from the lockup. The court staff would give a call to, in fact, the lockup inside the Patiala House Court, and then from there Yasin Malik would be brought to Special NIA Judge Praveen Singh's court, where he would be produced, and arguments would be taking place on the quantum of sentence that is to be awarded to Yasin Malik into this whole case. Remember, the court had made several observations when it had framed charges against Malik and others in this whole case. It had clearly noted that Yasin Malik, though he had not received funds directly, but through Zahur Ahmad Shah Watali, the funds were also transferred to Hafiz Saeed, the UN proscribed terrorist. So a lot of serious charges are there against Yasin Malik, and we'll get you the first glimpse of Yasin Malik as he's taken to the court. We are tracking each and every development of Yasin Malik being taken to the court, fastest and the first only on Republic Media Network. But what is very, very crucial to note is that today we'll hear from the court as to whether what quantum of sentence would be granted to Yasin Malik into this whole case. So a lot happening inside the Patiala House Court. A very, very important hearing to take place on the quantum of sentence being pronounced against Yasin Malik in this whole case. And in fact, we'll have to wait and watch as to what happens. In fact, we'll have to wait and watch as to what happens inside the court, because remember that the NIA court proceedings are in camera. We cannot enter inside the court, and it is only the lawyers that tell us about what has happened inside and or the staff. But what is very, very crucial to note is that the court would be hearing the arguments on quantum of sentence. It would be this is the case relating to the terror funding in the state of Jammu and Kashmir. Both the NIA and the Enforcement Directorate are investigating into this whole matter, and in fact any minute Yasin Malik can be brought to the court. Any time he can be produced before Special NIA Judge Praveen Singh, and you saw how the jail van amidst high security was taken inside the lockup of the Patiala House Court. So a lot happening here, and we'll have to wait and watch as to what happens and what pans out in the Patiala House Court. So we'll have to wait a little, I think, for that.
So Yasin Malik in court. Moving on to other breaking news, the Enforcement Directorate has summoned Shiv Sena's senior leader Yashwant Jadhav in a FEMA case against him. Shavan, our senior editor, joins us on the phone line. Shavan, when we talk about the FEMA case, how big is it a setback for Yashwant Jadhav?
Well, at this point in time, that this is a preliminary part of the investigation where Shiv Sena leader Yashwant Jadhav, who is the former standing committee chairman and also considered to be one of the senior leaders in the Mumbai Municipal Corporation, who has now been summoned by the Enforcement Directorate. So as far as the case is concerned, this is based on an income tax department that was basically carried out, and based on that, we are now being told that the Enforcement Directorate is also probing the same matter. In fact, he's for the first time being called in by the Enforcement Directorate. As far as this FEMA case is concerned, it is more about a foreign exchange violation that is essentially taking place and not exactly a PMLA case. So to essentially say that it is a major setback, that wouldn't be appropriate. But having said that, this comes at a time when we have seen the kind of allegations that have been leveled by the Shiv Sena against the central agencies, which they have been saying that it has been misused by the centre. You've seen how various other leaders within the Mahavikas Aghadi who basically come under the scanner of the Enforcement Directorate, and that has essentially led to a massive war of words between the Mahavikas Aghadi as well as the BJP in Maharashtra. Now with Yashwant Jadhav, who is essentially seen as largely as a face of the Shiv Sena in the BMC, being called in by the Enforcement Directorate, one could only expect that this is going to further lead to some sort of a war of words between the both sides.
And the ED summoning Shiv Sena leader Yashwant Jadhav over a FEMA case. Our senior editor Shavan on the line, who has told us how earlier the income tax department too had been after him. Coming up on the other side, Yasin Malik, to be sentenced today, arrives at the NI court in Delhi for the sentencing.
Reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what is knowledge. I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
Big raids that are being carried out by the Central Bureau of Investigation. RJD levels allegations of revenge politics. This mass graveyard in Bucha bears testimony to the brutal acts of the Russian troops. Republic TV did a week-long investigation into the operations of the Khalistani movement here in Britain. Blatant violations that were carried out just a day before the fire. Did they really not feel the importance to inform the BMC? Republic Media Network's SIT decided to expose the dirty nexus between politics and a murky Ponzi scheme.
मोटे मोटे पत्थर पत्थर फेंके गए। कल देर शाम किस तरह से हिंसा हुई है दिल्ली में, काला दिवस की कॉल को कश्मीर के लोग इसे सिरे से खारिज करते हैं, रिजेक्ट करते हैं। दिल्ली को न जलने देंगे और न ही सुलगने देंगे। एक एक तस्वीर दिल्ली से।
Prime Minister speaks at the Bloomberg Business Forum. He, of course, will try to highlight India's 5 trillion economy dream and essential supplies and adequate supplies. And that is the biggest that we have from the APMCR. Raj Thackeray is not backing down, and supporters of Raj Thackeray have used the loudspeaker to send a message. They're trying to stop us from reporting. Today has picked up Arnab Goswami from his house, dragged him out, assaulted him physically. This is the Avidnya Tower in Parel, Mumbai, where the fire was reported, and their entire effort has been to somehow burst down the flames.
Story this morning, Yasin Malik will be sentenced today. The live visuals we are getting to you from outside the court. Ananya is reporting live from outside the court. As you can see, security has been heightened. Convict Yasin Malik, the Pakistani stooge, will be sentenced today. Ananya, if you can hear us, give us the details. What is happening outside the court right now? Well, we'll try and connect with Ananya again, but the live visuals we are getting to you of from outside the court. As you can see, there is heavy security there, the security that has been beefed up ahead of Yasin's sentencing. Remember, he has been convicted. Well, we have Ananya back with us. Ananya, give us the latest. What is happening outside the court right now?
So yes, you can see the heavy security deployment that is taking place outside the Patiala House Court. The jail van has been brought in. He has been brought to the jail inside the Patiala House Court. He's been kept in the lockup. He'll be produced around 11:30 a.m. In the morning before. In fact, special CBI judge, special NIA judge Praveen Singh of the Patiala House Court. Remember, then on the last occasion, the court had convicted Yasin Malik in connection with this whole case, and in fact, while also framing charges into this whole case, the court had made several observations, in fact, remember, in this whole matter, and he had been convicted and in fact, the most important implication of pleading guilty before in charge as serious as UAPA is that you are liable for maximum term of punishment. So a lot taking place inside the Patiala House Court. We'll have to wait and watch as to what happens.
Ananya, just stay with us. I'm interrupting you there. We are getting some live action which is happening in Mangaluru right now. Sagai is reporting live from Mangaluru. Remember, a Gyanvapi-like controversy has also broken out in Mangaluru, and as you can see, the VHP there that is performing puja. Also, several temple ruins, as Sagai was pointing out, have been found in the Mangaluru mosque. And the live visuals that are coming in right now of the VHP that is performing a puja. So the VHP also making a big claim there of presence of Lord Shiva inside the mosque. And that's the latest what we are learning on the story right now. Remember, security has been tightened around the Mangaluru mosque, and as Sagai was pointing out, section 144 has also been imposed. But in the backdrop of all this, we have VHP's mega claim over the Mangaluru mosque, saying that Lord Shiva has been, the deity has been found inside the mosque. And that's a big claim that's being made by the VHP. So, big claim there by the VHP. We'll go across to Sagai as well, who's reporting live from Mangaluru. But the live visuals that we are getting to you right now at this point in time, the visuals that are coming in show the security as well that's been heightened ahead as the VHP there is performing the puja. Section 144 has been imposed around the area. As Sagai was pointing out, this is a communally sensitive area that we're talking about here, the Mangaluru place. And as you can see, the live visuals of the VHP there performing Aarti in Mangaluru. And so a mosque temple debate has now erupted in Mangaluru after the Gyanvapi controversy. We'll try and go across to Sagai as well, who's reporting live from Mangaluru. And as Sagai was pointing out, the Vishwa Hindu Parishad is carrying out an Ashwamangala Prashne today. And that's the visual on your screens as well. So a similar controversy that erupted in Gyanvapi is also being seen in Mangaluru after a temple-like structure was found during the demolition of a mosque in Malali. And Sagai is back with us. Sagai, you're reporting live from Mangaluru. Tell us the latest, what is happening right now.
Where the question was being asked, this some kind of ritual which was being followed, and you can see here the Swamiji is joining.
Kind of ritual which was being followed, and you can see here the Swamiji is joining here. Sir, what is sir? Let me try to talk to Swamiji. So now we can see that the betel leaves ritual has been completed, which has been called as Tambula Prashne, and while finishing that particular ritual, the Swamiji was telling that probably this Tambula Prashne is not sufficient. They should go ahead with Ashtamangala Prashne to find out the historical evidences of this particular place. Now they feel that this particular Tambula Prashne had given a conclusion. Yes, there was some kind of divine power which was being present at that place. Now, to know more about the historical evidences, they might require a further puja to be completed. That is Ashtamangala Prashne, where there will be a larger section of puja which will be performed by the same Swamijis to find out the historical evidence of a temple at that particular place. You can see the Swamiji who is talking now to the people.
ಅದಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ನಾವು ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಕ್ಷಮೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಧಾನ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ ಮಾಡುವಾಗ ನಮಗೆ ಆ ಸಾನ್ನಿಧ್ಯ ಎಬ್ಬಿಸಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಆಗ್ತದೆ. ಈಗ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಆದರೂ ಸಹ ಎಬ್ಬಿಸಿ ಆಯಿತು. ಅದರ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ ಇನ್ನು ಮುಂದಕ್ಕೆ ಹೇಗೆ ಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಚಿಂತನೆ ಮಾಡಿ ಒಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಸೇರಿ ಒಗ್ಗಟ್ಟಾಗಿ ಯಾವ ಭೇದ ಭಾವನೆ ಇಲ್ಲದೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಒಳ್ಳೆಯದಾಗ್ತದೆ.
Okay, these are the Swamijis who are here, who perform the puja now, and they say that probably Ashtamangala puja will help them to understand more historical evidence on this particular place, which will reveal the truth. But now they feel that Shiva Sannidhyam was there, that is the divine presence of Lord Shiva in that particular place where Madani Jumma Masjid is there.
Well, absolutely. So Sagai there reporting live from Mangaluru, giving us the latest. Sagai, if you could show us around, show us the puja which is being carried out right now by the VHP leaders.
No, the puja has been completed. Now the Swamijis are addressing the media, briefing about the procedure which was being performed. Let us hear them what they have to say.
ಅದು ನನಗೆ ಅಲ್ಲಲ್ಲ, ಅದು ಕಮಿಟಿ ಅವ್ರ ಹತ್ರ ಕೇಳಬೇಕಾದ ಕ್ವಶ್ಚನ್. ಹೇಳಿದೆ, ಅಷ್ಟಮಂಗಲ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಆಯಿತು. ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಜವಾಬ್ದಾರಿ ಅವರಿಗಿಲ್ಲ, ಊರಿನವರದ. ಊರಿನವರ ಜವಾಬ್ದಾರಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅಷ್ಟಮಂಗಲ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಚಿಂತನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಚರಿತ್ರ ಚಿಂತನೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು, ಅದೇ ಬೋಧನೆ ಮಠದ ಚಿಂತನೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು, ಗುರು ಚಿಂತನೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು, ಎಲ್ಲವೂ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಉಂಟು. ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಒಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಸಹಕರಣದ ಒಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಯಾವ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆ ಇಲ್ಲದ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಆ ಚೈತನ್ಯ ಮೇಲೆ ಬರಬೇಕು ಎಂದು ಪ್ರಾರ್ಥನೆ ಮಾಡುವುದು ಮಾತ್ರ. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಇರುವ ಒಂದು ಸಾನ್ನಿಧ್ಯ ಹೇಳುವುದು ಶೈವ ಸಂಪ್ರದಾಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಆರಾಧನೆ ಮಾಡುವ ಒಂದು ಗುರುವಿನ ಪದ್ಧತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಡೆದ ಆರಾಧನೆ ಪೂರ್ವಕಾಲದಲ್ಲಿ. ಆ ಶೈವ ಸಂಪ್ರದಾಯ ಪದ್ಧತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಆರಾಧನೆ ಮಾಡಿದ ಗುರು ಯಾರು, ಯಾವ ಕಾಲದಲ್ಲಿ, ಯಾವ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ, ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ಹುಡುಕಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಆ ಅಷ್ಟಮಂಗಲ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳೋದು. ಅಷ್ಟಮಂಗಲ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಪೂರ್ತಿ ಚಿಂತನೆ ಆಗ್ತದೆ. ಅದೇ ಅಣ್ಣ ಹೇಳೋದು, ಅಷ್ಟಮಂಗಲ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಚಿಂತನೆ ಮಾಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ
ಏನೇನು ಸಿಕ್ತು ಸರ್, ಏನ್ ಡಿವೈನ್ ಪ್ರೆಸೆನ್ಸ್ ಇದೆ, ಶಿವನ ಸಾನ್ನಿಧ್ಯ
ಅದೇ ಶಿವನ ಸಾನ್ನಿಧ್ಯ ಅನ್ನಲ್ಲ, ಶೈವ ಸಂಪ್ರದಾಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಆರಾಧನೆ ಮಾಡಿದ ಒಂದು ಗುರುವಿನ ಪದ್ಧತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಆದ ಒಂದು ಆರಾಧನಾ ಸಂಕೇತ. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾವ ಯಾವ ಸಾನ್ನಿಧ್ಯಗಳುಂಟು ಅಂತ ಹುಡುಕಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಅಷ್ಟಮಂಗಲ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಚಿಂತನೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಅಷ್ಟಮಂಗಲ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಚಿಂತನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಆ ಯಾವ ಕಾಲಂ, ಯಾವ ಗುರು, ಯಾವ ಸಂಕೇತಂ, ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ಹುಡುಕಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಅಷ್ಟಮಂಗಲ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಬೇಕು. അപ്പോൾ ಅಷ್ಟಮಂಗಲ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಅವ್ರ ಹತ್ರ ಹೇಳಿದೆ. ಅವ್ರು ಯಾವಾಗ ಮಾಡೋದು ಅವ್ರ ಹತ್ರ ಕೇಳಿ ನೋಡಿ.
ಹಿಸ್ಟಾರಿಕಲ್ ಎವಿಡೆನ್ಸ್ ಸಿಗುತ್ತಾ ಸರ್ ಅಷ್ಟಮಂಗಲ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಮಾಡಿದಾಗ?
ಎಲ್ಲ ಸಿಗ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಅಷ್ಟಮಂಗಲ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸಿಗ್ತದೆ.
So now he feels that they have found out there was a divine power which was present at that particular mosque with Tambula Prashne, and he's saying that probably once they complete the Ashtamangala Prashne, there might be more truth which might be revealed, including historical evidence of which god and goddesses was there at that mosque area.
Well, absolutely. Thank you, Sagai, for giving us all the latest. Well, stay with us. As you were pointing out, that's a big claim also that's been made by the VHP of the presence of Lord Shiva. If you could give us more details on this breaking news update that you got to us of the big claim that's been made by the VHP now.
Not only the VHP, there are also Swamijis and seers who are present. They have got one of the Swamijis from Kerala who is a specialized person in that particular Tambula Prashne Puja, and he has performed the puja. Now he has found out, and there was also indication in the puja that enlightened these people, saying that yes, there is a divine power in that particular mosque area, and this is not sufficient for them to come to a conclusion whether there was a Shiva power or some other god's power. Only after Ashtamangala Prashne, that is one more ritual which will be performed by the same Swamijis for 7 days, and they have to decide the day and date of that, where they will continue that particular puja, and out of once that puja has been completed, they will come to know what really, which god was there, which temple was there, and which mutt that particular temple belongs. So now
हाई कोर्ट में हम आर्कियोलॉजिकल डिपार्टमेंट को डायरेक्शन दिलाएंगे, उधर खुदवाई होना चाहिए, सच्चाई बाहर आने के बाद में उधर पे मंदिर में पूजा होगा, और हम कौन सा आंदोलन करना है, संघर्ष करना है, वो भी संघ परिषद बजरंग दल आगे सोचेगा.
अभी तक कुछ ना कुछ सानिध्य है उधर?
सानिध्य तो पक्का है करके मणिकर जी ने बोला.
अभी तक कौन सा मंदिर है वो?
अभी तो प्रश्न चल रहा है.
जी सर, आपका पूरा नाम और
रघु सतमेश्वर बजरंग दल प्रांत शास्त्र में.
थैंक यू सर. थैंक यू.
Well, Sagai, if you can still hear us, get us the details. What is the latest that you're learning right now? Because the latest what we are getting to know is that the priest has said that the temple was vandalized when the mosque was built over this alleged temple that's been said to be there.
No, priest did not say they have vandalized. They are saying that yes, there was a divine power at that place. There was a Hindu divine power at that place where the mosque has been built, and now they feel that more rituals will reveal the truth which god was there. Now they feel that there was Shivana Sainidhyam which exists in that particular place, and once they complete Ashtamangala Prashne, they will get the truth behind this.
ಹೌದು, ಭಜನೆ ಈಗ ಪ್ರಸ್ತುತವಾಗಿರುವಂತಹ ಸನ್ನಿವೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವುಗಳು ಭಜನೆ ಪ್ರಾರಂಭ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ಆ ಭಜನೆಯ ಗುಣಗಳಿಂದಲೂ ಸಾನ್ನಿಧ್ಯ ಇನ್ನಷ್ಟು ಚೈತನ್ಯಯುತವಾಗ್ತದೆ, ಮತ್ತೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹತ್ತಿರ ಇರುವಂತಹ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ ದೀಪ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ ಶುರುವಾಗಿದೆ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಅದೆಲ್ಲವೂ ಕೂಡ ನಮಗೆ ಬೆಳಕಿನಲ್ಲಿ ತಗೊಂಡು ಹೋಗ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ व्यवस्था में.
स्वामी जी, आपने जो भी आपने जो भी पूजा किया था उसके बारे में आप क्या कहना चाहते हैं? क्या है आउटकम, क्या है?
नहीं, अभी हमको पता हुआ भगवान का सानिध्य है. जो सानिध्य है बोल के हमके पता हुआ, पता होने का बाद हम सोचने का इरादा नहीं. अभी आगे हम क्या क्या करने का वो विचार का बारे में आगे भी हम उसका विचार.
क्या डिवाइन पावर दिखाई दिया सर इस रिचुअल में आपको?
इसमें हमको प्रभु भोलेनाथ का सानिध्य भी दिखाया, और हमारा माँ शक्ति देवता बोलेगा तो दुर्गा माँ का सानिध्य भी दिखाया, और हमारा ज्योतिषी का बड़ा देवता स्कंद मीन्स सुब्रमण्य उसका सानिध्य भी हमको दिखाया भगवान ने.
अभी अगले इसके बाद अभी क्या करने वाले सर? आपको क्या अष्टमंगला से क्या मिलेगा?
अष्टमंगल में पूर्ण सानिध्य जो व्यवस्था में है वो हमको पता होता है. अभी ये तांबूला प्रश्न मीन्स जो ऊपर सोच के हम बोलते हैं उतना ही है. ये हमको इतना होने का था, उधर सानिध्य है या नहीं, हमारा पूर्वजों ने उधर पूजा किया या नहीं, ये हमको पता हुआ, हमारा पूर्वजों ने उधर किया, हमको सानिध्य है, भगवान हमको दिखाया। जो बोलता है भगवान जल्दी से जल्दी मेरे को सानिध्य करो बोल के भगवान बोलता है।
और अष्टमंगला में वो कौन सा भगवान?
ಏನು
सार्वभौम वादिराज गुरु सार्वभौम जी ने ये जगह में चल के उसका तपस्या किया था, उसका बारे में भी हमको उसमें दिखाया, उसका मत भी है। शुक्रिया शुक्रिया।
This is one of the Swamijis who performed the puja where they believe that there was some kind of science which has revealed in this particular puja where there is a divine presence of it, and probably in Ashtamangala puja they will get to know more truth about it.
Myself there, we are told that it's the Bajrang Dal that has claimed that the temple was vandalized, and also going on to add that the invaders have illegally occupied the mosque. So that's a claim that's been made by the Bajrang Dal, saying that the temple was vandalized in this particular place.
Hello? Hello?
Well, Sagai, if you can hear us, if you could give us some details of the claims that are now being made by the Bajrang Dal, because now we are told it's the Bajrang Dal that has claimed that the temple was vandalized. And more breaking news coming in. This one from J&K, where the protests are being carried out by the Kashmiri Pandits. They are staging a sit-in protest in Jammu. The protesters are demanding safe return of the Kashmiri Pandits from the valley, also seeking compensation for the family of Rahul Bhatt. We have Gursimran reporting live from Jammu. Gursimran, tell us what is the latest situation, because these protests continue by the Kashmiri Pandits who are demanding justice, saying that the Pandits should be taken from the valley, should be demanding the safe return of Kashmiris from the valley.
Make sure the Kashmiri Pandits are the Kashmiri Pandits are holding protest here in Jammu. I'll request Gaurav to keep showing you the visuals that the Kashmiri Pandit activists and the representatives have gathered here in Jammu, staging protest against the Pakistani terrorists that have totally posed a serious threat to the Kashmiri Pandits, and they are also seeking the safe return of the Kashmiri Pandits back to Jammu till the situation improves in valley. I have Kashmiri Pandit activist will try to speak to them. Sir, क्या मांग करते हैं? What is your demand?
Our demand is very simple. We want our package employees who are in cage. PM को काट के उसको हम कैश बनाया गया है, उनकी सिक्योरिटी सेफ्टी के लिए हम आज उनको पूरा ताउन दे रहे हैं और गवर्नमेंट सरकार से यही इल्तिजा करते हैं कि उनकी मांगे जल्द से जल्द पूरी हो।
सेफ रिटर्न की मांग आप लोग कर रहे हैं? सेफ रिटर्न की मांग कर रहे हैं आप लोग?
हम सेफ रिलोकेशन की मांग कर रहे हैं और सिक्योरिटी की मांग कर रहे हैं और इस किलिंग को बंद करने की मांग कर रहे हैं।
So the killing should stop. This is what they are demanding, and they are asking the government, आखिर कब तक, till when this will go on? We have some more activists with us. Sir, you are asking कि आखिर कब तक, क्या चाहते हैं?
सर, हम अब इंसाफ चाहते हैं। कश्मीरी पंडित एक पीस लविंग समुदाय है, लेकिन आज हमारा जो पानी है वो सर से ऊपर हो चुका है। हमेशा हमारे को ये बलि का बकरा बनाया जा रहा है, हमें यूज़ किया जा रहा है। जो PM पैकेज थी जो था सो था, लेकिन एक आदमी को वहाँ पर भेजे गए, ना उसकी लाइफ की सिक्योरिटी है, ना कुछ अपने बाल बच्चों के साथ अभी कैंपों में बैठे, ना उनको रहने की सुविधा दी गई है। तो हमारी यही डिमांड है कि जो ये कत्लो गारत हो रही है चुन चुन के कश्मीरी पंडित को ऑन ड्यूटी, इट इज़ नॉट अ जोक, ऑन ड्यूटी एक बहुत बड़े अच्छे दफ्तर में जहाँ पर।
So they are saying that this killing of Kashmiri Pandit minority.
And more breaking news coming in. TMC leader Partha Chatterjee has appeared before the CBI. The live visuals we are getting to you of the TMC Neta who has appeared before the CBI. He will be quizzed by the CBI very shortly. And the live visuals we are getting to you of Partha Chatterjee, the TMC Neta who is now at the TMC office. So this is the latest what we are learning. We'll go across to our reporters as well to get us more information. But as of now, the latest being the TMC Neta who has reached the CBI office to be quizzed in relation to a case. Remember, this comes after TMC, another Neta, Anubrata Mandal, failed to appear before the CBI in connection with the post-poll violence matter. We have Mayuk joining us on the phone line for more information. Mayuk, if you could give us more details of TMC leader who's now at the CBI office and give us the details of in which case as to which he's been summoned by the CBI.
Well, as you know, the former Education Minister of Bengal, Partha Chatterjee, was earlier summoned in the education scam in Bengal. That's the SSC scam, School Service Commission scam, related to recruitment of over 1,000 and more students from across Bengal who were seeking jobs. But then it has come to notice that a large amount of corruption that because of certain influential people. Now, who all are these influential people? That's what CBI is probing. CBI had earlier summoned Partha Chatterjee and also Paresh Adhikari, the erstwhile MOS of Education Ministry. And right now, Partha Chatterjee has again been summoned, and he was asked to be at Nizam Palace at the CBI headquarters in Kolkata. To be at 11 a.m. and we are seeing visuals that Partha Chatterjee has already arrived. Last time, 8 hours. He had been summoned for 8 hours. He had been questioned for 8 hours. We have to see right now what are the things that CBI wants to know more regarding this case, because thrice the MOS Education Minister Paresh Adhikari had been summoned. So right now Partha Chatterjee has entered and he has refused to talk, and he has not given any reaction. But we are awaiting his response, because he is yet to respond on this case for the very first time.
Well, absolutely, Mayuk. And if you could give us more details of this SSC recruitment, of the probe into this case so far, just a brief timeline.
The School Service Commission scam that happened in Bengal, it happened from 2016 actually, and from 2016, after Mamata Banerjee government came to power, there was a huge scale anomalies and corruption regarding the recruitment of teachers, the primary teachers and school teachers in Bengal. And this scam has been from North Bengal to South Bengal. It is from more than 12 districts in Bengal. So Partha Chatterjee, who was the erstwhile education minister, he was in charge of the entire recruitment process, and he had constituted a special committee of 5 members. A special committee was formed, and they were in charge. They were empowered with the recruitment process. It has come to the limelight that Paresh Adhikari, the then education MOS, the Minister of State, had allotted a seat to her daughter only, who was not in the merit list, and this entire thing blew up, and then state police came into action, and then CBI was handed over the case by the Honorable High Court in Kolkata.
All right. Thank you so much, Mayuk, for giving us all those details. A very short break. On the other side, we'll get you the latest on the Gyanvapi case, as the Gyanvapi complex videography and photography of the survey report will be given to both the sides. Also, Mangaluru after Gyanvapi now, after VHP's Ashwamangala Prashne Puja, VHP makes mega claims of Lord Shiva presence in the mosque.
Barricades come in, we are just going to move few more steps. Delhi police officials coming here, more and more officials arriving on the spot. This is not only about a blast happening in the national capital.
नरेंद्र मोदी खुद पहुंचे, भारत के प्रधानमंत्री स्टेज पे डोनाल्ड ट्रंप को नीचे लाने के लिए। जो बॉनहोमी है ये दोनों के बीच में दिख रही है। हम इस समय अंदर गलियों की तरफ अब हम जा रहे हैं। CISF की कंपनी के साथ दिल्ली पुलिस के वरिष्ठ अधिकारी यहाँ पर लोगों को समझा रहे हैं। Just showing you the cavalcade of the UP Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath on the tarmac of the Amosi Airport live. आप देख रहे हैं Rapid Action Force has taken a complete command of the situation. More forces are being moved in. Delhi police officials are present here. We are live.
big raids that are being carried out by the Central Bureau of Investigation. RJD levels allegations of revenge politics. This mass graveyard in Bucha bears testimony to the brutal acts of the Russian troops. Republic TV did a week-long investigation into the operations of the Khalistani movement here in Britain. Blatant violations that were carried out just a day before the fire. Did they really not feel the importance to inform the BMC? Republic Media Network's SIT decided to expose the dirty nexus between politics and a murky Ponzi scheme.
News in brief, the US measures lifted this month in addition to relaxing limits on transfers, call for resuming the processing of visas for Cubans in Havana, as well as also a family reunification program to let some people on the island join relatives in the US. The measures that President Biden have taken show a non-negligible impact in the country, but slowly things are improving for the Cubans. A top advisor to South Korean president said that North Koreans did not respond to Seoul's proposal to send COVID vaccines to the country. Speaking on the sidelines of the World Economic Forum in Davos, Na Kyun-yeon said that South Korea had also offered other medicines to its neighbor, but added that Seoul was still missing for an answer on the proposal. WHO Director General Tedros has been reappointed for a second 5-year term by the UN Health Agency's member countries. No other candidate challenged Tedros for the post amid the ongoing difficulties of responding to the devastating COVID pandemic. Pakistan's stooge and terror convict Yasin Malik, charged under the UAPA, will be sentenced today. China there, flown its jets at the Quad venue. The defense minister of Japan said that the move by Russia and China was likely a provocation.
The Chinese getting jittery. They have called Quad the Asian NATO, indulging in this provocative act. Are the Chinese really taking on the Americans? Behind me is the Eisenhower building next to the White House, where the meeting took place between Prime Minister Modi and Vice President Kamala Harris. ये खालिस्तान प्रोटेस्ट जो है, गुलाम नबी फाई यहाँ पे मौजूद है और हमने इनको एक्सपोज कर दिया है. Situation under control in Jahangirpur area. Prompt police action really averted a situation which could have gone out of hand. This is the biggest stadium in the world. For President Trump, this is going to be the biggest political event.
Barricades come in.
Gyanvapi complex's videography and photography of the survey report to be given to both Hindu and Muslim sides today. Big Gyanvapi hearing in Varanasi, even as fresh plea is filed in the Supreme Court. BJP leader hacked to death in Chennai by 3 unidentified assailants. Family of slain BJP leader in Chennai refuses to back down, demands all-out probe and justice. Mangaluru after Gyanvapi, after VHP's Ashtamangala Prashne Puja, VHP makes mega claims of Lord Shiva's presence at the mosque. Pakistani stooge and terror convict Yasin Malik, charged under UAPA, is likely to be sentenced today. Karti Chidambaram to appear before the CBI in the Chinese visa scam case. And senior leader Yashwant Jadhav in FEMA case summoned by the Enforcement Directorate. Death toll in Texas school shooting in the United States rises to 23. 18-year-old shooter shot dead. And we start off with the latest updates on Yasin Malik's quantum of sentence pronouncement, which is likely today by the NIA court in New Delhi. As you can see in those visuals that we're bringing you from the court premises, heavy police deployment both inside the court premises as well as outside. Ananya, our correspondent, joining us with the latest. Ananya, we can see heavy police deployment there for the high security, considering, well, clearly he's a high security prisoner. Yasin Malik, quantum of sentence pronouncement likely today. Ananya, if you can hear me, give us a sense of the atmosphere there, the heavy police deployment, paramilitary forces, police personnel as well. We can see visuals as well as heavy security vans outside the court premises as well. When is the hearing likely to begin?
Heavy police deployment at the spot. Well, the hearing is likely to begin at around 11:15 a.m. And what we are hearing is that by 11:30, Mr. Yasin Malik would be produced before Special NIA Judge Praveen Singh. And in fact, remember that he had pleaded guilty into this whole case. And when the court had been informed after Mr. Yasin Malik had in fact pleaded guilty, the court had framed charges. And very, very important observations had come in. The court had noted that prima facie there existed a criminal conspiracy pursuant to which a large-scale protest resulting into violence and arson at a massive scale were orchestrated in Jammu and Kashmir. And in fact also noted that the object of this whole secession, of this whole protest was to a secession of the JNK from the Union of India by overriding the government. In fact, the object of the conspiracy was also to overawe the government by the sheer scale of violence and was nothing less than a plan of insurrection. So in fact, prima facie, the protests were violent, and despite large-scale violence engulfing in the valley, the conspirators, including Mr. Yasin Malik, pressed with these protests. In fact, the court noted that prima facie they were not following the Gandhian path, but their plan was straight from the playbook of likes of Hitler and the march of the brown shirts. In fact, very, very important observations had been made by the court while it was framing charges against Yasin Malik. So basically, he's been booked under various sections of the Unlawful Activities Prevention Act, that is the UAPA, and also various other sections of the Indian Penal Code and the Terrorist Act as well. So clearly a very, very important quantum of sentence. Yasin Malik, somebody who is in fact said to be one of the major masterminds before the terror plots in the state of Jammu and Kashmir. And in fact, there were also statements that it was Yasin Malik who had received money, and the said money was transferred through Zahur Ahmad Shah Watali to proscribed UN terrorist, in fact, Hafiz Saeed. So a lot substance into the case, a lot allegations against Yasin Malik and others into this whole case. And we'll have to wait today as to what the court would say when it would be hearing this whole matter, and the quantum of sentence would be decided by Special NIA Judge Praveen Singh. It had also called for a social status report. Basically, a social status report indicates as to what is the social status of a person, and what is he actually doing in terms of family and financial status, and upon which it decides the sentence. It notes whether how many dependents he has, how many the people are dependent on him for livelihood. So the court considers all these aspects before granting the quantum of sentence, and hence a report had been called from the National Investigation Agency with regards to the same, and the same would be submitted before the court today, and we'll have to wait and watch as to what happens next into this whole case. Studios.
Well, Ananya, when we talk about the charges that Yasin Malik has pleaded guilty to, they are pretty tough and grim charges that he has been charged with. Well, right now, Ananya, stay with us. You keep your eyes on that story as we move on to another breaking story. A chorus in Andhra, BJP protesting over the renaming of Jinnah Tower. BJP protests there, and we can see visuals of police personnel, even as a person seems to be lying on a stretcher on the ground. BJP protesting renaming of Jinnah Tower, and these are visuals we are getting you from Andhra Pradesh. The details as yet are still quite sketchy. They are demanding that the Jinnah Tower should be renamed. And we're trying to get in touch with our reporter there, Anila. Even as we can see police surrounding Aneri. Aneri, if you can hear me. The BJP in Andhra Pradesh demanding the renaming of Jinnah Tower. Police now rounding up BJP activists as they stage a protest demanding the renaming of the tower there. The tower is named Jinnah Tower, and they are demanding that the name be changed. These are visuals we are getting you from Andhra Pradesh. Breaking news coming in now of police action against BJP activists in Andhra Pradesh as they demand in a protest the renaming of Jinnah Tower. Aneri, if you can hear me, we are getting visuals of BJP workers being rounded up there. What is this issue that they are holding protests over? We believe it's about the renaming of a tower. Aneri. Well, so BJP workers, BJP activists, they're rounded up by the police in Andhra Pradesh over their protests to rename a tower known as Jinnah Tower. They're demanding that the tower be renamed, and these are visuals from Guntur. And we move on. Story of the time. Moving on to the top story at this hour from Mangaluru. The VHP making mega claims at the mosque in Mangaluru in Malali, where they're holding a special ritual to determine whether a special ritual of the area there, a local ritual, which they say will show them whether there is a divine power in the area, where Meanwhile, prohibitory orders have been put in place in surrounding areas. Sagai Raj, our correspondent, with the latest. Sagai Raj, what's happening at the mosque site now? The VHP performing Tambula Puja earlier and saying that there are divine powers, there is a divine presence around the area.
The puja was completed near Sri Rama Anjaneya temple, which is around 1 kilometer away from the controversial mosque. And now, after the puja, they have found out that yes, there was some kind of divine power presence in that particular area. And once they complete Ashtamangala puja, there might be more historical evidence and more concrete evidence to prove yes, there was this particular god existing. When we spoke to Gopala Krishna Panikar, Thakur, one of the chief priests who have performed this Tambula Puja, he went out to say that Tambula Prashne is just a basic Prashne where they will figure out about the Hindu divine presence. And while performing that, they have found out, yes, there is a Shiva Naidiyam at that particular place. And probably once they complete Ashtamangala, they will be able to figure out whether it was Shiva Naidiyam or Vaishnava, that is Shiva or Vaishnava god, which was present at that place where now you have Madani Jumma Masjid in Malali area in Mangaluru.
Right. So what happens next? Is there, even as we are looking at and covering the Gyanvapi issue, does this seem to be emerging and moving forward on the same lines?
More or less, it seemed to be something which is on the same line of Gyanvapi, because when we spoke to the MLA as well as the VHP activists, they are claiming that there should be some kind of competent authority which should go ahead and do some kind of survey. Remember, there is a stay order on renovation of that particular mosque. Remember, the entire controversy broke out when that particular mosque was under renovation, and they had found out that a few structures, pillars and something which is connected with Hindus were found out during that point of time. And immediately the right-wing organization had approached the court and took a stay order on renovation, and now it is on hold, and probably in the days to come we will get to know what will be the next plan of action, because they feel that Ashtamangala was there. Sir, now we have found out that there will be next puja, sir. How is the law and order situation in the city, sir? Yes.
No, nothing. It is a small village of about 300 houses, and people of this area, irrespective of their religious background, so they are in good books with each other. And as a matter of routine religious procedure, which is largely followed in this area, today the Hindu organizations, they have held one ritual called Tambula Prashne. So they have got to know a few things, and over that they will talk to the religious experts, and they have told that they will take necessary next course of action.
Sir, there is 144 section has been imposed. Till what time it will be continuing?
Since yesterday night 8 o'clock till tomorrow morning 8 o'clock, we have imposed 144 in Malali village, approximately 500 meters from the place on which the contest is going on in the court.
No law and order situation in the...
No, nothing. Absolutely, all local people and both the religious communities also, they have completely confirmed that they will follow whatever procedure and legal course on the one side, and religious rituals they are taking up as a part of their belief system. So both of them have confirmed and agreed that they wouldn't get into any act which can break the law.
Okay. This is Police Commissioner from Mangalore, Shashi Kumar, who says that law and order situation is under control. There is 144 section which has been imposed across the city, and there are no untoward incidents. Everything is peaceful as of now.
Well, everything peaceful as of now. Situation in control in Mangaluru. Let's listen in to some of the reactions coming in. We are talking about the Gyanvapi-like row which has erupted in Mangaluru over the Malali Mosque, where VHP is performing the Tambula Puja, and earlier claiming that there was a divine presence in the area.
अष्टमंगला प्रश्न होता है, वो क्या होता है?
अष्टमंगल प्रश्न बोलेगा तो हमारा ज्योतिष्य में 8 तरीका का चिंतन है। 8 तरीका मीन्स एक स्वर्ण प्रश्न है, वो स्वर्ण को लेके हम अक्षता डाल के गंध और अरसी गंध कुंकुमा सब उसमें डाल के, एक कन्या मीन्स एक लेडी वो शुद्धि में रहना चाहिए 10 बरस का अंदर का कन्या को हम लेके उसको हम बोल के उसका मन में क्या इरादा रहता है, वो इरादा में वो एक कोना में वो लड़की रखता है।
लीगली कितना ये स्टैंड होगा, ये पूजा आपको कैसे हेल्प करेगा?
अभी हमारा इरादा में जो सानिध्य हाई बोल के हमने चिंतन करना पड़ेगा, तो उसमें क्या सानिध्य है, शिव जी का है और हमारा बसदी पहले से इधर जैन संस्थापन का ये इरादा था, उसका बारे में भी वो क्या है बोल के हम सोच के बाद में हम कानून का इरादे में हम जाना पड़ता है।
कुछ डॉक्यूमेंट्स है आपके पास इसके बारे में?
जरूरी है, हम उसका सब कुछ लेके आया था, हमारा पास है, आगे हम न्यायालय को हम दावा करना चाहिए।
And now going across to our correspondent Zeenat to get all the latest on the killing of the Jammu and Kashmir policeman who died after terrorists shot him and his little daughter, his 7-year-old daughter, who is in a critical condition. Zeenat, our correspondent, joining us now. Those are visuals
as
there.
The killing of Cop Saifullah Qadri is concerned. He lost his life in a terror attack yesterday in the Ganai Mohalla Achar of Saura, Srinagar. But he was accompanied by the daughter when the terrorist attacked him. Now the daughter is admitted here at the JVC, which is a sister concern hospital of Skims Tertiary Care Hospital. My VJ Firdaus is showing you the visuals of that very area where the daughter is admitted. She has received the wrist injuries because she too was shot at, and also she has suffered a fracture in her right arm. We are being told here at the hospital that the daughter's condition is stable. The family members and the doctors are monitoring the situation, and meanwhile we are also seeing the way the terrorists are trying to target the policemen, particularly who are usually come home after getting the leave from the department. This is not the first incident we are seeing it. Terrorists targeted one of the policemen when he was on his way to his office in Aiva Bridge. He too was shot dead by the terrorists on 13th of May. And in South Kashmir also we witnessed a terror attack where a policeman was waiting for the school bus of his kid when he was shot dead. So these kind of incidents are coming up in a big way, but we are also hearing from the Kashmir police chief saying that they have identified the terrorists behind yesterday's killing. As per the police sources, that the two terrorists were involved, although TRF has claimed their responsibility, but police has not as of now revealed the actual names of the terrorists behind the attack. But as of now, what I'm picking from the sources that after yesterday's incident, some 40 youngsters from the Achar Saura have been picked up for questioning by the Jammu and Kashmir police.
Well, so the police hard on the heels of the terrorists who are responsible for the killing. Meanwhile, what is the kind of impact that this killing has had? Because it must be a huge shock, another shock for people in the valley. The targeting of a police officer and his little daughter. The sentiment there, Zeenat, we'd like to know.
See, as far as everybody has condemned this kind of attack, whether it was the political parties, the locals and all. If we heard yesterday, police chief, he also said that the terrorists have crossed all kind of limits and they are going after them whoso have carried out this kind of gruesome attack. They will be neutralized soon. So IGP Kashmir has given a clear warning to all those terrorists who are trying to indulge in these kind of attacks that they will not be spared, and whosoever has carried this attack will be neutralized soon, because this is a complete inhuman act that was carried by them yesterday in Anchar of Saura, because the cop was accompanied by the daughter who is just a 3rd grade student, and she too has suffered injuries in the attack. We are seeing the condemnation pouring in from all corners as far as yesterday's attack is concerned. The terrorists are trying their best to show the presence, but we are also seeing the anti-terror operation launched by Jammu and Kashmir police now in North Kashmir's Creedy, where the two terrorists are trapped.
Right. Well, so the father shot dead while the young girl continued to battle for her life. Now news is that her condition is stable. Meanwhile, policemen too, there's been widespread condemnation of this particular killing by terrorists. Zeenat, you were also telling us that the police have some leads and that they have identified the terrorists. Has there been any claim by any particular terror outfit regarding this brutal killing?
See, as yesterday we already carried the story that it is the TRF behind the killing of a policeman Saifullah Qadri, who was posted in the special unit of Jammu and Kashmir police. TRF has claimed the responsibility, but if we go with the official version, they have not disclosed the name of the terrorist who carried this, but have said that the two terrorists, the pistol-borne terrorists, have carried this killing. So we are seeing that the yesterday night almost some 40 people, 40 youngsters were picked up by Jammu and Kashmir police in relation to this very case, the Saura terror case, where they are being questioned. So multiple raids were carried by the police all through the night. They were they picked up many youngsters in order to know more leads as far as this terror of Saura terror case is concerned. 40 youngsters have been picked up since Saifullah Qadri was shot dead by the terrorist.
Zenith, we'll be coming back to you very soon. Meanwhile, let's listen in to some reactions that have come in to the killing of Saifullah Qadri and his and his daughter being shot at. The daughter, we believe, is stable now in hospital. Let's.
आज हम लोग यहाँ पर अपने शहीद साथी सैफुल्लाह की शहादत के लिए आए हैं। यहाँ पर रेतलिंग सेरेमनी था और इस जो बर्बर हत्या करने में जो टेररिस्ट इन्वॉल्व है उसको हम लोग आइडेंटिफाई बहुत जल्दी कर लेंगे और न्यूट्रलाइज करेंगे। सबसे बड़ी बात है कि आज टेररिस्ट ने मानवता के सारे हद को पार कर दिया। उस छोटी सी बच्ची जो 9 साल की थी उसको नहीं छोड़ा, उसको भी फायर किया, वो भी जख्मी हो बेचारी, अभी हॉस्पिटल में है, स्टेबल है, ठीक है। और मैं अपने पुलिस के सारे जवानों से को आश्वासन देता हूँ जो भी टेररिस्ट इन्वॉल्व है उसको बहुत जल्दी न्यूट्रलाइज कर देंगे।
तो इस तरह का इंसिडेंट शहर श्रीनगर में होना किस तरह आप देख रहे हैं, क्योंकि ये घर जा रहा था?
बिल्कुल, हम सब देख रहे हैं पिछले कई साल से, पुलिस वाला हो, सीआरपीएफ जवान हो या आर्मी के जवान हो, जब छुट्टी पर जाते हैं तो अनआर्म होते हैं, उसके पास कोई हथियार नहीं होता है, उस अनआर्म पर ये लोग अटैक करते हैं। ये लोग इसको हम लोग भी मुँह तो जवाब देते रहे आए हैं और आगे भी देंगे।
वो जो बच्ची है उसकी मतलब उस पर भी फायर हुआ था, अभी
उस पर भी फायर किया है, वो जख्मी है, अभी हॉस्पिटल में है।
सर, ये दूसरा इंसिडेंट है कि फैमिली पे अटैक हो रहा है। इससे पहले भी एक बच्ची पे अटैक हुआ था, पुलिस वाले की शहादत हुई, तो आज भी वैसा ही इंसिडेंट।
पूरी सोसाइटी कश्मीर सोसाइटी एज ए होल सोसाइटी को इसका क्रिटिसाइज करना चाहिए, इसको करना चाहिए, हम सब क्रिटिसाइज करना चाहिए। और टेररिस्ट की फैमिली को भी समझना पड़ेगा कि उनकी फैमिली को भी आगे आके टेररिस्ट के खिलाफ बोलना चाहिए।
थैंक यू सर।
सेंट्रल कश्मीर में जिस प्रकार से आज काप जो सैफुल्लाह खान उसकी हत्या कर दी गई है, उसकी बेटी को इंजर्ड किया गया है, दुख का विषय है। हालांकि मिलिटेंसी लगातार समाप्त होते होने पर है, लेकिन इक्का दुक्का इस प्रकार की घटनाएं निश्चय ही चिंता को बढ़ाती हैं। परिवार के प्रति संवेदना व्यक्त करता हूं। लोगों को भी और खास करके पुलिसकर्मियों को अलर्ट रहने की जरूरत है, क्योंकि दुश्मन कहाँ बैठा है, किस रूप में बैठा है, ये आज पता नहीं लगता। और बड़े हथियारों से, छोटे हथियारों से भी वार करते हैं। कुल मिलाकर के जो हुआ अच्छा नहीं हुआ। सुरक्षा कर्मियों ने इलाका घेरा है और जल्द मार गिराया जाएगा।
देखिए, टारगेटेड अटैक आज भी हुआ। सैफुल्लाह कादरी नाम के एक पुलिसमैन और उसकी बेटी को गंभीर रूप से सोरा एरिया श्रीनगर में ज़िले में जख्मी किया गया है। ये भी एक टारगेटेड और सिलेक्टिव अटैक था, लेकिन इस 1-1.5 साल 2 साल और अब कुछ अरसे से लगातार किलिंग्स हो रही हैं। ये बहुत ही गंभीर चिंता का बात है। और दूसरी तरफ से केंद्र सरकार
Saifullah Qadri, the police officer killed by terrorists of the TRF. Our correspondent Zenith on the story. IGP Kashmir has vowed to avenge the killing, and you just saw how the police there are outraged over the killing of Saifullah, and his little daughter, 7 years old, was also shot at.
Organization has gone to the court. They've got a stay on the demolition. When the demolition was taking place, it was done by the committee members of the mosque. It was not done by BJP or somebody else. They have done the demolition. Suddenly a temple-like structure comes across. Obviously people will get agitated, but still I'm thankful that no one went beyond and did something untoward incident when not there. Totally there were peace and no issues in this area. Now suddenly after 2 months the process is going on, it's still in the court. The locals, there is a process of doing Tambula Prashne and Ashtamangala Prashne is a part of the whole astrological process of building a new temple. So it's going on. Now suddenly DK Shikumarji and STPI people, everyone has just started jumping and saying that it's a political issue. It is a social issue. It's not a political issue. It's about finding out the truth. Whatever the truth is, let the competent authorities come out with the answer. But don't I ask all the political leaders not to make, unhealthy statements.
My last question is, you have seen Gyanvapi issue.
Yeah.
Do you want a similar kind of survey to be done in this particular place to reveal the truth about this claims
I would prefer a competent authority to do a survey so that you'll know what is what. I need to know the truth. We need to know the truth. That's all. We deserve to know the truth. Because this history says Tipu Sultan had come here, Hyderabad had come here in this area.
But do you have relevant documents to prove the claims?
Yes. They have come here. That claim is there. But whether they have destroyed it or not, that is to be surveyed. There are some temples where Tipu Sultan's mark of his sword were hit on the temple. It is still preserved. So that as a remembrance for such a thing has happened. So we need to look into all these angles and see what has happened. There are some documents talking about presence of temples in that area and all. One Portuguese person has written about that. Some historical references are also there. But whatever,
Sakiraj on that story in Mangaluru. Meanwhile, coming up in a short while, Pakistani stooge and terror convict Yasin Malik, brought to Patiala court, charged under the UAPA, is likely to be sentenced today.
The question this time very clearly, no answers from him. Our keys continue to be with his men. We faced intimidation here. What we have to see is what action will really be taken here in this case. We've been trying to get in touch with you and ask you several questions on the land deals that you had along with Priyanka Vadra and Robert Vadra. Why are you trying to avoid the cameras, sir? Hanging of the rapist has been confirmed. Court has said all the evidence had already been seen at the trial court, at the high court and the top court of the country. They're not going to go into it again. Once again trying to get in a word with Mr. Vijay Mallya. Persistently been asking you only one question. Mallya, why did you escape in 2015? Do you not think the decorum of the court and the dignity needed to be maintained with the kind of language you use? Republic TV gets you the first words from Khabar Qureshi.
China there, flown its jets at the Quad venue. The defense minister of Japan said that the move by Russia and China was likely a provocation.
The Chinese getting jittery, they have...
So breaking news coming in from Jammu and Kashmir. In a chance encounter, 3 Pakistani terrorists killed. 1 J&K police personnel also losing his life, attaining martyrdom in the chance encounter. So breaking news coming in from Jammu and Kashmir, incriminating materials including arms and ammunition recovered. Further details are awaited. We go back once again to Zeenat, who was covering that story. Zeenat, breaking news coming in of the death of 3 terrorists, 3 Pakistani terrorists.
Oh yes, Pakistani terrorists have been neutralized by Jammu and Kashmir police in an operation in Creedy, Baramulla. That all 3 are Pakistani terrorists, and this has also been confirmed by the IGP Kashmir, Vijay Kumar, that 3 Pakistani terrorists have been gunned down in this operation, although J&K police had to suffer loss of 1 police person But it is a big success because the operation was carried in a very swift manner, and we are seeing that the 3 dead bodies along with arms and ammunition too have been recovered from the encounter side. Although operation has not been closed, the search operation still continues at the spot.
Right, search operations are continuing. We also believe that one policeman is also among those who have been killed in the encounter. We also believe that it is a chance encounter.
Yes, it was a chance encounter, though there were the leads coming that the terrorists are in the area, the presence of terrorists was felt. Accordingly, the very meticulously Jammu and Kashmir police carried the CASO, the coordinated search operation, and in between the firefight was established because some warning shots were fired by Jammu and Kashmir police that were retaliation had come from the terrorists. And as of now, we are picking that the 3 terrorists have been gunned down. The Pakistani terrorists neutralized in Baramulla operation confirmed by IGP Kashmir, along with one police personnel who lost his life, attained martyrdom in this operation. As of now, the search operation continues in Creary, Patan of Baramulla, North Kashmir.
Right, you were telling us about this. Chance encounter earlier, Zeenat. Even as we were talking about, well, there's a tweet here that's coming in from the Jammu and Kashmir police informing about the 3 Pakistani terrorists who have been killed. One JKP personnel also attained martyrdom, says the tweet, in the chance encounter. And coming up on the other side, more details emerge in the Gyanvapi case. The survey proof to be given today. Also coming up on the other side, BJP leader Balachandran of the SC/ST wing of the BJP in Chennai hacked to death.
मुबारक हो, बाप हुआ है, नाम है N, Scorpio N. The big daddy of SUVs is here.
औरंगजेब की वजह से पेट्रोल की कीमत में इजाफा हो गया, अकबर की वजह से कीमतें बढ़ गईं और शाहजहां की वजह से नौजवान बेरोजगार। प्रधानमंत्री जिम्मेदारी नहीं है इसकी, मुगल जिम्मेदार।
Prime Minister speaks at the Bloomberg Business Forum. He of course will try to highlight India's 5 trillion economy dream and essential supplies and adequate supplies, and that is the biggest that we have from the APMCR. Raj Thackeray is not backing down, and supporters of Raj Thackeray have used the loudspeaker to send a message. They're trying to stop us.
Top headlines at 11:30. Gyanvapi complex videography and photography of the survey report to be given to both sides. Big Gyanvapi hearing in Varanasi even as fresh plea filed in the Supreme Court. BJP leader hacked to death in Chennai by 3 assailants. Family of slain BJP leader in Chennai refuses to back down, demands all-out probe and justice. Mangaluru after Gyanvapi, after VHP's Ashwamangala Prashne Puja, VHP makes mega claim of Lord Shiva presence at the mosque. Park Stooge and terror convict Yasin Malik charged under the UAPA to be sentenced very shortly. Karti Chidambaram likely to appear before the CBI in the Chinese visa scam gate. ED summons Shiv Sena senior leader Yashwant Jadhav in FEMA case. Death toll in Texas school shooting in the US rises to 23. 18-year-old shooter also shot dead. Good morning, viewers. Thanks for tuning in. You're watching Republic and getting you the big story. This one coming in from Mangaluru. Amid the ongoing row over the Gyanvapi survey, a similar controversy has now exploded in Mangaluru after a temple-like structure was found during the demolition of a mosque in Malali. The VHP also a short while back performed a puja in the area. Remember, Section 144 has been imposed around Mangaluru, and we have Sagai Raj as well reporting live from Mangaluru. Straight away going across to Sagai for the latest. Sagai, what is the latest you can tell us, because that's a mega claim that we are told by the VHP on Lord Shiva presence in the mosque.
So the claim is quite simple, that now the VHP is demanding that the mosque committee should come forward and try to solve this problem amicably. We are joined with Sharam Pampella, the instrumental person behind this particular puja which has been organized. He is Secretary of Vishwa Hindu Parishad. Thank you so much for talking to Republic TV, sir. Sir, आज ये जो आउटकम है तांबुला प्रश्न से, उससे आप खुश है क्या?
डेफिनेटली, क्योंकि मैंने उस दिन गया था, कौन अभी वो अप्रैल 20 को वो जगह में गया था। वो जगह देखने का टाइम में हमको मेरा मन में आया था, मेरा साथ 10-15 हिंदू लोग भी उधर आया था वो मस्जिद के। वो मंदिर को देखने के बाद उधर पता चला था उसी टाइम में उसका स्ट्रक्चर, उसका रचना और उसका चित्र और उसका महाद्वार, वो हिंदू प्राचीन हिंदू मंदिर उसी दिन में मन में आया था।
लेकिन आपने ये जो रिचुअल खत्म किया था, यहाँ पे आपको साइंस मिला है कि वो डिवाइन पावर था, मगर लीगली कितना कॉम्पिटेंट होगा सर ये आपका पूजा? लीगली कैसे हेल्प करेगा आपको?
देख लीजिए, आज हमारा तांबुला प्रश्न में क्या क्या आ गया। उधर देवता सानिध्य भी था और शिव का भी आराधन मंदिर था, इसलिए हमारा ये तांबुला प्रश्न में आ गया। इसलिए मैं हमारा विश्वास है कोर्ट को, क्योंकि कुछ साल पहले एक हमारा केरल का तिरुवनंतपुरम का अनंत पद्मनाभ मंदिर का एक जजमेंट आया था। उस दिन सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने आदेश दिया था, वो अनंत पद्मनाभ का मंदिर का 7वां द्वार खोलने के लिए आदेश दिया था। लेकिन अनंत पद्मनाभ का मंदिर का कमेटी वाला वो नहीं खोला है द्वार, क्योंकि उसमें अष्टमंगल प्रश्न उधर रखा था कौन सा वो मंदिर में, उसमें स्पष्ट आया था वो 7वां द्वार नहीं खोलने का। उसी ने लेकर सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने उसको माना था। हमारा हिंदुओं का 52 अष्टमंगल प्रश्न में क्या क्या आया था उसने सुप्रीम कोर्ट भी माना था। इसलिए हमको
अभी आपके पास कुछ डॉक्यूमेंट एविडेंसेस है सर इसके साथ?
हाँ, हम डॉक्यूमेंट्स कलेक्ट कर रहे हैं। वो कितना साल से उसने उधर मस्जिद बनाया और इसका जगह का कौन का पास था उसका जगह, वो सभी हम कलेक्ट करेंगे। हमको विश्वास है कानून भी हमारा क्या हम मान रहे हैं वो हमको मिलेगा। हम उधर मंदिर बनाएंगे। मैं आपका माध्यम से तरफ से मैं कौन सा वो मुस्लिम लीडर्स और मस्जिद का कौन सा कमेटी है, मैं उसको रिक्वेस्ट करता हूँ वो हमको जगह हमको छोड़ दो, हिंदुओं को छोड़ दो। वो मस्जिद नहीं है, वो हिंदुओं का मंदिर था, उधर शिव का मंदिर था, शिव को आराधन करके आया था। इसलिए मैं उसको डिमांड कर रहा हूँ, रिक्वेस्ट कर रहा हूँ, उधर हम भव्य मंदिर निर्माण करेंगे। हम संघर्ष नहीं चाहता है, हम इसको पीसफुली उसको सॉल्व करेंगे। मैं मुस्लिम समुदाय को मैं रिक्वेस्ट कर रहा हूँ।
ज्ञानवापी में अभी देखा तो कुछ सर्वे किया है, सिमिलर काइंड ऑफ सर्वे करना चाहते हैं?
यस, मैं भी अभी हमारा बातचीत हुआ है हमारा वकीलों से, वो भी हम अभी अर्जी डालेंगे, हम रिक्वेस्ट डालेंगे कोर्ट में वो सर्वे करने के लिए। वो भी अगले हम कानून क्या क्या हम लड़ाई करेंगे वो हम अगले दिन से हम करेंगे।
थैंक यू सर। So this is Sharan Pompel, who is a VHP secretary, who claims that they will request the court to conduct a survey by a competent authority to find out whether there was a temple or a mosque, something similar which had happened in Gyanvapi. And he is also saying that they will try to approach the mosque committee where they can try to solve the problem amicably without any kind of issues or any kind of violence. So that's what he means to say. Let's see how it is going to turn around in the days to come.
And Sagai, we'll come back to you, but getting in breaking news right now of Imran Khan, who has tweeted just before Yasin Malik, who will be sentenced very, very shortly, and that's the tweet on your screens as well, which says, and I quote, strongly condemn the continuing fascist tactics of Modi government against Kashmiri leader Yasin Malik from his illegal imprisonment to his conviction on fake charges. International community must act against the Hindutva fascist Modi regime state terrorism in IOIOJK. That's a tweet on your screens as well of Imran Khan. Remember, convict Yasin Malik will be sentenced very shortly and will be produced before the court, where the sentence, the quantum of punishment will be decided for Yasin Malik. And just ahead of Yasin Malik being sentenced, we have Imran Khan who is shedding tears for convict Yasin Malik. Remember, this is not the first time. Just yesterday we had Bilawal Bhutto who also tweeted in support of Yasin Malik, and now we have the former Pakistan Prime Minister who has tweeted in support of Yasin Malik. The tweet on your screens as well, which says that strongly condemn the continuing fascist tactics of Modi government against Kashmiri leader Yasin Malik from his illegal imprisonment to his conviction on fake charges. So Pakistan stooge there, Yasin Malik, who has been convicted, the separatist leader who carried out several terror activities, is garnering a lot of support from the Pakistan leaders. And now we have the PTI leader and former Pakistan Prime Minister Imran Khan, who has tweeted in support of Yasin Malik. We have Zeenat also joining us on the phone line. Zeenat, this is not something new that we are seeing Imran Khan putting out a tweet in support of Yasin Malik. Tell us more. Well, we'll connect with Zeenat again, but as you can see on your screens, that's the visual of Yasin Malik, who has been convicted and has been charged under UAPA. And now we have Imran Khan, the former Pakistan Prime Minister, ahead of Yasin's sentencing. We have Imran Khan shedding tears for Yasin Malik. And in fact, we'll put out the tweet by Bilawal Bhutto who also tweeted in support of Yasin Malik. And now we have Imran Khan, who is putting a tweet in support of Yasin Malik and even hitting out at the Modi government, calling it fascist in nature, and also saying that it is strongly condemn the continuing fascist tactics of Modi government against Kashmiri leader Yasin Malik. And the tweet on your screens as well of Bilawal Bhutto, who says, we demand acquittal of Yasin Malik. The fabricated charges against him must be dropped. He must be released from... He should be released forward and allowed to reunite with his family. India must also release all political prisoners and stop egregious human rights violation. So that we have Bilawal Bhutto's tweet as well. And now another tweet by Shehbaz Sharif, who has said that the world should take note of Indian government's mistreatment of political prisoners in Indian occupied Kashmir, and conviction of this should happen. Kashmiri leader Yasin Malik on fake terrorism has happened. Is futile effort to silence the critical voices of India's blatant human rights violation. We have Zeenat back with us on the phone line. Zeenat, back-to-back tweets by Pakistan leaders. Help us read into it, because this is not the first time that Pakistan leaders are coming out in support of convict and their stooge Yasin Malik.
The moment the news came that the court is going to pronounce their judgment, the punishment on Yasin Malik's case, we have been seeing Yasin Malik's wife Mashal Malik quite vocal against Modi government, the government of India in Pakistan. She has been pitching that there should be a Black Day announced by the Imran Khan, who is also Yasin Malik's friend. So they should all come together and support that the Yasin should be made free. Because as per the videos that were released from the Pakistan side, that shows that Mashal is asking Imran Khan that he should build a lot of pressure on government of India when it comes to Yassin Malik, because he's a glorious leader. He has been given his life for the freedom of so-called Kashmir and other things. So this time now we are seeing an Imran Khan, who's the former Prime Minister of Pakistan, condemning continuous tactics of the government of India against Yassin Malik for his illegal imprisonment. But if we go with the court documents, there Yassin is saying that he has pleaded guilty and he is not contesting the claims that had come from the NIA, who has been investigating the Yassin Malik's money laundering case. So we are just waiting what the court will pronounce. As far as today is the judgment day, whether there will be a life imprisonment or what court will announce. But we are seeing that Pakistan trying to build international pressure on government of India when it comes to Yassin Malik. But Yassin Malik, who was involved in the killing of Air Force officials, or for that matter, money laundering, that because of the money that he used to pump among the stone pelters to create law and order, that has been made quite clear by the NIA that he used to get funds from Saudi Arabia, Turkey, Pakistan and through other countries to instigate violence in the Kashmir Valley.
Well, absolutely. Zina, thank you so much. All eyes on the quantum of punishment that terror convict Yassin Malik gets today, but Pakistan there all out in support of Yassin Malik. A very short break. On the other side, Karti Chidambaram likely to appear before the CBI in the Chinese visa scam case. And ED summons Shiv Sena senior leader Yashwant Jadhav in FEMA case.
इतने मोटे-मोटे पत्थर फेंके गए। कल देर शाम किस तरह से हिंसा हुई है दिल्ली में। काला दिवस की कॉल को कश्मीर के लोग इसे सिरे से खारिज करते हैं, रिजेक्ट करते हैं। दिल्ली को न जलने देंगे और न ही सुलगने देंगे। एक-एक तस्वीर दिल्ली से। किसान नेताओं किसान आंदोलन को यहाँ पर खत्म करेंगे, ये बड़ा सवाल है। The ongoing debate on the shivling found in Gyanvapi, the Supreme Court has stayed all matters in the lower court here in Varanasi.
औरंगजेब की वजह से पेट्रोल की कीमत में इजाफा हो गया, अकबर की वजह से कीमतें बढ़ गईं और शाहजहां की वजह से नौजवान बेरोजगार। प्रधानमंत्री जिम्मेदारी नहीं है इसकी, मुगल जिम्मेदार।
Prime Minister speaks at the Bloomberg Business Forum. He of course will try to highlight India's 5 trillion economy dream and essential supplies and adequate supplies, and that is the biggest that we have from the APMCR. Raj Thackeray is not backing down, and supporters of Raj Thackeray have used the loudspeaker to send a message. They're trying to stop us from reporting. Today has picked up Arnab Goswami from his house, dragged him out, assaulted him physically. This is the Abhignya Tower in Parel, Mumbai, where the fire was reported, and their entire effort has been to some.
Getting you the visuals right now from Baramulla, where the anti-terror operations took place, the encounter that broke out in which 3 Pakistan terrorists were also gunned down, and sadly one police personnel also sustained injuries. In fact, he attained martyrdom in this terror attack. Going across to Zeenath for the latest. Zeenath, what more can you tell us about the Baramulla encounter where 3 terrorists were gunned down and 1 JNK personnel also attained martyrdom?
The Baramulla encounter, a lot of things are coming in Kashmir since yesterday. Kashmir has been in news, but we are seeing that the Jammu and Kashmir police tracking wave on the terror organizations, and this time the contact with the terrorists was established in Crete of Baramulla, where they were able to neutralize the 3 Pakistani terrorists, and this has himself confirmed by the IGP Kashmir, Vijay Kumar, that yes, 3 Pakistani terrorists have been gunned down by Jammu and Kashmir police along with Indian Army, who was a part of the operation. Although Jammu and Kashmir police has suffered one of the losses, that is, one police personnel has attained martyrdom in this encounter, but as of now the search operation continues in the area, but 3 dead bodies along with arms and ammunition 2 have been recovered. So despite that, we are seeing the terrorists trying to show their presence on ground. We are seeing that the forces also know how to neutralize them and how to reach to these terrorists. We are seeing that a very important operation launched by SOG Baramulla when it comes killing 3 Pakistani terrorists and also recovering the arms and ammunition in huge numbers. The operation still continues in the area. Also saying that as far as the cop killing of Sora is concerned, that 40 youngsters have been picked up by the Jammu and Kashmir police as far as this cop killing case of Sora goes, and who are still being
Zenat, I'll have to interrupt
their...
you right there. We have Arawat joining us live from the encounter site. He's reporting live from Baramulla. Arawat, give us the latest details. 1 police personnel martyred and 3 Pakistani terrorists gunned down.
जी हाँ बिल्कुल, ये सुरक्षा बलों का ऑपरेशन आज मॉर्निंग में चलाया गया था नॉर्थ कश्मीर के नोपोरा इलाके के अंदर। यहाँ पे जैसे ये ऑपरेशन चला गया तो सिक्योरिटी फोर्स ने इनको सरेंडर करने की भी इनपुट यहाँ पे इनको क्यों दिया था कि सरेंडर करने के लिए, कि वहाँ पे ये पाकिस्तानी मिलिटेंट थे, ये सरेंडर नहीं करते और इन्होंने सुरक्षा बलों पर गोलियां चलानी शुरू कर दी, जिसमें अगर हम पहले इनिशियली बात करें तो वहाँ पे जो जम्मू एंड कश्मीर पुलिस का एक जवान है वो इसमें शहीद हुआ है। फिलहाल इस एरिया में अभी भी कोऑर्डिनेट सर्च ऑपरेशन है, जहाँ पे जितने भी एरिया है, एंट्री चाहे एग्जिट पॉइंट की बात करें या एंटर पॉइंट की बात करें, उनको सुरक्षा बलों ने कम्प्लीटली सील कर दिया गया है। मैं आपको बताता चलूं, सुरक्षा बलों को इनपुट मिला था कि इस एरिया में कुछ मिलिटेंट यहाँ पे उनकी एक्टिविटी है काफ़ी कुछ टाइम से। इवन हम कश्मीरी पंडित्स की भी अगर हम बात करें जो कि नॉर्थ कश्मीर वीरवन में है, उनको भी काफ़ी दफ़ा यहाँ पे थ्रेट वगैरह आ गया। और मैं आपको बताता चलूँ कि इसमें अब देखने वाली बात ये होगी क्या इनका इन्वॉल्वमेंट उन चीज़ों में भी था या नहीं। फिलहाल एरिया के अंदर अभी कोऑर्डिनेट सर्च ऑपरेशन चल रहा है, किसी को भी यहाँ से जाने की इजाज़त नहीं दी जा रही है। आप मेरे पीछे विजुअल्स में भी देख रहे हैं किस तरह से यहाँ पे सुरक्षा बल जा रहे हैं। मैं आपको ये भी बताता चलूँ, जो यहाँ पे घायल पुलिस वाला हुआ जो भी बारामूला पुलिस का था, उसको इवैक्यूएट कर दिया गया हॉस्पिटल, और दूसरा जो जम्मू एंड कश्मीर पुलिस का जवान था वो शहीद हुआ है। जी, व्हाट टू यू?
Well, thank you so much, Arawat. Stay with us. If you could give us, अगर हमें आप कुछ और बता सकते हैं कि ये किस टाइम इनकाउंटर शुरू हुआ था, और अभी जैसे आपकी बता रहे हैं कि वो एरिया पूरा क्लियर कर दिया गया है, कॉर्डन ऑफ कर दिया गया है, अभी लेटेस्ट सिचुएशन क्या है और ये ऑपरेशन कितने बजे स्टार्ट हुआ था?
जी, ये ऑपरेशन जो स्टार्ट हुआ, ये 10:30 मॉर्निंग में स्टार्ट किया गया था राइफल्स राइफल्स और बारामूला पुलिस के द्वारा। जैसे ही घर घर तलाशी ली जा रही थी तो एक सस्पेक्ट मकान की तरफ जैसे सुरक्षा बल जा रहे थे, वहां पर मिलिटेंटों ने सुरक्षा बलों पर गोलियां चलानी शुरू कर दी और ये कोऑर्डिनेट सर्च ऑपरेशन एक मुठभेड़ में तब्दील हुआ। जैसे आप मेरे पीछे विजुअल्स में देख रहे हैं, ये नोपोरा का एंट्री पॉइंट है, यहाँ पे इसको कम्प्लीटली सीज कर दिया गया। बारामूला पुलिस और एसओजी ने अब यहाँ जिस लोकेशन पे भी मौजूद हुई, यहाँ से कुछ ही मीटर की दूरी पे अभी इनकाउंटर चल रहा है। अभी वहां पे जम्मू एंड कश्मीर पुलिस, राष्ट्रीय राइफल्स और सीआरपीएफ द्वारा कॉम्बिंग ऑपरेशन चलाया गया है, जा रहा है।
जी, और अरावत हमें कुछ बताइए इस बारे में कि जो टेररिस्ट थे सारे क्या इनकाउंटर में मारे गए हैं या और कुछ ऐसे भी टेररिस्ट थे हु मैनेज टू एस्केप द लोकेशन?
नहीं, अभी तक यही इनपुट मिल पा रहा है कि आईजीपी कश्मीर ने भी ये कंफर्म किया है। वहां से 2 से 3 पाकिस्तानी मिलिटेंट का इनपुट मिला था सुरक्षा बलों के, उसके इनपुट के बाद ही यहाँ पे इस पूरे इलाके में जितने भी एंट्री और एग्जिट पॉइंट्स हैं उनको सील कर दिया गया। फिलहाल इस मुठभेड़ में 3 ही मिलिटेंट थे जिनको सुरक्षा बलों ने सक्सेसफुली अभी मार गिराया है। जी,
All right, Arawat reporting there live from Baramulla. Thanks for getting us all those information. So the latest being 3 terrorists who have been that have been gunned down. We have Zenat who is with the IGP, I'm told. Zenat, over to you.
We have with us IGP Kashmir Vijay Kumar, who will brief us about the swift operation carried by his team as far as Baramulla, 3 terrorists killed in North Kashmir. Vijay sir, how do you see this operation? A success, Jaish terrorists neutralized.
आज हम लोग पूरे कश्मीर में मल्टीपल नाका लगाए हुए थे हर जगह, तो क्रीडी एरिया में जो नजवल क्रॉसिंग है जो कि गुलमर्ग के बहुत आसपास है, वहाँ पर हमारी टीम के साथ एक चांस इनकाउंटर हुआ जिसमें जैश मोहम्मद के पाकिस्तानी 3 टेररिस्ट मारे गए। उसमें हमारे एक पुलिसकर्मी शहीद हो गया। हम लोगों का दुख है, लेकिन ऐसे ऑपरेशन में कोलेटरल डैमेज सहना पड़ता है और ये हम लोगों के लिए बहुत सक्सेस भी है कि अगर ये तीनों टेररिस्ट जो प्लान था कि श्रीनगर आने का आके इधर को बड़ा हादसा कर सकता था, ये हादसा को टालने में पुलिस सिक्योरिटी फोर्स मिलके कामयाब हुए हैं।
सर कुछ पता चला है कि ये टेररिस्ट कौन थे और कब से एक्टिव थे वैली में?
लगभग पिछले 3-4 महीना से ये जो गुलमर्ग एरिया में जो हिली एरिया है मैं वहाँ पे एक्टिव था। हम लोग को खबर आ रहा था रेगुलर, इसको हम लोग ट्रैक कर रहे थे। जब खबर मल्टीपल नाका लगाए थे तो उसमें ये चांस इनको मारा गया है।
विजय सर, काफ़ी देखा जा रहा है कि कुछ महीनों से ज़्यादातर देखा गया को पाकिस्तानी टेररिस्ट ही न्यूट्रलाइज्ड हुए हैं। वजह क्या है? लोकल टेररिस्ट का कम न्यूट्रलाइजेशन और पाकिस्तानी ज़्यादा आजकल न्यूट्रलाइज हो रहे हैं।
ऑब्वियसली जब हम लोग को खबर मिल रहा है तो न्यूट्रलाइज करेंगे इसको। और अच्छी बात है, इस साल अभी तक में 22 टेररिस्ट पाकिस्तानी मारे गए। लास्ट ईयर पूरे एक साल में 21 मारा गया था। अभी 5 महीना भी नहीं हुआ है और 22 मारा गया। और हम लोग पूरा प्रयास करेंगे जो पाकिस्तानी टेररिस्ट हो टॉप प्रायोरिटी पे उसको न्यूट्रलाइज करें।
सर कॉप किलिंग जो सोवरा में है इसमें कोई फर्दर इन्वेस्टिगेशन, कल काफ़ी रेड्स हुए आचार के एरिया में, काफ़ी लोगों को उठाए हुए, कुछ और लीड्स मिल रही है और खासकर कौन टेररिस्ट इन्वॉल्व थे?
हम लोग को काफ़ी लीड मिला है और जो उसका फ़ोटो से मिल रहा है, ये गंदरबल का जो आदिल है TRF का, जिसको LET का लोकल कमांडर है, उसके साथ एक और नया लड़का है, उसको बहुत जल्दी न्यूट्रलाइज कर देंगे हम लोग।
तो दोनों टेररिस्ट जो थे कल की किलिंग में लोकल टेररिस्ट?
बिल्कुल।
तो सर उसकी बेटी की क्या कंडीशन है?
अभी स्टेबल है, हॉस्पिटल में ट्रीटमेंट चल रहा है। हम लोग को बहुत दुख है, लेकिन मैंने कर भी कहा था, आप लोगों के सामने कहा था कि टेररिस्ट के फैमिली मेम्बर को रोड पर आके टेररिस्ट के खिलाफ बोलना पड़ेगा, ऐसे नहीं चलेगा ये।
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. So that was IGP Vishay Kumar talking about the North Kashmir's Baramulla encounter where the 3 JM terrorists were neutralized. Also talked about the 2 local terrorists of the LET/TRF have been involved in yesterday's Sora killing, and also he said that this was an inhuman act because daughter too had received injuries. Although she is stable, but the forces are trying their best to neutralize the terrorists who are basically from the Gyanvapi area.
Thank you so much, Zeenat, for giving us all those details. So, Zeenat there speaking exclusively to the IGP over the encounter that happened in Baramulla, in which 3 Pakistani terrorists were gunned down, whereas 1 police personnel was martyred in this encounter operations. We'll continue to get you live coverage from Baramulla as well on the other side after 3 terrorists neutralized.
North Kashmir, more on the story we can watch Republic TV.
Big raids that are being carried out by the Central Bureau of Investigation. RJD levels allegations of revenge politics. This mass graveyard in Bucha bears testimony to the brutal acts of the Russian troops. Republic TV did a week-long investigation into the operations of the Khalistani movement here in Britain. Blatant violations that were carried out just a day before the fire. Did they really not feel the importance to inform the BMC? Republic Media Network's SIT decided to expose the dirty nexus between politics and a murky Ponzi scheme.
मोटे मोटे पत्थर फेंके गए। कल देर शाम किस तरह से हिंसा हुई है दिल्ली में, काला दिवस की कॉल को कश्मीर के लोग इसे सिरे से खारिज करते हैं, रिजेक्ट करते हैं। दिल्ली को न जलने देंगे और न ही सुलगने देंगे। एक एक तस्वीर दिल्ली से किसान नेताओं किसान आंदोलन को यहाँ पर खत्म करेंगे, ये बड़ा सवाल है। The ongoing debate on the shivling found in Gyanvapi, the Supreme Court has stayed all matters in the lower court here in Varanasi.
Breaking news coming in. Now the Hurriyat has called for shutdown over Yasin Malik's sentencing. So support pouring in for Yasin Malik by the Hurriyat as well as the Pakistani leaders. And now we have pro-Pakistan Hurriyat that is calling for shutdown over Yasin Malik's sentencing. The All Parties Hurriyat Conference has called for complete shutdown today against, in fact it was on Tuesday, against the conviction of illegally detained Hurriyat leader Yasin Malik in a false case by a court of India's notorious National Investigation Agency. That's the tweet that's been put out by the Jammu and Kashmir Liberation Cell calling for a shutdown over the sentencing of Yasin Malik. Slipping into a very short break, more news breaks to continue on the other side as well. And
barricades come in, we are just going to move few more steps. Delhi police officials coming here, more and more officials arriving on the spot. This is not only about a blast happening in the national capital.
नरेंद्र मोदी खुद पहुंचे, भारत के प्रधानमंत्री स्टेज पे डोनाल्ड ट्रंप को नीचे लाने के लिए। जो बॉनहोमी है ये दोनों के बीच में दिख रही है। हम इस समय अंदर गलियों की तरफ अब हम जा रहे हैं। CISF की कंपनी के साथ दिल्ली पुलिस के वरिष्ठ अधिकारी यहाँ पर लोगों को समझा रहे हैं। Just showing you the cavalcade of the UP Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath on the tarmac of the Amosi Airport live. आप देख रहे हैं Rapid Action Force has taken a complete command of the situation. More forces are being moved in. Delhi police officials are present here. We are live.
Big raids that are being carried out by the Central Bureau of Investigation. RJD levels allegations of revenge politics. This mass graveyard in Bucha bears testimony to the brutal acts of the Russian troops. Republic TV did a week-long investigation into the operations of the Khalistani movement here in Britain. Blatant violations that were...
Viewers, here are the top stories at 12 p.m. Gyanvapi complex's videography and photography of the survey report will be given to both Hindu and Muslim side today itself. Big Gyanvapi hearing in Varanasi, even as fresh plea filed in the Supreme Court. And BJP leader hacked to death in Chennai by 3 assailants. Family of the slain BJP leader in Chennai refuses to back down, demands all-out probe and justice. Bengaluru after Gyanvapi, after VHP's Ashtamangala Prashne Puja, VHP makes mega claims of Lord Shiva presence at the mosque. Pakistan's two-gen terror convict Yasin Malik, charged under the UAPA, is likely to be sentenced today. And Karti Chidambaram likely to appear before the CBI today in the Chinese visa scam case. ED summons Shiv Sena senior leader Yashwant Jadhav in the FEMA case.
Now, viewers, we're tracking all that is happening with respect to the Mangaluru Row as well. Now, following the Gyanvapi controversy, we are seeing the repercussions of the same.
Is planning to undertake an Ashtamangala Prashne today, and Republic is reporting live from Mangaluru as well. Remember, there had been several claims that had also been made by the VHP stating that there was in fact a temple there present where the mosque was being demolished as well. There were certain artifacts and relics as well that had been found, is something that we are seeing that the VHP has also been claiming. And now we see that in the backdrop of this entire controversy of the Gyanvapi survey as well, a puja that in fact was held, the VHP had claimed that this Ashtamangala puja in fact will help them determine whether there was in fact a temple there. And we are seeing the kind of developments that are also taking place in the Mangaluru Row as well, where the VHP had been carrying out the Ashtamangala Prashne as well, claiming that these are the rituals that will help them determine that there was in fact a temple there or not. Let's listen in to the claims that were made as well by the priest there.
जो अष्टमंगला प्रश्न होता है वो क्या होता है?
अष्टमंगल प्रश्न बोलेगा तो हमारा ज्योतिष्य में 8 तरीका का चिंतन है। 8 तरीका मीन्स एक स्वर्ण प्रश्न है, वो स्वर्ण को लेके हम अक्षता डाल के गंध और अरसी गंध कुंकुमा सब उसमें डाल के एक कन्या मीन्स एक लेडी वो शुद्धि में रहना चाहिए। 10 बरस का अंदर का कन्या को हम लेके
across to some breaking updates that we're getting for you as far as Karthi Chidambaram is concerned. Remember, he had in fact been under the scanner of the CBI as well earlier, and there were at least 10 locations where the raids had also been carried out in multiple residences of Karthi Chidambaram. And following that, we are now seeing that a PMLA case has been registered against Karthi as well. And we are learning that the money laundering charges leveled against Karthi Chidambaram as well, and a fresh case has been registered against Karthi as well. Let me go across to Shravan Sen, who's joining us on the broadcast with more details. Shravan, tell us more trouble mounting for Karthi Chidambaram, isn't it? Now a PMLA case has been registered against him.
Well, in fact, as Karthi Chidambaram lands in India, he faces another case that is now being registered by the Enforcement Directorate. We are being told that a fresh PMLA case has been registered against Karthi Chidambaram as well as his aide, who is also a chartered accountant, as Bhaskar Raman, who is currently in the custody of the Central Bureau of Investigation. Now, as far as the predicate offence in this matter is concerned, this is based on the FIR that has been registered by the Central Bureau of Investigation, in which some very serious charges have been leveled against Karthi Chidambaram. That is for facilitating visas for Chinese nationals who are working in a power plant project in Punjab. Now, the money laundering charge is essentially this, that 50 lakh rupees were received from a company representative, and this was received by Bhaskar Raman. This was on the basis of the assurance that was given by Bhaskar Raman to the company representative that despite the kind of provisions that were there as far as the reissuance of visas.
Well, mega breaking updates that we're getting for you in this hour. Viewers, we are cutting across those visuals, fresh visuals coming in of the Prime Minister holding the cabinet meeting. And this is, remember, right after he has returned from the Quad Summit as well. And we had seen that there were several, in fact, discussions that had taken place between his counterparts of Australia, Japan and the US as well. And right after the Quad Summit, where the Prime Minister had gone to Tokyo, after that we are seeing that a cabinet meeting is being held by the Prime Minister as well. Remember, there had been several discussions on better coordination between all the Quad members, and also and also the kind of defense talks as well that had been going on between all the four countries as well. And also we had seen that several leaders on the global platform had praised India for its vaccination drive as well. And we are seeing on the backdrop of that, right after returning from the Quad Summit itself, the Prime Minister as of now is chairing the cabinet meeting. As of now, those visuals are that of the cabinet meeting, and we are learning the several agendas that would be discussed in this particular cabinet meeting as well. But of course, a very crucial meet that is being chaired by the Prime Minister right after returning from the Quad Summit as well. And Niranjan joins me from the Mumbai newsroom. Niranjan, what more will be discussed in this Prime Minister's cabinet meeting that is in fact underway right now? The visuals are on your screens right now. What all will be discussed, because he's just returned from the Quad Summit as well?
That's correct. And, in the last few days, some significant decisions have also been taken by the government, and all of it, of course, will be a part of this discussion, including the key decision to cut down fuel prices. They've taken 5 measures in all, and I think all of that is likely to figure in this meeting. I think the focus will be on battling inflation, looking at economic measures, and that seems to be on top of the agenda. This is also, remember, the first meeting with the Prime Minister and the cabinet after his tour of Japan. And this is happening on the background of, what has been happening vis-a-vis China as well in the last couple of days. The Prime Minister himself arrived in Delhi this morning after his tour of Japan, where, he was part of the Quad grouping there along with Australia, the US, and also Japan. So the first meeting after his return, and the focus will be on when the cabinet meets at the Prime Minister's residence. The focus, of course, will be on people measures, and that was one of the points that the finance minister laid out clearly when she tweeted over the weekend on Saturday, that the focus will be on easing the burden of the Aam Aadmi. So these are some of the measures that could be discussed in the cabinet today.
Well, that's right, Niranjan, and the visuals really speaking for themselves. There is, in fact, a cabinet meeting underway, and as you very rightly pointed out, of course, the agenda might also include the rising prices, inflation, of course. And viewers, now we're going to cross to some more breaking developments and video of Yasin Malik that is now coming to light. Remember, the entire controversy had unraveled with respect to Yasin Malik, and also several voices, interestingly, of condemnation coming from our neighbor Pakistan with the newly formed government, who is now claiming that Yasin Malik, in fact, was an innocent political prisoner that had been taken into custody by the Indian authorities, and the Pakistan newly formed government also claiming that it was in fact India carrying out several human rights violations of the political prisoners as well. And of course, but we are seeing the kind of the legal course of action that had been taken, and Yasin Malik had been convicted as well. And as of now, the visuals are that of Yasin Malik being brought to the court, taken inside the special NIA judge Praveen Singh as well. And we are seeing he is being taken to the Patiala court as of now. But look at the kind of security measures have also been taken. Right now, we are seeing several local authorities present there to make sure that there's no untoward incident as well. And we are seeing them ushering Yasin Malik inside of the courtroom premises. And this comes, of course, in the backdrop of how there has been several leaders from Pakistan who have in fact been condemning this entire conviction of Yasin Malik, and Yasin Malik being taken into the custody as well, stating that Yasin Malik was nothing but an innocent political prisoner taken by the Indian authorities. And as of now, Yasin Malik is being taken to the Patiala court. The visuals are on the screen where massive security deployment that has been carried out there at the Patiala court. And for more details on this, let me go across to my colleague Ananya, who's joining us on the broadcast. Ananya, tell us more. Talk to us over these visuals of Yasin Malik being taken inside of the Patiala court. What is expected today?
Well, yes, sir, the arguments and sentence are expected today in the Patiala House Court. He produced before Special NIA Judge Praveen Singh. The hearing has already begun, and what you can see is that he was brought to court under amidst high security. It's the paras, it's the Delhi police that is providing security. The courtroom had been emptied. Everybody from the court premises pertaining to Special NIA Judge Praveen Singh has been totally cordoned off by the security forces. They have taken out everyone from inside the court premises of the family court of the Patiala House Court, and now he would be produced. Remember that the charges against him are serious in nature, and in fact, he's the maximum term for which he can be sentenced is death sentence, and in fact, he's been charged with the UAPA and other sections of the Indian Penal Code. The court had, while framing charges, made certain observations that the protests that he was a part of were violent in nature, and in fact were actually to do a secession of the state of Jammu and Kashmir from the Union of India. So a lot of serious charges coming in. He has already pleaded guilty into the case, and when a person, in fact, he's guilty before the court, then he's liable for maximum punishment. But we'll have to wait and watch as to what happens and what has been submitted from both the ends into this whole case, and what is the final order of the court, and whether the court fixes today as the date of pronouncement or orders, or would it be doing the same on a later date. Studios.
Well, that's right, Ananya. And of course, the quantum of the punishment is expected to be pronounced for Yasin Malik as well. In fact, remember, viewers, on 19th of May itself, the special judge Praveen Singh had posted the matter for 25th of May, that is today. And of course, we are expecting that a quantum punishment for the offences that have been levelled against Yasin Malik will also be pronounced inside of the courtroom. And as of now, Yasin Malik, as Ananya was also pointing out, Yasin Malik brought inside of the courtroom with heavy security deployment. Those visuals are on your screen from outside of the Patiala courtroom, where several police officials had to usher Yasin Malik inside. And of course, we are learning that the hearing is underway and the quantum of punishment will be pronounced by the judge for Yasin Malik's conviction.
Well, yes, Priyanka, what we know is that the hearing is currently underway. The court would be hearing the arguments and sentence today. And in fact, Special NIA Judge Praveen Singh is hearing the case. Akhand Pratap Singh is appearing for Yasin Malik. Remember, he's the legal aid counsel that has been given by the court to Yasin Malik, because on the last occasion, in fact, Yasin Malik had pleaded guilty into the case, but he had said that he would want to fight a case on his own and does not want a lawyer. But then the court had granted him a legal aid counsel because, according to the court laws, it is everybody's right to get a legal aid counsel. And later on, he was explained as to what pleading guilty means and what can be the consequences. And later on, he actually decided to plead guilty. And after noting that even after giving a chance, he has pleaded guilty into the case, the court has convicted him into this case under serious charges of UAPA and other sections under the Indian Penal Code. And the arguments would now continue today before Special NIA Judge Praveen Singh. We'll have to wait and watch what happens next, because it's an in-camera hearing. The media persons are not allowed. Nobody is allowed inside the court apart from the state, apart from the NIA and the accused itself and their lawyers. But as soon as we get some information about this, we would be sharing it with our viewers. He has been convicted. That's right, Ananya. Under the UAPA case. Yes.
Yeah. That's right, Ananya. And, we are seeing that the kind of allegations that had been leveled against Yasin Malik were that of serious in nature, including that of UAP, as you're rightly pointing out. And, of course, the terror funding case, and Yasin Malik being somebody who's notoriously known as a Kashmiri separatist as well. And we are learning that the quantum of the punishment will also be pronounced by the court as of now. And the hearing has already begun as well. Ananya, in how much time can we expect that there will be an order as well that will be pronounced, spelling out the quantum of the punishment for Yasin Malik as well? And also we are learning that they're also assessing the financial situation of Yasin Malik to find out the fine that could be imposed on the JKLF leader as well.
Whereas the NIA had been asked by the court last time to furnish an affidavit, in fact, disclosing the socio-economic status of Yasin Malik, which includes his financials, which includes his financial statements, which includes his dependencies, the people who are dependent upon him, the family members, which basically is used in determination of the quantum of sentence and the fines that are imposed after the conviction of a person. So, as soon after the court hears the arguments from both the ends and also.
Viewers, we're cutting across shortly to a breaking update that we are getting of the political fraternity. Now, Kapil Sibal is likely to join the Samajwadi Party is what we are learning. Of course, this is a source-based information as of now, but not really surprising since we have seen over the past few weeks how the Congress party has been in a crisis, even when Rahul Gandhi has been traveling internationally in the backdrop of the kind of crisis that his party has been seeing, and several top leaders of the Congress party also leaving the party and joining their opposition as well, including the BJP. And the latest, we're learning that Kapil Sibal, another top leader of the Congress party, somebody who's been standing up for the Gandhi Vatra family as well, along with several other issues that the Congress has always tabled in front of the nation. Kapil Sibal has always stood his ground with the Congress party. However, now we are learning that Kapil Sibal likely to leave the Congress party, join the Samajwadi Party as well. Of course, this is source-based, but Aishwarya Kapoor is also joining us on the broadcast. Aishwarya, what are your sources telling you? Another blow to the Congress party, isn't it? Kapil Sibal also wanting to leave the party.
But at this point of time, we are being told that whether Kapil Sibal officially joins Samajwadi Party or not, that is going to be point 2. But what is important that he is looking for his own Rajya Sabha nomination. Hence, Kapil Sibal seeking his Rajya Sabha nomination needs the support of the Samajwadi Party MLAs and then the MLCs, and that is what is triggering this meeting between Kapil Sibal and then Akhilesh Yadav. Whether Akhilesh Yadav adds that rider that he will only support Kapil Sibal when he officially joins Samajwadi Party and leaves the Congress, that is something which has to, for which we have to wait and watch for. But one thing has been cleared, that Kapil Sibal is seeking support of the Samajwadi Party strength in the assembly, that is the MLA and the MLCs, for Rajya Sabha election of his own. He has understood that the Congress is not going to support him, and hence he is reaching out to the SP. Whether Akhilesh Yadav adds this rider that you join Samajwadi Party and only then, or whether he will be able to mobilize Kapil Sibal even without that, that is something we have to wait and watch for.
Aishwarya, but this is not the first time that something like this is happening, isn't it? That there are several top leaders of the Congress party who say that they are disappointed with the leadership and that is why they want to leave. Is that what this case is as well? Right, we are tracking all that is happening with Kapil Sibal, and of course, these are source-based information that we are getting as of now, where Kapil Sibal likely to leave the Congress party and join the Samajwadi Party as well. As Aishwarya was also pointing out, that of course this is about the Rajya Sabha nomination for Kapil Sibal, and now we are learning that Kapil Sibal might seek the support of the Samajwadi Party to procure that seat for himself in the Rajya Sabha as well. But as of now, we will have to wait and watch on whether or not he officially leaves the Congress party and gets the support of the Samajwadi Party as well. But of course, those are the visuals on your screens of Kapil Sibal, in fact, entering the Samajwadi Party office there in Lucknow. And the visuals are on your screens right now, where Kapil Sibal is inside of the SP office, clearly sending an indication that, of course, he is not happy with the Congress party and will be joining the Samajwadi Party, seeking their support for the Rajya Sabha seat nomination as well. And of course, this is a big blow to the Congress party, because there have been several leaders over the past few weeks, including Sunil Jakhar from Punjab, Hardik Patel from Gujarat, and several other leaders, in fact, who have left the Congress party. And now Kapil Sibal, who has always defended the party legally or on a public forum as well, He is now leaving the Grand Old Party and, of course, is present as we speak inside of the SP office in Lucknow. The visuals are on your screens right now, where Kapil Sibal is inside of the office itself. And we are also learning that Kapil Sibal has already filed for the nomination as well. Of course, a huge blow to the Congress party. We're tracking all that is happening with respect to Kapil Sibal leaving the Congress party and filing the nomination for the Rajya Sabha, seeking support from the Samajwadi Party as well. And Niranjan also joins me from the Mumbai newsroom. Niranjan, trouble mounting for Congress party, isn't it? And also not really surprising, because several leaders over the past few weeks have left the Congress party and have always expressed their dismay over the leadership. And it seems like another one bites the dust, isn't it? Kapil Sibal also leaving the party and seeking support from the SP.
Well, it's a huge setback. You know, those are the first pictures of Kapil Sibal filing his nomination there. Kapil Sibal filing his nomination. You're looking at the first pictures. It's a blow. It's a big body blow to the Congress party. Sibal, legal, very senior leader. Senior leader who's been fighting the Congress party's cause and case. Congress party's cause and case. And, you know, we broke the story earlier that he could be joining the Samajwadi Party. It's official now. We have the first pictures. It's on your screen. Kapil Sibal has officially dumped Congress and has filed his nomination to the Rajya Sabha from the Samajwadi Party. Now, there is a significance to this. And the significance is that Kapil Sibal fought also for this controversial Samajwadi Party leader who's been in jail for the last 2 years. That is Azam Khan. He's been a legal for him. He's been fighting the cases for them. Mostly fights cases for the opposition. He's a lawyer. Mostly fights cases for the opposition, which are mostly politically loaded. But let me tell you that this is a big setback to the Congress party. You had 3 big body blows to the Congress. Hardik Patel is gone. And you had from Congress, Sunil Jakad is gone. And then now you have Kapil Sibal. It's in the last 1 week. In the last 1 week, you know, you've had 3 big body blows to the Congress. And you know, you've been tracking the story from Gujarat of Hardik Patel quitting. And he's a huge leader. I mean, big leader, big name. Was trusted by Rahul Gandhi. Is at one point of time the kind of setbacks that the Congress party is facing nationally. This is a big setback. It's a big setback to the Congress party. Abbas Haider of the Samajwadi Party is joining me on the phone line. Abbas, has he officially joined your party? Or are you just giving him a ticket to go to the Rajya Sabha?
No, Kapil Sibal is going to Rajya Sabha with Samajwadi Party support, and last time also he went to Rajya Sabha with the support of Samajwadi Party 6 years back. So, and we have seen how he has helped. He was a lawyer of Mr. Azam Khan in the Supreme Court, and such person should always stay in Rajya Sabha. He's an eminent lawyer in the Supreme Court, and Rajya Sabha is, it is formed for such dignitaries, eminent people from different fields.
Abbas, my question was, is he joining your party officially, or is it with your support? Because it seems like, at least the sense that we are getting, is that, because you spoke about his support to Azam Khan legally, and he hasn't really been close to the Congress party. He's been critical of Congress in the past. So you're sending him to the Samajwadi, to the Rajya Sabha completely by yourself. The Samajwadi Party is sending him to the Parliament, to the Rajya Sabha. So is he joining your party as well, or is he not joining your party?
We are sending him to Rajya Sabha. As of now, I can confirm that. As far as joining the party is concerned, I cannot confirm this right now.
Thank you, Abbas. Good to talk to you. We'll talk to you again. Abbas Haider of the Samajwadi Party confirming that the party is sending him, but no official confirmation on joining the Samajwadi Party, saying that we are sending him to the Rajya Sabha, but he's not joining Samajwadi Party yet, is what the party is maintaining. So it could be a case of the Samajwadi Party paying back, not really paying back, but returning the favor to Sibal for helping them. Look at the last 1 week. You've had Hardik Patel, then Sunil Jakad, and then Kapil Sibal. Hardik Patel has quit the Congress, keeps his doors open to the BJP, has praised up partly, and then Sunil Jakad officially has joined the BJP, and now Kapil Sibal has taken the SP route to Rajya Sabha. Anila Singh of the BJP in Uttar Pradesh joining me on the phone line. Anila Singh, we don't have a confirmation whether he will be joining the Samajwadi Party soon, but certainly he's got a ticket from the Samajwadi Party to go to Rajya Sabha.
Yeah, I'm not at all surprised the way Congress leadership, like de facto leadership, is Rahul Gandhi. And, or I can say the duo, mother-son duo, which is heading Congress Party, is doing such fantastic job that the leaders of Congress Party, they are either quitting or they are revolting. So I'm not at all surprised that Mr. Sibal has switched over his side, because number one, these are the people who have always been mix of selfishness. So they are not, they were not there in for the ideology. But now it is the same thing, whether he stays in Congress or he comes to Samajwadi Party. Both of the political parties, they get indulged in appeasement politics.
जिन्हें किया है वो समाजवादी पार्टी के समर्थन से राज्यसभा में जा रहे हैं। पहला नॉमिनेशन हुआ है। इस तरह पार्टी की तरफ से 2 और जा सकते हैं। बहुत जल्दी उनका भी नॉमिनेशन हो जाएगा।
कपिल सिब्बल जी के आने से किस तरीके से देखते हैं? क्या
कपिल सिब्बल जी वरिष्ठ अधिवक्ता रहे हैं, देश के जाने माने केसेस उन्होंने लड़े हैं। वो लोकसभा में रहे हों, राज्यसभा में रहे हों, उन्होंने बात को अच्छी तरह रखा है ढंग से। पॉलिटिकल कैरियर भी है उनके पास। एज ए लॉयर बहुत सक्सेसफुल लॉयर हैं। तो हमें उम्मीद है कि देश में जो बड़े बड़े सवाल हैं आज देश किस रास्ते पर है। आज बेरोजगारी सबसे ज़्यादा है, महंगाई रुक नहीं रही है, कानून व्यवस्था ध्वस्त होती चली जा रही है, हमारी सीमाएं सुरक्षित नहीं हैं, चीन लगातार हमारी सीमाओं के अंदर आ रहा है। तो इन तमाम बड़े बड़े सवालों पर मुझे लगता है कपिल सिब्बल जी समाजवादी पार्टी और अपने विचारों को रख पाएंगे।
अब ये जो 2 नाम और हैं बचे हुए,
बहुत जल्दी नाम घोषित हो जाएंगे। बहुत जल्दी नाम घोषित हो जाएंगे।
थैंक यू सो मच। थैंक यू सो मच। अखिलेश सर, कल भी ना
Yadav confirming that Sibal will be sent the first nomination. Very interestingly, the first nomination from the Samajwadi Party to the Rajya Sabha has been Kapil Sibal. Anila still with me. Anila, you heard him there. Anila, you heard Akhilesh Yadav. Would you want to respond to that?
Absolutely. I'm not surprised. Like in the beginning also mentioned, Mr. Sibal, he tried his level best that Ram Lalla Mandir should not be constructed, and he was against construction of Ram Lalla Mandir, and he fought the case in Supreme Court. And Akhilesh Yadav heads the political party who had killed so many car sevaks in Ayodhya. His father was heading Uttar Pradesh at that time. So, I mean, whether we talk about Mr. Sibal or whether we talk about Mr. Yadav, they both have one ideology, they have got one mindset, but people of this country and people of my state, Uttar Pradesh, they have rejected both the political parties. So, I am not at all surprised, like feathers flock together. ये वो लोग हैं जो भारत को अपमान करते हैं, भारत की धर्म संस्कृति का अपमान करते हैं. So they are together.
BJP spokesperson Anila Singh there. Anila, thank you for speaking to Republic TV. Anila Singh there saying that there could be, it's cutting across ideology. A classic case, the BJP says, of birds of a feather flocking together. And Anurag Bhadoria of the Samajwadi Party joining us on the phone line. Anurag Bhadoria ji, you are sending Kapil Sibal. Is he still a congressman? Is he not a congressman? अनुराग बडोरिया जी, ये कांग्रेस पार्टी के लीडर है या नहीं है अभी?
आप देखिए, जाहिर सी बात है, जब समाजवादी पार्टी के साथ हैं और नॉमिनेशन करने जा रहे हैं, तो अब जब नॉमिनेशन कर रहे हैं तो किस पार्टी के होंगे वो आप अंदाजा लगा सकते हैं।
तो ज्वाइन कर लिया है समाजवादी पार्टी को?
देखिए, अब वो देखिए, उन्होंने राज्यसभा का नॉमिनेशन किया है, अब राज्यसभा का नॉमिनेशन करने जा रहे हैं। अब देखिए आगे होता है क्या।
नहीं, थोड़ा बताइए ना अनुराग बडोरिया जी, यू आर बीइंग वेरी गार्डेड। यू आर बीइंग वेरी गार्डेड।
तो फिर सुनिए, सब बता देंगे तो फिर खबर क्या होगी?
members of political parties, and we have to therefore abide by the discipline of those parties. But I think it is important to be an independent voice. और मैं समझता हूँ कि जब एक निर्दलीय की आवाज़ उठेगी तो वो लोगों को फिर ऐसा लगेगा कि किसी पार्टी से जुड़े हुए नहीं हैं, लेकिन देखिए हम विपक्ष में रह के हम एक गठबंधन बनाना चाहते हैं, सभी का गठबंधन, ताकि हम मोदी सरकार का विरोध करें। हम चाहते हैं कि 2024 में एक ऐसा माहौल बने हिंदुस्तान में कि मोदी सरकार की जो खामियां हैं वो जनता तक पहुंचाई जाएं, और हम इसका प्रयास करेंगे। मैं खुद इसमें अपना इसका प्रयास करूंगा। मैंने दे दिया है 16 मई को मैंने कांग्रेस पार्टी से त्याग पत्र दे दिया है। 16 मई को मैंने त्याग पत्र दे दिया।
मुलाकात नहीं हो पाई है, तो क्या
आजम खान और अखिलेश जी की अब तक मुलाकात नहीं? अरे भैया आप देखिए, मैं यहाँ आया हूँ, ये सवाल अब हमसे काहे को पूछ रहे हैं? समर्थन सभी ने मुझको दिया है, सारे उत्तर प्रदेश में जो यहाँ दल है उसमें समर्थन मुझे मिला है।
उत्तर प्रदेश की कितनी आवाज हम कह सकते हैं राज्यसभा में?
देखिए आपको मालूम है कि मेरी राज्यसभा में आवाज उठती थी, तभी भी मैं उत्तर प्रदेश का प्रत्याशी था, पिछली बार भी उत्तर प्रदेश का प्रत्याशी था।
Confirming there, I still have Anila Singh and Anurag Bhadoria. Anurag Bhadoria जी अब वहाँ पे बता दिया है कि ये कांग्रेस से रिजाइन कर लिया है, May 16th को रिजाइन कर लिया है. So he is not a Congress leader, but he says he is an independent voice. अनुराग भदौरिया जी, अनिला सिंह जो हमारे साथ है फोन पर वो बता रहे हैं कि आप अनिला सिंह बोल रहे हैं कि आप फेवर रिटर्न कर रहे हैं आजम खान जी के लिए फाइट करने के लिए. आप रिस्पॉन्ड कीजिए उनको. अनुराग भदौरिया रिस्पॉन्डिंग टू अनिला सिंह. अनुराग भदौरिया रिस्पॉन्डिंग टू अनिला सिंह. Anila Singh, are you there?
I am there.
Yeah, I think I lost the line with Anurag Bhadoria there, but you want to respond to what he said. He said he's already resigned from the Congress. He has resigned from the Congress. Yeah. It's confirmed.
Like if you talk about Congress, you know, there's a saying in Hindi कि खंडहर बताते हैं कि कभी इमारत मजबूत रही होगी. तो आज जो कांग्रेस है वो खंडहर हो चुकी है. इसकी इमारत मजबूत रही होगी पर आज खंडहर हो चुकी है. इसलिए वहां से लोग निकल कर भाग के समाजवादी पार्टी जैसे राजनीतिक दलों में जा रहे हैं. सो इफ मिस्टर सिब्बल हैज जॉइंड समाजवादी पार्टी, सो दे माइट बी हैविंग एन एजेंडा. सो according to Mr. Sibbal, agenda is that how to defeat Modi in 24. मुंगेरी लाल के हसीन सपने. One person, a totally confused person of Congress, Mr. Rahul Gandhi, he says such derogatory words for our country in foreign land. Then this person and many more like Mr. Sibbal and Mr. Gandhi, they are conspiring to defeat Modi ji. This country is standing with Modi ji. Whole of the world is standing with Modi ji. We have seen the amount of pride he has brought to our country. The way he has handled everything and the way he is handling everything. Can they come somewhere near to this leader? No, they cannot. तो इन लोगों को राज्यसभा में जाना है, सत्ता में रहना है. कुछ झूठे सपने दिखाए होंगे अखिलेश यादव जी को, तो वो उनकी झांसे में आ गए हैं. तो बहुत सारे जो इनके वर्कर्स हैं जिन्होंने सालों मेहनत करी है, उनके लिए राज्यसभा नहीं है. बट मिस्टर सिब्बल, yes, for him he has राज्यसभा seat. So as I mentioned earlier, like trousers flock together.
For that, I'm handing it back to you for now. I think we have the first reaction of Kapil Sibal as well. Big setback to the Congress party, Samiksha. It's a big setback. The third leader in a week, 7 days and 3 leaders are gone. And I think it says a lot about the state of the Congress party right now. You had Hardik Patel. And it's becoming a weekly affair with one top leader. And this week has been a big week of losses for the Congress party. You had 3 top leaders. Hardik Patel, look at this. I mean, just to give you an idea, Hardik Patel, the working president of Congress, has resigned. And then you had Sunil Jakhar, who was one of the top chief ministerial face, who's resigned. And now you have Kapil Sibal, who was once a union minister in the UPA, one of the tallest leaders in the Congress party, completely sidelined by the Vadra Congress, now resigned. Now I think it tells you the state of the Congress party. We'll try and get some more reactions. I want to play out what Kapil Sibal said. Here's what Kapil Sibal said, his first response after saying goodbye to the Congress.
Form continues in self-combustion. Form continues.
Constrained by the fact that we are members of political parties and we have to therefore abide by the discipline of those parties. But I think it is important to be an independent voice. और मैं समझता हूँ कि जब एक निर्दलीय की आवाज़ उठेगी तो वो लोगों को फिर ऐसा लगेगा कि किसी पार्टी से जुड़े हुए नहीं हैं। लेकिन देखिए हम विपक्ष में रह के हम एक गठबंधन बनाना चाहते हैं, सभी का गठबंधन, ताकि हम मोदी सरकार का विरोध करें। हम चाहते हैं कि 2024 में एक ऐसा माहौल बने हिंदुस्तान में कि मोदी सरकार की जो खामियां हैं वो जनता तक पहुंचाई जाएं और हम इसका प्रयास करेंगे। मैं खुद इसमें अपना इसका प्रयास करूंगा। मैंने दे दिया है 16 मई को मैंने कांग्रेस पार्टी से त्याग पत्र दे दिया है। 16 मई को मैंने त्याग पत्र दे दिया है।
मुलाकात नहीं हो पाई है तो क्या
आजम खान और अखिलेश जी की अब तक मुलाकात नहीं।
अरे भैया आप देखिए, मैं यहाँ आया हूँ, ये सवाल अब हमसे काहे को पूछ रहे हैं? समर्थन सभी ने मुझको दिया है, सारे उत्तर प्रदेश में जो यहाँ दल है उसमें समर्थन मुझे मिला है।
उत्तर प्रदेश की कितनी आवाज हम कह सकते हैं राज्यसभा में?
देखिए आपको मालूम है कि मेरी राज्यसभा में आवाज उठती थी, तभी भी मैं उत्तर प्रदेश का प्रत्याशी था।
On news agency ANI, those are live pictures coming in on news agency ANI of Kapil Sibal filing his nomination papers there on ANI service, ANI live service, live pictures of Kapil Sibal signing those documents, filing his nomination. Kapil Sibal, a former union minister in the UPA government, a legal eagle for the Congress party. Tom Vadakan is on the phone line. Tom Vadakan, it's a free season in the Congress party. It was a weekly affair. It's become almost a daily affair now. You had Hardik Patel and then Jakhar, Sunil Jakhar and Kapil Sibal, one a working president, one a chief ministerial face and one a former union minister. It's a very bad time to be in the Congress party. Tom Vadakan, you yourself have quit the party a few years back. Want to get your response to it?
This is only the tip of the iceberg. No self-respecting person can stay on in the Congress. A very ungrateful party. You may work and then you and they throw you out. They throw you out because it's based on their relevance and based on the egos of the leadership. It's unfortunate. The man, I've known him well. He has fought cases for them and he has prevented many a congressman from going to jail. So the point here is, however hard you may work, however you spend your time trying to help the party, finally this ungrateful party will treat each and every leader in the same way. And I see this only as a tip of the iceberg. The real drama is yet to begin.
The real drama is yet to begin. Are you saying there are more people? Give us a hint. How many people do you think are going to leave? Is this G23 going to be empty soon?
Well, I'm not an astrologer, but from my sources, I'm informed that there is going to be a huge erosion out of the Congress party, and I think now then the only occupants of the party would be the
son, the mother, and the daughter, and they run the show. So I think finally they will be the only residues in this whole issue.
Yeah. Thank you, Tom Modakan, for speaking to Republic. Tom Modakan, who himself quit the Congress party to join the body. Tom, can I take one more question? Are you there?
Yeah.
No, I wanted to ask you. You think this Chintin Shivar or whatever it was called? Do you think that was the you think that was the breaking point for leaders because nothing came out of it? Turned out to be another exercise in just making some headlines, which obviously haven't worked. You think that was a failed exercise? You think that's just been the breaking point for different leaders in the Congress?
And that send out a loud and clear message that if you are with us, you are with us, or you are out. And that message is loud and clear across the country. This is not just this is a pan-Indian phenomenon. In my own district, about 300 workers and leaders joined the BJP. And this is happening across the board. This is harvest time for all political parties because Congress is now is history.
Yeah. No, it's really a sad state of affairs, Tom Modakan. Sad state of affairs. Thank you for speaking to Republic. Tom Modakan himself at one point very close to the Vadra Congress, to the Vadra Gandhis, and speaking to Republic TV saying that this is just the tip of the iceberg. Many more could be leaving soon. And let's listen in once again to what both Akhilesh Yadav and Kapil Sibal said. First, Kapil Sibal, he confirmed quitting the Congress party. He said he sent his resignation on the 16th of May. On ANI, there's a soundbite coming. Let's cut across to ANI. ANI, where Kapil Sibal is speaking live right now. ANI live service, please.
क्या पूछना चाहते हैं?
सर, आज आप समाजवादी पार्टी के प्रत्याशी हो गए हैं, क्या कहेंगे? पहली प्रतिक्रिया क्या होगी?
पहली बात तो ये है कि मैं यहाँ जो नॉमिनेशन फॉर्म जो मैंने भरा है वो निर्दलीय का भरा है।
अच्छा, निर्दलीय का भरा?
निर्दलीय का भरा है, इंडिपेंडेंट का भरा है। और मैं आभारी हूँ अखिलेश जी का कि उन्होंने मेरा समर्थन दिया है। As an independent, I'll be going to the Rajya Sabha after scrutiny and everything is in order. I am deeply grateful to Akhilesh ji. I also wish to convey my gratitude to Azam Khan for the support that he has given me, not just now but over several years. I am happy that I will be a member of the Rajya Sabha once the nomination form is cleared and the scrutiny is done. As an independent member. I have always wanted to be an independent voice in this country, and I'm glad that Akhilesh ji understands why that is so. I think that we are all constrained by the fact that we are members of political parties and we have to therefore abide by the discipline of those parties. But I think it is important to be an independent voice. और मैं समझता हूँ कि जब एक निर्दलीय की आवाज़ उठेगी तो वो लोगों को फिर ऐसा लगेगा कि किसी पार्टी से जुड़े हुए नहीं हैं, लेकिन देखिए हम विपक्ष में रह के हम एक गठबंधन बनाना चाहते हैं, सभी का गठबंधन, ताकि हम मोदी सरकार का विरोध करें। हम चाहते हैं कि 2024 में एक ऐसा माहौल बने हिंदुस्तान में कि मोदी सरकार की जो खामियां हैं वो जनता तक पहुंचाई जाएं, और हम इसका प्रयास करेंगे। मैं खुद इसमें अपना इसका प्रयास करूंगा। मैंने दे दिया है 16 मई को मैंने कांग्रेस पार्टी से त्याग पत्र दे दिया है। 16 मई को मैंने त्याग पत्र दे दिया।
लेकिन आजम खान जब से आज जेल से बाहर तब से मुलाकात नहीं हो पाई है, तो क्या
आजम खान और अखिलेश जी की अब तक मुलाकात नहीं?
अरे भैया आप देखिए, मैं यहाँ आया हूँ, ये सवाल अब हमसे काहे को पूछ रहे हैं? समर्थन सभी ने मुझको दिया है, सारे उत्तर प्रदेश में जो यहाँ दल है उसमें समर्थन मुझे मिला है।
उत्तर प्रदेश की कितनी आवाज हम कह सकते हैं राज्यसभा में?
देखिए आपको मालूम है कि मेरी राज्यसभा में आवाज उठती थी तभी भी मैं उत्तर प्रदेश का प्रत्याशी था, पिछली बार भी उत्तर प्रदेश का प्रत्याशी था, आपको मालूम है। तभी हम अपनी आवाज़ उठाते थे और अभी अगले 6 सालों में भी उठाएंगे। सीरियस कांग्रेस लीडर में अब नहीं रहा।
Shehzad Punawala is on the phone line. Shehzad, it's a bad time to be in the Congress party. You know, you've had three of these huge setbacks. Hardik Patel, Sunil Jakad, and now Kapil Sibal. One a working president, one a chief minister you will face nonetheless, and a former union minister. And we are hearing now that there could be many more. Shehzad of the BJP, your response?
Shehzad, that has become the party. Can you hear me?
Yes.
The Congress party is no longer a party, it's a parivar that's become a party, and therefore there is no space for dissenters, only for darbaris, and anybody who's a dissenter is shown the door, and therefore you have seen over 177 MPs and MLAs, including Hardik Patel, including Kapil Sibal, including Mr. Jhakar, leaving the party. But the party today has no internal democracy, it has no accountability, and there is no performance. It's only about the parivar, and therefore those who don't conform to the parivar are shown the door. And therefore today Kapil Sibal has also probably finally called it quits. The G23, many of them will leave the party. But party yuhi chalegi, because for Congress party it is more important to do Beta Bachao and Rahul Bachao than to do Bati Bachao.
Do you think there are more leaders on the way? On the way out, I mean. Do you think there are more leaders on the way out?
There is only one way, and that way is only out from the Congress party, because nobody can survive in Congress party. Congress party has as much democracy as North Korea or China has, and therefore nobody who has a true sense of nationalism and a true sense of democratic spirit can ever survive within the Congress party. And therefore you will see many more leaders leaving the Congress party, be it from Jammu Kashmir to Kanyakumari to Kerala to West Bengal to Gujarat. You will see the exodus of leaders with any sense of nationalism and democracy left in them from the Congress party to continue.
Well, sir, if I can ask you one question, I think one of the big takeaways from what Kapil Sibal said is that he intends to come up with a third front to fight the 2024 polls. How would you want to respond to that?
No, whether they come up with a third front, fourth front, fifth front, that is welcome to them. They can come with any which front that they want. This is a democracy. But having said that, today one thing is clear, that they have no confidence in the Congress to be the opposition front. And this is a vote of no confidence in the Congress party that has been passed even before 2024 has arrived. So one thing is clear, that there will be one Prime Minister, Mr. Narendra Modi, in 2024. But now the fight is for the leader of opposition, and clearly Congress party is not even capable of becoming leader of opposition in 2024. That's what Mr. Kapil Sibal is saying.
Okay, Shehzad, thank you. Thank you for speaking to Republic TV. Shehzad Punawala of the BJP responding to Kapil Sibal joining hands with Akhilesh to go to the Rajya Sabha. He hasn't officially joined the Samajwadi Party, but he has confirmed that he has stepped down. He has resigned from the Congress on the 16th of May. So if you look at the timeline or the chronology, right? You had 14th, I think 14th is when Hardik Patel quit. 16th is when, Kapil Sibal has quit, because he said that he resigned on the 16th, and around the same time you had Sunil Jakad also leaving. So it's a big setback, and all of this was happening. And if he did resign on the 16th, all of this was actually happening while the Chintan Shivir was on, the so-called meeting. While it was on is when he quit. Samiksha tells you the state of affairs in the Congress party. If anything else, it really tells you that it's a big blow for them, and many are saying there could be many more leaders who could be on their way out. Some of the G23 leaders or the rebels in the Congress party had been accommodated, given very sort of a side role nationally. Yesterday, day before, there were some roles announced for Anand Sharma, some roles announced for Ghulam Nabi Azad and Shashi Tharoor, etc. I'm not sure whether that's going to cut any ice with any of these leaders. but it's a big setback to them. Big setback because see, look at the chronology and the timeline. You had Prashant Kishore refusing to join the Congress party, and then you had this Chintan Shivir, so-called Chintan Shivir, right, where they were supposed to come up with a game plan to revive the party. And then around the same time, while that was happening, 3 senior leaders have actually resigned. 3 senior leaders have resigned during that so-called Chintan Shivir. And I think this is a big setback for the Congress party. Big setback to the Congress. And there could be many more leaders is what we are hearing. Some of them already in talks with opposition. Some are in talks with the BJP as well. Either way, I think they just want to jump the ship before it's too late, is what we are hearing. And you know what makes it even more worse is people like Kapil Sibal. People like Kapil Sibal who fought for the Congress party. And he's a very, controversial leader sometimes. And he's a lawyer. And he himself has been attacked by the Congress so many times. When he spoke against the leadership, asking for reforms, he himself has been attacked by the Congress party, and he has been attacked by his own party leaders, workers, social media warriors. And Akhilesh Yadav also spoke a few minutes back. And let's play that out. Let's play out what Akhilesh Yadav said, and then we'll get you more reactions.
सभा चुनाव में जिनको सदस्य बनाना है पार्टी को, बहुत जल्दी वो लोग नामांकन कर देंगे। आज कपिल सिब्बल जी ने किया है, वो समाजवादी पार्टी के समर्थन से राज्यसभा में जा रहे हैं। पहला नॉमिनेशन हुआ है। इस तरह पार्टी की तरफ से 2 और जा सकते हैं। बहुत जल्दी उनका भी नॉमिनेशन हो जाएगा।
कपिल सिब्बल जी के आने से किस तरीके से देखते हैं?
कपिल सिब्बल जी वरिष्ठ अधिवक्ता रहे हैं। देश के जाने माने केसेस उन्होंने लड़े हैं। वो लोकसभा में रहे हों, राज्यसभा में रहे हों, उन्होंने बात को अच्छी तरह रखा है ढंग से। पॉलिटिकल कैरियर भी है उनके पास। एज ए लॉयर बहुत सक्सेसफुल लॉयर हैं। तो हमें उम्मीद है कि देश में जो बड़े बड़े सवाल हैं आज देश किस रास्ते पर है। आज बेरोजगारी सबसे ज़्यादा है, महंगाई रुक नहीं रही है, कानून व्यवस्था ध्वस्त होती चली जा रही है, हमारी सीमाएं सुरक्षित नहीं हैं, चीन लगातार हमारी सीमाओं के अंदर आ रहा है। तो इन तमाम बड़े बड़े सवालों पर मुझे लगता है कपिल सिब्बल जी समाजवादी पार्टी और अपने विचारों को रख पाएंगे।
Let's go across to Jitendra Verma. Jitendra Verma of the Samajwadi Party now joining us on the phone line. Jitendra Verma जी, ये क्या हो रहा है? आपको लगता है कि कांग्रेस पार्टी का खत्म हो चुका है अभी? Jitendra Verma of the Samajwadi Party of joining us on the phone line. Jitendra Verma जी, मेरी आवाज़ आ रही है आपको? I think we lost the line with Jitendra Verma there, and that's a big. I think we lost the line, but we'll take a short break now. We'll take a short break now and come back to the story we're tracking very, very closely. Akhilesh Yadav has welcomed Kapil Sibal into his fold. I wouldn't say party fold because he hasn't officially joined the Samajwadi Party, but he's got him into the party fold, and he's been fielded to the House of Elders, the Rajya Sabha, by the Samajwadi Party. He will be a Samajwadi Party-backed Rajya Sabha MP, and we'll take a short break now and come back with the breaking news story. Stay tuned. Samiksha, back to you for now.
As an amazing step for students, the University Grants Commission has allowed students to pursue 2 degrees at the same time. Amity University is the first one to implement this, and now all Amity students can avail 2 degrees together. To find out more, visit amity.edu/2 degrees.
China there, flown its jets at the Quad venue. The Defense Minister of Japan said that the move by Russia and China was likely a provocation.
The Chinese getting jittery. They have called Quad the Asian NATO, indulging in this provocative act. Are the Chinese really taking on the Americans? Behind me is the Eisenhower building next to the White House where the meeting took place between Prime Minister Modi and Vice President Kamala Harris. ये खालिस्तान प्रोटेस्ट जो है गुलाम नबी फाई यहाँ पे मौजूद है और हमने इनको एक्सपोज कर दिया है. Situation under control in Jahangirpur area. Prompt police action really averted a situation which could have gone out of hand. This is the biggest stadium in the world. For President Trump, this is going to be the biggest political event.
Barricades come in, we are just going to move few more steps. Delhi police officials coming here, more and more officials arriving on the spot. This is not only about a blast happening in the national capital.
नरेंद्र मोदी खुद पहुंचे, भारत के प्रधानमंत्री स्टेज पे डोनाल्ड ट्रंप को नीचे लाने के लिए. जो बॉनहोमी है ये दोनों के बीच में दिख रही है. हम इस समय अंदर गलियों की तरफ अब हम जा रहे हैं. सीआईएसएफ की कंपनी के साथ दिल्ली पुलिस के वरिष्ठ अधिकारी यहाँ पर लोगों को समझा रहे हैं. Just showing you the cavalcade of the UP Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath on the tarmac of the Amosi Airport live. आप देख रहे हैं Rapid Action Force has taken a complete command of the situation. More forces are being moved in. Delhi police officials are present here. We are live.
Big raids that are being carried out by the Central Bureau of Investigation.
Viewers, we're straight away cutting across to the breaking updates that we are tracking of Kapil Sibal dumping the Congress and also seeking support from the Samajwadi Party to gain the Rajya Sabha nomination as well. And we have seen how Kapil Sibal also, after filing that nomination, has come out and spoken to the media and has stated that he has in fact tendered his resignation from the Congress Party on 16th itself, and now he is in fact filing for the nomination of Rajya Sabha, and he has tried to justify it and said that he is doing so because he wants to be an individual voice in the Rajya Sabha as well, and not just of the party. Of course, there can be a different interpretation of what he's really trying to say here, but of course a big blow to the Congress Party, where one after the other the leaders are quitting the grand old party and joining the other parties, and also trying to distance themselves from the Congress Party as well. On the screens, you have three big leaders over the past 1 week who have quit the Congress Party. One is, of course, Hardik Patel, the other Sunil Chakar of Punjab, and Kapil Sibal now, who has been known to be the legal eagle of the Congress Party, who has in fact fought several cases for the Congress Party and time again proven his loyalty to the Vadra Gandhi Congress as well. And now he has finally quit the Congress Party and filing for nomination of Rajya Sabha with the support of SP as well. Let's listen in to what Kapil Sibal had to say.
We are all constrained by the fact that we are members of political parties and we have to therefore abide by the discipline of those parties. But I think it is important to be an independent voice. और मैं समझता हूँ कि जब एक निर्दलीय की आवाज़ उठेगी तो वो लोगों को फिर ऐसा लगेगा कि किसी पार्टी से जुड़े हुए नहीं हैं, लेकिन देखिए हम विपक्ष में रह के हम एक गठबंधन बनाना चाहते हैं, सभी का गठबंधन, ताकि हम मोदी सरकार का विरोध करें. हम चाहते हैं कि 2024 में एक ऐसा माहौल बने हिंदुस्तान में कि मोदी सरकार की जो खामियां हैं वो जनता तक पहुंचाई जाएं और हम इसका प्रयास करेंगे। मैं खुद इसमें अपना इसका प्रयास करूंगा। मैंने दे दिया है 16 मई को मैंने कांग्रेस पार्टी से त्याग पत्र दे दिया है। 16 मई को मैंने त्याग पत्र दे दिया।
लेकिन आजम खान जब से आए जेल से बाहर तब से मुलाकात नहीं हो पाई है, तो क्या
आजम खान और अखिलेश जी की अब तक मुलाकात नहीं?
अरे भैया आप देखिए, मैं यहाँ आया हूँ, ये सवाल अब हमसे काहे को पूछ रहे हैं? समर्थन सभी ने मुझको दिया है। सारे उत्तर प्रदेश में जो यहाँ दल है उसमें समर्थन मुझे मिला है।
उत्तर प्रदेश की कितनी आवाज हम कह सकते हैं राज्यसभा में?
देखिए आपको मालूम है कि मेरी राज्यसभा में आवाज उठती थी, तभी भी मैं उत्तर प्रदेश का प्रत्याशी था।
चुनाव में जिन को सदस्य बनाना है पार्टी को, बहुत जल्दी वो लोग नामांकन कर देंगे। आज कपिल सिब्बल जी ने किया है, वो समाजवादी पार्टी के समर्थन से राज्यसभा में जा रहे हैं। पहला नॉमिनेशन हुआ है। इस तरह पार्टी की तरफ से 2 और जा सकते हैं। बहुत जल्दी उनका भी नॉमिनेशन हो जाएगा।
कपिल सिब्बल जी के आने से किस तरीके से देखते हैं? क्या
कपिल सिब्बल जी वरिष्ठ अधिवक्ता रहे हैं, देश के जाने माने केसेस उन्होंने लड़े हैं। वो लोकसभा में रहे हों, राज्यसभा में रहे हों, उन्होंने बात को अच्छी तरह रखा है ढंग से। पॉलिटिकल कैरियर भी है उनके पास। एज ए लॉयर बहुत सक्सेसफुल लॉयर हैं। तो हमें उम्मीद है कि देश में जो बड़े बड़े सवाल हैं, आज देश किस रास्ते पर है? आज बेरोजगारी सबसे ज़्यादा है, महंगाई रुक नहीं रही है, कानून व्यवस्था ध्वस्त होती चली जा रही है, हमारी सीमाएं सुरक्षित नहीं हैं, चीन लगातार हमारी सीमाओं के अंदर आ रहा है। तो इन तमाम बड़े बड़े सवालों पर मुझे लगता है कपिल सिब्बल जी समाजवादी पार्टी और अपने विचारों को रख पाएंगे।
Well, there you have it, viewers. Multiple reactions pouring in. Of course, Kapil Sibal, after filing for the nomination of Rajya Sabha, coming out and talking to the media, stating that it is because there needs to be an individual voice also present inside of the House of Parliament. That is why he has, in fact, resigned from the party, being very tight-lipped about what really went on wrong in the Congress party. Unlike several other leaders, in fact, over the last 10 days who have resigned from the party, have always stated that there was a lack of leadership of the Congress party, that there was no reciprocation from Rahul Gandhi or Priyanka Gandhi, and there was no seriousness shown in terms of carrying out their research when it comes to poll-bound states, including that of Gujarat. Now, these were some of the statements that were made by both Hardik Patel and Sunil Jakhar as well. One who's quit from the Gujarat state and the other from Punjab. And now we see Kapil Sibal as well. And from the BJP, Tarun Chugh also is joining us on the broadcast. Sir, if I could come to you, we are seeing the kind of mass exodus from the Congress party over the last 10 days, including Hardik Patel, Sunil Jakhar, and now Kapil Sibal, who has been a very loyal leader of the Congress party, also dumping the Congress party. Is this trouble mounting for the party? Needs to do some kind of introspection? Tarun Chugh, if you could hear me, we are seeing that there are several leaders of the Congress party leaving one after the other, and now Kapil Sibal has also resigned from the Grand Old Party.
I will try and go across to him. But you've been listening to several leaders who quit the Congress party in the last few days and weeks and months and years. And, it's been a disastrous last 2 weeks for the Congress party, to say the least. Hardik Patel, Sunil Jakhar, Kapil Sibal, and all of this was happening around the same time that the Congress party was actually meeting in Rajasthan for what it calls the Chintan Shivir, where it was supposed to brainstorm and figure out what to do with the party and how to improve their political fortunes and revive nationally. And it also comes at a time when they're also receiving national criticism for not doing anything with that meeting that they set out to change things in Rajasthan. There was no real outcome, is what many observers also said. Rita Bahuguna Joshi is joining us on the phone line. Rita Bahuguna Joshi is a very senior leader of the BJP. She was once in the Congress party. Rita Bahuguna ji, why do people leave the Congress party? And why do they leave the Congress party at such a stage where there is nobody else left? What do you think is going wrong with the party, especially after all these meetings that they've had recently?
See, the party is moving towards dismemberment. And this process started long back. And but that is why I think I was one of the first to let the party. Because I knew that there was no internal democracy. They were absolutely, issueless. And the Gandhi family actually has lost all intentions of keeping the party together. Their leadership is very weak. Their focuses are wrong. So whether it are the veterans in the party or whether they are the new leaders at the state level, one by one, everybody is leaving. So there must be something inherently wrong with the Congress, and the mistake is that really they have not conducted themselves to win over the confidence of the people. There's no clarity in mind. So this party is absolutely, derailed. And that is why I think Mr. Sibal has also quit now. He quit on the 16th, as he said. And then again trying to gather different political parties trying to build coalition. But I have witnessed a lot of efforts like this, and it's much too late. And the country believes in, the BJP believes in Mr. Modi, and I think his leadership is so strong that we are not bothered about what's happening to other parties. Obviously, of course, the BJP has always felt that there should be a strong opposition. But since the opposition, Congress is totally dismembered, and the people are with us, so I think a greater responsibility now devolves on the BJP and Mr. Modi to keep the country intact and to keep the confidence of the people with the government and move on. So
Let me ask you,
it's not surprising at all.
Yeah, my colleague Priyanka is also there. I just want to take one question with you and then she'll take it forward. Now, someone as senior as Kapil Sibal, until recently has been fighting for the Congress party in courts for the longest time. He's fighting their cases. He's a very senior lawyer. When someone like that, very close to the party, quits, now what does that tell you about the kind of connect that they may have or may not have? So who really are the leaders of the Congress party speaking to? Rita Bahuguna Joshi.
Oh, did you ask me that question?
Yes. Do you think this Kotri, there is some Kotri?
Well, you see, I think Mr. Sibal, you remember when I quit the party, Mr. Sibal was extremely critical. He had very bad comments to make about me. So it's much too late that he's realized. So until they were being served there with the positions, they were happy. But they were not looking at the fundamentals, how they had loosened up within the Congress party. So the Congress party has really lost its fundamentals. And now whatever happens, I mean, it's not going to make any waves if Mr. Sibal has left. It's only, I think, a decision in desperation. But one thing is clear, that good or bad, tall or small, all leaders in the party who have some significance are going to leave the Congress. And this goes to the leadership, the weakness of the leadership and the loss of direction in the Congress party. So I am not at all surprised, and I feel they're moving towards liquidation. The party is going to dismember very soon.
Dismember very soon. Okay. Thank you, Rita Bahuguna Joshi. BJP MP now has been with the Congress party in the past. Priyanka, so that's the story of the Congress party. Many more leaders we are hearing are in the line. Many more leaders in the line to leave the Congress party. They've tried some stunt to sort of placate some of the leaders of this G23 group, which are the group of rebels that include likes of Ghulam Nabi Azad, Mukul Vasnik, Shashi Tharoor, and we are told that they were given some sort of Anand Sharma. They were given some sort of incremental roles in reviving the small time roles in trying to build the party nationally. I'm not so sure that they're going to be placated like that. So Priyanka, you've also tracked the story from Gujarat, where Hardik Patel, of course, was extremely critical. Someone who was the working president. What does he have to say? What does he have to say, Priyanka, about why people leave the Congress?
Well, Niranjan, Hardik Patel is not somebody who really minces his words. You know, we were there at the press conference where Hardik Patel had in fact said everything that he had to say about the Congress party, everything, the frustration that he had also been feeling with the Congress party. He categorically stated that the Gujarat leaders were more important, more interested in making sure that there were at least that Rahul Gandhi, in fact, had been catered to when he came to Gujarat, that there were no issues of Gujarat that was spoken to Rahul Gandhi about it. And also Hardik Patel had stated that Rahul Gandhi, Priyanka Gandhi was in direct touch with Hardik Patel, but even then they were unresponsive, they were not interested. Now, these are some of the statements that we have seen, Niranjan, coming in from several of the Congress leaders when they have quit the party. Now then, be it Hardik Patel or Tom Vadakkan as well, who had joined us on the broadcast just a few minutes back as well. Now, apart from that, Sunil Chakar as well. Just the last 10 days, we have seen the tragedy of the Congress party, as several of the BJP leaders on the broadcast have also been stating it is completely dismembering. Several leaders of the Congress party, in fact, saying the same exact thing again and again, claiming that Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi are not really interested in running the party also. And they have also stated that they are not happy with the overall management of the Congress party, and also they feel ignored because there is no response coming in from the top leadership as well. Now, of course, we have seen several such statements coming in from leaders who have quit from the Congress party, and leaders claiming that there was, in fact, a mass exodus that perhaps will also take place from the Congress party as well. And even in the backdrop,
इतिहास में कम ही लोग इंडिपेंडेंट बनकर सदन में आते हैं, खासतौर पे राज्यसभा में। तो मैं समझता हूँ कि एक बहुत बड़ा मौका मुझे मिला है, और ये अखिलेश जी, शिवपाल जी, आजम खान साहब ने मुझे दिया है, और मैं एक इंडिपेंडेंट आवाज़ सदन में उठाना चाहता हूँ। अगर आप किसी दल में रहो तो निश्चित रूप से दल के जो डिसिप्लिन है उसका भी पालन करना पड़ता है। वोट भी विप के द्वारा देना पड़ता है, ठीक है ना। वो विप तो मुझे अभी लागू नहीं, तो मैं चाहूँगा कि जो देश में जो समस्याएं हैं, एक इंडिपेंडेंट आवाज़ उठनी चाहिए। वो समस्याएं मैं सदन के द्वारा जनता के सामने रखूँ।
कौन सी आवाज़ें आपको लगता है जो समय ज़रूरी है?
देखिए, इस देश में बहुत सी ऐसी बातें हैं जो जनता तक पहुंचती नहीं। एक देश ऐसे रास्ते पे चल रहा है कि अमीर होता जा रहा है, और 2-4 लोग ही देश में ऐसे हैं जो लगता है कि सारी देश की संपत्ति उन्हीं को दी जा रही है। तो ये भी जनता को हमें बताना पड़ेगा। और 2 सबसे बड़ी समस्याएं इस देश में हैं, वो है हमारी बच्चों की समस्याएं, और माँओं की समस्याएं, बहनों की समस्याएं।
आपको लग रहा है कि आप उत्तर प्रदेश से जाएंगे तो एक बेहतर आवाज़ उत्तर प्रदेश के?
बिल्कुल, उत्तर प्रदेश की आवाज़ तो हम उठाएंगे ही, लेकिन सबसे इम्पॉर्टेंट जो बात यह है कि इस देश में जब तक बच्चे अच्छी तरह से शिक्षित नहीं होंगे, मोदी जी बड़ी बातें करते हैं, बड़ी डिजिटल इंडिया की बात करते हैं। पहले तो हम बुनियादी तौर पे बच्चों को शिक्षा नहीं देंगे तो डिजिटल इंडिया नहीं बनेगा।
सर, कांग्रेस में अब क्या स्थिति हम?
देखिए, ऐसा है कि जब तक मैं कांग्रेस में था तो मैं इधर उधर की टिप्पणी कर सकता था। अब मैं कांग्रेस में नहीं हूँ, ठीक है ना, तो मैं कांग्रेस के बारे में कुछ नहीं कहूँगा।
आप सीनियर कांग्रेस लीडर रहे, मतलब मैंने
बोला ना, जब तक मैं कांग्रेस में था तो मैं टिप्पणी कर सकता था, ठीक है ना। हम G23 में भी रहे। अब मैं कांग्रेस के बाहर हूँ, मैंने इस्तीफा दे दिया है। मैं नहीं समझता कि उचित है कि मैं कांग्रेस के बारे में कुछ कहूँ।
कुछ अफसोस कहीं सर है?
मैंने बोला ना, मैंने कुछ देखिए, किसी के साथ संबंध रहे 30-31 साल, ठीक है ना, तो संबंध छोड़ना कोई आसान काम नहीं होता, इतना ही काफ़ी है।
थैंक यू सर।
कपिल सिब्बल जी हमारे साथ मौजूद हैं।
Okay, we have another reaction coming in. A former Congress leader and now a BJP leader. We have Jairaj Singh Parmar. Jairaj Singh Parmar on the phone line. Jairaj Singh Parmar जी, आपको क्या लगता है, और नेता है क्या कांग्रेस पे जो छोड़ने वाले हैं?
एक्चुअली जो कुछ बातें जो पार्टी की भीतर चलती है, ये पार्टी के भीतर अंदरूनी जो मामला होता है वो सुनना नहीं चाहता। एक्चुअली बहुत लंबी बातें हैं पार्टी के लिए और पार्टी के फोरम पर। सबसे बड़ी बात यह है कि जो कांग्रेस की जो जमीन पर धरातल बात जो होती है वो हाईकमान तक जाती ही नहीं है। और ये सबसे बड़ी कमजोरी है कांग्रेस पार्टी की कि आज जमीन कांग्रेस पार्टी नीचे से खो चुकी है। बहुत सारे लोग चाहते भी होंगे, आइडियोलॉजी से भी इनके साथ होंगे, वो दूसरी बात है, लेकिन कांग्रेस के जो लीडर
लगाओ ना इसको,
मैं यही बोल रहा हूँ, कांग्रेस के जो लीडर 20 साल 25 साल से वो खुद जीत नहीं पाते, जो जीत नहीं सकते वही चेहरे 20 साल से एक ही स्टेज पर एक ही चेहरे नजर आते हैं। इनको ये सिर्फ और सिर्फ डार्विन का रूल्स भी इनको पता नहीं है कि जो चेहरे हैं वो बदलने चाहिए। जनता रिजेक्ट करती है, कांग्रेस वही चेहरे जनता पे थोपती है। तो ये सबसे बड़ी बात थी। ये जैसे ये G23 का चलता था, गुजरात के जो मामला है तो गुजरात में भी ऐसा है, हर स्टेट में ये स्थिति है कि जो चिपके हुए लीडर है वो जब तक मरे नहीं तब तक वो वही पोजीशन पे रहे। और नया ब्लड, नए लोग, नई विचारधारा वाले लोग, जो यंग ब्लड है, आज 1990 के बाद जन्म लेने वाला बच्चा, आज इनको पता ही नहीं है वो फ्रीडम फाइटर क्या था, क्या है, क्या नहीं, फ्रीडम फाइटिंग क्या था, इसको पता ही नहीं है। तो नई पीढ़ी को अपना इन्वॉल्व और रिप्रेजेंटेशन के लिए भी ये बड़े जो चिपके हुए लोग हैं वो आने नहीं देते। और हाईकमांड राहुल जी से लेके सभी जितने के पास कमांड है, डिसीजन मेकिंग है, वो आज तक इनके पीछे इंफॉर्मेशन नहीं है नीचे की। और जो लिंक है वो सेकंड कैडर खत्म हो चुकी है। और सेकंड कैडर खत्म करने वाले यही लोग हैं जो ऊपर बैठ गए हैं। दिल्ली में रहने वाले, जैसे अब हम उपग्रह आकाश में छोड़ते हैं तो वो पृथ्वी से अपना संपर्क खो देता है, वैसे ही दिल्ली में रहने वाले सभी नेता पृथ्वी से संपर्क गंवा चुके हैं, पृथ्वी से संपर्क खो चुके हैं। यही स्थिति जनता और नेता के बीच में जो संवाद होना चाहिए, जो डायलॉग होना चाहिए, वो है ही नहीं। क्योंकि सोची समझी साजिश से दिल्ली में हर स्टेट के जो लीडर दिल्ली में बैठे हैं वही लीडर राहुल जी और इसके आसपास की कोटरी बना के किसी नए को घुसने नहीं देते। जो जनता के साथ है, जो जनता को रिप्रेजेंट करता है, जनता की नब्ज जिनको पता है, इनको तो ये दिल्ली में घुसने ही नहीं देते। राहुल गांधी जी बात करते हैं, यंग ब्लड की जाते हैं, बातें करने की बातें करते हैं, लेकिन इसका इम्प्लीमेंटेशन, अमलीकरण जीरो है, ये होने वाला नहीं है। इनके भी आसपास एक लैपटॉप लेके घूमने वाली कोटरी हो गई है। राहुल जी के आसपास ही जो कोटरी घूमती है वो लैपटॉप या है, दूर स्कूल वाले लोग हैं। और देश की जनता का जो मिजाज है, ये हिंदुस्तान की 140 करोड़ आबादी वाला देश लैपटॉप से नहीं चलता। ये जनता का जो इसका जो नर्व्स होना चाहिए वो इसको पता होना चाहिए कि जनता क्या चाहती है। तो ये इनके पास सिस्टम नहीं है कि जनता के जाने के लिए, जनता की सोशल इंजीनियरिंग समझने के लिए, जनता के इश्यूज समझने के लिए जो होना चाहिए वो तो है ही नहीं। तो इंफॉर्मेशन इसके पास सोर्स है, जो लिंकिंग है वो टूट चुका है। वो इसलिए कि आज राहुल जी को पूछो कि गुजरात के सेकंड कैडर के लीडर के नाम बोलो, नहीं बता पाएंगे। राहुल जी, मधुसूदन मिस्त्री जी, तो आज तक जब तक वो जिएंगे तब तक वो AICC में रहेंगे। ये मैं पर्सनली, मेरा कुछ वो इनके साथ कुछ लेना देना नहीं है, मैं कोई बायस नहीं हूँ, लेकिन मैंने 37 साल कांग्रेस में रहा हूँ। कांग्रेस का, गुजरात का मैं ब्रांड एम्बेसडर भी लोग बोलने लगे हैं, पत्रकार, ऐसे लोगों को मुझे छोड़ना पड़ा। जब क्यों छोड़ना पड़ा, यही बात है क्योंकि उपग्रह जैसी बात है, हम अवकाश में छोड़ते हैं तो नीचे का संपर्क चला जाता है। ये राहुल जी की स्थिति ये है। इनके पास जो सोर्स ऑफ इंफॉर्मेशन है वो भी गंवा चुके हैं, क्योंकि कोई जनता का प्रतिनिधि नहीं है। जनता के प्रतिनिधि इनके पास नहीं है, क्योंकि आसपास सीट पर सीट तापरूसी करने वाले लोग सेट हो गए। जी
राइट, जयराज भाई, प्रियंका दिस साइड, आप काफी टाइम तक कांग्रेस पार्टी में रह चुके हैं। गुजरात में आपने जैसा कहा कि कई सारे साल आपने बिताए हैं, और अभी अभी गुजरात के जो नेता है हार्दिक पटेल, ही हैज आल्सो क्विट द कांग्रेस पार्टी, और उन्होंने कई सारी चीजें गुजरात कांग्रेस के बारे में भी बताई हैं। और ये क्या चीज आप समझते हैं कपिल सिब्बल के साथ भी सेम चीज हुई है? क्योंकि आप दिल्ली भी जाते रहते हैं, आप कई सारे कांग्रेस लीडर्स के साथ में उठते बैठते थे पहले, अब आप बीजेपी में आ चुके हैं, पर क्या ये दिक्कत कपिल सिब्बल के साथ भी सेम है कि उनको इग्नोर किया जा रहा था, उनकी बातें नहीं मानी जा रही थी? All right, we'll connect that line in just a bit. But we are tracking all that is happening with respect to Kapil Sibal also now tendering his resignation. And there you heard several leaders of the Congress party, former Congress party, in fact, formerly, who have now come out and stated that it was the Congress party that did not adhere to any of the feedback that they really had for Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi. And we also heard several leaders claiming that the top leadership of the Congress party was completely detached from the ground. They did not know anything about the state leadership as well, or the state issues that they needed to speak about, even when they traveled to those respective states as well. Now, these are some things that we have heard several of the Congress leaders state while they are resigning from the party as well, including Hardik Patel, Sunil Jakhar, and now Kapil Sibal as well, who has tendered his resignation from the Congress party on 16th of May is what he has stated, and has also gotten help from the Samajwadi Party to file for the Rajya Sabha nomination, and has stated that there needs to be an individual voice that needs to be present in the Rajya Sabha. But of course, several leaders claiming that the Congress party is falling apart and a massive exodus is expected. Dr. Priyanka Maurya of the BJP also joining us on the broadcast. Dr. Maurya, if I could come to you, what do you make of another such leader of such caliber also leaving the Congress party? And now this is not the first time. Several leaders across the country have left the party stating that there's no leadership there.
To be very frank, I would like to say that डूबती हुई नैया में कोई भी सवार नहीं होना चाहता, और सीधी सी तो बात ये है कि चिंतन शिविर कर रहे हैं कांग्रेस पार्टी में कौन, जो लोग खुद चिंता का विषय है कांग्रेस के लिए। तो मैं तो साफ कहना चाहूंगी कि कांग्रेस छोड़ने की बहुत बड़ी वजह यही है कि लीडरशिप की कोई क्वालिटी नहीं है वहां पे, और कभी भी अगर कोई नया नेता अपनी क्वालिटीज के साथ उभरना चाहता है तो ये एक ऐसी पार्टी है जो कभी किसी और को मौका दे ही नहीं सकती 3 लोगों के अलावा। यही कारण है कि कोई भी इस पार्टी के साथ जुड़ा नहीं रहना चाहता है, तो चिंतन शिविर करने से काम नहीं चलेगा। मेरे हिसाब से इन लोगों को एक नया अभियान चलाना चाहिए कांग्रेस पार्टी को कि कांग्रेस मत छोड़ो। दैट वुड बी मच बेटर फॉर कांग्रेस पार्टी एंड फॉर देयर फ्यूचर, व्हाट आई बिलीव।
But what really is the problem, Dr. Maurya? Because this is not the first time, and all of them stating the same exact thing. Why is the top leadership of the Congress not taking cognizance of these statements?
The reason behind is these people are not these people are not concentrated towards their people, so those people who are working in the party, जो भी नेता हैं, जो भी मेहनत करते हैं, कार्यकर्ता हैं, उनसे इन लोगों को मिलने का टाइम नहीं है। देखिए, यूपी का ही चुनाव खत्म हो चुका है और उसके बाद प्रियंका गांधी जी कभी भी यूपी में कदम नहीं रखी हैं, वो फिर से गायब हो चुकी हैं। तो सिर्फ चुनाव के समय में ये लोग राजनीति करने चले आते हैं। यही कारण है कि जो अदर टाइम होता है उसको ये लोग कहाँ स्पेंड करते हैं, जनता के बीच में इनको नहीं जुड़ाव करना है, इनके अपने कार्यकर्ताओं से नहीं मिलना है। मैं तो खुद कांग्रेस पार्टी में 3 साल से थी और कांग्रेस पार्टी में कभी भी प्रियंका गांधी जी मिलने तक नहीं किसी से जाती हैं। तो क्या बात करती हैं वो महिलाओं की, और क्या बात करती हैं। हेलो,
I'm glad you brought that up, डॉक्टर मौर्य। मैं आपकी आवाज सुन पा रही हूँ। आपने कहा कि वो कभी महिलाओं से बात करती नहीं थी, क्या कभी ग्राउंड पे नहीं आती थी। आप पोस्टर पे रह चुके हैं फॉर द कांग्रेस एंटायर कैंपेन ऑफ लड़की हूँ, लड़ सकती हूँ, और फिर भी आप कह रही हैं कि प्रियंका गांधी वाज कंप्लीटली डिटैच्ड फ्रॉम द ग्राउंड। इज दैट राइट?
देखिए, मैं तो खुद बहुत इंस्पायर हुई थी ये स्लोगन जब मैंने टीवी में देखा था, लेकिन रहने के बाद मुझे ये रियलिटी पता चली कि भले ही इन लोगों ने मुझे पोस्टर गर्ल तो बनाया, लेकिन द रीजन बिहाइंड इज जस्ट टू गेन वोट्स फ्रॉम द पीपल, फ्रॉम विमेन, फ्रॉम बैकवर्ड कैटेगरीज,
इनको रियलिटी से कोई मतलब नहीं है। ये महिलाओं के बीच में कभी जाकर के महिलाओं से मिलती नहीं है, इसलिए इन्हें नहीं पता चल सकता कि जो मूलभूत परेशानियां हैं महिलाओं के जमीनी स्तर पे वो क्या है। और यही कारण है, जमीन के नेता जब जमीन से आप नहीं जुड़ेंगे, आपने सिर्फ सोने चांदी का चम्मच लेकर के आप पैदा हुए हैं, तो परिवार के तरीके पे कब तक चलेगी आपकी राजनीति? ऐसा नहीं हो सकता। राजनीति करने के लिए आपको लोगों से जुड़ना पड़ेगा, जमीनी स्तर पे जुड़ना पड़ेगा, समय देना पड़ेगा, लोगों की परेशानियों को समझना पड़ेगा। सिर्फ चिंतन शिविर करने से काम नहीं चलेगा। अब तो ये अभियान चला ले, कांग्रेस मत छोड़ो, क्योंकि कांग्रेस में अब कोई नहीं बचने वाला 3 लोगों के अलावा।
Dr. Maurya, one last question before I let you go. You know, we have seen how several of these campaigns of the Congress party had been played out, और कई सारे leaders have said the same exact thing, that they are completely detached from the ground as well. But what are your thoughts on really these mass exodus that is going on, and several Congress leaders saying that there are several more leaders expected to leave the Grand Old Party?
The most reason is communication gap. जो सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट फैक्टर है, जो सभी जितने भी लोग छोड़ते हैं, क्योंकि उनके अंदर एक आस होती है कि उनका नेता उनसे मिलेगा, उनकी परेशानियों को समझेगा, जो ग्राउंड रिपोर्टिंग देते हैं हम लोग उनको समझेगा, और उसको हम लोग कहीं ना कहीं उसको सोल्यूशन उसका निकालेंगे। लेकिन जब अपने नेता से ही नहीं कोई मिल सकता है तो कैसे अपनी बात को कन्वे करेगा? सो दैट्स द रीजन बिहाइंड कि सब कांग्रेसी अब कोई रह ही नहीं गया। लोग पूरी तरीके से कन्वर्ट होने लगे हैं। अब सीधी सी बात है, हिंदू, मुस्लिम, सिख, ईसाई सब हैं आपस में भाजपाई। तो अब
But do you think, Dr. Maurya, do you also think that this is because of the callous behavior of Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi also? Because every time a leader has quit, they've said जिसको जाना है जा सकता है, हमें उनकी कोई जरूरत नहीं है।
ऑफ कोर्स इसी वजह से तो ये खुद भी नहीं आ पा रहे हैं। मैं कह तो रही हूँ बार बार कि चिंतन शिविर कर रहे हैं, लेकिन इनको चिंता है ही नहीं, क्योंकि सिर्फ जब चुनाव आता है तो ये एक्टिव हो जाते हैं और चले आते हैं लोगों के बीच में फोटोग्राफी करने के लिए, वीडियोस बनाने के लिए, मंदिर जाके घंटे बजा लेंगे, खेतों में जाके 2-4 महिलाओं के साथ फोटो खिंचवा लेंगी प्रियंका गांधी जी, और जब बात आएगी सम्मान देने की तो टिकट बेच देते हैं ये लोग। पैम्पलेट से लेकर के टिकट तक एवरीथिंग इज बिकाऊ इन कांग्रेस पार्टी। दैट्स द रीजन दे आर फेलिंग एवरीवेयर ऑन ग्राउंड रिपोर्ट।
All right, so that is Dr. Priyanka Maurya also joining us of the BJP on the broadcast and stating that in fact and Jitendra Verma of the SP also joining us on the broadcast. You know, Mr. Verma, we have seen several such leaders quit the Congress party, one after the other, several leaders stating that the Congress party top leadership does not really care about who really leaves. But now Kapil Sibal taking the support of your party and filing for the Rajya Sabha nomination as well. Your thoughts on this?
हेलो
जी, I can hear you, sir. Please go on.
आवाज आ रही है मेरी?
जी, जितेंद्र वर्मा जी, मेरा सवाल आपसे ये है जी कि कई सारे कांग्रेस के नेता छोड़ के जा रहे हैं और कई सारे नेता यही दोहरा रहे हैं कि राहुल गांधी और प्रियंका गांधी को बिल्कुल नहीं पड़ी है कि कौन जा रहा है, कौन आ रहा है कांग्रेस में।
देखिए, कांग्रेस पार्टी बड़ी है लेकिन उसका दिल छोटा है। कांग्रेस पार्टी अपने बड़े नेताओं का सम्मान नहीं कर रही है। कांग्रेस पार्टी क्षेत्रीय दलों का सम्मान नहीं कर रही है। जहां पर जिस राज्य में कांग्रेस पार्टी बिल्कुल ना के बराबर है, जिन राज्यों में, वहां पर क्षेत्रीय दलों को ही नुकसान करने का काम कांग्रेस पार्टी करती। कहीं न कहीं भारतीय जनता पार्टी और कांग्रेस एक ही पटरी की पार्टी है, दोनों की सेम स्थिति है। जो भारतीय जनता पार्टी चाहती है वही कांग्रेस पार्टी चाहती है। उसी का नतीजा है कि कांग्रेस पार्टी के बड़े बड़े लीडर जो है अन्य दलों में सम्मान पा रहे हैं। आज माननीय राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष जी का हम धन्यवाद देंगे, माननीय अखिलेश यादव जी का, कि उन्होंने एक योग्य नेता को, जो कि देश के बहुत बड़े अधिवक्ता हैं, बड़े वकील हैं, उनको सम्मान दिया है। बहुत ही बुद्धिजीवी योग्य व्यक्तियों में और अच्छे वकीलों में उनका नाम देश में लिया जाता है। तो कपिल सिब्बल जी के राज्यसभा जाने से समाजवादी पार्टी को बहुत ही फायदा होगा। आने वाले समय में समाजवादी पार्टी और मजबूती से उभरेगी। इस बार 125 सीटें जनता ने हमको दी हैं।
3 करोड़ वोट समाजवादी पार्टी को उत्तर प्रदेश में जनता ने दिया है। 3 करोड़ 80 लाख वोट बीजेपी को मिला, वो जीते हैं, लेकिन हमारी 90 सीटें 200 वोट से 1000 वोट के बीच हारी है। तो निश्चित तौर पे जनता ने कहीं न कहीं भारतीय जनता पार्टी को सत्ता से हटाने का पूरा मन बनाया था, लेकिन सेंट्रल के जो अधिकारी और वहाँ के लीडर और यूपी में भी उनकी सरकार थी, तो कहीं न कहीं उन्होंने कहीं गड़बड़ भी कराया, जिसकी वजह से समाजवादी पार्टी हारी। लेकिन समाजवादी पार्टी की ताकत कई गुना बढ़ गई है। 37% वोट समाजवादी पार्टी का हो गया है इस बार, जो कि 2012 में 29% था, 29% था। तो लगातार समाजवादी पार्टी मजबूत हो रही है। 2 और चेहरों को भी समाजवादी पार्टी की तरफ से राज्यसभा के लिए भेजा जाएगा, जिस पर भी डिस्कशन चल रहा है। माननीय अखिलेश यादव जी अपनी पार्लियामेंट्री बोर्ड और राज्य कमेटी के साथ डिस्कस कर रहे हैं, सीनियर नेताओं के साथ डिस्कस कर रहे हैं। निश्चित तौर पे हमारे 2 और नेता जाएंगे। कांग्रेस पार्टी अगर आगे भारतीय जनता पार्टी को सत्ता से हटाना चाहती है तो उसको बड़ा दिल दिखाना चाहिए, और निश्चित तौर पर जब कांग्रेस पार्टी बड़ा दिल दिखाएगी, क्षेत्रीय दलों को सम्मान करेगी, क्षेत्रीय दलों का नुकसान नहीं करेगी, तो निश्चित तौर पर 2024 के चुनाव में एक बड़ा गठबंधन मंच बनेगा। अब कांग्रेस पार्टी की जिम्मेदारी है कि पूरे देश के दलों को लेकर चलना चाहिए, लेकिन वो ऐसा नहीं कर पा रही है। अब ऐसा नहीं करेगी तो निश्चित तौर पर कपिल सिब्बल जैसे योग्य लीडर और माननीय अखिलेश यादव जी और अन्य पार्टियां अपना बड़ा एक संदेश देंगे मोदी सरकार को हटाने के लिए।
हाँ जी, Jitendra Verma, thank you for joining us. I would also like to go across to Pradeep Tamta, who's joining us on the phone line. Mr. Tamta, do you feel that there is something fundamentally wrong right now with the way things are functioning in your party, because you're seeing very big names jump ship?
हेलो, हाँ
तमता जी, आप सुन सकते हैं मेरी आवाज? हाँ बोलिए।
हाँ, आ रही है। जैसे कपिल सिब्बल जी का जाना, इस समय जो कांग्रेस पार्टी अपने आप को स्टैंड कर रही है, और ऐसे लोग जिनको कांग्रेस पार्टी ने हमेशा ताकत मिली है, जो आज बड़ा ब्रांड है, वो कांग्रेस के कारण है। और इस समय पार्टी से दूर जाना ये अवसरवादिता के अलावा मैं समझता कुछ नहीं है। उदयपुर के संकल्प में लिया है कांग्रेस पार्टी इन तमाम सांप्रदायिक फासिस्ट ताकतों के खिलाफ एकजुट होगी। हम राष्ट्रीय स्तर पर कांग्रेस और उन तमाम ताकतों के साथ भी जो बीजेपी आरएसएस बंधन के खिलाफ लड़ना चाहते हैं, कांग्रेस पार्टी उनके साथ भी क्या कहते हैं जुड़ेगी। लेकिन इस तरह से कपिल सिब्बल का ऐसे समय में चले जाना जब कांग्रेस को एक जरूरत थी, और सोनिया जी ने कहा भी था कि कांग्रेस ने जिनको सब कुछ दिया है आज उनको पार्टी को देने का वक्त है। कांग्रेस से उनका जाना ये दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है, और इसको एक तरह से कहा जाता है कि राजनीतिक में अवसरवादिता। समय किसी भी दल के साथ मनुष्य के जीवन में, पार्टी के जीवन में उतार और चढ़ाव एक सामान्य घटनाक्रम है। इस दौर में कांग्रेस फिर स्ट्रेंथन हो रही है। यूपी के अंदर जो ताकतें हैं और वो देश के संविधान विरोधी ताकतें हैं, लोकतंत्र के हर इंस्टीट्यूशन को हमला कर रही है आरएसएस और संघ की ताकतें। ऐसे में कपिल सिब्बल जैसे लोगों का पार्टी को छोड़ के जाना सांप्रदायिक फासिस्ट ताकतों के हाथों में ही खेलना है, ये मेरी समझ में।
हाँ जी, लेकिन मिस्टर तमता, आपको नहीं लगता कि ये कुछ जो अभी जो रेजिग्नेशंस आ रहे हैं चिंतन शिविर के बाद आ रहे हैं? तो आपने बोला था, कांग्रेस ने बोला था कि ऑल द कंसर्न्स वर लिसन टू, बट व्हाई इज दिस हैपनिंग इफ ऑल द कंसर्न्स वर लिसन टू?
देखिए, उदयपुर के चिंतन शिविर में 3 दिन लगातार जिसमें वो तमाम स्थितियों पर विचार किया, कहाँ पर हम ऑर्गेनाइजेशनली कमजोर हैं, कहाँ पर पॉलिटिकल रूप से आर्थिक स्थितियों पर तमाम देश के विभिन्न जो मुद्दे हैं, ज्वलन समस्या, उस पर कांग्रेस पार्टी ने चर्चा भी की और अपने ऑर्गेनाइजेशन को स्ट्रेंथन करने के बारे में भी सोचा। तमाम जो कांग्रेस के अंदर जो ताकतें हैं, कांग्रेस के लीडर्स हैं, उनकी क्षमताओं का उपयोग करने की भी बारे में सोचा। 2 अक्टूबर से पूरे देश में भारत जोड़ो का कार्यक्रम भी बनाया गया, उसके लिए 3 ग्रुप भी बनाया, एक टास्क फोर्स बनाया गया, पॉलिटिकल ग्रुप बनाया। ऐसे में उनको कपिल सिब्बल
साहब को पार्टी के साथ मजबूत करके आगे बढ़ना चाहिए था, लेकिन सिर्फ एकमात्र राज्यसभा की सीट के लिए कपिल सिब्बल साहब को पार्टी ने लंबे समय से राज्यसभा में भेजा। और अक्सर लोगों में एक हमारे जो मैं खुद राज्यसभा था, मेरे साथ हो रहे लोगों में रहता भी था कि ये लोग सिर्फ अपनी व्यक्तिगत महत्वाकांक्षा को पूरा करके आज पार्टी को देने का उनका वक्त था। आज पार्टी उनसे चाह रही थी कि वो पार्टी को स्ट्रेंथन करें, लेकिन सिर्फ मात्र एक राज्यसभा की सीट के लिए पार्टी और उस विचारधारा को छोड़ करके आप दूसरी जगह चले जाएं, ये इसमें कहां से आपकी कांग्रेस की अंदरूनी ताकत को मजबूत करने की आपकी इच्छा है? आप तो एक अवसर है, आपको लग रहा है कि आप राज्यसभा कांग्रेस इस समय कमजोर है, राज्यसभा में मैं जा नहीं सकता हूँ। आपने अकेले से अध्यक्ष का दामन थाम लिया। आगे और इन दलों को भी सोचना चाहिए, अगर हम कांग्रेस के साथ एक साझा रिश्ता बनाना चाहते हैं, एक एंटी फासिस्ट एंटी कम्युनल फ्रंट जाना चाहते हैं, तो कांग्रेस को कमजोर करने के कांग्रेस को स्ट्रेंथन कर रहे हैं। कांग्रेस को तोड़ने की क्या जरूरत है उनके लिए? कांग्रेस के लोग वो अपने किसी आदमी को भी राज्यसभा दे सकते थे। तो दोनों ओर से, कपिल सिब्बल के ओर से भी ये एक ऐसे समय में जब संगठन थोड़ा सा कमजोर है, आप अपने दल को, अपने विचार को, अपने विचारधारा को छोड़ करके मात्र एक राज्यसभा की सीट के लिए दूसरे दल को ज्वाइन कर रहे हैं। और अखिलेश यादव के सामने भी है, अगर कांग्रेस के साथ मिल के चलना है तो इस तरह की कार्रवाई से मैं समझता हूँ कि भविष्य की अच्छी गुंजाइश बनेगी।
Haji, thank you for joining us, Pradeep Tamta. That was the first response from the Congress. Remember, this is a sensational story here. It's a massive development that Kapil Sibal has exited from Congress and filed his Rajya Sabha nomination on a SP ticket in the presence of Akhilesh Yadav. Well, let's have a look at other stories we are tracking right now. After a temple-like structure was discovered during the demolition of a mosque in the Malali area in Mangaluru in Karnataka, Vishwa Hindu Parishad and Bajrang Dal performed the Tambula Prashne ritual at Sri Bhajana Mandir in Malali. BJP leader hacked to death in Chennai by 3 assailants. A family of slain BJP leader in Chennai refuses to back down, demands all-out probe injustice.
Last night, almost 3 people had come here on a bike and had attacked him. Some kind of animosity there between the local gundas and Balakrishnan.
All of this that had taken place within minutes and Balakrishnan there who had succumbed to his injuries.
Family also has named 3 people.
The BJP Tamil Nadu is already asking for stringent action to be taken.
Coming up on the other side of this very, very short break, starting with Pakistan stooge and terror convict Yasin Malik's court order has been reserved now, viewers. Sentencing is at 3:30 p.m. The NIA seeks death penalty for Yasin Malik.
As an amazing step for students, the University Grants Commission has allowed students to pursue 2 degrees at the same time. Amity University is the first one to implement this, and now all Amity students can avail 2 degrees together. To find out more, visit amity.edu/2 degrees.
Big raids that are being carried out by the Central Bureau of Investigation. RJD levels allegations of revenge politics. This mass graveyard in Bucha bears testimony to the brutal acts of the Russian troops. Republic TV did a week-long investigation into the operations of the Khalistani movement here in Britain. Blatant violations that were carried out just a day before the fire. Did they really not feel the importance to inform the BMC? Republic Media Network's SIT decided to expose the dirty nexus between politics and a murky Ponzi scheme.
मोटे मोटे पत्थर फेंके गए। कल देर शाम किस तरह से हिंसा हुई है दिल्ली में, काला दिवस की कॉल को कश्मीर के लोग इसे सिरे से खारिज करते हैं, रिजेक्ट करते हैं। दिल्ली को न जलने देंगे और न ही सुलगने देंगे। एक एक तस्वीर दिल्ली से किसान नेताओं किसान आंदोलन को यहाँ पर खत्म करेंगे, ये बड़ा सवाल है। The ongoing debate on the shivling found in Gyanvapi, the Supreme Court has stayed all matters in the lower court here in Varanasi.
Top headlines at this hour, it's official. Another big name dumps Vadra Congress. Kapil Sibal files nomination to Rajya Sabha on Samajwadi ticket. Kapil Sibal confirms he is no longer with Congress, says he resigned on May 16th. Pakistan stooge and terror convict Yasin Malik's court order reserved, sentencing at 3:30 p.m. NIA seeks death penalty for Yasin Malik. Gyanvapi complex's videography and the photography of the survey report will be given to both Hindu and the Muslim sides today. Big Gyanvapi hearing in Varanasi, even as a fresh plea filed in the Supreme Court. BJP leader hacked to death in Chennai by 3 assailants. It's Mangaluru after Gyanvapi. After VHP's Puja, VHP makes mega claims of Lord Shiva presence at the mosque. Karti Chidambaram. Next is that Karti Chidambaram is also likely to appear before the CBI today in the China visa scam case. And the other big story that Karti Chidambaram will be appearing today. But big breaking coming in right now. PDP chief and former CM of Jammu and Kashmir, Mehbooba Mufti, has once again made a religious and coloured statement, and this time to killing of policemen. A policeman who was killed yesterday, no one is speaking about him because his name was Saifullah Qadri. These are statements which have been made by Mehbooba Mufti. She's also saying if he had a different name, then there would be a lot of hue and cry. Now, despite this, I tell people of Jammu and Kashmir to embrace Kashmiri Pandits, and we have to tell them that them means India, that you are killing Muslims in the country. I would like to go across to Gursimran. Gursimran, once again, we are seeing another shocker now coming from Mehbooba Mufti.
Yes, indeed, Mehbooba Mufti is once again into her religious politics. She has once again brought in the religious angle into the killing of a cop by the terrorist. And what she said that had his name been someone other than Saifullah Qadri, then there will be a lot of hue and cry. But Mehbooba has forget that the entire country is praying for the 7-year daughter of Saifullah Safa, who is battling for life. And Mehbooba chooses not to speak a single word against those terrorists who were responsible for the killing of Saifullah Qadri and the critical condition of her 7-year daughter Safa, who is at present in Bamina Medical Hospital and is battling for life. See, this has become a new norm, and the politics of Mehbooba Mufti, that she will always hold either union government responsible or the people of India responsible, but she won't name Pakistan and the Pakistani proxies whenever any terror attack happens in the Kashmir Valley. And same is repeated by her today when she said that there is no one speaking for Saifullah Qadri because his name was Saifullah. Had his name been somewhat other, there have been a hue and cry. But see, the reality remains that the people of the country, they stand with the forces, they stand with the person, the nationalist voices, those who are in Kashmir Valley or in any part of the country. But Mehbooba forgets so, because she has to play her religious politics into it. She has to bring religious color to each and everything that is happening in India. Even she forgets to name those terrorists. She forgets to name the country behind these terrorists, Pakistan, and she is blaming the union government and the people of India.
Well, Gursimran, like you just said, that this is not the first time that Mufti is putting a political spin now to the... in fact, Gursimran, hold on, because we have the exact soundbite of the PDP's Mehbooba Mufti. Listen it.
देखिए, यहाँ तो ये तो मैंने पहले भी कहा, एक सियासी मसला है जम्मू कश्मीर। यहाँ पहले भी कई लोगों को फांसी दी गई, उम्र कैद हो गई, फांसी हो गई, उससे तो मसला कश्मीर हल नहीं हुआ बल्कि और उलझ गया। तो मैं तो समझती हूँ कि ये जो इनकी मस्कुलर पॉलिसी है गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया की, इसके नताइज बरक्स होंगे, इसके नताइज अच्छे नहीं होंगे, बल्कि इससे हालात जो है दिन ब दिन खराब होते जा रहे हैं। मसला सुलझने के बजाय मसला उलझ रहा है।
All right, we just heard that sound bite of Mehbooba Mufti. I want to go back to you, Gursimran. Now, we just heard that she has made these statements again. No one is speaking about him. I want to repeat what she said. Nobody is speaking about him because his name was Saifullah Qadri. Now, Gursimran, we have heard her make these statements time and again of this kind of, reference. She's also sometimes even questioned our army.
See, time and again, Mehbooba Mufti has always been questioning the army, but no word for the Pakistan and the Pakistani terrorist. In today's, what Mehbooba Mufti said, she pointed out two main things. First, she questioned the government of India by saying that no one spoke about Saifullah Qadri because his name was same. Had his name been someone other, there has been a lot of hue and cry. She totally forgets to name who those terrorists who were behind this. Those terrorists who were behind the reason that the 7-year daughter Safa of Saifullah Qadri is battling for her life in Behmina Medical College. And second thing, Mehbooba Mufti doesn't forget to bat for Yasin Malik. She said that these death sentences and life imprisonments are no solution to the Kashmir cause, but it will further deteriorate the situation. So you can draw a parallel between these two. On the one hand, she has no word for the Pakistani terrorism, no condemnation for the Pakistan.
All right, Gursimran, hold on. We're getting some more breaking updates. This is coming from the Yasin Malik sentencing. We're getting the inside track of Yasin Malik sentencing, viewers, right now on Republic. Now, we know that NIA arguments are happening inside the court. Now, the focus has been put on Yasin's role in the Pandit's exodus. I want to go back to Ananya now. Ananya is joining me for more. Ananya, over to you.
Well, yes, remember, Shivangi, that the arguments in this whole case have completed, but from our advocate sources who were inside this court when the hearing was taking place, because remember, it's an in-camera hearing taking place, very crucial points that have been mentioned by the National Investigation Agency's lawyers and the legal team of the NIA is that Mr. Yasin Malik was a part of the Kashmiri exodus, and in fact, when the statement was made by the NIA lawyers, the judge clearly said that please stick to the facts, it's a terror funding case and don't divulge the facts. But this was the statement being made by the National Investigation Agency. In fact, Yasin Malik also was asked that the NIA is seeking a death penalty into this whole case. What do you have to say about this? Then he said that I've worked with 7 prime ministers, and in fact, Atal Bihari Vajpayee was the one who had given me a passport to travel abroad. But then the court was very stern in its observation and clearly responded that this is not the time to say this. We have given you ample amount of chances, but then you have pleaded guilty into this case. And remember that whenever a person pleads guilty into certain case, and in such a case he is liable for maximum punishment as well. So he can be awarded a death sentence into this whole case because the charges against him are very serious in nature, whether it's the terrorist acts, whether it's the UAPA, whether it's the 121 that is waging the war against the country. So a very serious charge against him. The court has heard the arguments while the NIA has batted for the maximum punishment, that is the death penalty. The amicus curiae in the case, the Legal Aid Council in the case, has sought for a life term for Yasin Malik and has stated that since he has pleaded guilty, he should be given
right,
a little
hold on
relief
for a
of,
second, Ananya. Hold on for a second there. Hold on for a second, Ananya. We're getting reactions. We're getting reactions on this big story. Hold on. Let's play that out.
Sir, what has happened inside, if you could brief?
Basically,
पब्लिक वाला चलाएगा
दो मिनट बोल देता हूँ उनको भी. Basically, NIA has pleaded for a death sentence for Yasin Malik. Yasin Malik, amicus, they have argued on some length regarding the theories of sentence in jurisprudence, Indian criminal jurisprudence. Then the court has permitted to Yasin Malik to argue on behalf of whatever statement he has to make before the court. Then he has stated that I'm a political leader since last 28 years. I'm a non-violent political leader, and I have worked with 7 prime ministers of India. Lastly, Atal Bihari Vajpayee has also given me a passport, and because of which I have visited certain countries, and I have represented India in many institutions, academic institutions, where basically India would have not given me would have not sent me to any great institutions if I have basically worked with violent political leaders in India, and I have never basically worked to divide the India. So these are the things basically which he has said during his statement before the court, and he has said I do not want to plead before the court to what extent the punishment should be given to me. It is for the court to decide. However, these are the factors which should be considered by the court.
So one more question. The charges that have been leveled against Mr. Malik, if you are a lawyer yourself, what is the maximum term that
death penalty? Maximum, and I think NIA has pleaded for death penalty also.
Well, we just heard Yasin's lawyer speaking to Republic TV. I want to go to Gursimran, back to Gursimran now. Gursimran, interestingly, we were just talking about Mehbooba Mufti, what she said, and on Yasin Malik's conviction, she actually said earlier that will this solve the Kashmir issue? That was the question she asked. That was very shocking. Another shocker has come in as we wait
this has become
for
a norm
the
for the Kashmir. Yeah. See, this has become an unfortunate style of politics of some politicians from the Jammu and Kashmir, that they will politics just for the sake of their politics, and they won't consider the nation's interest in that. And that same case that is happening with Mehbooba Mufti. See, Mehbooba Mufti has not named Pakistan in this entire scenario, be it the exodus of the Kashmiri Pandits, be it the killings in the Kashmiris, but she has questioned the union government. And when it comes to punishing the stooge of the Pakistan, Yasin Malik, when it comes to delivering a strict judgment that he be brought to death or he be given the life imprisonment, now Mehbooba Mufti is saying that this will bear no solution. See, Mehbooba Mufti has predicted it that any rigorous punishment to Yasin Malik will bear no fruits. So this is what she has made out of it, and she said that this will further deteriorate the situation. So this is a kind of provocation which Mehbooba Mufti is doing time and again. We have seen earlier also these kind of provocations during 2016-17, which led to the situation in Jammu and Kashmir, totally hue and cry. And now once again Mehbooba is giving these kind of statements. So this is somewhat the politician needs to refrain from, but unfortunately this has become a habit of some of the Kashmir-based politicians to do politics on just for their vote bank, that they are giving the pro statements which are pro to the Pakistani stooges, and they are the least one to condemn any act of terror by the Pakistan and its proxies in the Kashmir Valley.
Right. Gursimran, thank you for joining us with all those details. At 3:30 p.m., that sentencing will come out. Now, we're getting some more updates now. Republic TV has spoken with the slain BJP leader's sister, who has been, crying, and she is completely inconsolable. Let's have a look at what she said.
சம்பவம் நடந்திருக்கு. அதுக்கப்புறம் நீங்களும் காலையில இப்ப வந்திருக்கீங்க. என்ன போலீஸ் சொல்றாங்க? என்ன
போலீஸ் இன்னும் அந்த தப்பு பண்ணவங்களை வெட்டினவங்களை யாரையும் பிடிக்கவே இல்லை சார். இன்னும் போலீஸ் என் தம்பி இப்போ இன்னும் அதை போஸ்ட்மார்ட்டம் பண்ணி வாங்கிக்கோங்கன்றாங்க. நாங்கள் வாங்க மாட்டோம்னு சொல்கிறோம். அவனை அரெஸ்ட் பண்ணால் தான் நாங்கள் வாங்குவோம். அது வரைக்கும் நாங்கள் வாங்க மாட்டோம். என் தம்பி இது ஆத்ம சாந்தி அடையாது. அவங்கள தண்டிக்காத வாங்கணும்னா
அவர் ஏற்கனவே எனக்கு உயிர் ஒரு டேஞ்சரா இருந்துச்சு அப்படின்னு சொல்லிட்டு தான் அவர் பேசியிருக்காரு. அதுக்கும் ப்ரொடெக்ஷன் வேணும்னு அவர் கேட்டிருக்காரு.
ஆமாங்க மேடம். ஒரு வாரம் முன்னாடி தம்பி துணி கடை வச்சிருக்கா. இன்னொரு தம்பி பெரியம்மா பையன் அவன் கடையில போயிட்டு என்ன பண்ணிருக்காங்க, மாமூல் கேட்டிருக்காங்க. அவன் அப்பதான் ஜெயில இருந்து வந்திருக்கான், வேற பிரச்சனைக்கு போயிட்டு. பிரதீப்ன்றவன் ஜெயில இருந்து வந்த உடனேயுமே துணி கேட்டு வீட்டுல இருந்து அவங்க ஒய்ஃப் அனுப்பிச்சிருக்கான். சரி, இவன் 5 தடவை கொடுத்துருக்கான். இப்போ கொரோனா டைம்ல சேல் ஆகல, கொடுக்க கஷ்டமா இருக்குதுன்னு சொன்னதுனால உன்னை கொடுக்கலன்னா உன்னை வெட்டிடுவேன்னு சொல்லிட்டு கோர்ட்டுக்கு வரும்போது கோர்ட்ல இருந்து ஒரு போனை வாங்கி பண்றாங்க. சரி, என்ன இப்படி பண்றாங்களே சொல்லிட்டு ஸ்டேஷன்ல சொன்ன வந்தோம். சரிப்பா, நாங்க அவங்கள பிடிச்சிடுறோம் அப்படின்னாங்க. ஒரு இதுவே எடுக்கல. அப்புறம் அவன் மறுநாளே வந்து வழியில பார்த்து இன்னொரு தம்பியை வந்து உங்க அண்ணனுங்களை நாங்க விட மாட்டோம், சாவடிச்சிடுவோம் சொன்னான். ஞாயிற்றுக்கிழமை நைட்டே வந்து நாங்கள் எஃப்ஐஆர் போட்டோம். இது மாதிரி எங்களை பயமுத்துறாங்க, கொலை பண்ணிடுவேன்ட்டு எஃப்ஐஆர் போட்டு இன்னும் அவங்களை அரெஸ்ட் பண்ணவே இல்லை சார். அரெஸ்ட் பண்ணி தான் என் தம்பி செத்துருக்க மாட்டான். ஞாயிற்றுக்கிழமை எஃப்ஐஆர் நைட்டு பண்ணோம், திங்கக்கிழமை ஆச்சு, செவ்வாய்க்கிழமை என் தம்பி உயிரை விட்டான். எஃப்ஐஆர் காப்பி மேடம், எஃப்ஐஆர் போட்டாச்சு. என் தம்பி மொபைல் இருக்கு, அந்த மொபைல் மிஸ்ஸிங். இப்போ நம்பர் சொல்லிட்டு வந்து ட்ரேசர் பண்ணுங்கன்ட்டு. எதுவுமே கிடைக்கல மேடம். அவனுக்கு கேஷ் கூட பாக்கெட்ல வச்சிருந்தாங்க மேடம், அதுவும் மிஸ்ஸிங். 80,000 கிட்ட வச்சிருந்தாங்க மிஸ்ஸிங்.
அதாவது போன சனிக்கிழமை இல்ல ஞாயிற்றுக்கிழமை இந்த சம்பவம் நடந்துச்சு. வந்து அவங்க மாமூலுக்காக வந்து மிரட்டினாங்க.
ஆமாங்க மேடம்.
அதுக்கப்புறம் அவர் உடனடியாவே வந்து அவர் கம்ப்ளைண்ட் கொடுத்தாரு.
நைட்டே நாங்க எஃப்ஐஆர், நாங்க என் தம்பி பாலச்சந்தர் தான் கூட இட்டுன்னு வந்து எஃப்ஐஆர் போட்டா மேடம். அதனாலதான் அவன் மேல இப்ப மோட்டிவேட்டட் அவனை விட்டுணும்னு சொல்லிட்டு பண்ணிட்டாங்க மேடம். நேத்து
யார் மேல உங்களுக்கு இது இருக்கா?
பிரதீப் தான் மேடம். என் இன்னொரு பையன் எங்க வீட்டு பக்கத்துல இருக்கிறவங்க பாத்துருக்கா மேடம் கூட. பிரதீப், சஞ்சய், இவங்க 2 பேரும் தான். இன்னொருத்தர் கலைவாணன்னு சொல்லிட்டு ஒருத்தன் பண்ணிருக்கான் மேடம். 3 பேரும் பைக்ல வந்து வெட்டியிருக்காங்க 3 பேரும். இதுக்கு எல்லாமே ஆதரவு அவங்க குடும்பத்துல ஃபேமிலி வந்து அசோக், ஆனந்த், அர்ஜுனன், பிரேமா, சாந்தி, இவங்க 5 பேரும் அவனுக்கு குடும்பத்துக்கு ஆதரவு. அவன் தப்பு பண்றதுக்குலாம் அவனுக்கு எல்லாம் கூட்டு வரதுக்கு தூண்டுறதுக்கு எல்லாமே அவன் குடும்பம் சப்போர்ட்டிவ். அவங்க அப்பாவும் இந்த பையனோட மாமாவும் இப்பதான் ஒரு ஃபோர்ஜரி கேஸ்ல மாட்டி ஜெயில இருக்காங்க மேடம். 2 days பிஃபோர் தான் போனாங்க, இடம் சேல் பண்ணிட்டு.
All right, we are joined by M.R. Venkatesh on this story. Now, remember, sir, thank you for joining us here. What is your first reaction right now? We can see the family members are demanding justice for the killed BJP leader there.
I am aghast and flabbergasted coming from the state of Tamil Nadu and having been born and brought up in the city of Chennai. The law and order for the last 1 year, many of us have been pointing out, is in tatters. What do you expect of a chief minister who goes and hugs the assassin of the former prime minister in full public glare? What is the message you are giving to the police? What is the message you are giving to the rowdies? What is the message you are giving to the history cheaters? Now, this is what the state has come to. And unfortunately, here is a Dalit, here is a person who was heading the SA wing of the BJP party, and he has been killed in broad daylight in the most congested, populated area of Chennai, namely Chintadripet. Now, think of it, if the reverse were to happen in some BJP state, and if a Dalit leader of an opposition party were to be killed, what would be the reaction of the seculars? Now, where is the people who are now demanding justice for this poor chap? And what is happening to our human rights wallahs? What is happening to our normies? What is happening to the Latin media? Everybody is silent. And I would only urge that the Prime Minister is going there tomorrow. He must be extra careful because the law and order situation in the state is on a tinder box. And I would only urge the security agencies to put their best foot forward because the state is known to have done violent attempts on past prime ministers and past dignitaries. So the message that I would like to state is the Union Home Minister must also take stock of the situation. The law and order situation is in a deep dip, and he must see whether he can remedy the situation either through Article 255 or even, if required, through Article 356.
All right, thank you for joining us there, M.R. Venkatesh, on this story we have been tracking very closely. Well, much more coming up on the other side of this very, very short break. Starting off with a big story we've been tracking the entire day today. It's official. Another big name has dumped Vadra Congress. Kapil Sibal files nomination to Rajya Sabha on a Samajwadi ticket.
Reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what is knowledge. I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
Barricades come in, we are just going to move few more steps. Delhi police officials coming here, more and more officials arriving on the spot. This is not only about a blast happening in the national capital.
नरेंद्र मोदी खुद पहुंचे, भारत के प्रधानमंत्री स्टेज पे डोनाल्ड ट्रंप को नीचे लाने के लिए। जो बॉनहोमी है ये दोनों के बीच में दिख रही है। हम इस समय अंदर गलियों की तरफ अब हम जा रहे हैं। सीआईएसएफ की कंपनी के साथ दिल्ली पुलिस के वरिष्ठ अधिकारी यहाँ पर लोगों को समझा रहे हैं। Just showing you the cavalcade of the UP Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath on the tarmac of the Amosi Airport live. आप देख रहे हैं Rapid Action Force has taken a complete command of the situation. More forces are being moved in. Delhi police officials are present here. We are live.
Big raids that are being carried out by the Central Bureau of Investigation. RJD levels allegations of revenge politics. This mass graveyard in Bucha bears test.
The visuals there coming in on your screens there of a wreath laying ceremony of the police jawan that was martyred in the Baramulla encounter. Remember that in a major development, Jammu and Kashmir, 3 Pakistani GEM terrorists were neutralized by security forces, and in an unfortunate incident, 1 police jawan was martyred. I want to go across to Aravat, who's joining me more. Aravat, now this is an unfortunate incident, but the nation is saluting the martyred policemen as we speak.
इस वक्त हम डीपीएल बारामूला में आप देख रहे हैं कुछ ही टाइम के बाद यहाँ पे ब्रेक लीग सेरेमनी जो है वो यहाँ पे स्टार्ट हो जाएगी। इवन आप फैमिली की सीन्स भी देख सकते हैं किस तरह से इमोशनल सीन्स जो कि यहाँ पे आप देख सकते हैं किस तरह से हमसे इनसे कुछ बात करने की कोशिश करेंगे कि इनसे इनकी बात कब हुई थी घर पर। आप मुझे बताइए इन्होंने घर कब की थी बात आखिरी बार? तो मैसेज में क्या कहा था इन्होंने?
बोला मेरा फोन रहेगा, बोला मेरा फोन स्विच ऑफ रहेगा। मैं सुबह के बात करता हूँ, मैं एनकाउंटर में जा रहा हूँ।
एग्जैक्टली जिस तरह आप देख रहे हैं कि इनकी फैमिली से भी हमने बात की तो इनका भी यही कहना है कि मैं मॉर्निंग में इनको जस्ट एक मैसेज कहा है कि मैं इनकाउंटर साइड पे जा रहा हूँ और मेरा फ़ोन स्विच ऑफ रहेगा। ये इनका यहाँ पे डीपीएल बारामूला में इनका भाई का कहना है। जी ओवर टू यू, बैक टू स्टूडियोज।
Rawat is getting us those visuals there, and the family members are in deep shock. This was also a shocking incident which happened earlier today. 3 Pakistan-backed terrorists have killed 1 police jawan, and 1 jawan has been martyred. It's a big tribute to the brave heart, Alfaz Maqsood. Rawat, just take us through what's happening there, because very soon you said that the wreath laying ceremony will start. If you can just speak to some more people present there and take us through more about him, about his family, about how he fought for the nation before being martyred in a terror attack.
इनके घर के और भी कुछ हमारे साथ इस वक्त हम इनसे भी हम पूछ रहे हैं, इन्होंने घर कब की थी आखिरी बार बात? जी आखिरी बार कब इन्होंने की थी घर बात?
सर 1 हफ्ते की सिस्टर की शादी थी, घर आए थे।
अच्छा,
तो मैंने बोला आज रात को मेरे पास रुको, बोला मैं 1 हफ्ते के लिए हूँ। दूसरे दिन वापस बुलाया गया, वो लास्ट मुलाकात थी हमारी।
सुबह कोई कॉल वगैरह इन्हें आपको किया था?
कोई कॉल नहीं।
हाँ, जिस तरह से इनकी फैमिली मेंबर से आज भी कश्मीर भी यहाँ पे कुछ टाइम के बाद पहुँच रहे हैं, जैसा विजुअल्स में मैं आपको दिख रहा हूँ, आज भी कश्मीर भी यहाँ पे wreath laying सेरेमनी के लिए यहाँ पे आ रहे हैं। आप देख रहे हैं किस तरह से पूरी इनकी फैमिली इमोशनल सीन्स आप देख रहे हैं किस तरह से इनके जो फादर है वो भी आप मेरे लेफ्ट साइड से देख रहे हैं। इनसे भी हम बात करने की कोशिश करेंगे कि आखिरी बार हमें पता है आखिरी बार कब की थी इन्होंने घर बात?
ये परसों गए थे, परसों की घर वालों से बात। मेरे से मुझे 1 महीना ईद पे कर नहीं गया ये, तो ईद पे कर नहीं किया।
तो घर वालों को क्या कहा था तब जब इनकी बात हुई थी? घर
थोड़ी बाजार में गए थे वहाँ किसी काम के लिए, तो उनको कहा था अपने ठीक ठाक हो जी। ये मेरा बेटा इन सबसे मिला है, मुझे नहीं मिला, 1 महीना हुआ।
हाँ, आपसे कब आखिरी बार मिले थे? कब घर आ गए थे?
कल गया था घर नहीं गया था, नीचे गए थे मार्केट में किसी काम से गए थे परसों। तो फिर उधर मिला मार्केट में। मैंने कहा बहन की 2 बहन की मेरी शादी है, एक इसकी मेरी
घर है।
बोला ब्याह होगा। मैंने बोला वादा कर, तू नहीं आता है? बोला ब्याह होगा।
सुबह जब इनकाउंटर की खबर मिली इन्होंने कोई घर फोन वगैरह किया था? कुछ
पता नहीं, किस दोस्त को मैं फोन कर रहा था, वो मुझे सिखा रहे थे आगे से
मैसेज पहुंची थी उसकी वजह से। आप देख रहे हैं कि इस फैमिली का भी यही कहना है, कुछ पेरेंट्स क्या जिस तरह से आप देख रहे हैं कि इनकी फैमिलीज के साथ भी हमने बात की तो इनका भी यही, इवन ये बात भी नहीं कर पाते क्योंकि काफी इमोशनल अभी इनका सीन यहाँ पे। कुछ ही टाइम के बाद यहाँ पे ब्रीथिंग सेरेमनी की तैयारी हो रही है और कुछ ही मिनट विदिन 1 मिनट यहाँ पे ब्रीथिंग सेरेमनी हो रही है। आप विजुअल्स में लगातार किस तरह से यहाँ पे ब्रीथिंग सेरेमनी कुछ ही मिनट्स में आज भी कश्मीर भी यहाँ पर पहुंचे ब्रीथिंग सेरेमनी के लिए। जी
All right, Aravat is right there at the wreath laying ceremony. I would also like to go across to Zeenat. Zeenat, those are heartbreaking visuals also coming there as a nation salutes the martyred policeman, Zeenat, in this unfortunate incident. Also, we know that Zeenat, the Jammu and Kashmir police has found incriminating materials, including arms and ammunition recovered from the terrorist.
Oh yes, see, this was a chance encounter that was reported from the Karen, from Creedy, Baramulla, Patan, where 3 terrorists of the Jaish-e-Mohammed were neutralized in a swift operation. While talking to IGP Kashmir, he said these terrorists were planning a bigger attack in Srinagar, but before they could do so, they were neutralized. He expressed his sympathy with the brigade family as JKP has lost 1 police personnel in this attack. This is a very special unit of Jammu and Kashmir police that carried this operation in Baramulla of North Kashmir, where the Jaish terrorists were neutralized. We are seeing that the terrorists are trying to carry attacks against the policemen or the security forces, but we are also seeing the way they are being neutralized in the swift operation, the way the human and the technical int is being generated by the police along with other security agencies. That is what the IGP Kashmir also pointed out, that we killed 3 Pakistani terrorists. And if we take the graph of last year and this year also, if in the 5 months time, 22 Pakistani terrorists have been neutralized in different anti-terror operations, which is a success because killing a Pakistani terrorist is a huge success for the forces, because usually a Pakistani terrorists are well trained with the arms and ammunition. They try to ridiculize the youngsters, and also they are more involved in the recruitment of the youngsters into terror ranks. We are seeing the pattern that is coming up now. If you see yesterday's cop killing, again, what kind of weapon was used by the terrorists? It was a pistol that was used by the terrorists, 2 in number, and both the terrorists hailed from Gyanvapi district, who had come all the way to Srinagar in Saura, where they killed a cop.
Visu! No.
Untitled.
Hello.
To the brave hearts. I'm joined by Colonel J.K. Singh. Thank you for joining us, Colonel. Now, this is a heartbreaking story coming as well, but also India showing that they will not tolerate terrorists. Those 3 Pakistan-backed terrorists have been killed. Your first reaction, Colonel?
सबसे पहले तो मैं इस कार्रवाई की भर्त्सना करना चाहूंगा और ये जरूर बताना चाहूंगा जो इस देश में जो हिंदुस्तान की मिट्टी में खाक होने के लिए पैदा होते हैं वही खाकी पहनते हैं। जो जज्बा खाकी का है, राष्ट्र के लिए मर मिटने का, राष्ट्र के लिए सर्वस्व न्योछावर करने का, राष्ट्र के लिए कुछ विशेष योगदान देने का।
All right, more news coming in right now, viewers. This is coming from the Gyanvapi case. Gyanvapi petition has reached the fast-track court. This is a big development in the Gyanvapi case. Big development coming in the Gyanvapi case. This is coming in. Remember that earlier the court had said that first the maintainability of the case will be heard. I want to go across to Piyush, who has all the details on this big development. Piyush.
Well, Shivangi, let's be very clear about this case. Remember that today the court was to hear the case about the petition which was filed by Jiten Singh Bisien, Vishwadik Sanatan Sangh, where they wanted that Adi Vishweshwara, Lord Adi Vishweshwara, should be declared as the exclusive owner of the entire Gyanvapi complex, and Hindus should be allowed to offer prayers inside the complex. In his petition, Mr. Bisien had also mentioned that the structure of mosque should also be brought down. That petition, while hearing that petition, now the court has ordered that that petition and this case will now be fast-tracked, which means we can expect day-to-day hearings in that particular case. And there are multiple petitions; those are right now being heard by district judge. So there are two cases; those are there in Varanasi court. One, this which was filed by Jiten Singh Bisien on the behalf of Vishwadik Sanatan Sangh. And the other cases are right now as we are speaking. Remember that tomorrow the court will hear those cases. So the petition which was filed in local court here in Varanasi, that has been fast-tracked, so we can expect day-to-day hearings in that particular case. What is the main demand? The main demand of the petition in this case is that they should be announced, which means that Adi Vishweshwara should now be declared as the exclusive owner of Gyanvapi complex, and Hindus should be allowed to offer prayers, and the structure should now be brought down. While hearing those arguments, now the court has said that it is going to fast-track the case. We'll have to wait and watch how the lawyers are going to speak on this. And a minute from now, they will be coming out from this gate number 2. There are three gates of this complex, of court complex. And a minute from now, we can expect lawyers to come out. Petition has been heard, and the court has said that the case which was filed, the petition which was filed by the Vishwadik Sanatan Sangh, on that particular petition, the court has said that it will now be fast-tracked. We'll have to wait and watch what the lawyers are going to tell us. But the updates which we are getting is that after hearing both the arguments, the court has decided to hear this case and to fast-track this case. We can expect that there will be day-to-day hearing in this entire case. Shivangi.
Right. Now, you're saying this is one of the pleas, Piyush, you just mentioned that. What are the other pleas right now that we can expect some movement on relating to the case?
सदन के बारे में टिप्पणी होती है, हर एक सदस्य की मर्यादा भंग होती है और सदस्य की इसका सम्मान बाहर तार-तार होता है, पब्लिक में इसका मैसेज खराब होता है और इस प्रकार की शब्दावली का प्रयोग न हो। और अगर ये तो शब्द का प्रयोग हुआ है तो मैं आपसे अनुरोध करूंगा कि कृपया इसको सदन की प्रोसीडिंग का हिस्सा कतई न बनाने दिया जाए, क्योंकि ये आने वाले समय में नजीर बनेगा। फिर यही होगा जो इससे पहले इस सदन में होता रहा है, उस चीज को हर हाल में रोकना होगा। और मैं आपसे विनम्र अनुरोध करूंगा कि ये रनिंग कमेंट्री, बीच में धमकी देना, ये चीजें बंद होनी चाहिए। अच्छा होगा कि धन्यवाद।
अध्यक्ष महोदय, जो बात अगर नेता सदन ने कहा कि कोई अनपार्लियामेंट्री लैंग्वेज या वर्ड्स आए तो उनको निकाल दिया जाए, मैं भी सहमत हूँ। लेकिन मेरा अध्यक्ष महोदय वही निवेदन ये भी है कि किसी को पर्सनल नहीं कहा जाना चाहिए। सैफई, आपको बहुत ज्यादा सैफई की जमीन बेच करके हम और आप लोग को जनता हमें मौका देती है अपना बजट खर्च करने के लिए। आपको और हमें मौका,
मुख्यमंत्री जी ने कहा ना कि कोई भी किसी को सरकारी पैसे से होता है, वो
मेरा यही निवेदन है नेता सदन से,
बहुत अच्छी तरीके से
इस तरह की बात नहीं आएगी कि जमीन बेच करके कर दिया जाए।
माननीय
केवल मैंने ये कहा था कि जो आपके जिले के लिए जो 4 लेन बनी थी वो किसने बनाई थी?
माननीय उपमुख्यमंत्री जी।
ये बात है,
माननीय सब लोग ध्यान दें, सब लोग
बीच में माननीय अध्यक्ष महोदय,
बीच में
जो भी अनुपत्ति है, मैंने कहा जो कुछ भी हो।
अध्यक्ष महोदय, मैं बीच में जब मैंने अपना भाषण कर रहा था उसमें नेता प्रतिपक्ष खड़े होकर के क्या कहे तो शराबे में बात सुन नहीं पाया, लेकिन जो मेरे कहने का एकमात्र तात्पर्य है कि उत्तर प्रदेश की जनता की सेवा के लिए जनता ने आपको नकार दिया और भारतीय जनता पार्टी को लगातार स्वीकार किया। आपको 2014 में नकारा, आपको 2017 में नकारा, आपको 2019 में नकारा, आपको 2022 में नकारा और आपको 2024 में भी नकारे। इसलिए ये कहना कि ये ठीक है, आपकी सरकार के समय कोई काम शुरू हुआ होगा, लेकिन हर चीज घोषणा मंत्री बनने से कोई काम पूरा नहीं होता। आपके समय घोषणाएं इतनी हुई कि
more updates coming in. We are getting you fast updates on Republic TV. Now, suspended IAS officer Pooja Singhal of Jharkhand has been taken to judicial custody. She has been sent to judicial custody till 8th of June. So, fresh update coming in that Pooja Singhal will be in judicial custody till June 8th. This is regarding the Jharkhand mining case probe update. Remember that Pooja Singhal was arrested by ED in a money laundering investigation, and the story keeps moving forward. Now she has been sent to judicial custody till June 8th. This case is linked to an alleged embezzlement in the Jharkhand Khunti district and other financial irregularities.
जो पूजा सिंघल के प्रोडक्शन का डेट था ईडी द्वारा, उन्हें आज प्रोड्यूस किया गया। क्योंकि आज 14 दिन ईडी कस्टडी में हो गया था, इसलिए कानूनी प्रावधान के अंदर इनको 14 दिन तक ही ईडी कस्टडी में रखा जा सकता है। इसलिए आज इनको प्रोड्यूस किया गया और ईडी के तरफ से ये प्रेयर किया गया कि इन्हें जुडिशियल कस्टडी में भेज दिया जाए। जो ये लंदन जज ने इसे अलाउ किया और उन्हें होटवार जेल अभी भेज दिया गया है जुडिशियल कस्टडी में। ये 8 तारीख को फिर वीडियो कॉन्फ्रेंसिंग से इनका प्रोडक्शन होगा जेल के थ्रू।
In a stern response to Gujarat Congress leader Bharat Sinha Solanki's remarks about Ram Temple in Ayodhya, the Patidar leader from Gujarat, Hardik Patel, has launched a blistering attack on the Grand Old Party, questioning its opposition toward the Hindu religion and Ram Mandir. Here's more on that.
जब मैंने कांग्रेस पार्टी छोड़ी तब मैंने कई बातें लिखी थी कि कांग्रेस पार्टी जनता की भावनाओं के खिलाफ ही काम करती है, और उसका सबसे बड़ा उदाहरण आज पूर्व केंद्रीय मंत्री भरत सिंह सोलंकी के बयानबाजी से नज़र आता है। भगवान राम का मंदिर का निर्माण हो रहा है और ऐसे समय में आप ये कहो कि भगवान राम के मंदिर के लिए जिस ईंटों को इकट्ठा किया गया वहाँ कुत्ते जाके पेशाब करते हैं। कैसा आपका ये जो निवेदन है, कैसी आपकी बयानबाजी है? ऐसी क्या गलती है कि आप लगातार भगवान राम के खिलाफ बयानबाजी करते हैं? ऐसी क्या गलती भगवान राम से हो गई कि आप उनके खिलाफ सिर्फ दुश्मनी के जरिए ही नज़र आते हैं? आज पूरे हिंदुस्तान में सभी धर्म के लोग भगवान राम में एक मर्यादा की आस्था देखते हैं, और ऐसे समय में कांग्रेस नेताओं का लगातार हिंदुओं के खिलाफ, धर्मों के खिलाफ, भगवान राम के खिलाफ बयानबाजी करना ही मुझे लगता है एक साबित हो गया है कि ये लोग आस्था के खिलाफ ही काम करते हैं।
Well, it's official. Another big name dumps Vadra Congress. Kapil Sibal files nomination to Rajya Sabha on the Samajwadi ticket. And Pakistan's stooge and terror convict Yassin Malik's court order reserved sentencing at 3:30 p.m. NIA seeks death penalty for Yassin Malik. Stay tuned.
China there, flown its jets at the Quad venue. The defense minister of Japan said that the move by Russia and China was likely a provocation.
The Chinese getting jittery. They have called Quad the Asian NATO, indulging in this provocative act. Are the Chinese really taking on the Americans?
And it's official, another big name dumps the Vadra Congress. Kapil Sibal files nomination to Rajya Sabha on the Samajwadi Party ticket. Kapil Sibal confirms he is no longer with the Congress party, says he's resigned on May the 16th. Pakistan's Stooge and terror convict Yasin Malik's court order reserved. Sentencing at 3:30 p.m. NIA seeks death penalty for Yasin Malik. India united against Pakistan terrorist Yasin, but Mehbooba Mufti can't keep politics away. BJP leader hacked to death in Chennai by 3 assailants. Gyanvapi complex's videography and photography of the survey report will be given to both Hindu and Muslim sides today. Big Gyanvapi hearing in Varanasi, even as fresh plea filed in the Apex Court. And it's Mangaluru after Gyanvapi. After BHP's Ashtamangala Prashne Puja, BHP makes a mega claim of Lord Shiva presence at the mosque. Karti Chidambaram likely to appear before the CBI today in the Chinese visa scam case. A fresh case was slapped on him today. Viewers, we're tracking all that is happening in the Congress party, where one leader after the other, there is a massive exodus that is going on. And today, Kapil Sibal was no different. He has also now declared that he dumped the Grand Old Party on 16 May and he had tendered his resignation itself. And Kapil Sibal, in fact, had also filed the nomination to Rajya Sabha seat on the Samajwadi Party ticket itself. He was there in the SP office in Lucknow today. Now, Kapil Sibal has also confirmed he is no longer with the Congress party and that he had resigned on May 16th itself. He's the third leader to have quit the Congress recently after Hardik Patel and Sunil Jakhar as well, echoing the statements of the leaders who have quit the party before as well. Let's listen in.
Constrained by the fact that we are members of political parties and we have to therefore abide by the discipline of those parties. But I think it is important to be an independent voice. और मैं समझता हूँ कि जब एक निर्दलीय की आवाज़ उठेगी तो वो लोगों को फिर ऐसा लगेगा कि किसी पार्टी से जुड़े हुए नहीं हैं, लेकिन देखिए हम विपक्ष में रह के हम एक गठबंधन बनाना चाहते हैं, सभी का गठबंधन, ताकि हम मोदी सरकार का विरोध करें। हम चाहते हैं कि 2024 में एक ऐसा माहौल बने हिंदुस्तान में कि मोदी सरकार की जो खामियां हैं वो जनता तक पहुंचाई जाएं और हम इसका प्रयास करेंगे। मैं खुद इसमें अपना इसका प्रयास करूंगा। मैंने दे दिया है 16 मई को मैंने कांग्रेस पार्टी से त्याग पत्र दे दिया है। 16 मई को मैंने त्याग पत्र दे दिया।
मुलाकात नहीं हो पाई है तो क्या
आजम खान और अखिलेश जी की अब तक मुलाकात नहीं?
अरे भैया आप देखिए, मैं यहाँ आया हूँ, ये सवाल अब हमसे काहे को पूछ रहे हैं? समर्थन सभी ने मुझको दिया है, सारे उत्तर प्रदेश में जो यहाँ दल है उसमें समर्थन मुझे मिला है।
उत्तर प्रदेश की कितनी आवाज हम कह सकते हैं राज्यसभा में?
देखिए आपको मालूम है कि मेरी राज्यसभा में आवाज उठती थी, तभी भी मैं उत्तर प्रदेश का प्रत्याशी था। बात तो ये है कि मैं यहाँ जो नॉमिनेशन फॉर्म जो मैंने भरा है वो निर्दलीय का भरा है।
अच्छा,
निर्दलीय का भरा है, इंडिपेंडेंट का भरा है और मैं आभारी हूँ।
आपकी क्या प्रेयर्स थी?
प्रेयर मैं क्लियर कर चुका हूँ, डिक्लेरेशन को लेकर के ओनरशिप एक्सक्लूसिव हो डीटी की, इसको लेकर के डिक्लेरेशन कोर्ट करें। दूसरा प्रेयर हमारा है कि जो एंक्रोचमेंट किया गया, सुपर स्ट्रक्चर क्रिएट किया गया, उसको हटाया जाए। तीसरी जो प्रेयर है वो हमारी ये है कि जो ऑब्स्ट्रक्शन है, किसी भी तरह का कोई भी ऑब्स्ट्रक्शन अगर आता है उसको हटाया जाए और हमारी कंप्लीट वर्शिप बिना किसी ऑब्स्ट्रक्शन के, ऑब्जेक्शन के कंटिन्यू कराई जाए और ये अश्योर करे डिस्ट्रिक्ट एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन और पुलिस प्रोटेक्शन।
आज जिरा भी हुई इस मसले को लेकर, क्या क्या
जिरा नहीं हो पाई है क्योंकि जज साहब अवेलेबल नहीं थे। मंडे की डेट है, मंडे को आर्गुमेंट होगी
31 को, 31 तारीख
जी, मंडे 30 में
30th
जी,
30 तारीख की डेट दी गई है।
जब ये मैटर डिसीजन के वहाँ पेंडिंग है तो ये कोर्ट कैसे सुन सकते हैं?
देखिए ये अनदर मैटर है, सब केसेस अपने आप में अलग है। इसी रीजन से कल ये केस एडमिट किया गया है। केस का फैक्ट अलग है, सबस्ट्रेटम अलग है, स्ट्रेटम अलग है, इसको आप साथ में नहीं देख सकते। सातों केस अलग है, ज्ञानवापी को लेकर 7 केस चल रहे हैं, सबका सब्जेक्ट मैटर अलग है, सबकी प्रेयर अलग है, इसको साथ में देखने की कोई जरूरत नहीं है।
सर एक बार बताइए, ऐसे एडिशनल बहुत सारी पिटिशंस फाइल हुई हैं, इस वाली ही को क्यों फास्ट ट्रैक कोर्ट में भेजा गया? फास्ट ट्रैक कोर्ट में भेजने का क्या कारण?
देखिए ये फास्ट ट्रैक कोर्ट में जो भेजा गया है, इसको कोई आर्ग्यूमेंट नहीं हुई है, कोई ऑब्जेक्शन नहीं इन्वाइट किया गया कि भेजा जाए नहीं भेजा जाए, या कोई सजेशन नहीं लिया गया है। जज साहब ने अपनी मोशन पर इस चीज को जरूरी समझते हुए ट्रांसफर किया है, तो हमें सोचना चाहिए कि मामला कितना जरूरी है।
30th को फास्ट ट्रैक कोर्ट में होगा
जी, फास्ट ट्रैक कोर्ट में ट्रांसफर हो चुके हैं। 30th को फास्ट ट्रैक कोर्ट में होगी हियरिंग।
ओके, नॉट
नो, ही ट्रांसफर द फाइल टू द फास्ट ट्रैक कोर्ट।
फास्ट ट्रैक कोर्ट, सिविल कोर्ट।
यस,
ओके, थैंक यू हो गया।
रास्ता से अलग अलग थोड़ा सा आज
वकील
डाला था वो है
पिटिशनर।
And there you have it, several reactions pouring in with respect to the legal arguments that had been presented before the court as well. Remember, the entire hearing, not the parts in fact of the hearing, also been sent to the fast track court as well. Piyush joining us with more details. Piyush, we just heard the lawyers speak about the entire case of the Gyanvapi and entire legal arguments that had been presented inside of the court, and also then being looked at for the fast track court as well. Tell us more the details of what you're picking up.
Well, Priyanka, right now what we are now getting is that this case has now been fast-tracked and the next date of hearing is now on 30th of May. Let me also try to get in a word from a petitioner who is right now with me. I'll try to talk to her. Ma'am, अगर आपसे बात कर सके, मैम अंदर क्या हुआ कोर्ट में? अगर
कोर्ट में आज तारीख पड़ गई है, 30 तारीख की तारीख पड़ी हुई है। अब फास्ट ट्रैक कोर्ट में चला गया है मुकदमा और ये हम लोग के हक में अच्छा है। हम लोग चाहते हैं जल्दी से जल्दी केस का निपटारा।
इसका मतलब क्या हुआ कि आप क्या लगातार डे टू डे हियरिंग
में भी लगातार हो सकती है?
30 मई का। और क्या कहा कोर्ट ने? क्या
कोर्ट को ने ट्रांसफर कर दिया फास्ट ट्रैक में, केस का जल्दी से जल्दी निपटारा हो जाए।
अच्छा, मुख्य मांग क्या थी?
सिर्फ 3 बिंदु हमारे हैं मेन। ज्ञानवापी परिसर में मुसलमानों का प्रवेश वर्जित हो, पूरा परिसर हिंदुओं को सौंपा जाए और पूजा पाठ की व्यवस्था की जाए।
ये 3 मुख्य मांग थी। ये तीनों मांगे सुनी कोर्ट?
हाँ, कोर्ट ने सुनी है, उसको एक्सेप्ट किया है, तभी तो आगे ट्रांसफर हुआ है।
ट्रांसफर हो गया है मामला जी।
So he is also President, UP President Santosh Singh, who is telling us that now the case has been transferred to fast track court, which means that most likely there will be day-to-day hearing from 30th of May. There were three main points, like the petitioner also told us. The three main points were that that Muslims should be barred from entering the Gyanvapi complex, Hindus should be allowed to offer prayer, and Hindus should be declared as the exclusive owner of the entire Gyanvapi complex. This is what was the main demand. We are also hearing a few other voices from this very place. Remember that the entire matter has been fast-tracked. Let's try to hear more voices which are now coming in.
क्योंकि आज माननीय न्यायाधीश मौजूद उपस्थित नहीं थे। उम्मीद यही करते हैं बाबा विश्वेश्वर जल्दी आप सबके समक्ष जलाभिषेक
के लिए आ जाएंगे।
तो इसकी जल्दी सुनवाई होगी। और किरण जी से भी बात। The case has now been transferred to fast track court. We'll have to wait and watch if that will go for day-to-day hearing and how the court is going to come to the formality. But that's a big development which we are right now breaking, Priyanka, is that the petition which was filed by Vishwa Vaidik Sanatan Sangh on the behalf of Adi Vishweshwara has now been transferred to fast track court. There were multiple demands in that particular petition which was filed yesterday, in which it was demanded that Muslims should be stopped from entering inside the Gyanvapi complex. They had also demanded that the Hindus should be declared as the exclusive owner and the entire structure of mosque should be brought down. Now the court, after listening to the arguments from both the sides, has transferred the case to fast track court. Next hearing is going to take place on May 30th. So now let's tell to our viewers that two dates are going to be the most important one. Another one is tomorrow, 26th of May, where the court will be hearing, the district court will be hearing the multiple petitions. Those are there inside the court. Those were asked by Supreme Court to be heard. And the another one is on May 30th, where this petition has now been fast-tracked, where the demand was to hand over the ownership of Gyanvapi complex to Hindus. If we talk about the May 26th case, which will take place tomorrow, the hearing which will take place tomorrow, in that particular demand, the Muslims have put forth, Muslim petitioners have put forth a petition where they are now saying that the Gyanvapi complex does not come under, in fact, they are saying that it comes under 1991 Worship Act and the status of Gyanvapi cannot be touched upon. On the other side, the Hindus have objected to that. That hearing is going to take place and the court will be deciding if the Maintainability Act or the procedure is there in all the petitions. Those are there from both the sides. And on 30th of May, this petition of Vishwa Vaidik Sanatan Sangh will be heard by a fast track court, where it has been demanded that Muslims should be stopped from entering the complex and Hindus should be allowed to offer prayers. We'll have to wait and watch how the further hearings are going to take place and how things are going to proceed from this point of juncture. But here we are hearing the Har Har Mahadev chants from right outside the court. Massive security personnel are also deployed here. Remember that there is a lot of sensitivity of these cases, and that is why every day whenever hearing takes place, we see similar sort of security deployment outside the court. But now big development coming in. Two more dates have now come out. One tomorrow, another one is on Monday, which is on 30th of May. Priyanka.
Being said, Piyush, you told us about what really was happening inside of the courtroom as well, and of course the hearing being moved to the fast track court, of course a big development coming in, but of course also walk our viewers through the entire prayers as well, because I believe you also mentioned that they wanted the entire area to be sealed off so that the Muslim side could also not come inside the Wazukhana as well. And of course there had been also a major issue that had been raised when the Wazukhana had also been used as well. So walk us through as to where and who will be allowed to go inside the complex as far as the hearing is going on.
Well, Priyanka, if we talk about the current arrangement, the court has made it very clear that the Wazukhana area where the shivling has been found, that will be completely protected by the district administration. But at the same time, the court has also said that Muslims should not be barred from entering and they would be allowed to go and offer namaz inside the mosque complex. That's the current arrangement. But the petitions are there now in court, in district court. Today, a petition was filed by Vishwa Vaidik Sanatan Sangh, where they had demanded that Muslims should be stopped from entering and Hindus should be allowed to offer prayers inside the entire complex. At the same time, the Hindu group had also demanded that the entire structure should be brought down. While listening to their arguments, now the court has transferred the case to a fast track court, which means that there could be day-to-day hearing, and the hearing is the next date of hearing is on May 30th. That's the current arrangement which we are now learning. If we talk about the other cases, tomorrow the court is going to hear about the maintainability. If we talk about this maintainability, what is the main contention? The bone of contention here is that the Muslim side is saying that Gyanvapi Mashingar Gauri case cannot be heard, cannot be taken up because the Gyanvapi mosque case comes under 1991 Worship Act. But the Hindu side are objecting to that. Court tomorrow is now going to hear both the sides once again, where it will decide if the entire case comes under 1991 Worship Act or not. So after court decides, that if it is going to hear the matter, then there will be next set of hearing in the multiple petitions those have been filed by both the sides inside the court. The Muslim side is saying that these cases, these petitions should not be heard. In fact, they are against the entire act of carrying out the survey which took place on 6 and 7 May and then on 14, 15, 16 of May. On the other side, the Hindu side are demanding that they should be provided with the videography and photography evidences. What we are now learning that court has given a nod for that, and most likely they are going to get the copies of the videography or photography which took place during the course of commission today itself. So that's the update which you are now getting. Tomorrow, which means 26th of May and then 30th of May are going to be the two important dates when hearings will take place. One, on 26th of May, the court is going to decide if it will hear the multiple petitions, those are there from both the sides or not. On 30th of May, the court has said that the fast track court will be hearing, which means that today's case has now been transferred to fast track court. On 30th of May, the fast track court will be hearing the petition which has been filed by Vishwadiknath and Sanatan Sangh, where it has demanded that Muslims should be stopped from entering the mosque and Hindus should be allowed to offer prayer, and the entire structure of a temple should be brought down because they believe that it's not Gyanvapi mosque but it's a temple of Adi Vishweshwara, and Lord Adi Vishweshwara should be announced as the exclusive owner of that entire Gyanvapi complex. Priyanka.
Well, of course, Piyush there getting us the details of what really happened inside of the courtroom. And of course, now that several hearings will in fact take place in the fast track court with respect to the Gyanvapi controversy, we'll keep a close track of what's really happening. I want to thank you, Piyush, for joining us. Let's take a look, viewers, now at several reports that had been filed earlier in the day.
साल हो गए मुझे यहाँ पे नमाज़ पढ़ाते हुए, कोई विवाद नहीं था, कोई झगड़ा नहीं था, बिल्कुल आराम से नमाज़ हो रही थी। यहाँ पे जुम्मा की नमाज़ भी होती है, ईद होती है, बकरा ईद होती है, तरावियाँ होती है। ये चंद दिन से हुआ ये मामला। 13 मई को इन लोगों ने मुझे कह दिया कि भाई आप यहाँ नमाज़ नहीं पढ़ोगे। अचानक मैंने इनसे पूछा कि भाई नमाज़ क्यों नहीं पढ़ेंगे, कितने दिनों से आ रहे हैं। बस ऊपर से ऑर्डर आ गया, आप यहाँ नमाज़ मत पढ़ो।
किसने आपसे कहा? CO
साहब हैं, मिस्टर नूरी, मिसबाह नूरी, इन्होंने कहा मुझसे।
कौन से डिपार्टमेंट के CEO?
ये आर्कियोलॉजिकल के हैं।
तो अब आगे क्या कुछ प्रतिक्रिया होगी, क्या एक्शन लेंगे आप लोग, क्या कुछ कानूनी कार्रवाई की मांग?
बिल्कुल किया। हम जो है वक्फ बोर्ड के मिस्टर अमानतुल्लाह साहब चेयरमैन हैं जो हमारे, हम उनके पास गए, उनकी कोठी पे ओखला में गए सुबह 9 बजे। तो उनसे बातचीत हुई, उनको दरख्वास्त दी कि भाई मस्जिद में इस तरीके से मना किया जा रहा है नमाज से। तो उन्होंने हमें तसल्ली दी कि हम कोशिश कर रहे हैं पूरी।
After the puja, they have found out that yes, there was some kind of divine power presence in that particular area. Gopalakrishna Panikar, who have performed this Tambula Puja, he went out to say that Tambula Prashne is just a basic Prashne, and probably once they complete Ashtamangala, they will be able to figure out whether it was Shiva or Vaishnava god which was present at that place where now you have Madani Jummah Masjid.
Taking a short break now, viewers, bringing you details on the other side of now how Kapil Sibal has dumped the Vadra Congress and has filed nomination to the Rajya Sabha on the Samajwadi ticket. And also the Pakistan stooge and terror convict Yasin Malik's court order has been reserved. Sentencing to take place at 3:30 p.m. and the NIA seeks death penalty for Yasin Malik. Details on the other side. Don't go anywhere.
He heard the question this time very clearly. No answers from him. Our keys continue to be with his men. We faced intimidation here. What we have to see is what action will really be taken here in this case. We've been trying to get in touch with you and ask you several questions on the land deals that you had along with Priyanka Vadra and Robert Vadra. Why are you trying to avoid the camera, sir? Hanging of the rapist has been confirmed. Court has said all the evidence had already been seen at the trial court, at the high court and the top court of the country. They're not going to go into it again. Once again trying to get in a word with Mr. Vijay Mallya. Persistently been asking you only one question. Mallya, why did you escape in 2015? Do you not think the decorum of the court and the dignity needed to be maintained with the kind of language you use? Republic TV gets you the first words from Khabar Qureshi.
China there, flown its jets at the Quad venue. The defense minister of Japan said that the move by Russia and China was likely a provocation.
The Chinese getting jittery. They have called Quad the Asian NATO. Indulging in this provocative act, are the Chinese really taking on the Americans? Behind me is the Eisenhower building next to the White House, where the meeting took place between Prime Minister Modi and Vice President Kamala Harris. ये खालिस्तान प्रोटेस्ट जो है, गुलाम नबी फाई यहाँ पे मौजूद है और हमने इनको एक्सपोज कर दिया है. Situation under control in Jahangirpur area. Prompt police action really averted a situation which could have gone out of hand. This is the biggest stadium in the world. For President Trump, this is going to be the biggest political event.
Viewers, we're straight again cutting across to trouble, in fact, mounting for the Congress party. Breaking updates coming in where Kavita Reddy of the Congress, in fact, earlier had also made allegations against the party, and she had said that there's no proper representation of women in the Congress party as well. Let's listen into what she really had to say as far as these allegations against the party is concerned.
Three times whenever the MLC positions opened up, it is always been given to the men. You know, whatever was given to the women, you are taking that away and giving it to the men. What message is this sending? That means you don't have competent women in the party, or you don't take women seriously, or is it that women have no representation in the party? These are the things which actually come up, and these are genuine questions. When Congress party, we are talking about women leadership, we are talking about women representation, we are talking about women being in the forefront, and if you are doing injustice to the women every single term in the MLC elections, how is it fair?
Viewers, here's some news in brief from across the country. After a temple-like structure was discovered during the demolition of a mosque in the Malali area of Mangaluru in Karnataka, which BHP and Bajrang Dal performed the Tambula Prashne ritual at the Sri Ramajaniya Bhajan Mandir in Maladi. BJP leader hacked to death in Chennai by 3 assailants. Families of the slain BJP leader in Chennai refuses to back down, demands an all-out probe and justice. ED summons the senior Shiv Sena leader Yashwant Jadhav in connection with the alleged violation of the Foreign Exchange Management Act rules. Karthi Chidambaram likely to appear before the CBI today in the Chinese visa scam case. Karthi is accused of allegedly helping Chinese nationals get visas by flouting norms. Demanding that Jinnah Tower in fact be renamed to APJ Abdul Kalam Tower, the BJP alleged that their workers were forcefully arrested by the police while they were home. Continuing their protest in Jammu, Kashmiri Pandits staged a sit-in protest in Jammu demanding the safety of the Kashmiri Pandits and compensation for Rahul Bhatt's family. After terrorists opened a fire on Policeman and his daughter, the slain cop's 7-year-old daughter is now battling for life in Srinagar's hospital. And death toll in Texas school shooting in United States rises to 23. 18-year-old shooter shot dead. Time now here for a short break, viewers. Coming up on the other side, the details of Yasin sentencing that is all set to take place, and the quantum of the punishment will be declared by the court. And Karthi Chidambaram likely to appear before the CBI today. Stay tuned, viewers, for more details on the other side.
As an amazing step for students, the University Grants Commission has allowed students to pursue 2 degrees at the same time. Amity University is the first one to implement this, and now all Amity students can avail 2 degrees together. To find out more, visit amity.edu/2 degrees.
Designated terror group Sikh for Justice has once again threatened and has asked the pro-Khalistani supporters to block the trains in Haryana and Punjab on 3rd of June. This threat has been issued by the chief of SFJ Gurpatwant Singh Pannu, and he has said that they will be blocking the trains in Punjab and Haryana on June 3rd ahead of the anniversary of Operation Blue Star. Pertinent to mention that this terror group has been making desperate attempts to destabilize the peaceful situation in Punjab, Haryana and Himachal, and has even called for raising of the Khalistani flag during the visit of Prime Minister Narendra Modi to Shimla on May 31st, and for the same he has also announced a reward of $1 lakh and also to those who raise this question during the Prime Minister's rally. Pertinent to mention that he has been named in various FIRs by various investigation agencies. With Sarjeevan Kumar, Gursimran Singh for Republic Media Network.
And taking a short break now, viewers, bringing you details on the other side, how it's official, where now another big name dumps the Vadra Congress. Kapil Sibal files nomination for the Rajya Sabha from the SP ticket. And also India united against Pakistan terrorist Yasin, but Mehbooba Mufti can't keep politics away. Stay tuned for more details on the other side.
मुबारक हो, बाप हुआ है, नाम है N, Scorpio N, the big daddy of SUVs is here.
इतने मोटे मोटे पत्थर फेंके गए। कल देर शाम किस तरह से हिंसा हुई है दिल्ली में। काला दिवस की कॉल को कश्मीर के लोग इसे सिरे से खारिज करते हैं, रिजेक्ट करते हैं। दिल्ली को न जलने देंगे और न ही सुलगने देंगे। एक एक तस्वीर दिल्ली से। किसान नेताओं किसान आंदोलन को यहाँ पर खत्म करेंगे, ये बड़ा सवाल है। The ongoing debate on the shivling found in Gyanvapi, the Supreme Court has stayed all matters in the lower court here in Varanasi.
Almost 3 people had come here on a bike and had attacked him. Some kind of animosity there between the local gundas and Balakrishnan.
All of this that had taken place within minutes and Balakrishnan there who had succumbed to his injuries.
Family also has named 3 people.
The BJP Tamil Nadu is already asking for stringent action be taken.
The top headlines at this hour, it is officials now. Another big name dumps Vadra Congress. Kapil Sibal files nomination to Rajya Sabha on Samajwadi ticket. Kapil Sibal confirms he is no longer with Congress, says he resigned on May 16th. Big development in Gyanvapi case. Plea transferred from civil judge to fast track court in Varanasi. Matter to be heard on May 30th. Pakistan's stooge and terror convict Yasin Malik's court order has been reserved now, sentencing at 3:30 p.m. NIA seeks death penalty for Yasin Malik. India united against Pakistan terrorist Yasin, but Mehbooba cannot keep politics away. BJP leader hacked to death in Chennai by 3 assailants. It's Mangaluru after Gyanvapi, after VHP's puja. VHP makes mega claims of Lord Shiva presence at the mosque. And Karti Chidambaram are likely to appear before the CBI today in the Chinese visa scam case. A fresh case was slapped on him today. Okay, some breaking news coming in. Cricketer Amit Mishra has slammed Shahid Afridi after he batted for Yasin Malik. He said, and I quote here, "Dear Afridi, he himself has pleaded guilty in a court on record. Not everything is misleading like your birth date." A big face-off over Yasin Malik on Twitter. Now, cricketer Amit Mishra has given a stern reply and slammed Shahid Afridi after he batted for Yasin Malik. He said, and I quote here, dear Afridi, He himself has pleaded guilty in court on record. I would like to go across to Ankit now, who's joining me on this. Ankit, we are saying that Pakistan, after sympathizing with Yasin Malik, is now a cricketer now is also making these shocking statements.
No doubt, and Shahid Afridi has made a habit of wading into India's affairs on these contentious matters. We saw earlier how the Pakistan political hierarchy was doing this, and now Shahid Afridi has come in to back Yasin Malik. This is after Yasin Malik has himself pleaded guilty in court, and we now, in just a couple of minutes, await his sentencing, where he could face the harshest of harshest punishment. And yet Shahid Afridi believes that this is an attempt to silence critical voices against its human rights abuses, apparently. Fabricated charges, Shahid Afridi claims. This is as Yasin Malik has not only pleaded guilty, but we are also awaiting trials to take place over 2 other matters, including the alleged murder of 4 Indian Air Force personnel as well. So Yasin Malik faces a plethora of cases against him. There is enough evidence against him, and he himself has pleaded guilty. In response to this, Amit Mishra has hit back at Shahid Afridi, and he has paid him back in the right kind of coin. He has also questioned how not everything in India is misleading, unlike in Pakistan, and he has cited the controversy over Shahid Afridi's age. It's a long-running controversy and a joke in cricket, how Shahid Afridi has himself given a number of different years of his birth. He at first claimed he was born in 1975, and that is what the official records say. Then in a biography, he claimed he was born in 1980. And then he has made some outrageous claims, because of which there is a wide spectrum of ages for which Shahid Afridi may fit in. And so a lot about Shahid Afridi is also up for debate and question. And so in effect, nothing he has said is true in any way, or nothing he has said about Yasin Malik has any basis in fact. And Amit Mishra has right royally called him out and has paid him back in the right kind of coin, because he doesn't deserve any logical counter. That doesn't seem to make sense to Shahid Afridi. And so this is the kind of language that he understands, and that's what he has got, and that's what the Pakistani leaders have also been getting.
Right, Ankit, now you just told us about what exactly cricketer Amit Mishra has said. He has slammed, that's the right word, slammed, and actually put Shahid Afridi back in place. I mean, this is in fact shocking, Ankit, because just a few minutes are left before we hear the quantum of sentence, and we are seeing such statements come out time and again from Pakistan.
Pakistan, as we know, is very used to sham trials and sham court cases, and we've seen how in Pakistan what quantifies for a judiciary. However, that is not the case in India, and that's something that Pakistani politicians and also these cricketers turned wanting to be politicians seem to believe, and that is where Shahid Afridi falls. We've seen how right from the top of the political hierarchy in Pakistan to now their cricketers have interpreted this in one particular way. However, there is so much evidence against him. He himself has pleaded guilty in court. He is arguing in court right now. We heard from his lawyer a short while back, and nowhere did he also put forth that this is fabricated. In fact, there are different arguments that are being made, because he has himself pleaded guilty, and he also faces trial on a number of other charges, all of which are coming, and so justice is catching up with Yasin Malik. But that's not something that is registered in Shahid Afridi's mind, and certainly not in the Pakistani political hierarchy's mind. And so he has been rightfully put in his place, like you said.
All right, thank you, Ankit. I would also like to go across to Ananya, who's joining me right now. Ananya, now this is a big face-off happening there. And you know what is very interesting, Ananya? I just want to read one line out of Shahid Afridi's tweet, which has been correctly put back in place. He is saying, urging the UN to take notice of unfair and illegal trials against Kashmir leaders. He is calling Yasin Malik a Kashmiri leader. Ananya.
Oh yes, it's a funny statement being made. Remember, from Shahid Afridi, but we go by what the court say, what the law of the land says. And remember that Yasin Malik is in fact one of key separatist leaders in Kashmir. He has been facing serious charges in this case. It's not only the UAPA that is he's been booked in, he's also booked under charges of waging war against the country. So a big charge coming in against him from the court, and we follow the law of the land. People might say a lot of things over the social media platforms, but then you have to remember that what is in the law of the land is the first and foremost thing. So unless and until we in fact go across by the court's order, and we go by what the court says, and not what happens on social media or what is there on the social media platform. So it is something that is happening, and political turmoil also happening over Yasin Malik. So a big.
Right, Ananya, and how much time is left for the hearing to start? We believe the hearing, the sentencing, in fact, will happen at 3:30. So how much time is left till we hear the quantum of sentence, Ananya?
We're announcing the quantum of sentence in a short while from now, and we'll have to wait and watch as to what happens next into the case. Back to the studios.
Right. Ananya, so how much more time do you think is left before we can hear the quantum of sentence, Ananya? Could you give us a rough estimate?
Well, yes, the court had fixed the matter for 3:30. So, in fact, the order would be coming out in half an hour or so. It might take a little time if the judge is making corrections to the order of the quantum of sentence. So we can expect it around 3:30 to 4. In fact, any time between 3:30 to 4, we can see that Yasin Malik might get a pronouncement over his sentencing, and the NIA, remember, has pushed for a death penalty into this case, while the amicus curiae, who was the legal aid counsel who was appointed into this case, has asked for a life term, which is the minimum punishment on the charges that have been leveled against Yasin Malik. So we'll have to wait and watch as to what the court orders, and he has pleaded guilty, so he's also liable for maximum punishment in this case. So we'll have to wait and watch as to what comes up from Special NIA Judge Praveen Singh in half an hour.
Right, Ananya. All right, Ananya, just take us through the arguments being made inside, because Republic TV has got exclusive details of what's happening inside court. Now, we believe the NIA is saying that we need maximum punishment, that is a death penalty. Ananya, take us through the arguments right now inside the court.
Well, yes, Shivangi, the arguments have already concluded at around 1 p.m. When the court had reserved its order in this whole case. The special public prosecutor appearing for the National Investigation Agency has also mentioned that Yasin Malik was a part of the Kashmiri exodus. He was responsible for Kashmiri exodus, though the court stopped him and clearly stated that you have to stick to the facts of the case because it's a terror funding case. And remember what observations the court had made when it had framed charges against Yasin Malik were very, very scathing. It had said that the peaceful protests that Yasin Malik mentions were actually not at all peaceful but were violent, and the whole point and parcel of this protests were to create unrest in the Kashmir Valley and with a clear aim of secession of the Jammu and Kashmir from the Union of India. So a very, very serious charge being levied by the NIA. In fact, Yasin Malik also said that I worked with 7 prime ministers. Even in fact, Atal Bihari Vajpayee was the one who had given me the passport to travel abroad, and hence I'm not a terrorist. But the court was very, very clear that we had given you ample amount of chances with regards to pleading not guilty, but you have already accepted the charges that have been levied against you, and hence now you will have to face the consequences of the same. And the court would now be deciding as to what the term of sentence would be granted to, in fact, Yasin Malik into this whole terror funding case. And remember that there are various accused in this case, but since Yasin Malik has pleaded guilty, he's the first one to be, the quantum of sentence would be announced. And with regards to the other accused in this case, the charges have been framed against them, but they have to still tell the court that if they are pleading guilty or not guilty into this case, and later on the future course of action would be decided accordingly.
All right, Ananya, getting us all those details there. This is a huge development. In fact, very soon, viewers, a special NIA court will pronounce a quantum of sentence for Jammu and Kashmir Liberation Front Chief Yasin Malik at 3:30 p.m. now. Like my colleague Ananya said, the arguments are over. We are just waiting, which means just around 15 minutes are left for that big quantum of sentence. Remember that he was convicted on May 19 after he pleaded guilty to all charges, and now we also told you how Shahid Afridi has also made a statement there which in fact was slammed by an Indian cricketer. I would like to also go across to Lalit Ambardar, who is joining us on the phone line. Mr. Ambardar, now we are just waiting for the sentencing. It's at 3:30 p.m. and we're also seeing some very strange statements coming from Pakistan. Pakistan, in fact, believes that Yassin Malik, who has pleaded guilty himself, is innocent. What is your first reaction to that?
Pakistan reacting adversely to the Indian judicial system, whereby this warlord, jihadi warlord, he conceded to all the accusations and accepted that yes, he was involved, and he is being tried as per the law. So Pakistan is reacting because he is their stooge. He was the one who founded Pakistan's Bleed India Kashmir Jihad in Kashmir, which at its advent saw Kashmiri Hindus genocide, and the genocide of Hindus continues there. So he's one, and there are all other stooges of Pakistan who have been and who are still operating on the soil of India in Kashmir, and they deserve to be hanged. And in fact, this man should have been hanged 32 years ago. But the point is, Pakistan is getting irritated because Pakistan see they one of their stooges is being hanged or whatever he is being charged with murder and all the cases. But see, you talked about this Afridi. Remember, he had come to campaign in Muzaffarabad 2 years ago, and the Pakistan occupied Kashmir, and there he claimed in public that he is the progeny of a Ghazi of Kashmir, claiming that his grandfather was involved in Pakistan's first Kashmir war in 1947. So, and a Ghazi is one who massacres Kafirs, the Hindus. So it's not surprising. I think it's our mistake. We have been mollycoddling these stooges of Pakistan for so long, and this particular warlord Yassin Malik has even reached. He has become so popular. He was given such a political makeover by Indians, by Indian academicians, by Indian left liberal secular polity, that he reached the Prime Minister of India's office. So there he was received by the then Prime Minister of India, the Manmohan Singh. So it's not surprising because we have allowed it to happen. And this is the time to confront and show that if India wants to crush the Islamist fissuriousness, going through Islamist fissuriousness.
Okay, Mr. Ambardar. All right, Mr. Ambardar, thank you for joining us here on Republic TV. I would also like to go across to Zeenat. Now, Zeenat is reporting live right now, right outside Yassin Malik's residence. Zeenat, I want to go over to you, Zeenat. Tell us what's happening on ground. Just a few minutes left before the quantum of sentence.
Yes, court is going to pronounce its judgment at 3:30, and here we are outside the residence of Yassin Malik, who's the chairman of Jammu and Kashmir Liberation Front. As my VJ Firdos is showing you the visuals of his residence. This is the place where Yassin used to reside. His family is still here, and this is the office of Jammu and Kashmir Liberation Front. And if we talk about this particular area, this is called Maisuma, the bastion of Yassin Malik. One can see also the founder of JKLF, Maqbool, but his picture, Afzal Guru's picture, all have been pasted here on this wall. But yes, if you talk about the situation in the Kashmir Valley, particularly in Srinagar's Maisuma area, we can see the shops all shut. The entire shops in the Maisuma, Lal Chowk, Hari Singh High Street, Gantagar, everywhere the shops are shut. People are not coming out with any kind of protest or something, but yes, it is a symbol of protest. That's what we can sense, that no shops in Maisuma or the adjoining areas are open because everybody is waiting for the decision that will come from the court, whether Yassin will get death penalty or the life imprisonment. So all eyes on court in Delhi, what the judge will pronounce, although Yassin Malik has pleaded guilty as far as the terror funding network of his is concerned, and he was instigating violence. But his lawyer, while speaking to Republic some time back, said that it is Yasin says that it was the government of Atal Bihari Vajpayee that gave him passport, because of which he was able to travel, and he has represented India at many platforms. If he is a terrorist, how can government of India issue passport to him? So these are the questions that the lawyers have raised. But as of now, we are waiting what the court will pronounce as far as Yasin's punishment is concerned. Overall, we see the situation overall is normal, although the shops in the Kashmir, particularly in many parts of the Srinagar, are shut. The people are observing a kind of hartal, the shutdown call, although Hurriyat Conference already announced the shutdown on 25th of May, that is today. And we have also been seeing the way Yasin Malik's wife, Mashal Malik, have been protesting in Pakistan and asking Imran Khan and the other leaders in Pakistan to develop pressure on India as far as the international community goes, because that is the only way you can stop government of India for announcing death penalty to Yasin Malik, who as per her is a freedom fighter and has been fighting for the freedom of Kashmir. We have been seeing that Yasin saying that he pleaded guilty before the court and he did not contest the charges that were leveled by the NIA while investigating the case, because let's remember, this is a terror funding case where the NIA has investigated the role of Yasin as far as law and order disturbance in Jammu and Kashmir is concerned. Yasin was the main instigator. He used to generate funds to support the violence on ground. Needs to see that what will court will say. But as of now, from the Maisuma area of Srinagar, we are seized. All the shops in Maisuma locality are completely shut, because this place is also where the Yasin has spent majority of years of his life. And also when he married Mashal Malik, this was the place where the Mashal was living with Yasin Malik for some time.
All right, Zinat, thank you for joining us with all those details there. It's a mega countdown to that big quantum of sentencing. Zinat is getting us those details from right outside Yasin Malik's residence. Much more coming up on the other side. Very shortly, we will hear the quantum of sentence for Yasin Malik. Stay tuned.
As an amazing step for students, the University Grants Commission has allowed students to pursue 2 degrees at the same time. Amity University is the first one to implement this, and now all Amity students can avail 2 degrees together. To find out more, visit amity.edu/2 degrees.
Big raids that are being carried out by the Central Bureau of Investigation. RJD levels allegations of revenge politics.
This mass graveyard in Bucha bears testimony to the brutal acts of the Russian troops.
Republic TV did a week-long investigation into the operations of the Khalistani movement here in Britain. Blatant violations that were carried out just a day before the fire. Did they really not feel the importance to inform the BMC? Republic Media Network's SIT decided to expose the dirty nexus between politics and a murky Ponzi scheme.
मोटे मोटे पत्थर फेंके गए। कल देर शाम किस तरह से हिंसा हुई है दिल्ली में। काला दिवस की कॉल को कश्मीर के लोग इसे सिरे से खारिज करते हैं, रिजेक्ट करते हैं। दिल्ली को न जलने देंगे और न ही सुलगने देंगे। एक एक तस्वीर दिल्ली से किसान नेताओं किसान आंदोलन को यहाँ पर खत्म करेंगे, ये बड़ा सवाल है। The ongoing debate on the shivling found in Gyanvapi, the Supreme Court has stayed all matters in the lower court here in Varanasi.
All right, now just ahead of Yasin's sentencing, we have another shocking statement coming from Mehbooba Mufti. Mehbooba Mufti has once again made a political and religious statement. Pakistan judiciary is better than Indian judiciary. Oh, this is a big news. This is truly a shocking statement coming from Mehbooba Mufti, where she is saying that Pakistan's judiciary is better than Indian judiciary. This is a very big shocker coming in. Earlier she was saying that how will Yasin Malik's sentencing solve the Kashmir issue, and now she's making one more statement. Pakistan judiciary is better than Indian judiciary. This is beyond shocking, viewers. This is beyond shocking. Mehbooba right there is praising Pakistan's judiciary after we also heard Pakistan time and again question the charges against Yasin Malik. After even Yasin Malik has pleaded guilty, a shocking statement coming once again from Mehbooba Mufti. Earlier, she had also made some controversial and colored statements. And just as we head toward the quantum of sentencing, which is going to happen anytime now in the next 5 minutes or 10 minutes maximum, we are seeing Mehbooba Mufti there actually go ahead and run down the Indian judiciary and say that Pakistan judiciary is better than Indian judiciary. Earlier, she had also questioned our armed forces, and she had also said earlier that how will Yasin Malik's sentencing actually solve the Kashmir issue? I would like to go across to Aishwarya. Aishwarya, one more beyond shocking. Aishwarya, this is beyond shocking statement coming from Mehbooba Mufti.
Well, absolutely, Shivangi, but this is not for the first time. This is shocking, but then the former Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir has been at it for a long while. We have been saying that the kind of comments which are being made from Pakistan, that is from across the borders, but then when a statement is made, and to the like of which Mehbooba Mufti has made by an Indian politician, by a former Chief Minister, by a leader who has been privy of all what has happened. Mehbooba Mufti's own family has faced the brunt of terrorism. Despite that, just for petty politics, such statements will be made. The people of India are watching, the people of Jammu Kashmir are watching, the people of India stand together. And the statement is very clear that when Mehbooba Mufti come out and says and is mocking judiciary, this is not going to be accepted. She feels that and this can very clearly be seen as a very desperate comment coming in from a leader who's on the verge of her own political spectrum. And that's why someone would make such a statement, not only mocking judiciary, but also somewhere or the other, you are backing terror, whether you accept or not. Let's listen into the reaction first, Shivangi, and then we'll move forward.
क्या आप जुडिशरी के उस कानून पर आपको शक है क्या?
मैंने जुडिशरी के बारे में ये कहा कि पाकिस्तान में एक आदमी को लिंच किया गया, वहाँ उन्होंने 6 आदमियों को फांसी दी और 1 दर्जन लोगों को उम्र कैद की सजा दी। यहाँ कितने इखलाक लिंच हो गए अभी तक 2015 के बाद? तो एक को क्या, बल्कि उनको तो हार पहनाए जाते हैं, उनको तो सजा नहीं दी जाती, उनको गार्लैंड किया जाता है, हार पहनाया जाता है, उनका इस्तेकबाल किया जाता है। यही फर्क है उस जुडिशरी और इस जुडिशरी।
क्या कहना चाहेंगे सर?
देखिए, हमारी बदकिस्मती है कि हर जगह ये गुजरात मॉडल बनाना चाहते हैं। इनके पास नौजवानों को देने के लिए नौकरी नहीं है। इनके पास जो मुश्किलात है लोगों का, महंगाई दिन ब दिन बढ़ती जा रही है, लोगों को 2 वक्त का खाना खाना मुश्किल हो गया है। इन्होंने कहा था हम 15 लाख रुपए आपके अकाउंट में डालेंगे। 15 लाख तो नहीं डाले, बल्कि गरीब किसानों से अनाज छीन।
In a very, very surprising statement saying that the Pakistani judiciary is better than the Indian one. And the statement is coming, viewers, not from a Pakistani leader. It is coming in from an Indian leader, coming in from the former Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir, Mehbooba Mufti. The people are watching Mehbooba Mufti. The kind of statement you are making for your own petty political gains.
इस तरह के कई बार मौके आ जाते हैं, लेकिन उस मौके के बाद सब ठीक हो गया, फिर हाउस चल रहा है। सवाल ये है कि सरकार भी सही बात कहे, विपक्ष भी अपनी बात रखे।
लेकिन लग रहा है कि कल तो इस तरह की स्थिति नहीं रहेगी।
There, speaking on the KP Maurya comment, a statement there coming from Akhilesh. We'll try to play that back for you viewers, what he exactly said. He has said that apparently he's saying that many things should not be said by the government. Okay, let's go back to the big story that we are tracking very closely is Yaseen Malik story. Now, remember we were telling you about the comment which has been made by Mehbooba Mufti, which is extremely shocking. All right, some activity there coming outside from the court. I would like to go to Aishwarya. Aishwarya, now we are seeing some activity there coming from the court, and fast and hectic developments are happening, Aishwarya, as we wait for that mega countdown for Yaseen's sentence. Just a short while left till we get the quantum of punishment for Yaseen Malik, Aishwarya.
Well, absolutely. At this point of time, as we speak, this is action right outside the court, and we are just saying within the next few minutes, the court is going to announce its verdict. But the kind of statements which are being made by the Indian politicians were not expected. The people of India are watching every statement. This is not only mocking the Indian judiciary, this is not only comparing and demeaning the Indian judiciary by comparing it to a banana republic across the border. That is with Pakistan, but this is also somewhere or the other. This is somewhere or the other backing terror. You are talking about Yaseen Malik. You are talking about a man who has several terror cases linked to him, who has been directly involved and accepted that he was a part of not one but several terror activities. Yet you have a former Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir, Mehbooba Mufti, just for a petty political gains coming out and making such statements. I repeat, within the next few minutes itself, we are going to see movement at the court and also the judgment of the court for Yaseen Malik. But it is very alarming, and we are going to be joined by our colleague Zeenat as well, and then the others who are present at the court. But what's alarming, viewers, is that when you have an Indian politician, a politician whose own family, Mehbooba Mufti's late father, Mufti Saab's family, they themselves have faced the brunt of terror. Despite that, just to protect your reducing political clout, you will try and make such kind of demeaning statements for the Indian judiciary. This is something which cannot be accepted. Now we are being told that the Yaseen Malik, the order is going to come at 4 p.m. That is what we are being told, that the order has been delayed a bit. It could come out at 4 p.m. now. So in my clock, viewers, it's 3:30 exactly. So we are being told that the order can come out at 4 p.m. I'm joined by, yes, absolutely, I have Niranjan, Zeenat and Shivangi. Zeenat, we are being told that the order could come out at 4 p.m. now. Zeenat.
Oh yes, Aishwarya, what we are picking from the court is that the order has been deferred from 3:30 to 4 p.m. now. So as I am standing outside the residence of JKLF Chief Yaseen Malik, my VJ Firdos is showing you the visuals. Although all the shops in the locality are shut, all the lanes, people are almost indoors. They're just waiting what the court will announce. Will there be a death penalty or the life imprisonment for the Yaseen Malik? We are seeing the shutdown call given by the Hurriyat leaders for the last couple of days on this very day. But at the same time, we are seeing that the traffic, the commercial as well as the private as well as the government traffic is plying on road. There is no barricading at the moment. Nobody is being stopped to move out. Everybody is the situation in the particularly in the Mysuma belt, which is the bastion of Yassin Malik, is normal. We don't see any law and order issue as of now because everybody is waiting what the court will announce, whether the death punishment will be there, life imprisonment will be there, because Yassin, as far as this case goes, it is about the terror funding. It is not about the Air Force case where he murdered those Air Force officers. So if at all, if the life imprisonment is given to the Yassin Malik, then needs to be seen that how many years will be there, because Yassin has served good number of days in jail, and needs to be seen that how many more years he has to spend in jail, because there are many other cases that are there against Yassin Malik, as he is responsible for the exodus of Kashmiri Pandits also. So needs to see that whether the court will announce the death penalty or the life imprisonment for JKLF chief Yassin Malik. But as of now, you see that the situation continues to remain normal here in Mysuma locality of Srinagar, which is the resident, which also has the figure, which is the residence of Yassin Malik. Yassin, when married Mashal Malik, so she was brought in here. She spent some good months with Yassin Malik at this very residence. Although family version is yet to come out, but everybody has fixed their eyes with the TV, so they are waiting and watching all the developments that are coming from New Delhi, from the court, that whether Yassin will be given death penalty or the life imprisonment. These are the visuals of Yassin Malik's home, and next to Yassin's home is the JKLF headquarter. As my VJ can show you, this red color building, this is Yassin Malik residence, where he had lived for a longer period of time, and he used to run his office also from here. This place has seen many.
So if you could speak in Hindi as well a little bit. Thank you, Zeenat. Thank you, Zeenat. Carry on. Right now, Zeenat. Yeah.
इस वक्त जो हम हैं यासीन मलिक के घर के पास है। जैसे मेरे वीजे जो है फिर दोस्त वो आपको दिखा सकते हैं कि जो ये रेड कलर का जो ये घर है ये यासीन मलिक का है, और इसके साथ साथ जो है JKLF का ऑफिस, जो JKLF का हेडक्वार्टर है वो भी यहीं पर है। यहाँ पर से ही यासीन मलिक जो है JKLF का काम संभालता था। हालांकि JKLF का फाउंडर जो है वो मकबूल बट रहा है, जिसको भी फांसी दी गई थी। और उसके बाद आप देख सकते हैं इस वक्त जो है इस एरिया में लोग बाहर आए हैं, लेकिन कोई ऐसा नहीं है कि लॉ एंड ऑर्डर का सिचुएशन इरप्ट हुआ है। लोग बिल्कुल पीसफुल और काम है, क्योंकि पूरी तरह से जो है आंखें लगी हुई हैं टीवी पे कि दिल्ली से क्या जजमेंट आएगा, कोर्ट से क्या जजमेंट आएगा। जहां माइसुमा की बात करेंगे तो ये यासीन मलिक का बैशन रहा है। जितने भी प्रोटेस्ट हुए हैं या बाकी चीज़ें हुई है लॉ एंड ऑर्डर्स को लेकर, तो वो सारे जो ऑर्डर्स थे वो यही इसी घर से निकलते थे, इसी दफ्तर से निकलते थे। यहाँ आज सिर्फ लोगों ने जो है हड़ताल किस तरह से की है, हड़ताल में आज सिर्फ दुकानें बंद हैं, लेकिन जो प्राइवेट या पब्लिक ट्रांसपोर्ट है श्रीनगर सिटी में या श्रीनगर से बाहर जितने भी डिस्ट्रिक्ट है वहाँ पब्लिक और प्राइवेट ट्रांसपोर्ट जो है वो चल रहा है। ऐसा कोई लॉ एंड ऑर्डर का सिचुएशन नहीं इरप्ट हुआ। और साथ साथ जो है चाहे जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस है, बाकी सिक्योरिटी एजेंसीज है, इंटेलिजेंस नेटवर्क है, सारे लोग जो है सिचुएशन को इस वक्त मॉनिटर कर रहे हैं, क्योंकि अभी पता नहीं है कि कोर्ट से डिसीजन जो है क्या आएगा। ये मनी लॉन्ड्रिंग का केस है, और अगर डेथ पेनल्टी के बदले लाइफ इम्प्रिजमेंट भी आता है तो उसमें जो है यासीन मलिक ने कई साल जो है जेल में गुजारे हैं, तो उसको करके देखा जाएगा, इवैल्यूएट करके देखा जाएगा कि इनको कितने साल जो है इनको और मिलेंगे। अभी जो है हम लोग यासीन मलिक के घर के अंदर जा रहे हैं, तो थोड़ा अलाउ किया है फैमिली ने अंदर जाने के लिए। तो मेरे वीजे जो है वो आपको विजुअल्स दिखा रहे हैं यासीन मलिक के घर के, कि यहाँ मीडिया को अलाउ किया है, यहाँ इसकी फैमिली मेम्बर्स, इसकी सिस्टर है और बाकी घर वाले जो है वो यहाँ पर है। यासीन के घर के अंदर जो है मीडिया को अलाउ किया है।
Shehzad Punawala is on the phone line. Those are live pictures coming in from inside Yassin Malik's residence. In fact, his full family is gathered there. Yassin Malik's family is gathered there. I'm only staying with these pictures. Zeenat is live. I don't want to cut across live to the slogans that are being raised there. I will not go to the slogans being raised there, but I will go across to Shehzad Punawala joining us on the phone line. Shehzad Punawala, Mehbooba Mufti has just praised the Pakistan judiciary. Has just praised the Pakistan judiciary while running down the Indian judiciary.
You see, this Mehbooba Mufti, her prem for Pakistan is well known for a very long period of time, whether it is standing in solidarity with terrorists or whether it is standing in solidarity with Yassin Malik or undermining Indian institutions or saying that if Article 370 is abrogated, there will be nobody to hold the Tiranga. These people, practitioners of Parivarvad, ever since Article 370 and 30...
Zeenat is joining me again. I'm going again to Zeenat. Zeenat is live there. I lost the line with Shehzad Poonawalla. Let me go across to Zeenat. Zeenat, you're live there. Zeenat, what's going on there? Zeenat, can you hear me, Zeenat? I'm going across to, I'm going across to, let's say I'm not going across. I'm staying with those pictures, but I'm not taking the audio there. I'm not taking the audio there. I'm not taking the audio. I will not take the audio from Yassin Malik's residence, but I'm asking Zeenat if she can just move out of there and perhaps be live with us. Those are pictures coming in from Yassin Malik's residence, and we are live from Delhi as well, where the court in Delhi, in a short while from now, will I've lost the line with Zeenat, but Aishwarya, if you're there, I'm coming back to you. And we're staying with these pictures coming in. Aishwarya is also joining us live. I'll go across to Aishwarya in a short while from now. The Delhi court will be pronouncing the verdict, the sentencing. The sentencing will happen. The NIA is pushing for maximum sentencing. The NIA wants maximum punishment, and the NIA has asked for death punishment, death penalty for Yassin Malik. In a short while from now, the court in Delhi will be pronouncing the verdict. Staying with those pictures, in fact, as we get you the latest on that comment also made by Mehbooba Mufti. I'll play out that comment as well. I'll play out that comment in a window and just go back to the coverage. Here's what Mehbooba Mufti said while praising the Pakistan judiciary.
मैंने जुडिशरी के बारे में ये कहा कि पाकिस्तान में एक आदमी को लिंच किया गया, वहां उन्होंने 6 आदमियों को फांसी दी और 1 दर्जन लोगों को उम्र कैद की सजा दी। यहाँ कितने इखलाक लिंच हो गए अभी तक 2015 के बाद? तो एक को क्या, बल्कि उनको तो हार पहनाए जाते हैं, उनको तो सजा नहीं दी जाती, उनको गार्लैंड किया जाता है, हार पहनाया जाता है, उनका इस्तेकबाल किया जाता है। यही फर्क है। मैंने जुडिशरी के बारे में ये कहा कि पाकिस्तान में एक आदमी को लिंच किया गया, वहां उन्होंने 6 आदमियों को फांसी दी और 1 दर्जन लोगों को उम्र कैद की सजा दी। यहाँ कितने इखलाक लिंच हो गए अभी तक 2015 के बाद? तो एक को क्या, बल्कि उनको तो हार पहनाए जाते हैं, उनको तो सजा नहीं दी जाती, उनको गार्लैंड किया जाता है, हार पहनाया जाता है, उनका इस्तेकबाल किया जाता है। यही फर्क है उस जुडिशरी और इस जुडिशरी।
Believe it or not, that was Mehbooba Mufti making the comparison between Pakistan's judiciary and the Indian judiciary. And she's trying to make a comparison between lynchers and terrorist Yassin Malik. Pakistan fan Mehbooba Mufti running down the judiciary, which she often also banks on in India, while making a comparison saying that the judiciary in Pakistan is much better. I'm going across also to Zeenat, who's live outside Yassin Malik's residence. We're getting you the live updates. Ananya is also joining me live from Delhi. Ananya, the NIA believes it has enough proof. If I can come across to you, Zeenat is also live. I'll go across to Zeenat. Zeenat is live. Let me go first to Zeenat. Zeenat, tell us what Yassin Malik has been accused of in this particular case and convicted of in this particular case. The charges that he pleaded guilty to, by the way. Zeenat.
See, as far as this case of the Yassin Malik goes, he has been investigated as far as the terror money laundering is concerned, because as per the NIA, he was using this money to fend terrorism in the Kashmir Valley, and for which he was generating the money from different links in Saudi Arabia, from Turkey, from Pakistan and other places, and he was using money to instigate violence, whether it is about the agitation of 2016 or the 10 or any other agitations. That is what the NIA was investigating in all these years, although Yassin is behind the bars for the last 4 years now, and in the court he has said that he is not going to challenge the charges that have been leveled against him. He had pleaded guilty in all these cases, and also it is not only the Yassin Malik, the other leaders who were part of Yassin's network, they too have been charged sheet in the case. As of now, we are reporting from the Maisuma locality. There is the residence of Yassin Malik. Also, the family here has gathered and they're waiting for the court decision, what kind of punishment will be given to Yassin Malik. Meanwhile, we are seeing the security agencies on alert. Also, in the afternoon, the high-level meeting regarding the security was chaired by IGP Kashmir along with IGP CRP of Srinagar sector, because Srinagar is going to be a critical for some time till the court is able to pronounce the order regarding the Yassin Malik, because Yassin comes from the Maisuma of Srinagar, where from we are reporting. Although, and same time, we are seeing the protests are taking place in the form of silent protests are being held by the people in the Kashmir Valley. They have shut their shops. Shops are not at all open in Maisuma adjoining areas. But yes, the other business is taking place in the Kashmir Valley. In fact, the local as well as the public as well as the government transport is running. Some of the shops are open. The vendors are doing their routine business. But it's going to be some critical moments for the Jammu and Kashmir police along with other forces here, particularly in Maisuma, which is also the residence of Yassin Malik. We are seeing the women shouting slogans, protesting for Yassin, and also if we talk about Yassin Malik's wife,
talking about a terrorist,
Malik,
we are talking about an individual.
Lot of protest, and
we are talking about an individual. We are talking about an individual, Niranjan. We are talking about an individual who's a terrorist. We are talking about an individual who has accepted that yes, he was a part of terrorism at not one but several stages. Whatever Mehbooba Mufti is doing is for her own personal political gain. And she is a person, she is a leader, Zeenat, who her family herself has faced the brunt of terrorism. Despite that, for her reducing political clout, she's trying to make such sentiments which will get her more support from Pakistan rather than from India. And despite that, Niranjan, such statements are being made by Mehbooba Mufti. So the people of India, people of Jammu Kashmir are all together. No one can stand in support of terrorism or people who have been part of terrorism and people who have openly come out and supported terrorism. NIA wants death sentence. NIA, the government agency, the investigating agency. NIA wants death sentence for Yassin Malik. Let there be no doubt about it. It's the agency. Mehbooba Mufti herself, the former Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir, herself has faced the brunt of terrorism. She understands this more than anyone else. Zeenat, that's the irony. That despite that, she would make such a statement just minutes before, Niranjan, if I can get you in as well, just minutes before the sentence being pronounced by the court. The NIA is clear. NIA wants death sentence for this terrorism. Niranjan, over to you. Niranjan.
Very serious charges, Aishwarya, very serious charges. And here's someone who was part of the Kashmiri Pandit exodus single-handedly, who made sure that all the hate campaign against Kashmiri Pandits was directed towards the community 3 decades ago. And nobody will ever forget what happened to the Kashmiri Pandits. Someone who's accused of murdering Air Force officers. I repeat, someone who's accused of murdering Air Force officers, killing Air Force officers, terror funding. He was sharing the stage with Hafiz Saeed. We'll pull out the pictures of him sitting next to Hafiz Saeed. There was a video where he went to Pakistan and he's sitting next to Hafiz Saeed. Here's someone who was being remote controlled by Pakistan. Remote controlled by Pakistan, being invited to Pakistan's embassy. He used to visit Pakistan embassy every now and then.
Pakistan would roll out the red carpet to him at their embassies. Millions and millions of dollars that were given to him, funneled through him. He was single-handedly Pakistan's main man, point person in India. Someone who, believe it or not, you've seen those pictures when he was called to the then Prime Minister's office, Manmohan Singh, shaking hands with him. He was made out to be this Kashmiri icon. He was made out to be this Kashmiri icon of a new Kashmir back then. Can you imagine if that was new Kashmir, of a terrorist being made the face of Kashmir? Then God help Kashmir. And this was the importance that he got. Someone who was being remote controlled by Pakistan, someone who sat next to Hafiz Saeed and directed all his energies over the years to ensure that our forces were attacked. Targeted. Through these years, Yassin Malik, many thought was untouchable until the direct links to him and his Pakistani handlers was proven by the NIA and our agencies who've been tracking him very, very closely. For some reason, under the UPA regime, nothing was done to Yassin Malik. And someone, believe it or not, this man faces charges of murder, of murdering Indian Air Force officers. Such grave charges, and we all wonder, how did he get away? And Mehbooba Mufti today says that Pakistan's judiciary is better. Mehbooba Mufti perhaps was banking on the courts bailing out Yassin Malik. Our courts don't work like that. Our courts go by proof. And she's compared Yassin Malik to lynchers. It's really horrible, the kind of comments that people like Mehbooba Mufti make while comparing to Pakistan. If they're such great fans of Pakistan, then they should do something about it. Then running down our judiciary. I'll go back to Zeenat, if I can. Zeenat, quickly get you in on how this man got away all these years and the kind of importance that was given to him by mainstream politicians. Zeenat.
See, as far as Niranjan Yassin Malik is concerned, he was a high-profile one of the leaders from the Kashmir Valley who has shared dice with Hafiz Saeed on 12th of February 2013, if I remember clearly. And there were a lot of outrage then also that how come Yassin Malik shares dice with Hafiz Saeed, who is the mastermind of 2008 attack. When we talk about the political favors that he received time to time from the sitting governments in Jammu and Kashmir. Yes, he was a close aide of Mehbooba Mufti, there is no doubt about it. Rather than sharing a close relation with Umar Abdullah, he was more close to Mehbooba Mufti, and also he was a close aide at times to Hurriyat Hawk, Saeed Ali Shah Gilani. So we have been seeing these Yassin Malik or the other separatist leaders, they were always in touch with the political leaders for their favors, the kind of facility they would get. Even when they used to go to Delhi or somewhere else, they were facilitated with their trips. They used to get the special launch at airports, the vehicles and all other things. If you remember the security cover that was given to the these separatist leaders, be it the Shabir Shah or the Sajjad Ghani Lone when he was the separatist, the Bilal Ghani Lone who is again a Hurriyat leader, although Yassin always denied to carry a security cover, but he was always under the cover invisibly by the agencies. His moves were always monitored, and he used to get a good favors from the government. That is not a hidden thing. We all know how connected Yassin Malik was, whether it was the political leaders or we talk about the vice chancellors of the different university or for that matter other establishment. Just a call of Yassin and the heads would roll. We have seen that time also, whether it was 2008, 10, if a police would pick any boy from the Maisuma, and then the Yassin and his group would be all on road. So we have seen his role in the agitation of 2008, agitation of 2010, then the agitation of 2016.
Right, Zeenat, but the only thing I feel that all of that has now ended. The law has caught up. The law, justice has caught up. The truth is coming out, Niranjan and Zeenat, and coming out like how? All the charges against Yassin Malik are so serious. It's not only about killing, murdering, it's about terrorism. It's about connection, direct connection with terrorism. It's about terror. And how come a former chief minister of the same state of Jammu and Kashmir, who personally as well and professionally has faced the brunt of terrorism, will make such a statement just minutes before Niranjan? That's the irony. Only for our own little political benefit, Mehbooba Mufti is coming out and making such statements, mockery of the Indian judiciary. This cannot be allowed and should not be allowed. And the people of India are watching and watching together. Because whatever Zenith is saying only tells us that how deeply Yassin Malik was involved in all of this. Not one, but several terror cases, Niranjan. And just in next few minutes, we are being told, just in next few minutes from the courts in Delhi, Yassin Malik, the judge, is going to come out and pronounce the judgment. Niranjan.
Yeah, we'll be first to get you the sentencing. We're taking a short break right now. I request Aishwarya to stay with us, Zina to stay with us. Coming back with the live coverage from Delhi to Srinagar on Yassin Malik. Terror supporter, terror backer, terrorist himself. Stay tuned.
As an amazing step for students, the University Grants Commission has allowed students to pursue 2 degrees at the same time. Amity University is the first one to implement this, and now all Amity students can avail 2 degrees together. To find out more, visit amity.edu/2 degrees.
Scoop China there, flown its jets at the Quad venue. The defense minister of Japan said that the move by Russia and China was likely a provocation.
The Chinese getting jittery. They have called Quad the Asian NATO, indulging in this provocative act. Are the Chinese really taking on the Americans? Behind me is the Eisenhower building next to the White House, where the meeting took place between Prime Minister Modi and Vice President Kamala Harris. ये खालिस्तान प्रोटेस्ट जो है, गुलाम नबी फाई यहाँ पे मौजूद है और हमने इनको एक्सपोज कर दिया है. Situation under control in Jahangirpur area. Prompt police action really averted a situation which could have gone out of hand. This is the biggest stadium in the world. For President Trump, this is going to be the biggest political event.
Barricades come in, we are just going to move few more steps. Delhi police officials coming here, more and more officials arriving on the spot. This is not only about a blast happening in the national capital. नरेंद्र मोदी खुद पहुंचे, भारत के प्रधानमंत्री स्टेज पे डोनाल्ड ट्रंप को नीचे लाने के लिए. जो बॉन होमी है, ये दोनों के बीच में दिख रही है. हम इस समय अंदर गलियों की तरफ अब हम जा रहे हैं. CISF की कंपनी के साथ दिल्ली पुलिस के वरिष्ठ अधिकारी यहाँ पर लोगों को समझा रहे हैं. Just showing you the cavalcade of the UP Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath on the tarmac of the Amosi Airport live. आप देख रहे हैं Rapid Action Force has taken a complete command of the situation. More forces are being moved in. Delhi police officials are present here. We are live.
जुडिशरी के बारे में ये कहा कि पाकिस्तान में एक आदमी को लिंच किया गया, वहाँ उन्होंने 6 आदमियों को फांसी दी और 1 दर्जन लोगों को उम्र कैद की सजा दी. यहाँ कितने इखलाक लिंच हो गए अभी तक 2015 के बाद? तो एक को क्या, बल्कि उनको तो हार पहनाए जाते हैं, उनको तो सजा नहीं दी जाती, उनको गार्लैंड किया जाता है, हार पहनाया जाता है, उनका इस्तेकबाल किया जाता है. यही फर्क है उस जुडिशरी और इस जुडिशरी.
Breaking news now coming in that the judgment is being typed out. We'll take a short break, very short break, and come back with the breaking news update. Stay tuned.
Reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what is knowledge. I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
He heard the question this time very clearly. No answers from him. Our keys continue to be with his men. We faced intimidation here. What we have to see is what action will really be taken here in this case. We've been trying to get in touch with you and ask you several questions on the land deals that you had along with Priyanka Vadra and Robert Vadra. Why are you trying to avoid the camera, sir? Hanging of the rapist has been confirmed. Court has said all the evidence had already been seen at the trial court, at the high court and the top court of the country. They're not going to go into it again. Once again trying to get in a word with Mr. Vijay Mallya. Persistently been asking you only one question. Mallya, why did you escape in 2015? Do you not think the decorum of the court and the dignity needed to be maintained with the kind of language you use? Republic TV gets you the first words from Khabar Qureshi.
The big story we are tracking at this point of time, just any time now, we will hear the sentencing shortly, quantum of punishment shortly soon on Republic TV. I would like to go across to Niranjan, who has the latest on this development. Niranjan, now we see soon that we'll get that quantum of sentence. It was slightly delayed. It's almost 4 p.m. That means any time now, we will get that sentencing. Niranjan.
Yes, the court was earlier, supposed to deliver the quantum of sentencing by about 3:30 p.m. That was pushed to 4 p.m. Ananya is live. Ananya has the details of what's happening in the court. So if I can get Ananya also live, we'll be able to get more details of the updates of what's happening inside the courtroom. But we are told now, anytime now, the judgment will be delivered at the NIA court in the national capital, where Yassin Malik will be handed the sentence. Yassin Malik pleaded guilty to all charges and said that whatever punishment the court gives him, whatever sentence is handed to him, he will ensure that he will accept it. Zeenat is joining me live. Zeenat is in Srinagar, so I'm going across straight to her. Zeenat is outside Yassin Malik's residence. We have Ananya inside the courtroom, and we are broadcasting from Delhi, Mumbai, Srinagar. And let me get in Zeenat first. Zeenat, anytime now, he's going to be handed the sentence. Now what that sentence will be, the court will be announcing, or rather pronouncing it in a few minutes. But to all our viewers joining us on the broadcast, tell us about the charges that Yassin Malik faces. Zeenat. Zeenat.
See, as far as everybody is waiting for the judgment, the court that will pronounce the punishment to Yassin Malik, JKLF chief, we are seeing that the people have started assembling here on the road also, although more presence of the media persons just outside the residence of Yassin Malik. The CRP of Jammu and Kashmir police are monitoring the situation. In fact, the drones are being used to monitor the situation, particularly in the Maisma locality, which is the bastion of Yassin Malik. In fact, the security forces, Jammu and Kashmir police, are on alert to see that after the judgment, how the people will take this judgment, because this is the bastion of Yassin and the family members live here. This is the place where Yassin has spent almost all his life in Maisuma locality. So there could be more sentiments on ground, but as of now the people are observing shut down by keeping their shops shut. The traffic and the commercial vehicles and the government vehicles are plying. If we talk about Yassin Malik, he is the chief of JKLF at present. The founder of JKLF was Maqbool Butt, who was Maqbool Butt, and then Afzal Guru also. He was the Yassin was also very close to Afzal Guru. So both of the men were hanged in terror cases. If we talk about Yassin Malik, he was involved not only in the terror funding, but we have been seeing his visuals from the Pakistan where he shared his dice with the Hafiz Saeed, who was the mastermind of 2008 attack. That time when Yassin in 2013 shared dice with Hafiz Saeed, there was a lot of outrage across country that how come he first traveled to Pakistan and then he sat next to Hafiz Saeed, who was the mastermind of 2008 attack. So, but we have always been seen Yassin very close to power corridors. This time he has pleaded guilty when it comes to the NIA case, where NIA was investigating the terror funding network, the money laundering network, that this money was used as per the NIA, the government agency, the investigating agency, that this money would go into the agitation in 2010 and 16, and where Kashmir witnessed a lot of bloodshed. If you talk about 2016 agitation, some 116 people lost their lives. Similarly, in 2010 agitation, there was so many outrage. The law and order situation literally crumbled in 2016 when Burhan Wani, the Hizbul Mujahideen commander, was killed in Bamduru of Kokarnag, South Kashmir. And then if you talk about 2016, again the Hurriyat, that time the JLR, they gave the calendar to the people to make their day plans and other things. So that calendar politics and the calendar agitation continued for 6 months, and in which thousands of crores were lost. The economy of the Jammu and Kashmir was almost in shambles, and we have seen that as far as the exodus of the Kashmiri Pandit is concerned, the Kashmiri Pandit claims that it was Yassin Malik and his people that were responsible for the exodus of Kashmiri Pandits. And since almost 32 years, the Kashmiri Pandits are living a life of refugee outside Kashmir. So all the government in Jammu and Kashmir are trying to get the Kashmiri Pandits now back. But then again, we are seeing the way they are being targeted when we talk about the Rahul Bhatt's killing. And since then, the Kashmiri Pandits are on roads. They're only demanding the relocation of Kashmiri Pandits to any part of the country, but they're not ready to serve here. But right now in Kashmir, everybody is waiting for what the court will pronounce as far as Yassin Malik's money laundering case is concerned, whether he will get death penalty, which is maximum, and life imprisonment, which is minimum. So whether the maximum will be given the death or the minimum life imprisonment, we need to wait what the court will pronounce. But as of now, in the Maisuma locality, we're only seeing that the shops are shut, but there is no...
Zeenat, as you were just telling us in detail, that what exactly and what are the cases on Yassin Malik, but this is the terror funding case in which any moment, and I repeat to our viewers, any moment, Niranjan, that the judgment can come out. But we are being told that this is not the only case. There are several direct terror cases linked with this man. That's why NIA is looking for capital punishment. That is the reason NIA is looking for capital punishment. There is heavy security not only outside the residence of Yassin Malik, but also outside the Patiala House Court as we speak. We have our presence there as well, and there is a massive security being done. Delhi police is using drones. Delhi police has called in the extra cavalry. The armed police has been called in. Paramilitary forces have been called in. So Delhi police is not letting any iota of a place as far as the security apparatus is concerned. And as we speak, we are being told this very moment, the court, the announcement could happen any minute now. Niranjan, over to you. Niranjan.
Very interestingly, today, a short while back, in fact, what the NIA has also done is, while seeking the death penalty that Aishwarya was talking about, the NIA had also, in fact, NIA had also said that Yassin Malik was responsible for the Kashmiri Pandit exodus. They in fact made that very interesting point inside the courtroom, saying that it was Yassin Malik, this terrorist, who was responsible for the Kashmiri Pandit exodus. There are first-hand accounts, there are witnesses, there are people who lost their family members, and hundreds of them were killed in the Kashmiri Pandit genocide. And Yassin Malik was a mastermind of that. He's even targeted our forces. Very interestingly, the NIA has made that mention that Yassin Malik was responsible for the Kashmiri Pandit exodus. Point number 2, the amicus curiae appointed by the court to assist Yassin Malik had sought minimum imprisonment, which of course they will because they're appointed by the court and they're assisting Yassin Malik, that the life imprisonment should be given in that matter. Yassin Malik meanwhile said that if Indian intelligence can prove that he had been involved in any terrorist activity or violence in 28 years, then he would retire from politics and also accept the hanging. That's what Yassin Malik said on record. The judge said that since he has already been convicted, there was no point in arguing on the facts of the case and that he was already given the opportunity. And after hearing the arguments, the court reserved its order and is likely to pronounce the order anytime today. Anytime now, in fact. It was supposed to come at 3:30, it was moved to 4 o'clock. And we're all just standing by. The court had also said on 19th of May while convicting Yassin Malik and had also directed the NIA to assess his financial situation to determine the amount of fine likely to be imposed. But let's tell you that Yassin Malik is no ordinary terrorist. Yassin Malik is a Pakistan handle, not a handler, but he was a Pakistan handle that Pakistan used to further their agenda in India, especially in Kashmir. Handpicked by Pakistan, Yassin Malik often visited Pakistan, shared the stage with Hafiz Saeed. There is that famous video where he's sitting on the floor with Hafiz Saeed, protesting God knows what. And that's why today you have the likes of Imran Khan, the likes of Shahbaz Sharif's government, ministers, everyone talking about Yassin Malik, asking for Yassin Malik to be spared like he's some hero. He's not. He's a terrorist who played Pakistan's game in India, who single-handedly targeted our forces and made sure that our forces were targeted. He was also blamed of killing IAS officers, IAF officers, one of whose wives were live on Republic a few days back. And charges are serious. Section 16, the Terrorist Act. Section 17, raising funds for the Terrorist Act. Section 18, conspiracy to commit a terrorist act. 20, being member of terrorist gang or organization of the UAPA. Sections 120B, criminal conspiracy, and 124A, sedition of the IPC. These are only some of the charges that he faces, along with people like Bitta Karate. Bitta Karate has gone on record to talk about how he has killed Bitta Karate, along with terrorists like Bitta Karate. They're all on camera, confessing, bragging, boasting about how they killed Kashmiri Pandits and Hindus over the years. The charge sheet was also filed against Lashkar-e-Toiba founder Hafiz Saeed, who was a close aide of Yassin Malik, and Hizbul Mujahideen chief Syed Salahuddin, who Yassin Malik was also in touch with. And they were declared proclaimed offenders in this particular case. So that's a little bit of the background about the case against Yassin Malik, while the NIA pushes for maximum sentence. And Yassin Malik claims that he gave up arms, he joined the mainstream, but he never did. He pushed the separatist movement, the separatist feelings in court. The proceedings will begin any time now. I'm staying with us. Aishwarya, what more are you picking up? Zeenat is also live with me. Zeenat. Zeenat, if you can hear me.
See, as far as the court decision is concerned, here in the valley, particularly in Maisuma locality, the people are waiting what the court will pronounce, as today is a D-day as far as Yassin Malik's money laundering case is concerned. We are seeing the security apparatus has been geared up to deal with the situation. The drones have been used to monitor the situation. My VJ is showing you the visuals from the Maisuma locality, where both Jammu and Kashmir police along with CR CRPF personnel have been deployed to monitor the situation on ground. You see that drones are being used and other gadgets are being used to keep tap on the situation, that how the situation will pan out once the court pronounces the decision as far as Yassin Malik's money laundering case is concerned. Partially the shops in the Maisuma locality and other adjoining areas are shut, but meanwhile we are seeing the traffic movement on roads. The traffic is flying, and Yassin Malik is in the court also. We are waiting for the decision when it will come in. Yassin has been an influential leader and has been quite close to the power corridors, whether it was in Pakistan or in Jammu and Kashmir, whether we talk about Mehbooba Mufti or we talk about Hariyat Hawk Said Ali Gilani. He has been quite favorite to all these separatists as well as the political leaders like Mehbooba Mufti. As per NIA, Yassin was the part of the money laundering thing, the money that was used and pumped into the agitations of 2010 or 16 or any other agitation. He has been using money, and he used to get the money from the different links that he had generated in Saudi Arabia, Turkey and other places, and that money would be used to pump here and in order to create law and order. If you remember, in the agitations of 2010 also 116 youngsters lost their life. You see 2016 agitation, the Kashmir remained shut for almost 6 to 7 months, and Yassin though was arrested during that period when Burhan Wani was killed by Jammu Kashmir police in Bamduru of South Kashmir, Kokarnag area. But we have been seeing Yassin behind the bar for the last 4 years, and police and the agencies have been investigating as far as his financial position is concerned. NIA now is demanding the death penalty to the Yassin Malik, and there are Air Force officers case. He killed Air Force officers, that cold-blooded murder. And then the exodus of Kashmiri Pandits do claim that it was Yassin Malik who was responsible for their exodus, and they are living a life of refugee in their own country. So there are so many charges against Yassin Malik. One needs to wait and watch that what the court will say and what kind of judgment will come today as far as the hearing, as far as the case of Yassin Malik is concerned. So it was supposed to pronounce the judgment by 4. Now it has again been deferred and if we talk about the Kashmir Valley, where the situation is being monitored by all the agencies, because it's a precarious situation at present, because everybody is eyeing towards Delhi that what the decision will be like and its impact in the Kashmir Valley, because since 2019, after Article 370 was abrogated, Kashmir Valley hardly witnessed any kind of protest or the shutdown. We have been seeing the Hurriyat leaders from Kashmir as well as in Pakistan have been calling out for protest on this day. Mashal Malik, who's wife of Yassin Malik, has been mobilizing crowd in Pakistan. She is requesting former Prime Minister of Pakistan, Imran Khan, that Yassin was your friend, you have been in close touch with him. Now this time that Pakistan and his government should come forward. Let's observe today as a black day and let us generate more pressure on government of India. They should not hang Yassin Malik. So there are fears that Yassin can be hanged because the kind of charges that have been leveled against him, and then Yassin has not denied and he is not contesting the claims that have been made by the NIA. He has accepted, and also he has accepted the guilt. So when the Yassin is not contesting the claims and had accepted whatever was the kind of charge sheet that was filed by the NIA. So now let's just wait and see what the judge will pronounce, because everybody is waiting for the decision that will come from Delhi. As of now, situation is being monitored in Jammu and Kashmir by the chiefs of Jammu and Kashmir police, then CRPF, the army and all intelligence agencies, whether it is IB, RAW and military agencies, military intelligence, everybody is monitoring the situation on ground. Whether the situation, even after the decision, will the situation continue to roll in the Kashmir Valley, or people will come out, they will protest, or how the situation is going to be, that we will come to know in some time once the court and the judge pronounce its verdict.
Yes, What we'll do at this point is we'll play out some of the reactions that we've been getting to the story. Mehbooba Mufti of the PDP mocking the Indian judiciary, running down the Indian judiciary while praising the Pakistan judiciary. And we'll play out that soundbite as well, where Mehbooba Mufti praises Pakistan. I'd like to play that out, and also what the BJP and other parties are saying this evening to the story of Yasin Malik. Let's play that out.
मैंने जुडिशरी के बारे में ये कहा कि पाकिस्तान में एक आदमी को लिंच किया गया, वहाँ उन्होंने 6 आदमियों को फांसी दी और 1 दर्जन लोगों को उम्र कैद की सजा दी। यहाँ कितने इखलाक लिंच हो गए अभी तक 2015 के बाद? तो एक को क्या, बल्कि उनको तो हार पहनाए जाते हैं, उनको तो सजा नहीं दी जाती, उनको गार्लैंड किया जाता है, हार पहनाया जाता है, उनका इस्तेकबाल किया जाता है। यही फर्क है उस जुडिशरी और इस जुडिशरी।
महबूबा मुफ्ती को बड़ी तकलीफ हो रही है कि ये कह रही हैं कि फांसी देने से या उम्र कैद देने से मसले हल नहीं होते। कश्मीर कोई समस्या है नहीं, वो आपकी द्वारा बनाई गई है। कश्मीर हमारा है और सारे का सारा है। और ख़ास करके ये बात कहना कि पाकिस्तान की कोर्ट्स बेहतर हैं हिंदुस्तान की कोर्ट से, उससे साफ जाहिर होता है कि पाकिस्तान के प्रति इनका शुरू से लगाव है। इन्हीं लोगों द्वारा यहाँ पर हालात ख़राब किए गए। यही लोग यासिन मलिक जैसे आतंकियों के समर्थक रहे, और आज जिस प्रकार से ये बार बार ये बोल रही है कि वहाँ पर हालात ख़राब होंगे, क्या इनको माफ़ कर दिया जाए? इस प्रकार की सोच जो इनकी है उसके कारण से कश्मीर की तबाही हुई है। तो कोई भी इस प्रकार का अगर गुनाह करता है तो उसको सख्त से सख्त सज़ा तो होनी चाहिए। बाकी महबूबा मुफ्ती का पाकिस्तान प्रेम जो है जग जाहिर हो गया है।
All right, just shortly, viewers, coming up, do not go anywhere. Anytime now, the quantum of sentence will be announced for Yasin Malik. Stay tuned to Republic TV, getting you all those updates.
मुबारक हो, बाप हुआ है, नाम है एन, स्कॉर्पियो एन, the big daddy of SUVs is here.
big raids that are being carried out by the Central Bureau of Investigation. RJD levels allegations of revenge politics. This mass graveyard in Bucha bears testimony to the brutal acts of the Russian troops. Republic TV did a week-long investigation into the operations of the Khalistani movement here in Britain. Blatant violations that were carried out just a day before the fire. Did they really not feel...
More trouble for senior politician PC George. PC George is now set to be arrested in Kochi for alleged hate speech in Thiruvananthapuram Hindu Sammellan. After Judicial First Class Magistrate Court had cancelled and repeat the bail granted to PC George as prosecution submitted, he has violated the bail condition. Incidentally, he was to appear in Kochi police station for questioning in another alleged hate speech as well. He has arrived now at the police station, and the Fort Police there of the city has left capital to arrest him from Kochi. So the trouble there mounting for senior politician PC George. He's all set to be arrested now in Kochi for the alleged hate speech that he had made in the Thiruvananthapuram Hindu Sammellan. Remember that earlier his bail was cancelled in context of hate mongering. Now more developments coming in as the Kerala police is all set to arrest the top politician PC George. All right, the big story that we have been tracking the entire day right now. Niranjan, just a few moments left before we get that quantum of sentencing, Niranjan, and we know that there's some delay happening. 3:30 was the time for that order, but it seems like any time now we'll hear the continuing of sentence, Niranjan.
Yeah, the quantum of sentencing will happen anytime now, and that's in the case of Yassin Malik, who pleaded guilty, who admitted to all charges that were framed against him. And he faces very, very serious charges. He's a terrorist who was responsible for the Kashmiri Pandit exodus as well. And the NIA in court has said that he was also responsible for the Kashmiri Pandit exodus. And in the Delhi court now, we should be able to get the judgment any time now. So we're all standing by for the judgment to come in. But I'd like to go across to Zeenat for the kind of comments that are being made. Zeenat, from Pakistan, politicians cutting across the political spectrum are backing Yassin Malik, almost launching a Save Yassin campaign. And strangely, Mehbooba Mufti is praising the Pakistani judiciary. What's going on? Why is Mehbooba praising the Pakistan judiciary, Zeenat?
Mehbooba has always shared a love for Pakistan, whether she was on the chief minister's chair or now she is just the party president of PDP. There has always been a love for Pakistan as far as Miss Mufti is concerned, and this time again she hasn't done anything new as far as Miss Mufti's politics goes. But yes, when we talk about the Pakistan politicians raising that Save Yassin, the campaign has come from Yassin's wife Mashal Malik, who has openly asked former Prime Minister Pakistan Imran Khan and the other political leaders of Pakistan that they should leave the internal politics at the time and should come forward to save Yassin Malik, because Government of India is going to hang Yassin Malik. That she is very sure that Yassin will be hanged, because the kind of work Yassin Malik had been doing in past, he was involved in money laundering, he has instigated violence on ground. This means that Mashal Malik is quite aware of the things. That is why she is, before the court pronounced her judgment, she is saying that the Yassin will be hanged, and she is trying to generate a lot of international pressure on India in order to save Yassin Malik, whom she married some 10 to 12 years back, and she was living in this very locality with Yassin Malik for some time. Also, Yassin had travelled to Pakistan a couple of times, where she met Hafiz Saeed, who was the mastermind of 2008 attack, and that time also a lot of outrage was there when the video with the Hafiz Saeed was out. We are seeing as the contingent of CRPF, Jammu and Kashmir Police, SP East along with the other police machinery is here to monitor the situation on ground, because it is going to be a focal point of court's judgment pronounce whatever the court will pronounce today, because this is the main focal point, because it is the Yasin's bastion, and we don't see although the people of this locality on road, but they are marking the protest in the form that they have shut their shops. Partially the shops are shut in my small locality and the adjoining areas, but as of now situation continue to remain under control, and also the agencies are monitoring this situation through drones. Drones have been pressed into service so that to monitor the entire area, because just yesterday in Sowra we have witnessed a cop killing, and the daughter of a cop received the critical gunshot injuries. She is being treated at the hospital, and in the morning another encounter in Kashmir Valley witnessed in North Kashmir where 3 Pakistani terrorists were neutralized. If we talk about the Srinagar city alone, we have in the past couple of months witnessed that the many of the Pakistani terrorists were neutralized either from the Jaish or from the LT. That gives a signal that Srinagar city has a movement of Pakistani terrorists. So to have that those imports in mind, that is why we see the huge number of deployment on ground, because maybe there might be the Pakistani terrorist movement in the area, because a month before, just few meters away from this side, the CRPF was targeted. The CRPF soldiers lost their life, and there in that attack also the Pakistani terrorist was involved, who later on was neutralized by Jammu and Kashmir police. So all eyes whether what the court will say today, what the court's decision will come, what kind of judgment will come, whether it will be a imprisonment, life imprisonment, or it will be a death penalty, which is the maximum punishment, or it will be just the life imprisonment that will be given to Yasin Malik, who is the chief of JKLF.
Okay, so we've been getting in some reactions to the story. We have some breaking news updates on the story. Let me play out some of the reactions that have come in. Some outlandish comments being made, insulting comments. Mehbooba Mufti, known to make such comments, said this about our judiciary a few minutes back.
मैंने जुडिशरी के बारे में ये कहा कि पाकिस्तान में एक आदमी को लिंच किया गया, वहाँ उन्होंने 6 आदमियों को फांसी दी और 1 दर्जन लोगों को उम्र कैद की सजा दी। यहाँ कितने इखलाक लिंच हो गए अभी तक 2015 के बाद? तो एक को क्या, बल्कि उनको तो हार पहनाए जाते हैं, उनको तो सजा नहीं दी जाती, उनको गार्लैंड किया जाता है, हार पहनाया जाता है, उनका इस्तेकबाल किया जाता है। यही फर्क है उस जुडिशरी और इस जुडिशरी।
Yasin Malik's sentencing is in a short while from now, and Republic TV is live. Stay tuned.
China there, flown its jets at the Quad venue. The defense minister of Japan said that the move by Russia and China was likely a provocation.
The Chinese getting jittery. They have called Quad the Asian NATO. Indulging in this provocative act, are the Chinese really taking on the Americans? Behind me is the Eisenhower building next to the White House, where the meeting took place between Prime Minister Modi and Vice President Kamala Harris. ये खालिस्तान प्रोटेस्ट जो है, गुलाम नबी फाई यहाँ पे मौजूद है और हमने इनको एक्सपोज कर दिया है. Situation under control in Jahangirpur area. Prompt police action really averted a situation which could have gone out of hand. This is the biggest stadium in the world. For President Trump, this is going to be the biggest political event.
The sinking Congress ship sinks further. Senior Congress leader Kapil Sibal dumps the Vadras nominated to upper house by Samajwadi Party. Petition filed before the civil judge in Gyanvapi case transferred to fast-track court, now hearing to take place on 30th of May. Delhi court to pronounce verdict on the quantum of sentence for terrorist Yasin Malik today. NIA demands death penalty. Ahead of Yasin Malik verdict, Mehbooba Mufti attacks the Indian judiciary, says Pakistan's judiciary is better. BJP leader hacked to death by 3 unidentified assailants in Chennai. Opposition questions DMK government over the law and order situation. After VHP's puja in Mangaluru, Hindu group claims divine presence of Lord Shiva at the site of the mosque that was demolished. Getting in some visuals of VK Sasikala meeting with Perarivallam, Rajiv Gandhi's assassin, and his family at T Nagar residence in Chennai. This comes after Tamil Nadu Chief Minister M.K. Stalin met Rajiv Gandhi's assassin. Remember, there's been a massive political uproar. We've also heard Shiva Sena leader Sanjay Raut earlier in the day commenting about DMK chief M.K. Stalin hugging Rajiv's assassin. And now these are the latest images coming in of VK Sasikala meeting Perarivallam. What does this essentially mean, given the fact that as far as the Gandhi family is concerned, they've essentially indicated that they have forgiven him. But having said that, there's been a lot of political uproar on especially the Dravidian parties trying to send out a certain message. What you're looking at right now on your screens, these are the latest images coming in from T Nagar in Chennai of VK Sasikala meeting the family members. We'll try and go across to our reporters on the ground to get us more details. Let's also play out some of the visuals that we've. This is the latest visual, and also the image that came into our newsroom about a few days ago when Tamil Nadu Chief Minister had met Perarivallam. What does this indicate? Let's go across to Apurva, who's joining us on this broadcast. Apurva, some very strong messages being sent out. First, it was M.K. Stalin, and now Sasikala. What does this indicate?
Well, not only Sasikala and M.K. Stalin, but also Edapadi Palaniswamy that Perarivallam has met with, and OPS, Opanneerselvam, that Perarivallam has met with ever since his release and the Supreme Court order on his release as well. This is important to note that Perarivallam had been released just recently, the Supreme Court order that had come in, citing Article 142. And following that, and since his release, he had not only met the Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu here, M.K. Stalin, but he has also gone and met with Edapadi Palaniswamy and Opanneerselvam on that very day of his announcement of the release as well. And now Perarivallam there, who has gone and met with other leaders, including that of VCK, as Paul Tirumavalan, Vaiko, as well as now recently having met with VK Sasikala earlier this morning. Remember, he is one of the 7 who have been convicted in the Rajiv Gandhi assassination case, and now post his release as well, while there have been several voices condemning the release of Perarivallam, here several leaders whom Perarivallam is meeting with.
Well, thank you very much, Apurva, for getting us the latest details. We'll be closely tracking this story. Let's move on to the other story that we have been tracking very closely. In a stern response to Gujarat, Congress leader Bharat Singh Solanki's remarks about the Ram temple in Ayodhya, Patidar leader from Gujarat, Hardik Patel, has launched a blistering attack on the Grand Old Party, questioning its opposition towards the Hindu religion and Ram Mandir.
जब मैंने कांग्रेस पार्टी छोड़ी तब मैंने कई बातें लिखी थी कि कांग्रेस पार्टी जनता की भावनाओं के खिलाफ ही काम करती है, और उसका सबसे बड़ा उदाहरण आज पूर्व केंद्रीय मंत्री भरत सिंह सोलंकी के बयानबाजी से नज़र आता है। भगवान राम का मंदिर का निर्माण हो रहा है, और ऐसे समय में आप ये कहो कि भगवान राम के मंदिर के लिए जिस ईंटों को इकट्ठा किया गया वहाँ कुत्ते जाके पेशाब करते हैं। कैसा आपका ये जो निवेदन है, कैसी आपकी बयानबाजी है? ऐसी क्या गलती है कि आप लगातार भगवान राम के खिलाफ बयानबाजी करते हैं? ऐसी क्या गलती भगवान राम से हो गई कि आप उनके खिलाफ सिर्फ दुश्मनी के जरिए ही नज़र आते हैं? आज पूरे हिंदुस्तान में सभी धर्म के लोग भगवान राम में एक मर्यादा की आस्था देखते हैं, और ऐसे समय में कांग्रेस नेताओं का लगातार हिंदुओं के खिलाफ, धर्मों के खिलाफ, भगवान राम के खिलाफ बयानबाजी करना ही मुझे लगता है एक साबित हो गया है कि ये लोग आस्था के खिलाफ ही काम करते हैं।
Well, joining the brigade of Congress leaders to dump the party, it's senior leader Kapil Sibal, who's dumped the Congress party to file nomination to Rajya Sabha on the Samajwadi party ticket. Now, Kapil Sibal confirmed he's no longer with the Congress party, saying he resigned on 16th of May. He is the third leader to have quit the Congress recently after Hardik Patel and Sunil Jhakkar.
We are all constrained by the fact that we are members of political parties and we have to therefore abide by the discipline of those parties. But I think it is important to be an independent voice. और मैं समझता हूँ कि जब एक निर्दलीय की आवाज़ उठेगी तो वो लोगों को फिर ऐसा लगेगा कि किसी पार्टी से जुड़े हुए नहीं हैं, लेकिन देखिए हम विपक्ष में रह के हम एक गठबंधन बनाना चाहते हैं, सभी का गठबंधन, ताकि हम मोदी सरकार का विरोध करें। हम चाहते हैं कि 2024 में एक ऐसा माहौल बने हिंदुस्तान में कि मोदी सरकार की जो खामियां हैं वो जनता तक पहुंचाई जाएं, और हम इसका प्रयास करेंगे। मैं खुद इसमें अपना इसका प्रयास करूंगा। मैंने दे दिया है 16 मई को मैंने कांग्रेस पार्टी से त्याग पत्र दे दिया है। 16 मई को मैंने त्याग पत्र दे दिया। क्या
आजम खान और अखिलेश जी की अब तक मुलाकात नहीं।
अरे भैया आप देखिए, मैं यहाँ आया हूँ, ये सवाल अब हमसे काहे को पूछ रहे हैं? समर्थन सभी ने मुझको दिया है, सारे उत्तर प्रदेश में जो यहाँ दल है उसमें समर्थन मुझे मिला है।
उत्तर प्रदेश की कितनी आवाज हम कह सकते हैं राज्यसभा में?
देखिए आपको मालूम है कि मेरी राज्यसभा में आवाज उठती थी, तभी भी मैं उत्तर प्रदेश का प्रत्याशी था।
Veteran leader Kapil Sibal dumped the Vadra Congress party and filed his Rajya Sabha nomination on a Samajwadi party ticket in the presence of Akhilesh Yadav. A special NIA court is set to pronounce the quantum of sentence Pakistan's stooge and terror convict Yasin Malik in a short while from now. Following the discovery of a temple-like structure during the demolition of a mosque in Malali area, now temple mosque row erupts in Mangaluru. Vishwa Hindu Parishad claims Shiva idol to be inside the disputed Mangaluru mosque site and demands videography survey of it. Hardik Patel dumps Congress anti-Hindu party over Gujarat Neta's Ram Mandir remark, says Congress is constantly working to defame Hindu community. After arriving back from the Quad Leaders Summit as part of his two-day tour in Japan, Prime Minister Narendra Modi chairs UN Cabinet meeting. Following the cops' killing and tensions prevailing in the valley, IGP Kashmir Vijay Kumar holds a high-level security meet. IG CRPF Srinagar sector along with SSPs of different districts take part in the meeting. Nation paid final tribute to cop Alfaz Maqsood, martyred in Baramulla encounter. 3 Jaish-e-Mohammed terrorists were neutralized during the encounter. As nation pays tribute to fallen heroes, PDP chief and former Jammu and Kashmir Chief Minister Mehbooba Mufti gives communal spin to cops killing, says no one's talking about them because they were Muslims. In a fresh provocation, SFJ threatens to block trains in Punjab and Haryana on 3rd of June. As part of its Rail Roko call, SFJ founder urges pro-Khalistanis to block rail tracks in their aforesaid states. Well, as protests over the killing of government employee Rahul Bhatt by terrorists continue in the valley, the Jammu and Kashmir administration has now started shifting Kashmiri pundits to relatively safer places closer. Here's a full report.
As the Kashmiri Pandits are still on road even after 14th day of Rahul Bhatt's killing, now we are seeing the administration taking the baby steps to solve the problems of the Kashmiri Pandits. Now an order has been issued in which some 16 Kashmiri Pandits have been transferred from Srinagar to Anantnag and to other safer locations. But in these 16 people, 2 people have been transferred to Jammu as well. Government has already assured that their problem will be looked into and whatever is possible will be delivered as far as the demands of the Kashmiri Pandits are concerned.
परिवार के प्रति संवेदना व्यक्त करता हूं। लोगों को भी और खास करके पुलिस कर्मियों को अलर्ट रहने की जरूरत है, क्योंकि दुश्मन कहां बैठा है, किस रूप में बैठा है, ये आज पता नहीं लगता और बड़े हथियारों से छोटे हथियारों से भी वार करते हैं। कुल मिलाकर के जो हुआ अच्छा नहीं हुआ। सुरक्षा कर्मियों ने इलाका घेरा है और जल्द मार गिराया जाएगा।
देखिए, टारगेटेड अटैक आज भी हुआ। सैफुल्ला कादरी नाम के एक पुलिसमैन और उसकी बेटी को गंभीर रूप से सोरा एरिया श्रीनगर में ज़िले में जख्मी किया गया है। ये भी एक टारगेटेड और सिलेक्टिव अटैक था, लेकिन इस 1-1.5 साल 2 साल और अब कुछ अरसे से लगातार किलिंग्स हो रही हैं। ये बहुत ही गंभीर चिंता का बात है।
सरकार से ये कहना चाहता हूँ कि जो मारे गए हैं वो भारतीय हैं, वो हमारे अपने लोग हैं। इनके लिए तकलीफ़ होती है, दर्द होता है। आप सत्ता में बैठे हुए हैं, आपने कहा था कि धारा 370 ख़त्म होने के बाद यहाँ शांति आई, लेकिन मोदी जी, शांति की बजाय शांति फैल गई। आज आपके खिलाफ कश्मीरी पंडित जो हैं घाटी में विद्रोह कर रहे हैं। आज वो वहाँ बैठ के धरने प्रदर्शन कर रहे हैं। ये कैसा जम्मू कश्मीर बना दिया आप?
As the AIMIM chief continues to oppose the development in the Gyanvapi case and also showed defiance to the court's order, non-Muslim cleric Maulana Suab Qasmi has slammed AIMIM Supremo and urged Muslim community to have faith in India's democracy and wait for the court's verdict.
देखिए, ज्ञानवापी का मसला हो या और जो है मुतनाज़ा जगह हो, इन तमाम के मसाइल कोर्ट में चल रहे हैं। और भारत एक ऐसा देश है कि जो देश संविधान से चलता है और संविधान यहाँ का बड़ा मजबूत है। इस पर देश के सभी लोगों को एतमाद है। संविधान और यहाँ का कानून और यहाँ की अदालतें हमेशा अच्छे फैसले करती चली आई हैं। इसलिए भारत के मुसलमानों को चाहिए कि वो अदालत के फैसले का इंतज़ार करें और फैसले को बगौर देखें, क्योंकि ये वो लोग जो बाहर अदालत के बाहर कूदफान मचा रहे हैं, इनका जो है कोई ताल्लुक़ नहीं है ऐसे मुद्दों से। और ये हमेशा चाहते हैं कि देश का मुसलमान और हिंदू आपस में लड़े और ऐसे मुद्दों पर आपस में लड़ने के बाद जो है देश का माहौल ख़राब हो। और वैसी जो बातें कर रहे हैं, इनके जो अब्बा हुजूर थे, उन्होंने कई बार बारी मस्जिद के मुद्दे को उठाया और पूरे देश के अंदर एक्शन कमेटी बनवाकर जो है देश का माहौल गर्म किया। और फ़ायदा सिर्फ इन्हें इतना हुआ कि इनके अब्बा हुजूर कई बार लोकसभा चुनाव हैदराबाद की आवाम को बहका के जीत गए थे।
Delhi court to pronounce the verdict on the quantum of sentence for terrorist Yasin Malik shortly. NIA demands death penalty. We'll be getting you all the updates in a short while from now. Also, ahead of Yasin Malik verdict, Mehbooba Mufti attacks Indian judiciary, says Pakistan's judiciary is much better.
heard the question this time very clearly. No answers from him. Our keys continue to be with his men. We faced intimidation here. What we have to see is what action will really be taken here in this case. We've been trying to get in touch with you and ask you several questions on the land deals that you had along with Priyanka Vadra and Robert Vadra. Why are you trying to avoid the camera, sir? Hanging of the rapist has been confirmed. Court has said all the evidence had already been seen at the trial court, at the high court and the top court of the country. They're not going to go into it again. Once again trying to get in a word with Mr. Vijay Mallya. Persistently been asking you only one question. Mallya, why did you escape in 2015? Do you not think the decorum of the court and the dignity needed to be maintained with the kind of language you use? Republic TV gets you the first words from Khabar Qureshi.
Well, these are the latest images now coming in from Srinagar. We'll try and go across to Zeenat in a short while from now just to describe what's really happening on the ground. What we have seen yet again is the fact that in Mysuma, the very place from where Yasin Malik actually belongs, there are shopkeepers who have shut down their shutters there, and also the situation does appear to be a little tense given the fact that a number of people there are already out on the streets. Protests have essentially erupted. Now, we do not know the number of people who are actually there on the ground. In fact, what you see right now on your screens is also our colleague Zeenat, who's right there in the middle of the protest trying to get you all these latest images. Now, these are very interesting images, and especially tells you what's really happening on the ground, given the fact that we've seen, many would say that the hold that Yasin Malik enjoyed at some point in time in Kashmir, that has waned over a period of time. Let's not forget what happened back in 2017 when we saw in multiple places raids were being carried out. In fact, even in some of the strongholds of the Hurriyat conference, there was not a single protest that actually took place, and the National Investigation Agency was able to carry out their work. In fact, Zeenat is joining us on the broadcast. Zeenat, walk us through the details that you're picking up. What's really happening on the ground? We do see some people still. These are protests that are going on?
See, Shravan, right now the protest is going on by the neighbors, the friends and the family and the supporters of Yasin Malik. They are on roads and slogan shouting is going on. Pro-Azadi, pro-Pakistani and Hizb slogans are going on. And also the slogans are being raised against the government of India. So one can see the supporters of Yasin on road. One can see supporters of Yasin on road protesting against the move that is coming from the NIA, the kind of investigation that has been done by the NIA. This is the bastion of Yasin Malik. This is the bastion of Yasin Malik.
Well, what you're seeing right now, these are images of Yasin Malik. We'll just try and confirm if these are the latest images of Yasin Malik being brought to the courtroom. While the sentencing is actually going to take place, Yasin Malik would be present in the courtroom. Let's just quickly recap of what we know so far. In fact, a short while back, Yasin Malik, who was there inside the courtroom, that's when the court essentially indicated that around 3:30 this afternoon, the order will be read out. There's been a slight delay. We were then told that about 4 o'clock is when this is going to take place, but there appears to be some sort of a delay because the media also isn't being allowed inside the courtroom right now. That's what we've been picking up. Now, on your screens, images of the terrorist Yasin Malik. Many would say that for 32 years long, we have essentially seen justice not being delivered. Even today, when the order is going to be read out, it's going to be read out for a case that was registered back in 2017, and that is with regards to terror funding. This is not really regarding the exodus that we've seen and the kind of atrocities that were committed by the JKLF. In fact, one act of the JKLF, one terrorist act of the JKLF, which is etched in the memories of everyone, is when 4 Indian Air Force officers, they were shot at by Yasin Malik in broad daylight. That is something that no one is going to ever forget. In fact, that case is still being heard in a special Tada court in Jammu. In fact, on the day when the charges were actually framed in this particular case, we are given to understand that Yasir Malik was also supposed to appear before the Jammu court via video conferencing. That did not happen. Now, Nirmal Khanna, the wife of the late Indian Air Force squadron leader Ravi Khanna, who was allegedly killed by terrorist Yasir Malik, spoke to Republic on 19th of May, the day he was convicted. He demands maximum punishment for Yasir Malik. She listened into this conversation.
30 साल से ज़्यादा लंबे समय से ये लड़ाई लड़ती आई हैं। आज किस तरह देखती हैं कि अन्य केस में यासिन मलिक को जो है दोषी करार दिया गया है?
मैं तहे दिल से इंडियन जुडिशरी की शुक्रगुजार हूँ और पूरे भारत को इसकी मुबारकबाद देती हूँ। यासिन मलिक को भी मुबारकबाद देती हूँ कि उसको ये मौका मिला है ज़िंदगी में कि अपना जो कहते हैं ना अमल का निबेड़ा होगा, जो हम काम करते हैं उसी का। कर्मा थ्योरी इज़ वेरी स्ट्रॉन्ग। यासिन मलिक ने सोचा था इतने गुनाह करके मैं बच गया हूँ, और साहब 32 साल उसने जीवन भी जी लिया, और क्या करना है। आज इतनी मतलब इतने गुनाह करने के बाद इतना जीवन बीत गया अगर, तो उसको तो मैं कहती हूँ बड़ी मुबारक है। अगर प्रायश्चित का समय मिला है, थोड़े चंद घंटे ही, कल मेरे हस्बैंड की उसकी भी सुनवाई है, उसके बाद कौन सी सज़ा मुकर्रर होती है, तो बड़ी अच्छी बात है। समाधि लगा के बैठे और वीडियो रील देखे, डे 1 से जो जो उसने किया है देखता जाए और ऊपर वाले से माफ़ी मांगता जाए। हूरें तो बाद में मिलेंगी, लेकिन मौला इधर ही मिल जाएगा दुनिया में।
मैडम, पाकिस्तान ने ऑब्जेक्ट किया है, उन्होंने कहा कि इंडिया बहुत गलत कर रहा है यासिन मलिक पे चार्जेस लगा के। किस तरह देखते हैं पाकिस्तानी एजेंट को आज जो है सज़ा सुनाई जाएगी, दोषी करार दिया गया?
अच्छा जी, पाकिस्तान अगर ये बात कह रहा है ना, तो उनको तो कहना ही है। क्या उनको अपनी स्किन सेव नहीं करनी? पाकिस्तान को हमारे ही घर, आप 2 भाई हो, दोनों अलग हुए हो, आपके साथ बुरे के साथ बुरे, अच्छे के साथ अच्छे, लेकिन तो हर एक को जो जितना गलत होता है इतना शोर ज़्यादा डालता है, लेकिन जो सही होता है ना, वो उसमें पता है उसको कि मेरी ताकत जो है, इसने आजमाने की अगर कोशिश की तो औंधे मुँह ही पड़ेगा। वो जो मर्जी कहते रहे, जो उसने खुद अपने मान लिया है, एंड ही इज़ बीन प्रूव्ड गिल्टी। तो फिर और क्या चाहिए पाकिस्तान को? बाकी पाकिस्तान के हमें क्या ज़रूरत है इतनी परेशानी उठाने की? पाकिस्तान अगर कह रहा है, उनको कहना है लेट द पीपल से व्हाट दे से। इस हुकूमत की मैं बड़ी शुक्रगुजार हूँ कि इन्होंने सही को सही और गलत को गलत, अपने पैमाने से नहीं, सही को सही गलत को गलत कोर्ट में दे दिया है। और वहाँ पर जो विदुषी लोग हमारे बैठे हुए हैं, विद्वान बैठे हुए हैं, उनके हाथ में है सारा, तो वो कर ही रहे हैं, उन्होंने किया भी है। आज का दिन मैं तो कहती हूँ सारे हिंदुस्तान को मुबारक है, सारे हिंदुस्तान को। आज तो अपने घरों, जब स्क्वाड्रन लीडर खन्ना की शहादत हुई थी, बेनज़ीर भुट्टो के घर में वो बख्तावर पैदा हुई थी उस दिन, पूछ लो, पता कर लो। और उनके यहाँ उस वक़्त आतिशबाजियाँ हुई थी क्योंकि प्राइम मिनिस्टर के घर में बेटी पैदा हुई थी। तो मैं कह रही थी स्क्वाड्रन लीडर खन्ना कौन सा ऐसा फ़कीर हुआ है, कौन सा ऐसा फ़कीर हुआ है, और उसके किए की सज़ा इसको मिलेगी ज़रूर। आज आतिशबाजियाँ जो ये कर रहे हैं ना, उनको तो ये पता था साथ में स्क्वाड्रन लीडर खन्ना की शहादत की, और जो 3 एयरफोर्स के दूसरे शहीद हुए थे उनकी शहादत की आतिशबाजियाँ हुई थी ना। आज यासिन मलिक की भी मैं सारे पाकिस्तान को हाथ जोड़ के कहती हूँ आतिशबाजियाँ ज़रूर करें। क्यों? क्योंकि ये जलते दिलों की आवाज़ है। मुझे 32 साल हो गए अग्निकुंड में बैठे हुए, मेरा भी तप निरर्थक तो नहीं गया। जिसने मुझे राई जितना दुख दिया है, मैं आपको सच बात कह रही हूँ, मेरे गुरु ने, मेरे उस दुनिया के रचयिता ने उसको पहाड़ जितना दुख दिया है। जिसने मुझे रेत जितना, एक कण जितना सुख दिया, उसको भी पहाड़ जितने सुख मिले। इस संसार में आप लोग हो, बड़े लोग हैं जिन्होंने 32 साल मेरे साथ मेरा काफिला चलाया है, मेरे काम किए हैं। मैं उनकी बड़ी ग्रेटफुल हूँ, सबकी तहे दिल से उनके लिए रोज़ अपनी जब बैठती हूँ मालिक को याद करती हूँ, उनको दुआएं देती हूँ।
मैडम, अब आपको उम्मीद जगी है कि अब अपने केस में भी जो है जल्द से जल्द
100% मैं इसमें कोई शक शुबा ही नहीं मुझे। अब एक सज़ा उसकी कल मेरे हस्बैंड का कल है उसका, तो आप देख लेना, आपको कल खुशखबरी मिल जाएगी। खून का बदला खून, मौत का बदला मौत।
That was Nirmal Khadda speaking to Republic TV a few days ago. Not to forget, the entire nation remembers that horrific killing that has taken place, and not just one such act. We have seen Yasir Malik being part of that exodus, and not just the exodus itself. There have been many Kashmiri pundits who even today say that with their naked eyes they've actually seen Yasir Malik walking on the streets of Srinagar with a gun and also carrying out several such killings. But today, what we are really looking at is a case dated back in 2017. In fact, this was a second supplementary charge sheet that was basically filed, in which Mohammad Yasir Malik, alias Aslam, he is accused number 14, along with several others. The first accused in this particular case is Hafiz Saeed and Saeed Salahuddin. For all those who are basically tuning in right now to understand what this conviction would essentially be on, this is what the National Investigation Agency in their supplementary charge sheet had to say. They say that allegations against Yasir Malik are that he's the head of JKLF, an organization that is involved in the terrorist and subversive activities in Jammu and Kashmir. Not just that, a part of the conspiracy related to secessionist and terrorist activities in the state of Jammu and Kashmir. He was arrested on 10th of April 2019, and back in February 2019, his house was searched. There was incriminating materials, including documents and electronic items that were seized. Let's not forget the history of the JKLF. Back in 1993, they were basically a part of the Hurriyat Conference. 2016 accused Yasir Malik along with Saeed Ali Shah Gilani, Mirwais Omar Farooq. They formed a self-styled group called the Joint Resistance Leadership. They are the ones who started issuing directions to the masses to hold protests, demonstrations, hartals, shutdowns, roadblocks and other disruptive activities. Now all of this to push an entire society into chaos and lawlessness. That's what the investigation indicates. We're also getting in a reaction from Mehbooba Mufti. Remember, it is people like Mehbooba Mufti who've shown the kind of leniency. And let's not forget, a shameful comment that is now being made by the former Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir, Mehbooba Mufti, who's made a comment now on the judiciary. Let's listen in.
मैंने जुडिशरी के बारे में ये कहा कि पाकिस्तान में एक आदमी को लिंच किया गया, वहां उन्होंने 6 आदमियों को फांसी दी और 1 दर्जन लोगों को उम्र कैद की सजा दी। यहाँ कितने इखलाक लिंच हो गए अभी तक 2015 के बाद? तो एक को क्या, बल्कि उनको तो हार पहनाए जाते हैं, उनको तो सजा नहीं दी जाती, उनको गार्लैंड किया जाता है, हार पहनाया जाता है, उनका इस्तेकबाल किया जाता है। यही फर्क है उस जुडिशरी और इस जुडिशरी।
We'll try and go back to Zeerat in a short while from now, just to get a sense of what's really happening on the streets of Srinagar. Let's just quickly go back, and for all our viewers to understand the atrocities that have been committed by Yasir Malik, and let me just say terrorist activities that have been committed by Yasir Malik. And for a very long time, a man like Yasir Malik had a free run. Let's also go across to my colleague Zeenat as well as Niranjan. Niranjan is joining us from the newsroom. We are getting in some breaking news right now. Judgment is being written. So in a short while from now, we are expected the order to come in anytime now. Let me first go across to Zeenat to get a sense of what's really happening on the ground. Zeenat, in the charge sheet, multiple charge sheets that have been accessed by Republic TV, what becomes abundantly clear that for a very long time, if Kashmir was in the dark, it was primarily because of characters like Saeed Ali Shah Gilani, Mirwais Omar Farooq, and let's not forget Yasir Malik. There was a point in time no one could actually enter a place called Maisuma. In Lal Chowk, it was very difficult. Things have actually changed. But let's try and understand for all our viewers, who exactly is this man? And today, this man is finally going to get convicted. Let's not forget the pain that a lot of Kashmiris have had to face because of just one man called Yasir Malik.
See, when we talk about Yassin Malik, he was a terrorist. First, then he surrendered his arms, and he is now the chairman of JKLF, a separatist leader who was involved in the terror crimes. He had been generating money to fund terrorism in Kashmir, and then he was quite close to Hafiz Saeed Salahuddin, and other terrorists who are still in Pakistan. And when we talk about his role in the Kashmir, as far as the violence goes, his men were directly involved in many of the activities, including himself. Though Yassin Malik claims that even after he left the arms, if Government of India can prove that he was part of any violence or so, but even if he is a non-violent leader, then why didn't he never ask his friend like Hafiz Saeed and Saeed Salahuddin what they are doing in Kashmir is not at all right, is not correct. They are involved in bloodshed. He had been sharing dice, he was doing handshake with them when he visited Pakistan in 2013 in February 12. What was he doing then? In fact, we all know that how he has been connected with the sleeper cells or the Hizbul Mujahideen founder Saeed Salahuddin or the elite chief Hafiz Saeed. He was directly in touch with them. How can he deny all those things? And now here, as we are reporting from the Maisuma locality, which is also known as a bastion of JKL, bastion of Yassin Malik, one can see the protesters. They have hit Maisuma locality and are protesting and are demanding free Yassin. We can see the Jammu and Kashmir police along with paramilitary forces like CRPF, all other contingents have reached, and they are trying and asking the people to return back to their homes. Here the slogans are Free Yassin Malik, although the partial shutdown is being observed in Hari Singh High Street, Lal Chowk and also in Maisuma. But meanwhile, if we see the other side of this very road, the traffic is plying very normally. So all eyes are there on the screens to see what the court will pronounce. Will there be a minimum punishment of life imprisonment, or the court will pronounce death sentence, which is a maximum punishment? Because Yassin Malik's role as far as the Air Force case goes, that he killed those officers, or for that matter his involvement in the Hawala transactions, his involvement in the killings, and then as Kashmiri Pandits alleged that he is directly responsible for the exodus of Kashmiri Pandits that took place some 32 years back. And since then the Kashmiri Pandits have been claiming that they are living as refugees in their own country, as my VJ Firdos is showing the visuals of the Maisuma locality and how now the drones have been pressed into service by the authorities to monitor the situation on ground. As of now, the protesters have returned back. Earlier, slogan shouting Free Yassin and Go Back India and other slogans were also raised by the protesters in Maisuma.
But these are shots that we are also getting in from Jammu. In fact, as my colleague Gursimran has been reporting, that there have also been celebrations that are actually taking place ahead of Yassin Malik's sentencing. Because let's not forget, for almost about 32 years, many have been waiting for justice to be delivered, especially for a man who was actually invited by former prime ministers. And not just that, free run that he actually had for a very long time. No one actually thought that one would dare to get inside Maisuma, and he would have been arrested back in 2019 when he was actually arrested by the National Investigation Agency. That point in time, we did not see a single protest outside on the streets of Srinagar. And let's not forget, over 10 to 14 top Hurriyat leaders were arrested. These are the latest images that are coming in right now of celebrations that are taking place. The Dogra front is actually celebrating ahead of the Yassin Malik sentencing. That's the latest image that is coming across. Let me go across to Niranjan. Niranjan, on the one side, what we are seeing is celebrations are taking place. Some would say it's a little delayed. This entire conviction that is taking place, that is going to take place, not second guessing what the court is going to do. But the fact of the matter is that many would say that this is only part of it. Let's not forget there is another horrific crime that has been committed by Yassin Malik, responsible for what the Kashmiri Pandits had to face. Today, he's only facing the charge of funding. He's only facing the charge of ensuring that terrorist activities are carried out in the state of Jammu and Kashmir?
Well, he's the architect of this entire separatist movement, the separatist terror in Jammu and Kashmir, and you've covered it very closely, Shawan, over the years. And he basically sowed the seeds 3 decades ago. 3 decades ago, it was him, along with his supporters, who started what is today the Kashmiri Pandit exodus, the Kashmiri Pandit genocide. He's been accused of killing Indian Air Force officers. The wife of one of such officers, squadron leader Ravi Khanna, spoke to Republic TV a few minutes back. Now that is Yassin Malik for you. On the screen right now, on one side you have pictures of Yassin Malik, the terrorist, being dragged inside the courtroom in NIA. On the right, you have pictures of celebrations that have broken out in Jammu. The Dogra front is celebrating already for what has been a very, very delayed verdict, delayed trial, delayed decision. Yassin Malik is someone who shared the stage with the most dreaded terrorists, was in touch with Pakistani terror groups. He sat with Hafiz Saeed. Shawan, he sat with Hafiz Saeed in Pakistan. He was in touch with the most dreaded terrorists, was being handled by Pakistan, and these are pictures of the celebrations now coming in. Pictures of the celebrations coming in. There is an update from the court. I'm going across to that. Ananya telling us that there is a quick news update coming in that dog squads have been brought to the courtroom right now. Dog squads being brought to the courtroom ahead of the verdict being delivered. These are first pictures on Republic TV. First pictures on Republic TV from Jammu. Let me also tell you, the dog squad has been brought to the courtroom in Delhi, and the bomb disposal squad is also doing requisite checks. These are quick updates coming in from the national capital. Judgment being written, celebrations already breaking out. Finally, the sentencing of Yassin Malik is going to happen in the national capital. Can you imagine, Shawan, until few years back, he was called to seminars, he shared the stage with who's who of the lobby. There is one famous picture where Farooq Abdullah's, holding, tapping him from the back. There is this famous picture where Manmohan Singh is shaking hands with him and smiling. There is this famous picture where he's smiling with, I forget her name, but somebody who got an award for a book. I forget her name. If I recollect her name, I'll tell you. But all these people who idolized him, who made him into this hero, killer, he today in court, NIA said was responsible for the Kashmiri Pandit exodus. NIA in court said he was responsible for the Kashmiri Pandit exodus. He held a gun in his hand, and along with the likes of Vitta Karate. Yes, Shawan.
In fact, I would just like to show some parts of the investigation. We've got about over 243 pages of the investigation that's been carried out, a summary of multiple charge sheets that have been filed. Now, this is a document that we've got from the National Investigation Agency. We've been tracking the story very closely. Back in 2017, when we had also launched as a network, this was one of the biggest stories that we had covered. In fact, we covered from all angles to get a sense of what no one ever thought would actually happen in Jammu and Kashmir, the multiple raids that were carried out. And take a look at this, Niranjan, where there's a very interesting, and this Pakistan link that we were talking about, that he's a stooge of Pakistan. Now, let's not forget, this is what the National Investigation Agency has to say. In fact, he has admitted, Niranjan, that he was in Pakistan. He attended a training camp in Muri. This was a program that was organized by Hafiz Saeed. He says that there is an email. There is an email account of Yassin Malik were downloaded by the National Investigation Agency. These emails show that accused Yassin Malik had set up an elaborate structure mechanism across the world to raise funds for carrying out terrorist and other unlawful activities in Jammu and Kashmir in the name of freedom struggle. Point number one. Point number two is that he stated that he had visited LET camp in Muri, where Hafiz Saeed had organized a felicitation event for him. Excerpts of the said mail have been reproduced here. Important to point out, this is that very email Yassin Malik actually gets from Pakistan. And the fact that he's been asked to coordinate with engineer Rashid engineer Rashid is also arrested, has also been arrested by the National Investigation Agency. So there is mounting evidence against Yasin Malik. Today when the NIA is seeking death penalty for him, many would say that this should have been done years back. But today when I was interacting with one of the NIA officers, and in a short while from now, Niranjan, for the first time on Indian television, we're going to get a person who's actually investigated this entire case. And he's never spoken to the media. We're also getting one of the serving officers who will come on our broadcast in a short while from now to speak about the investigation that's been carried out. Not often do we have serving officers actually talking about this case, but such is the intensity of a case like this and the hard work that goes into this particular case. Back in 2017, when the NIA was actually planning this entire raid, and few days later we had access certain documents. Those were Hizbul Mujahideen documents that were accessed by Republic TV back in 2017. And in this charge sheet, Niranjan, they're saying that back in 2019 also, when the raids were carried out at Yasin Malik's residence, they found Hizbul Mujahideen letterheads. And on that letterheads, they had sent across a threat letter. And let me just read that out, because that's even more interesting, of the activities of this so-called Gandhian, that today has become a Gandhian. This is what he had actually done. In the letterhead, terrorist organization Hizbul Mujahideen, Lashkar-e-Toiba, Jaish-e-Mohammed jointly warned the people who supported the football tournament in the valley to disengage themselves from the organizers of this game and to show loyalty to the freedom struggle. Facebook chat between accused Yasin Malik and Shahidul Islam shows that stone pelting incidents in Kashmir Valley were orchestrated as a part of a well-planned conspiracy hatched by accused persons. Let's stay with these visuals also. Bomb squad there at the Delhi court. In a short while from now, the order is going to be pronounced. Let me go back to Niranjan. Niranjan, we put out some details. In a short while from now, there are more facts that we'll try and put out in our show. This is exclusive, where we're going to put out details of this entire investigation that has been done over the last few years. And especially today, this conviction is going to be very, very important for all those who never thought that Yasin Malik would be arrested. In fact, he was celebrated. In fact, he was brought here for various conferences in the national capital. When Kashmiri pundits dared to ask him questions in those conferences, we've seen what really has happened to those Kashmiri pundits when they were interrupted, they were heckled, they were not allowed to ask those questions because there was a lobby, there was a section which thought that he's a freedom fighter. And that's exactly what he's trying to project today before the court, saying that once he laid down the arms, he's followed Gandhiji's path. Now, who's really going to believe a murderer like him? Let's go across to Zeenat. Zeenat is on the ground. Zeenat, you've been there for several years. You've seen it up front, up close. The terrorist like Yasin Malik, who had a free run, a complete free run few years back, and that is the reason why today Mehbooba Mufti makes a ludicrous comment like Pakistan's judiciary is better, because it appears that once again, whenever you're touching the Hurriyat conference, whenever you're touching the separatists, there is also political parties of the valley becoming extremely emotional about it, extremely, as though it's something that shouldn't have really happened.
See, when Miss Mufti praising Pakistan judiciary, but she forgets that she was also and is a part of the system where she is living, that is government of India's place. She is living in a country called India, and in India you are praising the neighbors who have been supplying terrorists arms and ammunitions, who have been involved in a bloodshed for more than 30 plus years, who killed innocent people, who killed women, who killed kids, and who are still recruiting those kids, so the orphans, into the terror ranks. And how many people how many leaders have really condemned these kind of things in their tenure? Rather, they have been a backbone of the separatist, whether it's Yasin Malik or was the Hurriyat hawk Sayyid Ali Shah Gilani. Let me tell you that when Hurriyat leader Sayyid Ali Shah Gilani was alive, he used to travel to Delhi in special arrangements were given to him by the Sting government. Then he used to use the government vehicles, the protocol and everything like of a cabinet minister. Similarly, when we talk about Yasin Malik, Yasin was rolling heads when Mehbooba Mufti was in power. We all know that Yasin has been very close friend of Mehbooba Mufti, are now a separatist turned political leader like Sajjad Ghani Lone. They share a very good friendship and they have been together, have been seen in many of the functions together in open as well. Similarly, today Mehbooba Mufti, just to be in news, she praises the judiciary of Pakistan, but it is the same Pakistan, the source people who have been sending drugs to the Kashmir, and the kind of consignments that have been recovered near the line of control, the kind of encounters that were witnessed near the line of control, and the way they are involving the younger minds of Kashmir into the terror ranks. No doubt it's a Pakistan behind all those things. And today, just to be in the news, she is not directly, but she is supporting Yasin Malik by saying that what will happen if Yasin is hanged, will this change there be when if Yasin is hanged, will situation change? But let me ask that Miss Mufti, really the situation changed when she was in power. That time she asked the youngsters that had you gone out to buy toffee or milk, don't you know that the encounter was going on? This is the statement that she made in 2016 when Home Minister Rajnath Singh had visited Valley, and Kashmir was burning during her tenure as well, when security forces killed Burhan Wani in Bamdoru, Kokarnag, and then JRL, Joint Resistance Leadership. This was the Hurriyat umbrella where all these leaders were working and they were issuing the protest calendars for weeks, months. That agitation continued for almost 6 months, and that also collapsed the economy of the Kashmir. The Kashmiris literally were having no food. There was economical loss was there. Where was Miss Mufti then when she said, had you gone out to buy toffees and milk? These were also the comments made by Miss Mufti. And today, when everybody is waiting what kind of judgment will come from the court, that will tell you that how the situation is going to pan out in the Kashmir Valley. We are seeing that yes, the situation should not turn volatile, so a lot of arrangements are being made on the ground as far as the security issues, security arrangements are concerned. We are seeing the contingents of the Jammu and Kashmir police, the CRPF, the drones and other services are being pressed into service to monitor the situation in the entire area, because while back protesters hit Yasin supporters hit roads, they were protesting and are demanding free Yasin. The same kind of campaign in a vigorous manner is also taking place in Pakistan, where Mashal Malik, Yasin Malik's wife, is all on roads and demanding that Yasin Malik should be free, and Pakistan, government of Pakistan, friends of Yasin Malik across globe should develop pressure to government of India in order to free Yasin. So she is quite sure as far as the judgment will come. She says that Yasin will be hanged. But why is she making the judgment when the court is yet to pronounce its judgment? Court is still writing the judgment. It has not been pronounced as yet, though it is a money laundering case. There is one more case of Air Force officers which is in the Tala, Jammu, and which is also the hearings are taking place as far as that Air Force case is going on. But overall we see that the situation has not turned really bad when it comes 25th of May, when the court is going to pronounce the judgment as far as the money laundering case of Yasin Malik, JKLF chairman, is concerned. The situation is being monitored. We have also witnessed a high-level security meet held at PCR Police Control Room in the morning, which was chaired by IGP Kashmir, and it was also joined by IGCRP of Srinagar sector. So we are seeing that the forces are on alert. They don't want the situation to turn volatile. We are seeing the partial shutdown in Lal Chowk, but as of now, the traffic movement, the people are moving very freely. There are no that kind of barricades. The movement has not been stopped. Situation is normal as of now because the court is yet to pronounce the judgment as far as Yasin Malik's money laundering case is concerned.
Well, in fact, Zeenat, if I can also take a question from you, but before I do that, let me just also go To Niranjan. Niranjan, these are the latest images that are coming in from Jammu as well as from the court. On our left hand side, these are the celebrations that are taking place in Jammu, and also the images of Yasir Malik, who was produced before the court earlier in the day. Two sets of images, and also heavy deployment that we are seeing right now at the Patiala court. Are you picking up anything about the latest development as to what's really happening in the court?
Well, we are told that he will be presented in court anytime now. I don't think he's in the courtroom yet, Shawan, is what we are picking up. In fact, we've been told that, because the dog squad, the bomb squads were brought in to the courtroom, indicates that the sanitization is being done. They're checking now before he's brought in. And I'm getting in breaking news now. That he's being brought to the courtroom now. That's breaking news now coming in. Yasir Malik being brought to the courtroom right now. Yasir Malik being brought to the courtroom right now, and he will be handed his sentence. Now what that sentence will be, we don't know, but the breaking news update right now on Republic TV. Breaking news update. And Shawan, I want to tell you, I was just going through our YouTube feed, and a lot of people tuning in right now and watching Republic coverage on Yasir Malik's sentencing right now. Breaking news now coming in, ladies and gentlemen. And believe it or not, we're hearing that there are many people from Pakistan as well who've tuned in to watch what's going to happen to Yasir Malik. And we're getting in breaking news now that Yasir Malik has been brought to the courtroom. You had back-to-back breaking news updates coming in, reactions come in. Sitting ministers, Bilawal Bhutto in Pakistan, his father Nawaz Sharif, Bilawal Bhutto, you had Nawaz Sharif, Shehbaz Sharif's brother, I beg your pardon. Shehbaz Sharif's brother, Nawaz Sharif, former Prime Minister, you had Bilawal Bhutto. And then you also had Imran Khan, the former Prime Minister. All of them respond so desperate, Pakistan, so desperate to save Yasir Malik somehow. That tells you about his proximity to Pakistan over the years. And you made a very interesting mention, Shawan, that in Maisuma, where our correspondent Zinat is reporting from, you couldn't even set your foot there. You couldn't set foot there. You could hoist the tricolour at Lal Chowk. Now, this is the kind of influence that these so-called, they were almost branded as youth icons until recently, Shawan.
Of course, for the Lutyens media here, he was actually invited to a conference where he was given the platform to actually go ahead and air his views. Now, we do not understand what views are we really talking about, because if I go through the documents that I have here, Niranjan,
the wife of squadron leader Ravi Khanna,
entire investigation.
Shawan, breaking news coming in. The wife of late martyred squadron Ravi Khanna is speaking right now. Her husband was killed. I'm cutting to that.
और उसी टाइम उन्होंने बीआर शर्मा को शाउट करके कहा, शर्मा यू सेव योर सेव। जब निहत्था इंसान मौत के मुंह में हो और उस टाइम एक की जान भी बचानी, हाँ, यस, बीआर शर्मा's life was saved by, उस टाइम सिचुएशन ऐसी बन गई थी कि उन्होंने उसको तो बिजी रखा और वो बीआर शर्मा को आवाज़ दी और बीआर शर्मा पेड़ के पीछे जाके वो लेट गए तो वो बच गए। जब मैं अपनी गोलियों की आवाज़ आई, मैं अपने एटिक से देखती हूँ तो देख के क्या देखती हूँ कि बहुत सारे लोग एक घेरा बनाए हुए नाच रहे हैं। वो नाचना मुझे महाभारत का वो सीन याद आ गया जब अभिमन्यु मैदान जंग में लेटा हुआ है, उसके इर्द गिर्द ये कौरव नाच रहे थे। मैंने कहा पता नहीं क्या हुआ। एक गाड़ी भी फौजी गाड़ी खड़ी थी, कुछ फौजी लोग थे, क्योंकि मेरे घर के एक नीचे ही सड़क थी, सारा कुछ दिखाई दे रहा था। जब मैं वहाँ गई तो मैंने क्या देखा कि मेरे हस्बैंड का ब्रीफ केस जो है उसको बुलेट लगी हुई है, वो सड़क के ऊपर पड़ा है और मेरे हस्बैंड सीधा लेटे हुए हैं। और मैंने ये समझा कि एक गोली लगने से ये जवान लेट गया है तो हमारे देश का क्या होगा। मुझे पता नहीं था कि 28 गोलियां लगी हुई हैं उनको। और उसके बाद उनको जब बेस हॉस्पिटल ले जाया गया,
there was nobody to who reached that spot and who tried to take them to the hospital.
नहीं, एयरफोर्स की गाड़ी आ गई थी, वहाँ पे गाड़ी थी एयरफोर्स की, और बस तो तब तक पहुँच चुकी थी जब तक ये हादसा हो गया और ये नाच नूच के भाग गए।
निर्मल जी, you saw Yasir Malik with your own eyes at that point of time?
देखिए जी, यासीन मलिक मेरा चचेरा भाई तो है नहीं जिसको मैं पहचानती थी बचपन से। एक्चुअली मुझे फ्लाइट लेफ्टिनेंट BR शर्मा ने ही ये बात बताई थी, और वहाँ के लोगों ने कश्मीरी में, मैं कश्मीरी बेटी हूँ, उन्होंने कहा त्रट पड़ी यासीन मलिक को।
मैडम आपने कहा सिस्टम से आप नाराज रही।
हाँ जी,
सिस्टम ने आपको बार बार कहीं ना कहीं निराश किया उसके बाद।
बिल्कुल, यासीन मलिक ने तो एक बार मारा था, उसका एजेंडा था इंडियन यूनिफॉर्म को टारगेट। पहले तो वो वैसे जो उसने उत्पात मचाया हुआ था, बाद में उसने इंडियन डिफेंस को टारगेट बना, यूनिफॉर्म को कॉल दे रखी थी, तो जिसमें मेरे हस्बैंड और 3 और जवान जो थे वो शहीद हुए हैं। मैं कहती हूँ यासीन मलिक ने तो एक बार मारा। हुकूमतों ने मुझे 32 साल 4 महीने हो गए हैं आज 25 तारीख को।
मैम, डू यू वांट डेथ सेंटेंस फॉर यासीन मलिक?
मेरी बात सुनिए, इस वक्त मेरे केस की बात करोगे ना, अगर आप, ये टेरर फंडिंग का केस चल रहा है, आज उसकी सुनवाई है, उसमें हमारे ऑनरेबल जजेस क्या देते, NIA कोर्ट में क्या फैसला देते हैं, इट इज़ अप टू देम। लेकिन मैं कहती हूँ देशद्रोही कोई भी हो, देश को एक कानून बनाना चाहिए, एक कानून बनना चाहिए। तो देशद्रोही जो है उसको देशद्रोह की जो सही सज़ा वो दे देनी चाहिए। और रही मेरे केस की बात, तो मैं तो यही कहूँगी भाई, खून का बदला खून, मेरे केस की।
लोगों को उम्मीद जगी है इसकी बात की अब यासीन मलिक या ऐसे ही कई लोगों पे कार्रवाई होगी।
बिल्कुल कार्रवाई तो होनी चाहिए। अगर देखिए कोई भी कानून बनता है, प्रेसिडेंट बनता है, एक को अगर कुछ मिलता है तो सारे खड़े हो जाते हैं। अब एक को इंसाफ मिलेगा तो बाकी चुप बैठेंगे, बाकी भी खड़े होंगे। तो ये देश को देखना है, हमारी हुकूमतों को, हमारी जुडिशरी को, सबको।
ये कह रहा है कि मैं महात्मा गांधी हूँ, उनके कदमों पर चल रहा था। मुझे बड़ी शर्म आती है ऐसी बातें सुन के। महात्मा गांधी ने तो अहिंसा परमो धर्मा कहा था, उन्होंने हिंसा नहीं कहा, और उन्होंने लाठी मारने के लिए नहीं उठाई थी, लाठी चलने के लिए उठाई थी। आज मैं आपको कह दूं, मैं सुभाष चंद्र बोस हूँ, जय हिंद की सेना तैयार कर रही हूँ मैं। तो ये सारी जो बातें हैं ना, इन बातों का कोई मतलब नहीं है। कोई गांधीयन कहे, कोई बुद्धा कहे, कोई कुछ कहे, जब जिसकी जो चीज़ भीतर से जाग जाती है। दृश्यम पिक्चर आपने देखी होगी, आप जो दिमाग में दृश्यम बना लेते हैं उस दृश्यम से चलते रहो।
अभी जो पाकिस्तान की तरफ से जो बयान आ रहे हैं यासीन मलिक के समर्थन में, उस पर आप क्या कहेंगे?
भाई उनको अपना देखिए जी, उनके विषय में मैं क्या कह सकती हूँ। हर एक की, क्या हिंदुस्तान क्या पाकिस्तान, जिन जिन की दुकानें चल रही थी, रोजी रोटी चल रही थी, वो आज सारे एक हो गए हुए हैं।
निर्मल जी, आज महबूबा मुफ्ती ने कहा कि फांसी से या
इससे कोई मसला हल नहीं होगा। महबूबा मुफ्ती ने भी यासीन मलिक का समर्थन किया है।
कैसे देखती हैं? महबूबा मुफ्ती ने जो ये कहा कि फांसी से या उम्र कैद से कोई मसला हल नहीं होगा, महबूबा मुफ्ती की स्टेटमेंट को कैसे देखती कि अभी भी कश्मीर के पॉलिटिशियन जो हैं पैट्रनेज दे रहे हैं आतंकवादी, यासीन मलिक जैसे आतंकवादियों को?
देखिए, महबूबा मुफ्ती जो हैं वो पॉलिटिशियन हैं और CM रह चुकी हैं। उनका अगर पॉलिटिक्स का ट्रैक रिकॉर्ड गवर्नमेंट देखेगी तो सारी बातें गवर्नमेंट को समझ आ जाएंगी कि वो ऐसी बातें क्यों कर रही हैं। उनको ये बातें करनी है।
आहत हैं उनकी स्टेटमेंट से, क्योंकि
मेरी बात सुनिए, मैं आहत इसी बात से हूँ कि 32 साल 4 महीने वो मेरे हस्बैंड को मारने के बाद जी लिया, बस सिंपल।
मैम, अब आप क्या चाहते हैं, आप क्या मांग करते हैं?
मैं आज के केस में क्या मांग कर सकती हूँ, मुझे बताइए।
तो
वर्डिक्ट आएगा तो मैं अपनी स्टेटमेंट दूंगी कि मैं क्या इंसाफ हुआ है। वर्डिक्ट आने तो दीजिए।
निर्मल जी, आपने कहा कि आप डॉक्टर मनमोहन सिंह को अपना प्रेरणा स्रोत मानते थे, लेकिन जब आपने उनको यासीन मलिक के साथ देखा, उसके साथ हाथ मिलाते हुए देखा, ठहाके लगाते हुए देखा, आपको काफ़ी पीड़ा हुई।
मैं आज भी उनको अपना प्रेरणा स्रोत मानती हूँ। ये बात थोड़ा है कि अगर उन्होंने अपने ऑफिस में किसी दबाव में या किसी, आप मेरे घर में सब लोग आए हो, मैंने आपकी इज्जत की है, आइए जी आज आपने मेरा इंटरव्यू लेना है, लीजिए। इसी तरह जब वो प्राइम मिनिस्टर थे, ना जाने ऐसा कौन सा दबाव था उनके ऊपर कि उनको मिलना भी पड़ा, बात भी करनी पड़ी। ये सारी जो है कुक्ड होती हैं ये सारी चीज़ें। डॉक्टर मनमोहन सिंह जी बजाते खुद एक बहुत ही नेक
खुदा दोस्त इंसान है, उनके लिए मैं कोई भी अपशब्द
मैडम,
नहीं
यासीन
कह
मलिक
सकती
के
हूँ।
वकील ने-
हाँ, बीइंग ए प्राइम मिनिस्टर ऑफ इंडिया ही शुडंट हैव डन।
मैम, यासीन मलिक के वकील ने कहा है कि यासीन मलिक ने क्योंकि अपने गुनाह कबूल कर लिए हैं तो उन्हें कम से कम सज़ा जो है वो दी जाए, ये उनकी तरफ से प्रे किया गया है।
बिल्कुल, वकील ने अपनी तरीके से जो सही तरीके से प्लीड करना था, उन्होंने ये प्लीड किया है कि जब कोई इंसान गुनाह अपना कबूल कर लेता है तो उसको भाई आप कम से कम सज़ा दे दो। उसने कबूल ही कर लिया है। अब ये कोर्ट को देखना है कि जो देश के विद्रोह में बात हुई है उसके लिए देश को क्या कम से कम सज़ा देनी है, कोर्ट को क्या कम से कम सज़ा देनी है, जो कि एक पैटर्न सेट करना है। एक उन्होंने आने वाली पीढ़ियों को एक पैगाम देना है कि देश के विद्रोह में जब पहला ज़माना तो चला गया कि आप खुफिया थे, बड़े जयचंद हुए हिंदुस्तान में, कमी थोड़ा रही है। आप इतिहास पढ़ के दुख की बात यह है कि जो हमारा सही इतिहास है वो ना चैरिटी बिगिंस एट होम, घर में माँ बाप ने मेहनत नहीं की, स्कूलों में टीचरों ने नहीं की, मॉरल लेसन वैसे डिलीट हो गए हुए हैं, बच्चे पथभ्रष्ट हो गए हुए हैं। टू हेल विद द इतिहास, वो आपने खाया पिया, मोबाइल देखा और इधर उधर की खबरें इकट्ठी की और अपने गलत तरीके से चल पड़े। कहने का मतलब ये है कि इतिहास जो जब हम पढ़ेंगे, इतिहास की कई चीज़ें सामने आएंगी तो हमको पता चलेगा कि हमको यहीं से कुछ ग्रहण करना है और आगे कैसे अपने देश को चलाने के लिए हमको भी योगदान देना है।
पाकिस्तान को बहुत ज़्यादा दुख हो रहा है, ऐसा लगता है पाकिस्तान के अपोजिशन हो या रूलिंग पार्टी, खिलाड़ी, सभी जो हैं एकाएक यासीन मलिक के सपोर्ट में आ गए हैं। इसको आप किस तरह देखते हैं? पाकिस्तान को अब दुख लग रहा है कि उनका जो स्टूज था उसे अब जो है सज़ा मिलेगी?
देखिए जी, मैं एक बार आपको ये बात साफ कह चुकी हूँ, मेरा दुश्मन ज़रूरी नहीं आपका दुश्मन हो, आपका दुश्मन ज़रूरी नहीं मेरा दुश्मन हो। हर एक को अपना अपना रिश्ता निभाना है। हर एक को जो जिसने फ़ायदा लिया हुआ है, ज़मीर में कहीं तो तकलीफ़ होती होगी कि हमने भी फ़ायदा तो उठाया, सज़ा तो ये उठा रहा आज। तो अगर वो आवाज़ उठा रहे हैं, जो भी कुछ कर रहे हैं, ये उनका, मुझे इन बातों से कोई लेन देन नहीं है। मुझे हिंदुस्तान की जुडिशरी से पूरी उम्मीद है कि जस्टिस होगा और मुझे हिंदुस्तान की हुकूमत से, जबकि 32 साल 4 महीने हो गए, मेरा केस तो बाद में आया, ये 17 का है टेरर फंडिंग का, मेरा तो 19 का इन्होंने उस टाइम इस केस को फाइल किया है। तो चार्जशीट तो बहुत पहले की लग चुकी हुई थी, तो हुकूमतों ने क्यों नहीं कुछ किया? मैं तो ये कहती हूँ कि ये तो पीछे वाले केस की सुनवाई हो रही है, अभी हमारे वाले केस में पता नहीं कितनी गवाहियाँ हैं, कितना क्या कुछ है, वो सब कुछ सामने आएगा। तो गॉड विलिंग, मुझे तो पूरा भरोसा है कि यासीन मलिक के साथ इंसाफ होगा। वो इंसाफ ये होगा कि यहाँ पर सिर्फ सज़ा है इस प्लेनेट पे, इस प्लेनेट में। मैं पहले भी कह चुकी हूँ, मैं अपने लिए भी ये दुआ करती हूँ कि अगर कोई गुनाह करती हूँ तो या रब मुझे इसी जगह मेरा आगे कैरी फॉरवर्ड ना हो, यहीं पे सज़ा मिले और आगे तुम मुझे कबूल कर लेना।
महबूबा मुफ्ती कह रही हैं कि पाकिस्तान की जुडिशरी ज़्यादा बेहतर है हिंदुस्तान की जुडिशरी से। मैडम, आप किस तरह देखते?
उन पर कोई केस हुआ होगा वहाँ पर और उन्होंने उस केस को जीता होगा, जो कंकॉक्टेड या ऐसा कोई केस होगा, तो उनको पूरा भरोसा है कि फॉल्स केसेस जीत सकती हैं वो वहाँ।
Here the quantum of punishment for Yasin Malik. Viewers, I would like to go across to Zeenat right now, who is also tracking this development very closely. Right now, these are shots coming in. We're getting visuals from the Patiala court very soon, viewers.
So Yasin Malik entering the courtroom. Live pictures of Yasin Malik entering the courtroom right now. And we're getting you the breaking news updates. Live pictures of Yasin Malik brought to the courtroom anytime now. Stand by for the verdict. Stand by for the sentencing of Yasin Malik. In a few minutes from now, Yasin Malik will be sentenced. Yasin Malik will be sentenced. Yasin Malik will know how many years he will have to spend in jail. The NIA wants maximum punishment for Yasin Malik. And I'm staying with the live pictures. Right now, Yasin Malik will be sentenced. It's a live shot. I'm staying with the live shot. Zeenat is with me, but I'm staying only with the live shot, giving a live commentary. Yasin Malik is taken inside the courtroom, and Yasin Malik will now know how many years he will have to spend in jail. I'm staying with the live pictures once again. Anytime now, terrorist Yasin Malik will know how many years he will have to spend in jail. He's inside the courtroom right now. Yasin Malik inside the courtroom. Breaking news now coming in. Yassin Malik is inside the courtroom. The judgment has already been written, so in all probability, he will know. And the judge will only simply tell him, how many years he will have to spend in jail. Or will it be more than that? Will it just be a life sentence, or will it be more than that? Yassin Malik is inside the courtroom. I'm repeating that. Yassin Malik is inside the courtroom any second now. Any second now, Yassin Malik will know his fate. Yassin Malik will be told by the judge, the man who was Pakistan's stooge, the man the NIA says was responsible for the Kashmiri Pandit exodus, the man who was single-handedly responsible for the targeted killings for several years, was an agent of Pakistan, shared the stage with 2611 mastermind Hafiz Saeed. Today, when the Kashmiri Pandit community and all of India is finally celebrating the fact that he's being punished for his crime, we are being told that Pakistan and Pakistani leadership, present, former, wherever they are, in Pakistan, outside Pakistan, are shedding tears for him. Utpal Kaul is also joining me live. I'll go across to Utpal Kaul, but we're getting the breaking news update right now. 4 or 5 breaking news updates now inside Special NIA Judge Praveen Singh's court. And I'm staying with the breaking news right now. He's inside the courtroom amidst heavy security. A few minutes back, you saw the security checks that were being conducted. Bomb squads were brought in, dog squads were brought in. Last minute checks being conducted. Battery of lawyers were inside the crowded courtroom. The court has assembled. The courtroom filled with media, with para, Delhi police, security staff, para forces, and everyone across India just wants to know, will Yassin Malik face a death sentence as the NIA has demanded, or will he be sentenced to life? Standing by for the live pictures, we're putting out the video of Yassin Malik inside the courtroom as well. Yassin Malik inside the courtroom. The first pictures coming in. In fact, there is another video that of Yassin Malik entering the courtroom that we'll just put out right now. A closer shot of Yassin Malik that is just coming to our newsrooms right now. And Yassin Malik, in a few seconds, we are told that any time now the judge will let him know whether he faces jail or whether he gets death sentence. The court right now, Yassin Malik has been brought to the Special NIA Judge Praveen Singh's court. He's inside the courtroom amidst heavy security. A battery of lawyers in the crowded courtroom. The court has assembled. There is huge security inside the courtroom. There were dog squads that were brought in, bomb squads that were brought in, and Yassin Malik has entered the courtroom filled with media persons, para and Delhi police security staff, and all of India waiting, standing by for the verdict. Will he face what he deserves? Utpal Kaul is with me. Let me quickly take one answer from Utpal Kaul. I'm taking one short answer from Utpal Kaul. I'm not going to speculate on what the courts will say, what the judge will say, but I think everyone just wants to see justice done in the case of Yassin Malik. Utpal Kaul, while I'm staying with those pictures.
For the last 32 years, we are waiting for this moment that Yassin Malik, who is the founder of terrorism in Kashmir, he is the founder of this JKLF, which is Jammu Kashmir Terrorist Front, and they are responsible for killing hundreds and hundreds of people. They are responsible for exodus of Kashmiri Pandits. They are responsible for killing hundreds of Jammu Kashmir police. They are responsible for killing Kashmiri Muslims also. Yasin Malik is the poster boy of ISI. He is the poster boy of Pakistan. Today, Pakistan is totally exposed the way Imran Khan and the Prime Minister of Pakistan, cricket players are all supporting Yasin Malik, who is the terrorist. I am ashamed the way these political parties in Kashmir National Conference,
Utpal call, I have some breaking news coming in. Sir, I have some breaking news now coming in.
Yasin Malik is the person, and JKLF is who are responsible for kidnapping of Rubaya Saeed. Today, Mahbooba.
Breaking news now coming in. Breaking news now coming in. 2 bits of breaking news updates, Mr. Call. 2 bits of breaking news update. The judge, we are told, while you know everyone's inside the courtroom, we are told the judge has not yet arrived. The judge has not yet arrived. Yasin Malik has been given a chair to sit inside the courtroom. Republic TV's Ananya Akhilesh, we have over 3 to 4 reporters inside the courtroom getting us the latest breaking news update. Yasin Malik has just been given a chair to sit, and the judge has not yet arrived. The judge has not yet arrived. The court is filled right now with media persons, paramilitary forces, Delhi police and security staff. And those are the first pictures of Yasin Malik entering the courtroom a few seconds back. I'm staying with the live pictures. Any second now, Yasin Malik will know his fate. And last minute checks were conducted. And Yasin Malik is inside the courtroom. Anytime now he will know his fate. And we are staying with the pictures, and waiting for the update from inside the courtroom. And we are hearing that Yasin Malik is inside the courtroom amidst heavy security, a battery of lawyers also present inside the courtroom. It's a packed, crowded courtroom. The court will assemble in a short while from now. The judges have not arrived, and he's inside amidst heavy security. Bomb squads were there. The dog squads were brought in. And Yasin Malik, we are told, was given a chair to sit on. And he's sitting there, not knowing what's going to happen next. He pleaded guilty to all charges. So for everyone who's trying to make him out to be some sort of a hero, he's not. He's pleaded guilty. He's pleaded guilty to all the charges. And in a few minutes from now, he will know his fate. Standing by for the latest breaking news updates coming in. And we are told that even Srinagar is on the edge. And we are keeping a close track on the developments there. Yasin Malik is inside the courtroom. The court has assembled. Will be pronouncing the verdict. In a short while from now, the quantum of sentencing is going to happen. Paramilitary units on standby. And the man who was the face of the Kashmiri Pandit exodus, the NIA said in court today that he was the face of the Kashmiri Pandit exodus. And we are all standing by. For the verdict. You just heard the wife of squadron leader late Ravi Khanna, the martyr who was killed by Yasin Malik. And we are told that even she's watching Republic right now. There's a video that is coming of her watching Republic, tracking the verdict. And we will get you the latest, the breaking news update now coming in. The breaking news update now coming in is that Yasin Malik is inside the courtroom. Yasin Malik is sitting inside. He's been given a chair to sit the last few seconds in solitude before he knows what his fate will be. That is Yasin Malik. Anytime now, the court, the judges will assemble and they will read out his fate to him. He will know the punishment that he faces. He's anyway been convicted. He didn't deny any of the charges. He pleaded guilty. And getting in breaking news now that Yasin Malik will get to know the sentence he faces. Charges leveled against him include Section 16, Terrorist Act, Section 17, raising funds for the Terrorist Act, Section 18, conspiracy to commit a terrorist act, Section 20, being member of terrorist gang or organization of the UAPA, and Sections 120B, criminal conspiracy, and Section 124A, sedition, IPC. These are breaking news updates coming in. I'm staying with those pictures. Anytime now, Yassin Malik will know his fate, and the judge hasn't taken his seat yet. The judge will be taking his seat. I'm staying with those pictures coming in from the courtroom. These were pictures a few minutes back when Yassin Malik just entered the courtroom. So we'll stay with those pictures and get you the latest updates. And we'll also go across and get Aishwarya, my colleague, live from the newsroom in Delhi. This is a big moment. Yassin Malik has gotten away for over 30 years now. Over 30 years, over 3 decades. And all eyes are on the punishment, the sentencing that Yassin Malik gets right now. NIA wants maximum punishment. The NIA wants death penalty to be given. The NIA wants death penalty to be given. Will he get a life term or will he get death? We cannot speculate, but the court, the judgment has been readied. The judge will only just read out the judgment to him, and so many charges against Yassin Malik. This is just a few of the cases that he faces, just a few. It's not even 1/10 of the kind of cases that he faces. It's just one of the cases. It's just one of the cases. I'm repeating the charges that he faces in this particular case. Yassin Malik pleaded guilty to Section 16 Terrorist Act, Section 17 raising funds for Terrorist Act, Section 18 conspiracy to commit the Terrorist Act, Section 20 being member of the terrorist gang or organization of the UAP, and Section 120B criminal conspiracy. Has also pleaded guilty to sedition, Section 124A. And anytime now, we're going to get the breaking news update. Breaking news update any second now. Our correspondents are inside the courtroom, so I'm keeping my phone in front of me to get you the news first. The moment I get the news, I will tell you first here on Republic TV. We are reporters. We have reporters inside the courtroom. Ananya reporting for Republic TV, Akhilesh reporting for Republic Bharat, and we have our entire crew stationed both inside and outside the courtroom right now. Staying with the pictures and the live breaking news updates. Live breaking news updates on Republic. Those pictures that you see on your screen were of Yassin Malik entering the courtroom. By the way, the NIA has sought death penalty for him before a Delhi court, before the NIA court. And Yassin Malik had pleaded guilty earlier to all charges, including those under UAPA in a terror funding case. And the agency told special judge in an in-chamber proceedings that Yassin Malik was even responsible for the Kashmiri exodus. Responsible for the Kashmiri exodus. The court has also formally framed the charges against Kashmiri separatist leaders, including Farooq Ahmad Dar, alias Bitta Karate, who many years ago in-camera interviews has admitted to killing Kashmiri Pandits. Shabir Shah, separatist terrorist, Masarat Alam, Muhammad Yusuf Shah, Aftab Ahmad Shah, Altaf Ahmad Shah, Naeem Khan, Muhammad Akbar Khande, Raja Mehrajuddin Kalwal, Bashir Ahmad Bhatt, Zarur Ahmad Shah Watali, Shabir Ahmad Shah, Abdul Rashid Sheikh, and Nawal Kishore Kapoor. Charge sheet was also filed against Lashkar-e-Toiba founder Rafi Saeed, with whom at one point of time Yassin Malik shared the stage. Yassin Malik shared the stage, and right now inside the courtroom we are told Yassin Malik is sitting on a chair. He's been given a chair to sit in a corner, and he's sitting on a chair inside the courtroom waiting for the judge to arrive, and the judge will be entering any time now and handing that sentence to him. Handing that sentence to him. My correspondent Ananya is inside the courtroom. I'll go across to Ananya in just a few seconds, and we'll go across to our panelists as well, joining us on this broadcast as all of India waits and watches what happens in the case of Yassin Malik. who has been evading justice for many years now. Yassin Malik will know any time now what sentence he will have to serve. Will it be a lifer? Will there be a death sentence? The NIA wants maximum penalty, which is death. Yassin Malik earlier said that if the Indian intelligence agencies could prove that he had been involved in any terror activity or violence in 28 years, then he would retire from politics and would also accept the hanging. The judge said that since he's already been convicted, there was no point in arguing on facts of the case, that he has already given the opportunity and he lost that opportunity because he pleaded guilty. And we are staying with the breaking news updates now coming in. We'll get my colleagues Shravan Sen and Aishwarya also live on the broadcast right now, tracking the situation. We'll get Shravan will also be joining us live. Aishwarya will also be joining us live anytime now. We are building up to that big moment when the sentencing will be announced. Standing by here on Republic TV for the latest. And just to give you an idea, right now inside the courtroom, we are hearing that the judge is yet to arrive. Yassin Malik has been given a chair to sit. He's sitting in a corner. The court is filled with media persons, paramilitary forces, Delhi police security staff, and a battery of lawyers are in the crowded courtroom. The court will assemble. I have some breaking news updates right now. 8 corrections were being made in the orders. Not sure how many corrections, but we are told that corrections were being made. And the corrected copy has been taken back to the judge. So some corrections were made in the order copy is what we are hearing. Some corrections being made in the order copy, and the order copy has been taken back to the judge, the NIA judge. And the corrections were made, given back to the judge, and the NIA court judge will sit any time now and deliver the verdict to Yassin Malik, who's in his courtroom, sitting in a corner, on a chair given to him, in a courtroom filled with media persons, security staff, etc. And the breaking news update right now, corrections were made in the order. The corrected copy was handed to Yassin Malik, to the judge delivering the sentence to Yassin Malik. And we are reporting live. As the last moments proceed for Yassin Malik inside the courtroom before he learns of the sentence, there are also celebrations outside the courtroom where people are holding the tricolour. There are also celebrations in Jammu where people were waving the tricolour. There are also celebrations, we are told, in different parts of Jammu where different groups are celebrating, including Kashmiri Pandit groups. But they want to know what punishment will be given, what sentence will be handed to Yassin Malik, who has evaded the law for 30 years because of political backing. There were pictures of Yassin Malik getting the backing of Farooq Abdullah, patting his shoulders. Yassin Malik hobnobbing with Mehbooba Mufti. Yassin Malik shaking the hands of Manmohan Singh, the former Prime Minister of India. And situation is also tense in Srinagar. There were some clashes reported earlier, but we are not reporting that right now till we get some verified facts. We are standing by. Last few moments before we learn the details of Yassin Malik's sentencing. Last minute corrections were being made in the order. The corrected order was taken back to the judge. The judge, we are told, is still inside his chambers. That's the other breaking news update coming in now. The judge is still inside his chambers. He has not gone to his courtroom yet, and he should be delivering that sentence to Yassin Malik any time now. Utpal Kaul, if you're there, I think for 3 decades everyone's waited for this moment, Utpal Kaul. Everyone's waited for this.
We are waiting that he should get exemplary punishment, because he is the person who made exodus of Kashmiri Pandits from Kashmir. So we Kashmiri Pandits globally are watching this movement second by second to make it sure that Yasin Malik must get exemplary punishment.
One of the people who will be watching very closely to see what happens to case of Yasin Malik will be the wife of a late squadron leader, Ravi Khanna. She's watching Republic right now. She's watching Republic. Her husband was killed by Yasin Malik. And she says the blood of her husband is haunting Yasin Malik and will continue to haunt Yasin Malik for years and years and years and decades to come. We're all standing by. Stand by for the verdict, ladies and gentlemen. We're getting in breaking news now that the judge is still in his chambers. The judge is still in his chambers. The corrected order copy was taken back to the judge. There were a few corrections made. The last minute corrections were made in the order and the judge was given the corrected order copy. And we are waiting for that order. We are going to get you the sentence handed to Yasin Malik anytime now. Yasin Malik, the NIA says, was single-handedly responsible for Kashmiri exodus. Yasin Malik, the NIA says, should be handed death penalty. Yasin Malik single-handedly ensured that he mobilized people during the Kashmiri exodus through JKLF, what was then called the Jammu and Kashmir Liberation Front. Yasin Malik, a terrorist, has pleaded guilty to his charges. Pleaded guilty, and today nobody's backing him except, of course, Pakistan and its fans, including Mehbooba Mufti, who has questioned the Indian judiciary. We are standing by, getting in breaking news now. Yasin Malik will be handed his sentence anytime now. Ladies and gentlemen, this was an order that was supposed to be delivered to him. Sentencing was supposed to be happen, so should have been handed to him at about 3:30 p.m. 3:30 p.m. was pushed until 4 p.m. and we are nearing 6 p.m. now almost, and it hasn't been handed to him. So we are still standing by for the judge to deliver the verdict. The sentencing of Yasin Malik, the terrorist who's responsible for attacks on our forces over the years, who's responsible for hobnobbing with Pakistani terror groups in the past, for mobilizing hate against India, for mobilizing funds to spread unrest in Kashmir, for mobilizing people and putting stones in their hands in Kashmir for many, many years and decades. And after 3 years, everyone will only want to know whether the Indian justice system, which Yasin Malik evaded for over 3 decades, will ensure that he gets the punishment that he deserves. And I have my colleague Aishwarya joining us on this broadcast. Aishwarya, we've all been waiting for this moment, Aishwarya.
And last minute corrections are being made. Corrected order copy has been taken back to the judge's chamber. Patiala House Court is completely secured. We are being told extra forces have been called in. We are also being told that CRPF has been called in, and any moment now, as you've been saying, the judgment will be pronounced. The corrected order copy has reached the judge's chamber, and any moment now, as we speak, the order in the Yasin Malik case will come out. Is it going to be capital punishment or is it going to be life imprisonment? That clarity will be given to us within the next few minutes itself. It has already been delayed. Initially, it was being set at 3 p.m., then at 4, then at 5. According to my clock, it's 5:59, 1 minute to 6. And we are being told any moment now, the judgment will come through. The corrected order copy has reached the judge's chamber. And now it is going to be made public and then pronounced. The man, Yasin Malik, the terrorist, the man who has terror links, the man who himself has accepted that yes, he was a part of not one but several crimes, is right now in the court, in the NIA court as we speak. We've got those exclusive visuals as well. Last minute corrections are also being made in order. Corrected order copy has been taken back to the judge. And as we say, Judge Praveen Singh has sent his, and this is important, Judge Praveen Singh has sent his staff outside. Judge Praveen Singh is right now alone in his chambers. He's writing, he's doing the corrections himself. Judge Praveen Singh, that's the name of the NIA. Beg your pardon. So that's the name of the judge, Niranjan. Judge Praveen Singh is in the court. He went back to his chambers. He's told his staff to go out. So so at this point of time, all this last minute and very important and sensitive, we saw the dog squad, the bomb squad being called in. So it's a very sensitive issue. Judge Praveen Singh has told his staff to leave his chambers. And let this be very clear, that Judge Praveen Singh has asked his staff to leave his chambers. He's alone. He is alone at this point of time. Judge Praveen Singh has asked his staff to leave the chambers. And he's alone in his chambers right now. And he is right now doing the last minute corrections in the court order, which in itself is very important. I repeat, any moment now, any moment, security has been increased not only in Patiala but also in Srinagar, Jammu and Kashmir, where our colleague Zeenat is reporting from, Niranjan. So from Delhi to Jammu, the situation at this point of time, everyone is keeping a very keen eye on what is the final order in this case. Yassin Malik has been brought in the court. Judge Praveen Singh has told his staff to go out. Last minute corrections have been made. Judge is now doing the last minute corrections in presence of no one. His staff has been told to please leave his chambers. Judge Praveen Singh has done that. Yassin Malik is in the court as we speak. Niranjan, back to you. Niranjan.
The breaking news update from inside the courtroom also is that he's been given a chair. He's been given a chair and he's sitting in a corner. That's the breaking news update coming in from inside the courtroom. In fact, I'm going to ask Ananya to give us the minute-by-minute updates, the second-by-second updates of what is happening inside the courtroom, of the body language of, Yassin Malik, who is completely unrepentant to this moment of his crimes and what he's done.
He's still in his chambers. Any moment he's going to arrive in the courtroom. No. Niranjan, that is another breaking.
Yes.
We are just being told that Judge Praveen Singh, who is still in his chambers, is going to arrive in the court any minute now. He has told his staff to go out. He is still in his chambers. Any minute he's going to enter the courtroom. Niranjan, back to you. Niranjan.
Yes. The courtroom. Okay, so everyone's, it's a tense situation inside. It's a tense situation inside the courtroom. Just picking up the details. Tense situation. And we are getting in some breaking news now. Of Yassin Malik. Okay, some news from inside the courtroom right now. He's still inside the courtroom. Yassin is still inside the courtroom. So some are trying to give out some fake news right now. There are some trying to give some fake news right now. But Yassin Malik, we are told, is inside the courtroom.
Niranjan, he is in the court.
Yeah, he's in the courtroom. He's very much in the courtroom.
Judge Praveen
very much
Singh,
in the courtroom because,
Niranjan, Yassin Malik is in the courtroom. Judge Praveen Singh is still in his chambers. Judge Praveen Singh is still in his chambers. He has asked his staff to please vacate his chambers. He is doing the last minute correction in his chambers. This is a very sensitive case. This is a terror funding case. We know this terrorist has accepted on his own. But right now, Judge Praveen Singh, who is expected to arrive in the court where Yassin Malik has been told to stand, and as you told, now he's sitting. Judge Praveen Singh has yet not arrived. He is going to arrive within the next few minutes. He is still in his chambers, and this is important. Why I say? Because he's doing the last minute changes. He has told his staff to please vacate his chambers, so he's doing it in complete seclusion. Niranjan, back to you. Yes, Niranjan.
Yeah, the reason why I was telling you that is because there was some fake news earlier that some were trying to peddle fake news that he's been asked to that the police was asked to take him back to lock up immediately, but that was fake news. Just correct, just getting the correct information from our correspondent Ananya, who's inside the courtroom, has confirmed that he's very much in court, sitting on a chair. He's in a corner, and that the judge is still in his chambers, and there was a correction that was made to the order copy. And then the order copy was handed back to the judge. So these are some breaking news updates coming in. The security was beefed up just before.
Well, there are going to be people who would want to create, want to create ripples, but let there be no doubt, we have just been confirmed by the security apparatus that adequate amount of security is present, not only in the national capital, but outside the Patiala House Court and in Srinagar as well. So all of those people who are trying to peddle fake news, they are going to fall flat. Every precaution has been taken in. Whatever whatever precautions had to be done inside the court, outside the premises, all of that has been done. Yes, security apparatus has been increased. Security protocol, beg your pardon, has been increased. CRPF has been called in. Armed police of the Delhi police has been called in because Yasin Malik is in the courtroom as we speak. And the security apparatus right around Yasin Malik has also been doubled. So Delhi police is taking every precautionary measure as we speak. Patiala House Court has been converted into a fortress. Yes, the primary security, which had at least 24 guards of the Delhi police and 14 paramilitary forces, have been doubled in the last 2 hours. So all of this has happened, but while this is happening, the man is in the court. Yasin Malik, this man who's terror accused, is in the court, and the Judge Praveen Singh, is still in his chambers. And at this point of time, Patiala House Court is protected by Delhi police, armed police, CRPF. Everyone is there just to give a sense of assurance to everyone, including the judicial officers who are inside the court, keeping in mind that how nefarious this individual and the people around him can be. That's why we saw the bomb squad, the anti-terror squad coming and doing a complete sanitization process being followed at the Patiala House Court. Yasin Malik security has been doubled, as we said, by Delhi police, and also Patiala House Court has been converted into literally a fortress now with paramilitary forces guarding all 5 gates of the Patiala House Court. That's happening as we speak, but Judge Praveen Singh is still in his chambers.
Share with me. I'm getting some more breaking news updates now. Some more breaking news updates.
He's still alone.
So some more breaking news updates. I showed you some more breaking news updates that I have, and our colleague Shawan is also joining us. So here on Republic TV, we have people who've tracked Yasin Malik, people who know the who's who of the investigation that led to Yasin Malik's conviction. And we have Aishwarya, who's tracking the MHA, and he's getting the inside details of the developments that are happening, and I'm in the newsroom. So we'll get you the complete perspective and only verified news, because a few seconds back there was some fake news, Shawan, that some were trying to spread, that he's going to go back to the lockup and he's going to get his sentence from there. He's going to hear his sentence from there, but we just confirmed that it's fake news. In fact, as we speak, he's sitting inside the locker, he's sitting inside the courtroom, on a chair, in a corner, and the judge is still inside his chambers. A corrected copy has been signed, given to the judge. We are waiting for those details to come in. The judge will now go out, deliver the sentence, and go back. But I'm going to stay with this screen right now. This screen, because I have Zeenat also in the frame right now. Zeenat, we hear there was some situation there, but that situation is now under control. Zeenat is in Srinagar. There was some situation there, but the good news is that the situation is under control. That's the breaking news update.
The staff of the judge, 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 the staff of the judge has arrived in the courtroom. The staff of the judge has arrived in the courtroom. The staff of the judge has arrived in the courtroom as we speak. So judge is going to arrive within the next couple of minutes. Shawan and Niranjan, this is what I am being told, that the staff which was told to vacate the room, the chambers of Judge Praveen Singh, have now arrived in the courtroom. The staff of the Judge Praveen Singh have arrived in the courtroom. That's the breaking news at this very point of time. So it's any moment now that Judge Praveen Singh is going to preside over the NIA court within the next few minutes as well. His staff has now arrived inside the courtroom where Yasin Malik is present. Yes, Shawan and Niranjan, security has been doubled. His inner circle and also Patiala House Court has been provided with double the security. It has literally been converted into a fortress. But Yasin Malik, the terror accused, is in the court. Judge staff has arrived in the court. That's what's happening as we speak. Yes.
Shawan has some breaking news update. Shawan, if I can come to you.
In fact, in a short while from now, we are expecting...
Yes. Shawan, go ahead. Sorry, go ahead. Go ahead, Shawan.
Look, in a short while from now, perhaps the order is going to be read out. We have seen the images that came in just a short while back. Those are the latest images of Yasin Malik being brought inside the court. And as Niranjan was pointing out, that contrary to certain reports essentially suggesting that he's been sent back to the lockup. As per the rules, remember, he's going to be read out the court order, the quantum of the sentence. Now, if you simply go by what the NIA wants, NIA has sought for maximum imprisonment, maximum death penalty is what they're looking at right now, keeping in mind the evidence that they have put forth before the court.
The judges
A
arrived.
short while back, Niranjan,
breaking news update coming in. The judges arrived. The judges arrived. The judges arrived. The breaking news update. The judges arrived. Stand by for the breaking news update. I'm going to give you the breaking news update first from Republic TV. So bear with me. I'm going to give you the breaking news update from the newsroom right now. Judgment on the quantum of sentence against Yassin Malik will be pronounced by the special NIA judge Praveen Singh. The judge has arrived on the dais. The judge has arrived on the dais. The judge has taken his position in the courtroom. The judge, the NIA judge, Praveen Singh, is inside the courtroom. The judge is inside the courtroom, and that's the breaking news update. The judge has arrived, and the sentence is being read out. Ananya, my colleague, is typing out. Typing out the breaking news update. I have the breaking news update. Let me tell you that the judge has arrived on his dais. Judgment on the quantum of sentence against Yassin Malik will be pronounced by special NIA judge Praveen Singh. Judgment on the quantum of sentence against Yassin Malik will be pronounced by special NIA judge Praveen Singh. And the breaking news update now coming in.
Front of the
I
court.
have the breaking news update.
Judge.
Yassin Malik
brought in front of the judge. Yassin Malik has been brought. Yassin Malik has been brought in front of the judge. Praveen Singh is standing. He's been told to stand in front of Judge Praveen Singh. Yes, Niranjan.
Yassin Malik
has been told to stand. Shawan and Niranjan in front of.
Yassin Malik standing in front of the judge. Yassin Malik is standing in front of the judge. That's the breaking news update that I have. Yassin Malik, any second now. Any second now. The fastest breaking news updates on the Yassin Malik sentencing is on Republic TV. The judge is on the dais. Ananya, my colleague, is typing. And has the sentence been delivered? Ananya Bhatnagar is still typing. Judge calls his name. Judge calls Yassin Malik's name, says he will read out the charges against him. Charges are being read out to Yassin Malik. Breaking news now coming in. Charges are being read out to Yassin Malik. The judge reading out the charges against Yassin Malik has called out Yassin Malik's name. He's come there in front of him. He's standing there.
Detailed.
Yes. The charges are being read out. The charges are being read out.
So it is going to take 2-3-4 minutes.
I'm getting the charges as well. 120B, rigorous imprisonment.
Niranjan, it is going to take
120B,
2-3-4 minutes.
rigorous imprisonment. Life imprisonment with fine. 1 minute. 120B, rigorous imprisonment. Life imprisonment with fine. Life imprisonment with fine. 121. Life imprisonment with fine. 1 minute. Is that the sentencing? Life imprisonment with fine. Rigorous imprisonment with fine. 120B, 121, 121A. Life imprisonment. Life imprisonment with fine. Is that? I'm just waiting. Looks like he's been sentenced to life. 120B, said get a life imprisonment. I'm correcting myself. 120B, rigorous imprisonment. 121, life imprisonment with fine.
Niranjan.
Different charges. Yes, go ahead. Different charges. 121A, rigorous imprisonment with fine. 18 UAPA, 10 years, 10,000 fine. The different charges that he faces. And different quantum of punishment for each of these charges. A maximum for each of these charges now being a rigorous imprisonment, 38, 39 UAPA, rigorous imprisonment, 5,000 fine. I have breaking news updates coming in. The court reading out the charges. Rigorous imprisonment, 120B, 121 life imprisonment, 121A, rigorous imprisonment with fine. Yassin Malik given life imprisonment. Story broken on Republic TV. Yassin Malik given life imprisonment. Republic TV getting you the order. Life imprisonment for Yassin Malik. He will spend his life in jail. Yassin Malik will spend his life in jail. Yassin Malik, Pakistan's agent, Pakistan's stooge, Pakistan's handle in India. Pakistan's darling, one who took money from Pakistan, took instructions from Pakistan for years and years and years, has been sent to life imprisonment. And the breaking news now coming in that the sentence will run concurrent. The sentence will run concurrent because he's been charged on different different cases, different sentences, and all of these charges will run concurrent. He's been sentenced to life. He's been sentenced to life. The NIA wanted death penalty, but Yassin Malik has been sentenced to life. Shawan joining me with the breaking news updates. Life imprisonment for Yassin Malik. Shawan, story broken on Republic TV. When it's legal,
well,
or anything courts related.
In fact,
yeah, it's first on Republic. Shawan.
Well, in fact, every charge that has been leveled against Yassin Malik by the National Investigation Agency today stands. That's the big news also coming in. 120B, 121, 121A, 18 UAPA, 38 and 39 of the UAPA. These are some of the charges that were leveled against Yassin Malik. All of this basically stands today. The special NIA court has come to a conclusion that Yassin Malik should be handed out rigorous imprisonment. That's the big breaking news that we are getting right now. Now, this undoubtedly, what the NIA was essentially looking for was a death penalty. This was on the ground that this was rarest of the rare case, and the fact that he is the man who's responsible for foisting anti-national activities in Jammu and Kashmir. That man was held responsible for several murders that were carried out. But today, what the court has basically come to a conclusion is with regards to the terror activity, the man who was...
First reaction.
Justice will be given to me. People say justice delayed, justice denied. But I don't agree on this because I had been denied my legitimate right of getting my pension, my husband's pension, when Naga Mizo militants were rehabilitated in this country. But defense forces were denied their legitimate right. I fought my case, and with the grace of Almighty God, I got that case. Now, that is a precedent of India. An officer going to his office en route to his office or while coming from office, if any untoward incident occurs on the way, the deceased family will be given last pay drawn till death, even after remarriage on reduced pay scale. So, I believe I am given this justice. So I am drawing my husband's pension on liberalized pensionary award, or after that my husband is given that honor of this National War Memorial in present government's regime.
So are you satisfied with the verdict in this case? Are you satisfied?
सर जो पहले सजा काट चुके हैं उसके आधार पर भी आगे वो एडजस्ट हो गई इसमें वो एडजस्ट हो क्या नाम है सर आपका नाम उमेश शर्मा
sir you were inside the court what has been the order can you please briefly tell us
2 life imprisonments have been given, and besides that 10 years rigorous imprisonment in 10 offences besides monetary penalty, and all the punishments will run concurrently.
Okay, so that's the latest
उमेश शर्मा
death sentence was sought, but a life imprisonment has been given.
Death has been declined. Death has been declined.
Can you tell us in detail as to what really
No, I have not read the order. You will get the entire detailed order. That court will justify what court has considered, what are the circumstances, whatever has been considered, that will get
what
in the
is the final
order.
quantum of punishment besides
2 life imprisonments and 5-10 years, all to run concurrently. 1 life means everything, entire life.
यानी दोनों जो उम्र कैद, 2 मामलों में जो उम्र कैद की सजा हुई है साथ चलेगी, ये कोर्ट ने साथ किया है। अच्छा, कितना जुर्माना किया गया है?
10 लाख है और 10,000, 5,000 सब में अलग अलग है।
कुल मिलाकर के कितना जुर्माना है?
ये जोड़ा नहीं मैंने, वो जोड़ा नहीं मैंने।
अच्छा, जज साहब ने क्या फैसले में की जो ये निष्कर्ष निकाला है कि उम्र कैद की सजा है, इसका आधार भी बताया है? कुछ ऑपरेटिव पार्ट जो
नहीं, उन्होंने प्लीड गिल्टी किया था, तो सेंटेंसिंग है, आज कोई जजमेंट नहीं हुई है, सेंटेंसिंग पे ऑर्डर हुआ है, ये सिर्फ सेंटेंसिंग है।
तो जो उम्र कैद की सजा हुई है 121 के तहत हुई है, और दूसरा कौन सा सेक्शन?
121 और दूसरा शायद 17 है, अभी ऑर्डर में आएगा।
अच्छा, जो यूएपी का जो सेक्शन है। ओके, ठीक।
सर एक बार अपना पूरा नाम बता दीजिए।
उमेश शर्मा, एडवोकेट हूँ मैं।
कोर्ट में हुआ प्लीज थोड़ा सा।
अभी सेंटेंसिंग पे ऑर्डर हुआ है, अभी जज साहब ने प्रोनाउंस किया है, 2 लाइफ सेंटेंसिंग है और 10 ईयर्स की 5 पनिशमेंट है इनकी।
जुर्माने को लेकर
जुर्माना 10 लाख रुपए है, 10,000 है, अलग अलग है, वो मुझे अभी ध्यान नहीं आ रहा, कई सारे सेक्शन है, डिटेल में ऑर्डर मिल जाएगा, तो उसमें आप पढ़ सकते हैं बड़े आराम से। अगर जुर्माना नहीं देंगे तो उसके डिफ़ॉल्ट में पनिशमेंट है। चूँकि इनकी लाइफ है तो लाइफ वैसी चलती रहेगी, तो सारी सजाएं कंकरेंट है, एक साथ चलेंगे।
आगे किस तरह से फर्दर क्या?
अब ये जेल जाएंगे, सजा होगी और ये अपील लगाएंगे। 21 में अपील बनती है, हाई कोर्ट में लगाएंगे।
हाई कोर्ट में आगे मामला चल सकता है।
अपील अगर ये प्रेफर करेंगे तो लगाएंगे। सेंटेंसिंग के अगेंस्ट बनेगी, जजमेंट के अगेंस्ट नहीं।
जजमेंट के अगेंस्ट कुछ नहीं होगा।
वो कन्विक्शन हो चुकी है,
कन्विक्ट रहेंगे।
हाँ।
फाइन 5 year 5,000 फाइन 15 UAPA punishment under 16 UAPA 10 years 10,000 fine 17 UAPA life 10 lakh fine 18 UAPA 10 years 10,000 fine 38 UAPA 5 years 5,000 fine 39 UAPA 5 year 5,000 fine section 20 UAPA 10 year 10,000 fine. Anything else you people want to ask?
Question.
Any questions from your side?
कोई क्वेश्चन पूछेगा?
I will come outside.
Breaking news update coming in now. Yassin Malik will spend his life in jail, will spend the rest of his life in jail. Found guilty of 7 UAPA charges. The charges will run concurrently. My colleague Shavan Sen also joining me with the breaking news updates that he has on his hand. Shavan Sen. Shavan, he will spend the rest of his life in jail. The NIA wanted death, but he will spend the rest of his life in jail, Shavan.
Well, in fact, Niranjan, this is the case as per the NIA. It's the RC 2017 case, which is essentially the terror funding case, and he is accused number 13. Several other arrests have already taken place. You've had accused number 1, that is Hafiz Saeed and Saeed Salahuddin. And if you take a look at this case, he's been convicted for arranging the funds from Pakistan, taking instructions from the Pakistan High Commission, and not just that, there was direct channeling of funds that have taken place. In a short while from now, also when we play out the interview of the man who's actually investigated this entire case, one gets a full idea of the hard work that has been put by the National Investigation Agency. This is the big breaking news that is coming in. Of all the charges